Chapter 1, The Mysterious Company. I exhaled a thick cloud of smoke that drifted across the job search webpage on my computer. A pop-up notification flashed on the screen. Hello, your qualifications don't quite match this position. We won't be considering you at this time. Thank you. Closing it with slightly irritated eyes and an expressionless face, I was about to continue searching for the next company. At that moment, the phone beside me vibrated. I turned to pick it up and answered the call. A familiar yet slightly hoarse voice came through the receiver. Hello? Is this Xiao Su? Hearing the voice, a hint of sarcasm appeared on my numb face as I replied, Only? Missing me already? Can't the company function without me running the business? What kind of attitude is this? I sent you to negotiate with the client, and you ended up hitting them. Shouldn't I fire you for that? Old Li's voice simmered with suppressed anger as he continued. All Director Wang did was fool around with Xiao Jing a little. Xiao Jing herself didn't even consider it sexual harassment. And here you are, still thinking you were being some kind of hero. We've been working on this deal for half a year, millions in profits, all ruined because of you. I retorted, wasn't this deal brought in by me? Wasn't it negotiated by me? Old Li snapped furiously. What do you mean negotiated by you? Without the platform, what could you possibly negotiate? Haven't the company taken enough blame for you? I've worn myself out running around for your crap, barely slept, and puked over a dozen times from all the drinking. We're lucky we didn't send you to jail. Who the hell do you think I've been doing all this for? After taking a deep breath, he added, I finally managed to get President Wang out tonight, and now he specifically wants your apology. Once you apologize, everything else can be discussed, and I might even give you another chance. You should know that I've always been the one who admired you most. At that moment, the bulb overhead flickered abruptly. Squinting, I raised my gaze to investigate. When I lowered my head, an abrupt pop-up window appeared on my computer screen. System recommendation, after screening, you have been identified as suitable for our company's special risk management position. Would you like to submit your detailed resume immediately? Yes/no. I thought it was spam and instinctively wanted to close the pop-up, but with Old Li's incessant babbling in my ear, my hand paused. I let out a scornful chuckle. Old Li, plenty of companies want to hire me. You think I need your job offer? He clicked the mouse and casually hit confirm. Old Li was still on the phone. I know you've got guts, but there's no need to act tough. You've earned well at this company for years. You know how things are outside, the economy's overheated, everyone's scrambling for jobs, fresh grads are cheaper than pigs. I suppose, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? I exhaled smoke, paused for a while, then said, You're all together, aren't you? Put Xiao Jing on. I want a word with her. Soon, a timid, soft feminine voice came through the phone. Su-Jin, it's me. I demanded, that night you were crying and begging me to save you. Now you've made up with that one guy? How much did he pay you? She explained, Su-Jin, you've got it all wrong. I was just panicking at the time, who knew you'd act so fast? I erupted, fuck your mother, how dare you lie through your teeth? But then quickly deflated, guess I'll take the L this time. Is Boss Wang right there with you? You'll get your apology, but we have a deal. I'll swallow my pride today, but tomorrow I'm walking back into the company with my original salary intact. I'll call President Wang right now. As long as you can satisfy him, I'll let you return to the company immediately. After that, you'll have to apologize to him in person. After all, a shared laugh erases old grudges. Who knows, this deal might even be handed over to you to handle. Old Li's eager voice, along with his hurried footsteps, rang in my ear. By the sound of it, it was clear his phone was on speaker. After a brief wait, a man's voice came through the phone. Hello? I cursed. Hello my ass. Wang, you think bribing that bitch gives you the right to mess with me? I've got video proof of you two cheating bastards in my hands. Try flirting with me again and you'll be trending online. You think I'll fucking apologize? Worthless pieces of shit. After hurling the insults, I hung up fiercely, stubbed out my cigarette with violence, sighed, then sank into depression. Doing the right thing only to get bitten back, losing my job over it, this whole mess is disgusting, but I don't have any regrets. After all, my female colleagues' clothes were practically torn off, screaming like a slaughtered pig. If I didn't intervene in that situation, I might as well cut off my balls and fly to Japan to apply for useless husband jobs. Percent. After calming down and adjusting my mood, I straightened up and was about to resume working on the computer when suddenly there was a knock at the door behind me, 2 quick raps, then silence. Who is it? I called over my shoulder as I stood up, cigarette dangling from my lips, and headed toward the door. Opening the door, I slowly lowered my gaze to find a package lying on the ground. Picking it up, I turned back inside, an uneasy thought gnawing at me. I hadn't ordered anything, and what deliveries would even be coming at nearly 8 p.m.? Looking at the package addressed to me, I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just some cheap paper towels I'd randomly purchased with a coupon from Tomato Novel ages ago. I casually grabbed scissors to open the package, finding inside an A4 sheet covered in tiny text. After tossing the paper aside, I discovered an exquisite black briefcase and a transparent mask underneath. I was utterly baffled. After years in the workforce, I'd seen countless briefcases, but this one clearly wasn't cheap, simple yet elegant with an indescribable air of premium quality that was genuinely captivating. But who would send me such a briefcase? And what's with this mask anyway? I reached into the briefcase to check its contents, and as soon as my hand brushed against the edge, I felt the cold touch of metal, what seemed like a grip. When I finally saw the object in its entirety, my eyebrows shot up in surprise. It was a sleek, silver pistol, exuding an air of elegance and luxury. I gave it a little heft, it had a reassuring weight. Huh? Buying a briefcase comes with a high-end lighter? Without a second thought, I pulled the trigger. Bang, a shot rang out as flames burst from the muzzle. The bullet ricocheted at an angle, burying itself in the ceiling, while tendrils of smoke curled lazily upward from the barrel. What? The sudden scene made me jerk my head back, my mind going blank. A gun, a real gun. Mechanically turning my neck, I stared fixedly at the silver pistol in my hand, breathing shakily twice before coming to my senses. In a flash, I threw myself toward the bed, quickly drew the curtains, stuffed the gun under the covers, and backed away several steps. Only then did the tremor in my heart subside slightly. An intense confusion and horror swept through me. The mafia? Wrong recipient? Meant for the previous tenant? No, the package had my name and phone number on it, it couldn't have been a mistake. I may be bold, but in a harmonious society, firearms carry extraordinary significance, and there's a strong possibility I've accidentally become entangled in some complex incident. Just as my thoughts were racing wildly, the door was knocked on again. Startled, I turned around, grabbed the beer bottle from the floor, and rushed to the entrance in 3 strides, gripping the handle tightly. With trepidation, I peeked through the peephole and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing who it was, not a stranger, but Sister Ja from next door, who also happened to be my landlord. A generally warm-hearted person, albeit a little too much so, always eager to meddle in the slightest commotion among us neighbors. She must have heard the gunshot earlier. With the situation still unclear and possibly more trouble ahead, I couldn't drag her into this. I forced myself to calm down, cleared my throat slightly, and asked, "Who is it?" "Xiao Su, it's your Auntie Zhao. Did something explode in your apartment?" "Oh." I paused for a moment before replying solemnly. I wasn't paying attention while welding the pipe just now. "The pressure cooker exploded. It's fine, I'll clean it up right away." "TSK, you reckless kid. Can't even weld properly without causing trouble." Hearing Auntie Zhao's voice gradually fade away until it completely disappeared, I finally let out a long sigh of relief. Turning back to look inside the room, my gaze swept across the package on the table. My pupils focused, and I dashed to the desk in one swift move, quickly grabbing what I had mistaken for a useless scrap of paper, a supposed cashback review advertisement. My anxious, urgent eyes scanned the contents of the paper, and when I saw line after line of text, my entire body jolted as if electrified. "Congratulations, your submitted resume has been received and approved by our company. Basic office supplies have been issued, and your internship assessment will begin shortly. You will be transported to a dying world in 2 hours. Please immediately contact and ensure the client's safe passage through the initial phase of the apocalypse. Once the client acquires independent survival capabilities in the apocalyptic world, the mission will conclude, and the company will recall you. During the mission, our company will provide you with essential basic assistance, including but not limited to language translation, currency exchange, identity. Do not disclose any company information to outsiders and strive to maximize your potential. Mission success will lead to formal employment and access to more company privileges. Mission failure means being left to fend for yourself." I noticed a fiery red line emerge at the top of this notice, yet there was no flame, not a wisp of smoke, and not even the slightest hint of heat. The notification burned eerily from top to bottom, leaving not even a trace of ashes. When most of it had burned away, I let go, watching the notice spiral down to the ground. Under my horrified gaze, the flames finally consumed the last line at the bottom, the signature, Tian Dao Responsibility Unlimited Company. A prank, a premeditated prank, and an utterly malicious one at that. A chill ran down my spine as this thought abruptly sprang to mind. The bizarre contents and the shipping label, there's no way this package was mistakenly sent by a hitman organization. That piece of paper self-igniting isn't completely unbelievable. It might be some kind of advanced magic paper that combusts after prolonged contact with skin. But sending a real gun is absolutely insane. What exactly are they trying to do? Could it be our client Old One? Impossible. That idiot just made me call to apologize earlier. My scalp prickled with numbness as countless movie scenes flashed through my mind, all depicting wealthy figures secretly manipulating and toying with ordinary people. Maybe in a few moments, some men would appear, detain me in some dark place, and when I opened my eyes again, I'd be left to survive in the wilderness. Damn it! I cursed under my breath and decisively dialed the emergency number. Beep, beep, beep. The ringing continued as my lips grew dry with anxiety, my mind desperately rehearsing what to say. Finally, the call connected, and I immediately spoke. "Hello, Hi, this is. Mid-sentence, the female voice on the line abruptly cut off, replaced by a cold, mechanical tone that echoed directly in my mind. Do not disclose company information in any form. Repeat offenders will be severely punished. Put on the mask immediately and prepare quickly. Beep. Hearing the harsh dial tone from the phone, I keenly noticed something was off, my pupils even dilating slightly from shock. This situation just keeps getting weirder. The call being cut off could still be explained by technology, but that mechanical voice and the final dial tone were completely different. It started with a normal human voice, yet the subsequent robotic speech sounded like it was playing directly inside my head. My 7-year-old Xiaomi 6 phone single earpiece couldn't possibly produce stereo sound effects. Was it a dream? I mechanically picked up my phone, opened Thunder, and clicked on a movie with a blue dot next to its title. Soon, indecent sound effects came from the phone. After watching for a while, I closed the phone expressionlessly and quickly overturned my previous conclusion. No. One night 2 days hot spring date. I downloaded 2 files last night. I didn't get to review this one because my body experienced pulsed fluid loss last night. Even if those AV companies like reusing props and sets, and the themes are old, this is a new film by my favorite teacher, their first hot spring series. My dream-addled brain couldn't possibly fabricate such richly detailed scenes. I staggered back 2 steps with a dazed expression, plopping down in front of the computer. As my eyes flickered sideways, my pupils suddenly constricted. Glaring in one corner of the computer screen's recruitment page was the unmistakable name, Heavenly Dow Unlimited Liability Company. Wait, that pop-up from earlier? With lightning reflexes, I grabbed the mouse and clicked rapidly across the page, but the moment the cursor moved over it, the entire window spontaneously closed. Frantic now, I typed the name for a search. 0 results. It was as if none of it had ever existed. I stared blankly, exhaling heavily as I shut my eyes tight, fingers digging into my hair. What the hell is going on? Can I still run? No, some organization already has their eyes on me. If I flee now, the consequences could be even worse. After a moment, I lifted my head and slowly reached to the left, picking up the transparent mask casually placed there to examine it closely. By all appearances, it looked like an ordinary plastic mask. The voice on the phone had told me to put it on. I frowned and cautiously observed it for several minutes before carefully pressing it against my face. The moment it touched my skin, an icy sensation spread across my entire face, and then the mask vanished without a trace. The disappeared mask left only the sensation of skin beneath my fingers. Before I could react, a line of rapidly changing numbers appeared before my eyes. 1 hour 32 minutes and 11 seconds, 1 hour 32 minutes and 10 seconds. I stared wide-eyed for a full 10 seconds before finally collapsing into a chair, my chest heaving. The room was deadly silent, save for the violent pounding of my heart and the faint hum of the computer fan. Coming to my senses, I immediately rushed to the bathroom mirror and frantically clawed at my jawline, desperately trying to remove the mask that had already vanished. After fumbling for what felt like forever, until my cheek turned bright red, I finally gave up and turned to examine myself. The reflection showed everything perfectly normal, except for a string of numbers that had appeared in my violently twitching eyelid. This had to be some supernatural horror. Gritting my teeth, I turned on the faucet and scrubbed my face fiercely with cold water. Stay calm, I must think clearly now. Whatever that bizarre thing entered my body, good or bad, since it can't be removed, there's no choice but to leave it be. If the mask isn't ordinary, then the pistol and briefcase must hold their own mysteries too. I should examine those 2 items first. More than half an hour had passed. I was sitting on the bed with the pistol and briefcase laid out before me. It would be hard to claim I'd regained my composure, considering how these successive bizarre occurrences assaulted my common sense. The mask had become impossible to remove, and the 2 items on the bed were equally extraordinary. The pistol yielded no search results online, its magazine couldn't be detached, and the single accidental shot I fired left no shell casing or bullet behind. Proper ballistic tests were out of the question. The briefcase was even stranger. Placing my palm against its base triggered a peculiar synesthetic sensation, revealing an invisible cubic meter of space beneath, though my eyes saw nothing. Experimentally, I stored a few objects inside. Retrieving them felt effortless, almost like wielding a mystical artifact from novels. The only drawback? Anything too large refused to fit. In the past, receiving such a treasure would have thrilled me, but I'm in no mood for excitement right now. The more extraordinary the objects, the heavier the psychological burden. Terms like dying world and apocalypse could scare the piss out of anyone. The current situation has surpassed my comprehension, and I don't have much time to think. What should I do? Should I make preparations according to that notice? After agonizing for a while, I reluctantly picked up my phone. Half an hour later, the small rental apartment was piled high with supplies delivered by takeout. Looking at the cluttered room, my heart ached with unspeakable bitterness. It wasn't that I hadn't considered running away, but the numbers kept hanging before my eyes. I was clearly dealing with supernatural phenomena, and the best choice right now was to obediently prepare myself, otherwise, reckless actions would only hasten death. I sorted and packed things away neatly. Sitting before the computer, I panted heavily with widening eyes and chose a life insurance policy, listing my parents as beneficiaries, payable 2 years after my disappearance. Later, he acquired another loan from a legitimate platform, totaling just under 170,000 yuan altogether. I signed a 150,000 yuan donation agreement with my parents online to minimize the risk of fund recovery. He transferred 10,000 to the landlord to cover 6 months' rent and left instructions not to be disturbed. The rest was converted to cash and carried on his person. Finally, he cleared all his browser history. Everything's done. With a heavy heart, I dialed my home number. Soon, my mother's drowsy voice came through. Son, why are you calling at this hour? Haven't gone to bed yet? I transferred some money to you and Dad. Could you check if it's arrived? Transferred money? Huh? 150,000? Where did this money come from? Mother Sue's voice immediately perked up, followed by Father Sue's faint murmurs in the background. I forced a smile, my voice trembling with excitement. Of course there's good news. A company wants to poach me. Our manager Lee offered me this money directly to keep me, but I don't really need it right now. You and Dad take it, spend it however you like. Really? My son has grown so capable, now companies are fighting over him. You scared me to death just now. I thought maybe the money came from shady dealings. Mom's voice grew considerably more excited. I told my parents, of course not. When has your son ever taken crooked paths? Boss Lee just transferred the money to me, and I was so happy I forgot you two might be asleep. Well, you see, there's this really big project at the company lately. I might have to work overtime continuously for several months, so don't call me, wait for me to call you. My dad said again, son, there's a limit to overtime work, don't push yourself too hard. Don't get carried away just because they throw a little extra money your way. It's not like you've sold your life to them. The harder you work, the more they'll take advantage. Just show your competence in front of the boss, that's enough. I replied, got it. You two go to bed early. I need to get to the company ahead of time tomorrow. After hanging up, I lowered my head and sighed deeply. I'd done everything I could. So be it. If misfortune truly befell me, at least I'd fulfilled my duty as a son. I glared at the timer as the numbers skipped. 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds, the last 10 seconds. My hand dug into my trenchcoat pocket, gripping the gun handle like a vice. 3, 2, 1, 0. Time hit 0, and my pupils contracted abruptly as a blinding point of light flashed before my eyes. Under my astonished gaze, the light point expanded instantaneously, transforming into a towering golden gate of light standing before me. I blinked rapidly twice, forcing myself to snap out of the overwhelming shock. This was divine intervention. Was this the work of aliens or supernatural beings? The light gate remained motionless as long as I didn't enter. Surely nothing would happen, right? Should I try sticking my phone in first? Holy **T. Just as the thought crossed my mind, my eyes widened in shock, the light gate came rushing toward my face at blinding speed and instantly swallowed me whole. Chapter 3, The School Beauty's Nightmare. Along with the scream, I heard Fu Qingda abruptly sit up from her bed. Her cold sweat had completely soaked through her thin white nightgown as she woke from yet another nightmare. She panted slightly, her frightened eyes glistening with tears. She dreamed of relentless rain, freezing hunger, madness brewing, people feeding upon people. The whole world had turned into a living hell. This nightmare has been recurring for nearly half a month, each time astonishingly vivid, mountains of corpses and rivers of blood right before my eyes, even the smells, indistinguishable from reality. If it were merely an ordinary dream, that would be one thing. But Fu Qingdai's breaths began to tremble as she pulled open the curtains, her face etched with fear. Outside, the sky was faintly brightening, revealing traces of clouds drifting lazily. They rolled like ocean waves, spreading layer upon layer in perfect, rhythmic order. Had it been daytime, such breathtaking cloud formations would surely have drawn crowds of admirers snapping photos. But at this moment, Fu Qingdai was completely stunned, the tears welling in her eyes finally spilling over uncontrollably. She had begun noticing anomalies since the third dream, celestial phenomena in reality often coinciding with scenes from her dreams. This time was no exception, and the cloud formations differed dramatically from usual, making them particularly easy to recognize. Fu Qingdai's thin shoulders trembled as she sobbed silently, her right hand gripping the curtains turning deathly pale. According to previous dream records, that terrifying day is not far away. She had told others, told her parents, but no one believed her at all. She's just a student, she'd done everything she could. What now? What on earth should she do? At that very moment, the door was pushed open. Zhang Wan entered and sat by the bed, looking at Fu Qingdai who was weeping quietly, her face filled with utter helplessness. Fu Qingdai turned her head and threw herself into Zhang Wan's arms, her sobs growing louder without her realizing it. Zhang Wan sighed, another nightmare? Mom, it's real, everything I said is true. The world is about to end. The clouds today look exactly like in my dream, everything matches perfectly. Fu Qingdai looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Mom, just believe me this once. We should prepare early. What if we move? Move somewhere deserted. Jiangwan said helplessly. Xingdai, you're just overwhelmed by academic pressure. I've already consulted a doctor. The exams are just a month away. Stop thinking about all these distracting things, focus on your studies. If you concentrate properly, the stress will fade. Finish extra homework at school today and go to bed an hour earlier. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. Mom! Fu Qingdai was on the verge of collapse. Tears she had just stopped began flowing uncontrollably again. Can you please let me finish what I'm saying? Alright, go ahead and say it. Zhang Wan sighed, then added, speak quickly so you can finish your meal and get to school early. Suppressing her distress, Fu Qingdai began recounting her dream. Zhang Wan listened while shaking her head repeatedly. Seeing her mother's distracted attention, Fu Qingdai said angrily, Mom, are you even listening to me? I'm listening. Isn't this the same as what you said before? Zhang Wan responded perfunctorily. No. Fu Qingdai's expression suddenly changed. I haven't finished yet, this time it's different. I saw a man, and heard a voice telling me. What? Zhang Wan's gaze abruptly sharpened, like a detective who'd uncovered the truth. Seeing her mother's serious reaction and that she was now listening attentively, Fu Qingdai felt a surge of joy in her heart. Just as she was about to continue, Zhang Wan suddenly said sternly, Qingdai, are you dating someone? This is absolutely not the time for you to be dating. Puppy love won't do you any good. Mom! Fu Qingdai completely broke down. Do you believe me or not? Fine, I believe you. Now get up and eat. Zhang Wan had completely lost her patience and stood up to leave the room. Fu Qingdai reached out and grabbed her mother's arm, pleading pitifully, Mom, can you give me some money? Don't I always give you money? I want a bit more. I haven't been eating well at school these days, and I also want to buy some workbooks. Fine. How much? F5, 500. 500. Zhang Wan's chest tightened with fury. Something must have happened at school asking for 500 out of nowhere. How could she possibly spend that much? No, 50 at most. Now hurry up and get ready for school. Zhang Wan dropped her words and quickly left the room, leaving Fu Qingdai alone to nurse her sorrow. Fu Qingdai wiped her tears, her heart filled with bitterness and pain. Without a voice, she couldn't earn even a shred of trust in this household. If only she were older, perhaps with her own income, she might have been able to persuade them. After wallowing in grief for a while, she rose and sat at her desk to begin writing. Outside, the sounds of news and clamor drifted in. Old Fu, can't you even control your own daughter? As soon as she wakes up, she plops down in front of the damn TV. Give Teacher Lee a call and ask if Qingdai is seeing someone. Ah, got it. I'll call later. Always putting things off, just dragging your feet. Day after day, you don't take care of anything around here. Won't even lift a finger with the housework. What kind of useless man did I end up with? In the classroom, morning reading had already begun. Fu Qingdai was preoccupied, placing her school bag down while scenes from her dream kept replaying in her mind. The classroom buzzed with noise. Her deskmate asked, Qingdai, were you daydreaming again? Fu Qingdai nodded hesitantly, then turned with sudden seriousness. Xiaoning, I'm telling the truth, the world's ending soon. If it rains, don't let the water touch you. There's something wrong with that rainwater. We need to stock up on food and seal the windows and doors. Xiaoning nodded with an odd expression, turning away as she secretly sighed. She was convinced Fu Qingdai had gone completely mad. Once or twice she thought her friend was joking, but this had been going on for days. Even Qingdai's mental state showed obvious deterioration. Her mother had contacted her early on to help keep an eye on things, and from the looks of it, the condition seemed to have worsened. Xiaoning shook her head and pulled out a BL novel to read intently. The girl in front turned around, glanced at the desk, and whispered, Hey, how can you still read that? Qingdai's gone crazy over novels. Aren't you afraid of getting in trouble? Take it easy. The school's been cracking down hard these past few days. Xiaoning shot a glance at the girl in front and murmured in reply, This is BL. Even if I go crazy, it's for guys. Mind your own studying. Ah, lend it to me when you're done. Noon arrived in the blink of an eye. A flood of students rushed toward the cafeteria. Among the crowd, Fu Qingdai weaved through, her gaze scanning each passing classmate. He picked his target, quickened his pace in short steps, and tugged at the corner of the person's clothes. Gao Ping was walking when he felt the tug, turning around to see Fu Qingdi standing nervously behind him. The sight of her delicate, exquisite face made him tense up for a moment. Fu Qingdi was the school's famous belle. No one knew who officially crowned her, but she was the undisputed campus beauty. Many male classmates tried to chat her up, but all returned defeated. Although her abnormal behavior recently had slightly diminished her popularity, the number of boys secretly inquiring about her in class was still considerable. I usually wouldn't dare to strike up a conversation with the campus belle, never expecting her to come to me first. Gao Ping nervously asked her, is something wrong? Only to see Fu Qingdi pressing her rosy lips together, staring at her toes, and hesitantly saying, Gao Ping, could you lend me some money? I'll definitely pay you back next month. Gao Ping thought to himself that he didn't have much money either, but with the campus belle making the request, refusing would be too awkward. So he asked in return, sure, how much do you need? I can only lend you 100 yuan at most. Hearing his agreement, Fu Qingdai looked up with a radiant smile, making Gao Peng's heart race instantly. He even thought delightedly to himself, borrowing and returning means we'll meet twice. Does she have feelings for me? Fu Qingdai said, then I'll borrow 100. Not far away, a pair of sharp little eyes were fixed on her, while someone was on the phone. Auntie Zhang, Qingdai is talking to a male classmate of ours. No, a guy who looks pretty rustic, definitely not her boyfriend. But her condition is getting worse by the day. You should take her to see a doctor soon. Longshan Mental Hospital. Damn it, where the hell have I ended up? I muttered to myself, staring at the enormous sign of the mental hospital before me. Suddenly, a loud bang exploded behind me. Startled like a frightened bird, I whirled around to see a blue and white trolleybus rolling down the asphalt road, dragging its long poles behind while sparse cars followed in its wake. Rows of shops stood not far away, their wooden-framed windows half open and painted in various colors. Through them, glass counters could be seen inside, the decor exuding a distinct retro aesthetic. At the street corner, an old man was packing up his popcorn stand, the source of that explosive noise moments earlier being his puffing popcorn machine. The sun blazed overhead, saturating the air with mingled scents of popcorn, diesel, and hot asphalt. My heart pounded wildly at this bizarre yet strangely familiar scene. The slightly reddish sun, the somewhat rustic clothing of the East Asian people on the street, the simple style of cars and buildings, everything stood out. Standing under the scorching sun in my fashionable trench coat, I looked completely out of place. Some passers-by turned their heads to stare at me. I quickly took off the trench coat and draped it over my arm to cover the briefcase. When I turned to look at the mental asylum again, my heart raced uncontrollably. I'd truly traveled through time. One moment I was in my rented apartment, and the next I found myself standing on a daytime street. At first glance it looks familiar, but the details are definitely not of the world I know. That bizarre company was telling the truth. Yet this world appears perfectly harmonious, showing no signs of impending apocalypse or urgent war preparations. Trembling, I wiped my face and took 2 deep breaths to steady myself. This cross-dimensional experience was too shocking, my poor heart could barely take it. But there's no turning back now. Either complete the mission or contact the company. The top priority now is to quickly find that client. Guided by the mask's directions, a red dot flashes in my vision, pinpointing a location inside the psychiatric hospital. The guard in the security booth stared intently at me. Frowning, I hurried past the booth and crouched in the shade of a tree at the corner. I rummaged through my trench coat pockets and briefcase, pulling out a stack of banknotes and an ID card from the coat. The banknotes bore the inscription Longshan Banknote Exchange, while the ID card was vertically formatted like a work permit. It seems the company didn't lie, they provided currency exchange and identification documents. The Chinese characters on the street signs must have been translated by the company as well. I have no clue about this Heavenly Dao Responsibility Unlimited company and can only rely on the client for information. Hopefully, the client is a doctor or nurse. I stuffed the money and gun into my bag, put my trench coat back on, and approached the shoulder-high wall less than 2 meters away. Gripping the edge, I peeked over to confirm no one was around, then vaulted over with a push of my legs. Once inside the courtyard, I jogged straight into the building. Nervously scanning left and right, I noticed plenty of nurses and patients in the hallway. I could understand their conversations and read the signage perfectly. Spotting a restroom just ahead, I quickly ducked inside. In the multifunctional hall of Longshan Psychiatric Hospital, Fu Qingdai sat slumped by the window in her hospital gown, despondent. The sunlight outside the window was bright, and the trees were lush with greenery. Yet, the creaking of the ceiling fan, the blank or shrieking patients around her, and her own troubled thoughts left her with no mind to appreciate it. Her eyes turned red, her small hands clenched the hem of her clothes. She felt time was running out. After all her efforts, no one believed her or lent a hand. Was there truly no escape? But the voice in her dream had told her that the man would come for her. As long as she waited for him, there might still be a chance. If he didn't show, perhaps the dream was false, and the apocalypse wouldn't come. Thinking of this, she wiped the corners of her eyes, feeling slightly brighter. Bored of the view outside, she rose to return to her room. But as she turned, a black silhouette carrying a briefcase appeared in the dimly lit hallway. It nearly overlapped with the figure from her dream against a darkened skyline, standing atop mountains of corpses, one hand holding a bag, the other a gun. Like a bolt from the blue, tears streamed down her face, her mind reeled. It's over. The apocalypse is real after all. I washed my face in the bathroom and felt much calmer when I stepped out. The toilet here was similar to those on Earth, running water, a squat toilet, and that familiar urine stench that made me feel like I was back in my hometown. Walking halfway down the corridor, my eyes locked onto Fu Qingdai, and my heart immediately sank. To my dismay, it was a high schooler-looking kid dressed in a patient gown. Though she had delicate features, the situation was nothing but a drawback for me. I entered the lobby, glanced around, and pulled up a chair to sit directly in front of Fu Qingdai. When we were face to face, the red dot on her forehead suddenly vanished. Neither of us spoke. I studied her while she kept her head down, her hands twisted together. After a while, I tentatively spoke up. The company has already contacted you in advance, right? Fu Qingdai nodded, her heartbeat racing to its limit. I asked, what's your name? She replied, Fu Qingdai. Then lowering her head, she whispered, brother, I still don't know how to address you. I hesitated briefly. Company policy forbade disclosing information, and though she didn't seem mentally unstable, I feared she might talk carelessly. The immediate priority was gaining her trust and gathering more intelligence. After a moment's silence, I straightened up and said solemnly, what we discuss next stays strictly between us. You must promise never to reveal my identity to anyone, understand? Fu Qingdai nodded emphatically, her eyes brimming with earnestness. I continued, I'm the director of the company's Special Operations Department and one of its elite operatives. My name is Li Haocheng. You can call me Director Li or Brother Hao. Starting today, in front of others, I'd like us to address each other as cousins. Do you understand? Understood, cousin. Chapter 5, A Strange Yet Familiar Society. I said to Fu Qingdai, now that I've told you my name, I expect complete honesty from you in our subsequent conversations. I pulled out a notebook and pen from my bag, looking up at her as I asked, can you tell me about your daily life, your family relationships, what the company discussed with you, and why you ended up in a psychiatric hospital? Fu Qingdai placed both hands on her knees, speaking earnestly, I'm not mentally ill, I was mistakenly sent here. I'm a student at Longshan High School, and I only have my parents at home. I listened carefully, nodding repeatedly. That she wasn't actually mentally ill came as a surprise to me, but obviously, it was good news. From what I've gathered about daily life here, the living habits are extremely similar to Earth's, just significantly more primitive. This stage of development is something I experienced in my childhood. Currently, it seems adapting to this world won't be problematic. I might even say there's no difficulty adjusting at all. As Fu Qingdai continued her account and mentioned dreams, my pen suddenly paused. I asked, are you suggesting that rain was abnormal, a torrential downpour lasting 5 days, driving people mad, followed by cannibalism and global chaos? Yes. My jaw tightened as if seized by an invisible grip, and my heart felt violently wrenched. I gritted my teeth and accepted the reality of time travel, and even knowing about the apocalypse beforehand. Now, the appearance of a zombie crisis doesn't seem too surprising either. But the infection method is rain? Water pollution that's utterly pervasive. Water is the most vital survival resource. If water becomes contaminated, how can people survive? Cousin, are you okay? Fu Qingdai noticed my absent-mindedness and asked quietly. I forcefully suppressed the shock in my heart and forced a smile. It's fine, go on. The dream also mentioned the company. When did the company contact you? And when did they notify you I'd be coming? I only became aware that the company and you would appear in the past few days. At that time, a voice suddenly spoke in the dream, mentioning something about Providence Corporation, asking if I wanted to live. I said yes, and then he said the contract was signed, and that someone would come to help me. After that, there was no more sound. That's about it. Absolutely, that's how our company operates. While giving verbal reassurance, my mind was already cursing up a storm. This is fucking outrageous. Trying to force a bull to drink by shoving its head underwater. Who the hell doesn't want to live? Sign a contract just to stay alive? I clicked a mouse and got shipped off to outer space as contract labor. However, Fu Qingdai's words raised many questions. She had known about my arrival days ago, while I had only been recruited by the company mere hours earlier. Was the significant time gap due to time travel? Could the company foresee the future? Or was this premeditated? Or perhaps something else entirely? The reasons behind it were too convoluted to grasp right now, and Fu Qingdai knew nearly nothing about the company either. But judging by this situation alone, it seemed impossible to establish any connection with the company unless I completed this mission. In other words, I had no choice but to succeed. Cursing internally once more, I picked up the pen again and wrote, let's continue. Answer my questions first, then you can ask yours. Okay, Fu Qingdai replied meekly. How many days are left until that rain? Do you have an exact memory of it? Counting from today, there's 7 days left. I remember this very clearly. 7 days. In these 7 days, whether you have to act pitiful or put on a performance, can you find a way to return home? I don't know either. I've said I want to go home, but my mom keeps insisting I stay here for treatment. Though she is quite worried about me being here, she visits me every day. Alright, let's skip that question for now. Are there any rental properties near your home? The closer to you, the better. Fu Qingdai's eyes gradually lit up. Yes, there are several rooms for rent in the same building as mine, with phone numbers posted on the windows. Continue talking about your daily life, and your parents. 10 minutes later, I paused my note-taking again. Some clues about the apocalypse had surfaced, and I gained a better understanding of the world. But with only 7 days, I had to speed up. Fu Qingdai seemed like a clever girl, but she was severely lacking in life experience. Continuing to pry into her personal life for information would likely lead me astray. Twirling my pen a couple of times, I abruptly changed my line of questioning, How much does your family of 3 spend each month? What are your parents' salaries? A question mark slowly appeared above Fu Qingdai's head as she hesitated before answering. Around 2,000. I think our family spends about 2,000 per month. I continued, is this a society ruled by law? Ha, of course it is. We have plenty of laws. If something happens at work or school, do you need to pull strings or contact acquaintances? Of course you do, how else would you get things done? Right, I see. Setting down my pen and pausing briefly, I asked, do you think you're considered attractive? Well, how could I not be? Do you think I'm handsome? And how's my fashion sense? He's quite handsome, and dressed really well, though he seems unbearably hot. Are there any video stores, wet markets, or internet cafes around here? The first two, yes, but I'm not sure about internet cafes. What's the chemical formula for water? H2O. Do you menstruate? Do you use sanitary pads? Ah, Fu Qingdai's delicate face gradually flushed red. Speak quickly. Yes, useful. After asking several more questions in succession, I closed my notebook and sank into thought. This society has weak legal awareness but places great emphasis on personal relationships. 7 days from now might bring the apocalypse. After 5 consecutive days of torrential rain, problems are beginning to emerge, with suspected zombie appearances. The rainfall's coverage area remains unclear. Violent institutions within the affected zones are likely to collapse rapidly, and this world's military forces probably won't be reliable in the short term. On a molecular level, there's no difference between water and earth, it's safe to drink. But water pollution has essentially cut off the path to wilderness survival. Without ample time or money to prepare a shelter, and with no way to forcibly take Fu Qingdai with me. Still, the purchasing power of the 7,000 some yuan in my hand is considerable. At the very least, it's barely enough to rent a place and stockpile supplies. Staying near her home would be the optimal choice. There's no significant difference between Earth and this world in terms of communication, common knowledge, culture, or personal image, allowing for quick integration. For these 7 days, it'd be best to keep my head down, not breaking any laws or upsetting anyone. As for anything else, I'll just have to figure it out myself once I'm out. As I pondered, a sudden realization struck me. I picked up a pen, wrote H2O on paper, and showed it to Fu Qingdai. What I wrote, do you recognize it? No, I don't. Fuck. Why are you scolding me? Fu Qingdai looked utterly bewildered. What is this? I really don't know. Sure enough, I frowned deeply. I could understand all the written and spoken language in this world, and others could comprehend my speech perfectly. It had to be either the company's doing or the effect of that mask. But the words I wrote on paper were completely incomprehensible to the people of this world. Even renting a place here requires signing contracts. If others can't understand what I write, that's a serious problem. Thinking of this, I tore off another sheet of paper and handed the pen to Fu Qingdai. Write 2 characters for me, Su as in awaken, and Jean as in ashes. Press heavily and write stroke by stroke. Fu Qingdai didn't understand why, but she diligently complied. After she finished writing, I pulled the paper back and glanced at it. Seeing 2 Chinese characters on it, I reached out to touch the other side of the paper. Feeling the raised imprints of the writing, I couldn't help but feel utterly exasperated. It should match my ID card, yet what my eye see is completely different from the actual written strokes. Their service has a bug, enforced translation. Since I can't remove this mask, I'm now forced to trace my own name's characters like a blind man reading Braille. Reluctantly putting away the signed paper, I said, that's all I have to ask for now. Feel free to say whatever you want. Fu Qingdai nodded nervously, then gathered her courage to voice her doubts. Cousin, you're an alien, aren't you? Chapter 6, I am a Namekian. Without a doubt, I am a Namekian, Su Jin replied with unshakable calm. Cousin, are you wearing human skin? Fu Qingdai asked with a trembling voice. We Namekians look exactly like this. Hearing Su Jin's affirmative answer, Fu Qingdai felt slightly relieved, yet her mind remained flooded with endless questions. After thinking for a while, he finally voiced his biggest doubt. Cousin, what exactly is going on with what I dreamed about? Actually, this matter is somewhat complicated to explain, so I'll make it brief, Su Jin said, thinking as he spoke. The truth is, there are many civilizations in the universe, and ours is just one among them. According to observations from above, your planet has been targeted by a group of space pirates, the Trisolarans. These people commit all manner of evil, taking twisted pleasure in slaughtering all life on a planet, turning it into fertilizer, and then plundering the planet's resources. Right now, those insane Trisolarans have released a virus into your atmosphere. Once most of the people here have died off and a few decades have passed, they'll return to harvest. Fu Qingdai's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. Then why choose me? You should be warning the important authorities instead. Why would something like this come to me first? The more she spoke, the more frantic she became, tears streaming down Fu Qingdai's face. This is terrifying. She was just an ordinary pretty girl. Why did such a huge matter have to land on her first? Watching the other party start sobbing again, Su Jin also looked troubled, his heart aching in waves of discomfort. Damn it, don't I want to know too, why the hell would something like this happen to me, a fit, responsible, and professionally competent ordinary pretty boy? Stop crying, Qingdai. Su-jin suppressed his frustration, comforting her upon hearing her sobs. Actually, the company chose you for a reason. Your body carries special antibodies against the virus. As long as you live, we can develop a cure. Then hurry up and research it. I'll cooperate with anything. Fu Qingdai tearfully extended her arm. Shouldn't we call the police first, cousin? You could contact them with the alien spacecraft, they'd definitely believe you. That's not possible right now. On my way here, I accidentally ran into Trisolarans. Our ship was shot down and crashed, who knows where it landed. All my teammates died, I'm the only one left. The disaster is inevitable now. We'll have to take things one step at a time. Your biggest task right now is to stay alive. If you die, we're all doomed along with you. His words landed like a mountain of pressure. Fu Qingdai's face turned deathly pale, her expression frozen in shock. Su-jin, seeing this, said, you need to adjust your mindset. Many things haven't happened yet, we can still prepare in advance. The situation might not be as bad as you think. Perhaps due to long-term stress endurance, Fu Qingdai quickly regained her composure. With a hoarse voice, she stammered, brother, I still don't understand why you came to save us. It's simple, where there are bad people, there are good people. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to maintain universal peace, and to uphold the justice of love and truth, we've been traveling across the cosmos to protect other civilizations. And the Trisolarans have launched several attacks on Namek. That alone means we can't just stand by and do nothing. We Namekians love peace, but those who dare attack our planet, no matter how far, will face our wrath. Su-jin declared resolutely, though inwardly, his heart grew heavier with sorrow. Here he was, practically shaking in panic to the point of pissing himself, yet still cracking jokes to ease others' tension. But this girl really had it tough too, bearing burdens no lighter than his own. Sounds not very peace-loving to me. We Namekians hate being contradicted. I won't argue anymore, brother. I was wrong. Fu Qingdai wiped away her tears with grievance. Just as Su-jin was about to continue speaking, a somewhat cold voice came from behind. You there, Namekian, come with me. Fu Qingdai stopped crying, and Su-jin turned around. A cold-faced female nurse, about 23 or 24 years old with an unfriendly demeanor, had appeared behind him unnoticed. Su-jin gave Fu Qingdai a meaningful glance before facing the nurse. The nurse said flatly, come with me. She finished speaking and walked towards an open balcony. Watching her retreating figure, Su-jin steadied his nerves. Perfect, I'll use this chance to interact with the nurse as social practice. The nurse stopped and fixed her gaze on Su-jin. Are you Fu Qingdai's family member? I'm her cousin, Su-jin replied calmly. Did her mother come to see her this morning? Did you register when you arrived? Of course, is there a problem? There's no real issue, but that girl is currently experiencing severe delusions. If you keep indulging her nonsense, it'll be very harmful to your cousin's condition. The nurse said sternly, visiting is fine, but I expect you not to interfere with our treatment. Nurse, I believe there's some misunderstanding here. May I ask how I should address you? Ding Jia. What misunderstanding? I raised Qingdai when she was little, and we're very close. I often played role-playing games with her back then. I just wanted to relive those memories with her. Su-jin paused. I just returned from abroad and meant to surprise her at school, but then I heard from her classmates that she'd been hospitalized. She seems coherent to me, just emotionally distressed but otherwise fine. How is she really? Has she been adjusting well here? Just got back from abroad? That's quite unusual. Ding Jia gave Su-jin a once-over and said, her condition isn't very optimistic. She often has delusions, telling everyone the world is about to end and urging people to prepare early. But speaking of which, I do think her behavior is genuinely a bit peculiar. In what way peculiar? Ding Jia sighed. She behaves differently from ordinary patients. To be honest, I also think she usually appears quite normal, but the things she says are utterly outrageous, as if she genuinely saw the apocalypse. Su-jin rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. I heard from her classmates that her grades have plummeted recently. Maybe her mother's been pushing her too hard, causing excessive stress. These words of hers might just be a way to compensate for it. But Miss Ding, I have an unreasonable request. I wonder if you'd agree. What is it? Ding Jia looked at Su-jin in confusion. I don't want her to stay here any longer. Qingdai herself doesn't want to either. You know how oppressive this environment is, it only adds to her stress and slows her studies. My uncle is utterly devoted to his daughter and definitely wouldn't want her to remain in a place like this. The main issue now is that my aunt refuses to agree. I hope you can help me. The next time her mother comes, could you speak up and persuade her to take Qingdai home? This is absolutely unacceptable. Ding Jia said sternly. We have rules and regulations to follow. Unless her parents insist on taking her back, we simply can't intervene. Of course I understand. That's why this is just a request. Tell you what, let's exchange numbers. As Su Jin spoke, he discreetly pulled out his prestigious Xiaomi Mi 6 phone, lighting up its magnificent 1080p Ultra HD screen. Chapter 7. The Art of Social Tact. A distinguished Mi 6 user. As soon as the phone appeared, Ding Jia's attention was instantly diverted, asking with a look of astonishment, "What is this?" "A phone. This is a phone." Su Jin smiled coolly. "Sorry, I forgot this phone model isn't currently available in domestic markets. It's quite different from mainstream devices." With that, he directly shoved the Xiaomi 6 into Ding Jia's hands. Ding Jia froze momentarily while holding the phone, so Su Jin gently took her finger and guided it across the screen. He then spouted a stream of incomprehensible jargon, phrases like decacore dual camera setup, thinner than a coin, smoother with prolonged use, and light years ahead of the competition. "This is amazing. Are all foreign phones like this now? What country's script is this?" Ding Jia looked excited, though the phone was covered in foreign characters she couldn't understand at all. She completely failed to notice how far the conversation had strayed off course, her right hand now entirely clasped within Su Jin's grip. Only when Su Jin retrieved the phone did Ding Jia suddenly realize, withdrawing her hand with a faint blush. "Wakandan script. Wakanda? There's actually such a country. Which company is this impressive?" Ding Jia murmured to himself. "Wakanda is a small country, but its smartphone manufacturer is famous. You can guess which one," Su Jin said with a smile. "Jumi? Clever. This phone can even take photos. How about I snap one of you?" Su Jin swiftly changed the subject. "Really?" Ding Jia was utterly astonished. Su Jin took 2 steps back and, without saying a word, quickly snapped a photo with her Xiaomi phone. Then she stood perfectly still, opened a photo editing app, and began retouching the image on the spot. 10 seconds later, she presented Ding Jia with a meticulously edited version of the photo. Staring at her phone screen where her complexion appeared 2 shades fairer with all sorts of beauty filters applied, Ding Jia's heart skipped a beat before she suddenly gasped aloud. Is this really me?" Su Jin gave an awkward chuckle, his expression constrained. "Sorry, after all, it's just a phone camera, can't compare to professional equipment. It's normal for it to make a 10-point beauty look like an 8. Ah." 2 deep crimson blushes bloomed across Ding Jia's cheeks as her normally aloof expression completely melted away. No, this is already wonderful. So, where can I buy this phone?" "It's not yet available on the open market. I only got mine through a friend's insider connections. Word is even when it eventually releases, it'll only target a very select group." "Oh." Ding Jia sounded mildly disappointed before asking, "How much does this phone cost then?" "Not expensive, just 20 grand, Su Jin casually lied without batting an eye. 20,000. Ding Jia gasped, then immediately flushed with embarrassment at her outburst and added softly, "For such a good phone, 20,000 really isn't expensive." "Yeah, I find it quite handy. Makes great gifts for relatives and friends too. I originally wanted to get more through a friend, but couldn't secure the insider quota before returning to China. Only 20,000, not expensive, get more, give to relatives and friends? Just how rich is he? And so young too, does he have some powerful connections?" Ding Jia's mind was a storm of questions until Su Jin's voice gradually cut through her thoughts. "Miss Ding, we seem to have gone off topic." "Ha? Oh, right. Ding Jia quickly nodded. "Let's get back to Qingdai," Su Jin said, turning his head to glance at Fu Qingdai's spot before sighing with worry. Originally, she was quite lively. Who would have thought life's pressures would land her here? Honestly, I really can't bear to see it. Besides, after observing her condition, I don't believe staying helps her recovery much. In fact, returning to a familiar environment would benefit her more." "Miss Ding, do you really think she must stay here for treatment?" "Actually, not necessarily," Ding Jia replied hesitantly. Su Jin nodded. "That's what I thought too, so I still hope you can do me a favor. After she gets home, I can arrange for someone to accompany her. Even if she's not here, medication guidance and other preparations can still be properly arranged. Besides, isn't there you? Miss Ding, I wonder if you could leave me your phone number." "Leave a phone number?" Ding Jia's left hand remained in her pocket, gripping her Xiaolingtong phone. After hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't bring herself to take it out and simply recited a string of numbers. "Alright, jot this down, 800-820-8820. Su Jin pretended to punch in the numbers on his phone with exaggerated motions, then immediately feigned surprise. "Oh no, my apologies. I just returned to the country. This phone number isn't working domestically yet. How about you give me your number instead? Once I get my paperwork sorted, I'll call you back. Sound good?" Without waiting for a response, he tore a page from his notebook and handed both paper and pen to Ding Jia. Until he obtained the other party's phone number, Su Jin carefully folded it and placed it in his pocket. "Miss Ding, I'll leave this matter to you then." "Ha, did I say I agreed?" Ding Jia crossed her arms, looking at Su Jin with an ambiguous smile. Su Jin responded with a faint smile. You're right, that was presumptuous of me. But regardless, I still hope to stay in touch and discuss Jingdai's condition further. It's clear that Miss Ding is both compassionate and responsible with patience. When you're free, I must treat you to dinner. By the way, if my uncle's family comes over tomorrow, I hope you won't tell them about my visit. They still don't know I've returned to China. I want to give them a surprise. You don't have to help me with anything else, but you absolutely must help me with this. Don't worry, I'll definitely help with this. Ding Jia nodded in agreement. As their conversation reached this point, a voice called out from the distance. Ding Jia glanced back, then turned to Su Jin with hesitation, asking, I still have things to do, shall we talk later? Su Jin nodded in acknowledgement. But just as Ding Jia turned to leave, he raised his phone and called out, Miss Ding. What is it? Ding Jia looked back. Your photo is still with me, may I keep it? I'll have it developed when I have time and bring it over to you. Su Jin beamed with a smile. Ah, yes, of course. Wait for my call. Keep it up. Ding Jia's cheeks, which had just regained their normal color, flushed crimson again as she turned and skipped away with girlish steps. Watching Ding Jia's figure disappear, Su Jin's smile faded. Pulling out the phone number from his pocket, he crumpled it into a ball and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. He quickly walked over to Fu Qingdai, sitting across from her with a serious expression. Let's make this brief. This afternoon or evening, whenever you have time, go chat with that nurse Ding Jia. Tell her you're trying to set me up with someone and want to matchmake us too. Don't act too fake, you know what I mean. When your mom comes tomorrow, get Ding Jia to speak up for you, say you'd be better off recuperating at home. If she won't help you, then cry and make a scene, even fake a suicide attempt if you have to. But don't mention me in front of your parents. Can you do that? Yes, Fu Qingdai answered gravely. Alright, now tell me your home address. I'll go check out the situation today and try to settle near your place as soon as possible. Once I've rented a place, remember, the house with 2 pieces of white paper stuck on the window will be mine. Fu Qingdai didn't answer directly. Instead, she pursed her lower lip and hesitated before saying, Cousin, I have one more question. May I ask you? Speak. Are you just saving me alone? Then what do you expect? How many people do you think I can save? Su Jin blurted out without thinking. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale instantly as she recoiled and said, No way. You have to save my parents too, and my friends. I can't just stand by and watch them die. Hearing this, Su Jin immediately felt a headache coming on. Don't pile on demands like that with me. I'm telling you, I've been feeling irritable these days. Women are pissing me off. Then I might as well be dead. What's the point of me living alone? Fu Qingdai's body trembled as she stubbornly stared at Su Jin. Su Jin fell silent, his mind racing for a solution. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, I can't deal with others right now, but I'll definitely save your parents. Satisfied? From a logical standpoint, Fu Qingdai's parents absolutely had to be rescued, no matter what. A little girl absolutely lacks the ability to survive alone. Her parents are undoubtedly the greatest pillars guaranteeing her survival. Perhaps this could help expedite the completion of his mission. Hearing his agreement, Fu Qingdai's gaze softened slightly as she nodded slowly twice. I understand. Just saving my parents would be enough. Cousin, I know I have no right to demand anything from you, but I'm truly terrified. Fu Qingdai, her eyes red, reached behind her back and pulled out 3 notebooks, handing them over silently. Su Jin took them hesitantly, flipping through the pages with confusion. The first notebook recorded all of Fu Qingdai's dreams, detailing every single moment even though she couldn't quite remember were clearly annotated. The second notebook was filled with life skills knowledge and newspaper clippings, collected meticulously. The third notebook contained a map of Longshan City, marking key buildings like grain stores, hospitals, police stations. The rest of the pages recorded Fu Qingdai's home address, a simple hand-drawn map, and the distribution of nearby buildings such as supermarkets, pharmacies, and gas supply stations. Did you record all this? Su Jin exclaimed in shock as he turned to Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai nodded, Cousin, I knew you'd come looking for me. I also guessed you might be an alien. I was afraid you wouldn't know your way around here, so I prepared in advance. I have over 10,000 yuan buried under the big tree by the entrance of my building. There's only one tree by the door, easy to spot. I painted a red dot on the trunk. It's buried right below that dot. How much? Where on earth did a student get that kind of money? Are you some rich kid? Su Jin was shocked for the second time. Fu Qingdai's face flushed red, and for a moment, she found it hard to speak. Finally, she lowered her head and said, I borrowed from some of the male students at our school a while ago, borrowed from over 100 people. My God. Su Jin was utterly shocked. At such a young age, you already know how to scam money from men? I wasn't lying. Fu Qingdai retorted loudly with indignant shame, before her voice immediately weakened into a mumble. I never said I wouldn't pay it back. If they weren't dead, I'd definitely pay it back, even if I had to work myself to the bone or sell my blood. Good, good, good. Su Jin praised repeatedly, his gaze now filled with admiration as he looked at Fu Qingdai. A teenage girl, aware of the impending apocalypse, warned everyone despite facing endless doubts and misunderstandings. She continued to take action, never giving up even when confined to a psychiatric hospital. Her incredible resilience and determination put most adults to shame. The documents and money she provided were beyond useful. Holy Mother, she's no saintly figure, she's practically an angel. Such a high-quality client. There's little chance she'll hold me back. Putting away the 3 notebooks, Sujin looked directly at Fu Qingdai and said solemnly, "You've done extremely well. Leave the rest to me, I'll wait for you outside. You're too thin, make sure you eat more these next few days. I know everything depends on you, cousin." Chapter 8 Exploring Life in Another World. Stepping out of the mental asylum, Sujin squinted at the sun in the sky. After meeting the client and negotiating, much of his tension had faded, yet his mind remained clouded by lingering doubts and accumulating worries. He wondered if this alien sun might give him tumors from prolonged exposure. Forget it. Judging by the current situation, I'm completely cut off from the company now. Unless I complete this mission they forced on me, there's no way I can go home. Even if this tumor kills me, that'd be over a decade later. Right now, I need to prepare in advance. Taking out the notebook and map given by Fu Qingdai, Sujin walked outward while reading them. Under the glaring eyes of the security guard at the gate, he swaggered out of the mental hospital. Sujin stopped at the roadside, gazing into the distance. According to the map, Fu Qingdai lived in a residential area called Talent Community, approximately 9 kilometers from the psychiatric hospital. Taxis were available on the street for transportation. But renting a place in Talent Community wasn't the top priority now. There were more important leads that needed investigating first. After studying the map for a while, Sujin turned and walked toward the right side. Having taken a few steps, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a length of rope from his briefcase, tied one end to the handle and firmly secured the other around his wrist. Only after covering it with his trench coat did he continue onward. This area had poor economic development and lacked proper rule of law. If some motorcycle gang snatched his bag on the road, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. Although it was broad daylight, it would still be wise to prepare thoroughly. The intended destination was a large nearby vegetable market. Whether local food would differ greatly from Earth's and whether it was edible at all remained unknown. For now, it was best to consume the provisions I'd brought, purchase some everyday ingredients at the market, and conduct small overnight experiments with them later. In the food market, Sujin walked while observing. The market itself was rather ordinary, offering few surprises. Yet the array of colorful vegetables and fruits momentarily disoriented him. The good news was that many vegetables looked familiar, though some were completely unknown to him. Carrots with strange patterns, huge single-leaf vegetables, and red vines. Walking between the vegetable stalls, Sujin secretly plucked leaves as he went, occasionally stopping to pretend to discuss and learn the names of the vegetables. He'd grab a few samples to take back for experiments. Not a single coin could be wasted until the safety of the food was confirmed. Besides, plant-based foods weren't his main target anyway, his focus lay with meat. If Earth's knowledge still holds, then common sense dictates conducting safety assessments for unfamiliar foods. Generally speaking, the safety ranking should be meat greater than or equal to seeds plants. Large meat-producing animals typically don't carry toxins in their muscle fat. Massive creatures usually rely on physical strength for survival, whereas organisms with generally poor survival capabilities often need to evolve special defense mechanisms like toxins for protection. Moreover, once the apocalypse arrives, cold storage mostly preserves meat, high in calories, and even when spoiled, it maintains a high safety factor for consumption, making it an incredibly reliable and comprehensive food source. However, testing the safety of vegetables still remains highly necessary. The key lies in indirectly verifying the safety of processed foods from the supermarket. After circling through the vegetable section, the meat and aquatic products area lay just ahead. Staring at rows of pink lights dangling above the butcher stalls, Sujin couldn't help but fall silent. Who would have thought, even in this alternate world, butchers use the same tactics? Just shine some lights on the meat to make it appear more appetizing. Though judging by the massive slabs of marbled meat and the fierce, bull-like animal heads on display at the stalls, it's a good sign that the safety of meat can generally be assured. I stole a few handfuls of wilted vegetable leaves to take back for experiments. With meat no longer a problem, only seafood remains to be checked. The seafood section stretched out with rows of connected fish tanks. Approaching one particular tank, Sujin paused to examine it closely. The fish in the aquarium were quite varied, but overall they all looked quite ordinary, just like typical river fish. While observing them, Sujin suddenly froze in concentration. A massive gray fish twisted its body to face him directly, pressing its wide mouth against the glass. When Sujin got a clear look at the gray fish's appearance, his entire body shuddered. This fish. Our reporter risked their life infiltrating an alien seafood market for these live shots. Holy crap, an alien kissing carp. It's got a human-like mouth full of teeth, and the mouth is vertical. Absolutely terrifying, gives off such unnatural vibes. Hey young man, I've seen you looking for a while now. How about some fish? They're all fresh. The stall owner's wife enthusiastically came around from behind. Free scaling and teeth removal. No, thank you. Sujin swallowed hard and walked away with a wave. After circling the market once, Sujin let out a long sigh of relief. The food supply seems reliable for now, but we can't let our guard down. Necessary experiments must still be conducted. After glancing around, Sujin continued forward once more. After walking about 100 paces, he entered a pharmacy. 2 clerks stood behind the counter chatting idly, clearly in no mood to attend to him. After pausing at the entrance for a few seconds, Sujin walked toward the dietary supplement section. His gaze swept across the shelves twice before picking up the most eye-catching bottle of multivitamins. He pulled out a Centrum bottle from his takeout bag and began carefully comparing them. Knowing he'd shortly be transported away by the company, aside from stocking up on groceries at the supermarket, the items he'd purchased most were cigarettes and multivitamin supplements. 10 large bottles of Centrum vitamins. The thought process wasn't complicated if I were really sent to an unfamiliar place. Food was clearly an issue, but there was another problem equally severe: vitamins and trace elements. He usually enjoys working out and has done quite a bit of research on nutrition. If micronutrients are deficient for an extended period, athletic performance will be affected within a month. Especially under high exercise loads and stressful conditions, the impact becomes more noticeable. If the deficiency persists for a long time, bodily functions will begin to deteriorate, and illness will inevitably follow. Declining physiological functions and diseases, either one could easily cost a life. After comparing the 2 bottles of nutritional supplements, Sujin's tense mood eased considerably. Most of the listed nutrients matched up, and even the unfamiliar ones looked vaguely recognizable. After all, he wasn't a professional. Similar species, identical nutritional components. Even without personal experimentation, the safety of the food seemed about 90% guaranteed. Sujin put back the supplements and turned to leave the pharmacy. Having seen nearly everything he wanted to, there was still the next stop to buy a few things and then head straight to rent a place in the talent community video store. About less than 2 kilometers from the food market, there was one right on the street corner. Sujin stood at the entrance of the video store, overwhelmed by a wave of profound nostalgia. Through the glass window, he could see walls lined with movie cases and simple disc packaging. How similar these two worlds were. He couldn't help but recall watching rental films by Lam Ching-ing during his childhood. Those were probably the most carefree days of his youth. After a moment of contemplation, Sujin pushed open the shop door. Seeing the owner right behind the counter, he got straight to the point. "Boss, got any disaster films?" Chapter 9, Biological Research and Exploration. The shop was filled with the smell of plastic film mixed with aged paper. The shopkeeper stood behind the counter holding a DVD case, searching through discs while asking, "Disaster films are quite niche. Any specific type you're looking for?" Virus outbreaks, mutated beasts, alien invasions, that kind where ordinary people struggle to survive right before the apocalypse. Got it. Hold on a moment, let me find something for you." Standing in the shop, Sujin's gaze continuously swept across the film's wall. Though it's just a simple movie cover, it conveys considerable information. Movies can essentially be seen as concentrated fragments of society. This time I chose disaster films specifically to understand humanity's approach to confronting catastrophes. When facing real disasters, searching through factual materials might prove far less efficient than absorbing insights from films. I had previously chatted with Fu Qingdai, and she mentioned that she often rented DVDs at home to watch cartoons. Maybe I can find an opportunity to visit her place and borrow her DVD player. But according to the boss, disaster films seem pretty niche in this world. Most posters on the wall were promotional ones featuring couples kissing. This isn't surprising either. There probably aren't many films with outstanding special effects. Movie technology hasn't developed that fast here, and they simply lack the technical capability. 2 minutes later, the boss emerged from behind the counter holding 3 discs. He handed them to Sujin and said, "Here, these 3 will definitely meet your requirements." "Only 3? Sujin took the discs and examined them. "They're all scratched up. Will they play properly?" "Just these 3. Don't worry, if they skip, I'll refund you," the boss chuckled. "Man, after all these years in business, don't I know what you're looking for? I'm into the genre too, the others just aren't as good. These 3 have no romance, pure disaster." "You know the drill. How much for the rental?" "Same as written outside, $5 per disc, $10 deposit." "Deal. I'll take them all." Sujin paid readily. The shopkeeper pocketed the cash with a grin. "Looking for anything else?" "Got all the latest releases here, guaranteed to satisfy." "Pick me another one about history, urban settings, and military warfare. Make sure the content is authentic." "I don't want any trashy films." "Don't you worry, little bro, none of my discs are duds." The boss turned around, picked up his disc pouch and started rummaging through it again. Before long, Sujin had 3 more discs in hand. After briefly glancing at the covers, he took out some money and said, "Not bad, I'll take them all." Would you like to see anything else? The shopkeeper smiled. Normally, there were quite a few people renting discs, but they'd usually just take one or two after dawdling for half an hour to pick through the store's selection. This young guy today was different, no hesitation at all, just straight to business. Must be a serious film buff. Soo-jin's brows twitched slightly as he leaned in and lowered his voice. Hey boss, you got, that? The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, unconsciously matching his whisper. Got what? Great flick. Got good movies? All I have are good ones, aren't they? That kind of, good film. Nope, all my business is above board. The boss straightened up and shook his head. Soo-jin stared at the boss and clicked his tongue. Old bro, I've already rented 6 discs from you, and I'll be coming back for more. The boss sized up Soo-jin and probed cautiously. What kind are you looking for? Pretty and thrilling will do. I'm sincerely buying, don't worry. But let's get one thing straight up front, you gotta let me preview them. I don't trust the covers. Doesn't trust covers, now that's a real movie buff. After a moment's thought, the boss nodded. Alright, come here. Following the boss's footsteps, I pushed open another door inside the shop. Behind the door was a small room with rudimentary decor, a mattress on the floor, a low table holding a bulky television, and clothes and DVD cases scattered everywhere, likely the boss's living quarters. The boss bent down to pick up the disc pouch from the floor, then opened it and presented it to Soo-jin. Here, pick one yourself. 21 in total, for sale only, no rentals. Flipping through the discs in the case, each covered with swimsuit models, Soo-jin asked after scanning them, are these explicit enough for you? The shopkeeper chuckled. Buddy, what kind of question is that? If they weren't explicit, it'd practically be a crime. Alright, pick one out and let me take a look. No problem at all. These are all premium selections, you'll see for yourself. The boss randomly picked up a disc, arched his buttocks, and inserted it into what appeared to be a VCD player. The disc reading sound started up, and the old big-headed TV began displaying images. I'll speed it up for you, the boss said, aiming the remote at the TV to fast forward. As the video progressed at increasing speed, Soo-jin stared intently, examining the rapidly appearing content. The two men on TV were going at it fiercely, verbal sparring, kicks and punches flying, underhanded tactics and vicious slander flying about, with all sense of decency thrown out the window. Truth be told, this level of spectacle was downright amateurish in the eyes of a battle-hardened veteran like him, long accustomed to the sensory onslaught of neon culture. But as the camera zoomed in, Soo-jin immediately leaned forward, eyes widening as he pressed closer to the screen. Just then, a perfectly timed action close-up flashed across. Zoom in again, every detail is crystal clear. Seeing Soo-jin almost pressed against the TV, the boss behind him gradually straightened his curled lips and reached out to pat Soo-jin's lower back. Hey, dude, is it necessary? How long have you been holding it in? You're practically crawling inside. Soo-jin raised his head, rubbing his eyes, and secretly cheered in his heart. The human anatomy depicted on screen appears perfectly normal, just ordinary humans with muscle structures that perfectly match our conventional understanding. All movements shown are standard technical actions. This further supports the striking similarities between this place and Earth from a different perspective. If zombies were to actually mutate here, at least I'd have some mental preparation. There likely wouldn't be any bizarrely mutated organs appearing. Sorry, got a bit carried away there. Soo-jin smiled awkwardly. How about this one? Take it if you want. The shopkeeper held up a disc. Soo-jin shook his head, tightening his grip on the bag. I'll pass for now, maybe next time. Thanks anyway. But this one's really good. Owner's recommendation. You were so into it earlier, why suddenly? The shopkeeper's words trailed off as his eyes widened, staring fixedly at Soo-jin's hand concealed beneath the trench coat. Under the coat, the other party's hand seemed to be fidgeting with something before quickly regaining composure. No way. The boss tilted his head, dumbfounded. You're all better now. What do you mean all better? Soo-jin abruptly stopped mid-sentence, following the boss's gaze, his aged face darkening with realization. Thanks, kind soul. May you have a peaceful life. Farewell. With that, he turned and left the room, swiftly exiting the shop. The bewildered shopkeeper remained inside alone, shouting curses at Soo-jin's retreating figure. Damn it, didn't even last 3 minutes before leaving. This fucking kid. 3 minutes? Free rides, free meals, and now you're fucking freeloading movies too? Stop watching porn and go see a doctor instead. Chapter 10, A Lonely Heart. The journey passed without incident. After buying a backpack, Soo-jin studied the materials Fu Qingdai had provided while taking a taxi to the talent's residential area. The compound lacked high perimeter walls. Standing by the roadside, Soo-jin could see the drab 6-story buildings inside at a glance. The buildings weren't crowded together, their facades streaked with dark gray cracks that suggested considerable age. Nothing particularly special except being somewhat old, but at least the building numbers were still marked on the exterior. Building 7, where Fu Qingdai lived, was visible from outside the residential complex. After scanning the area for a while, Sujin wasn't in any hurry to enter. Instead, he took out the map Fu Qingdai had sketched and began circling the perimeter of the complex. After wandering for about 30 minutes, he finally returned to the entrance of the complex. Fu Qingdai was an extremely meticulous girl. The hand-drawn neighborhood map she'd made had every line carefully sketched using a ruler. The proportions of nearby supermarkets, print shops, and other stores on the map were also drawn with remarkable accuracy. Judging by this, there wasn't much need to spend extra time studying the map now. He strode into the residential area, which had no access control. The guard post at the entrance was practically non-functional. Standing beneath Building 7, Unit 2, the stench of garbage water hung thick in the air. Beside the entrance meant for normal passage stood a square opening about 40 centimeters wide. Beneath it lay food scraps, greasy soups, and discarded plastic bags. A low concrete wall separated the building entrance from that foul hole. This design reminded him of the garbage chute in the residential complex where he lived as a child. Every household had a corresponding garbage opening, allowing residents to dispose of waste directly from the corridor down to the ground floor. However, due to the strong odors and frequent clogging issues, except for a few older buildings, such designs have become increasingly rare. An old tree stood firmly in front of the building. Sujin quickly walked around the old tree and spotted a faint yet distinct red mark near its roots. This must be where Fu Qingdai buried the money. After glancing around to confirm no one was nearby, Sujin pulled out a pair of gloves from his bag and began digging. About 10 centimeters down, a mottled patterned biscuit tin came into view. Opening the cookie tin, I found rolls of shredded banknotes and steel G inside. No time to count them now. I couldn't help but silently praise Fu Qingdai once more. Sujin quickly secured the cookie tin and kicked some dirt back into the hole. Then his gaze moved to the glass windows upstairs, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Fu Qingdai lived on the 5th floor, with rental notices posted on both the 2nd and 5th floors displaying contact numbers. If everything went smoothly, he might just end up living right across from Fu Qingdai's place. That would make dealing with things much more convenient. Rented now. Having made up his mind, Sujin noted down the phone number and glanced around. Spotting a middle-aged woman, he decisively walked over. "Ma'am, could I borrow your phone? Mine's out of battery." 30 minutes later, at the 5th floor doorway, a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeved shirt was unlocking the door with his keys, while Sujin stood right behind him. "Xiaosu, you've got good taste. Don't let the building's age fool you. These were originally allocated to distinguished figures in their work units back in the day. Professors, cadres, veterans, all the prestigious folk from that era lived here." The door swung open as the landlord gestured invitingly and added, "Old Fu across the hall, and Xiao Cheng the security captain downstairs. They're both retired military. The surroundings might be humble, but living here brings peace of mind and comfort. My son used to live right below me. I wouldn't have moved if he hadn't begged me to. I've maintained this place with great care. What do you think? Your son's both filial and successful. If I had that capability, my parents would be overjoyed. You're living the dream many envy." "Not bad, not bad. You're quite sharp yourself, young man," the homeowner responded modestly, though a smug smile crept across his face. Without further words, Sujin stepped inside and began inspecting each room one by one. 2 bedrooms, a living room, bathroom, and kitchen. While lacking electrical appliances and a modern toilet, it came fully furnished with tables, chairs, and other basics. The total area measured roughly 70 square meters. Following behind him, the owner explained, "Basic furniture's all here, livable enough, though you'll need your own appliances. For cooking, there's a gas station just outside the neighborhood, 60 yuan per tank with a 100 yuan deposit. The morning market's just a block away. What do you think?" Both men stopped simultaneously in the living room. Sujin cut straight to the point. "Good. How much rent per month?" 500. "As for the deposit, seeing as you seem like a decent young man, Xiaosu, let's make it 1 month's rent." "Alright, no problem." After speaking, Sujin paused and abruptly changed the subject. "Big brother, you mentioned your son moved out too. He lived downstairs before. Does that mean the downstairs unit is also empty now?" "That's right. It's vacant, but that's my son's place. He didn't want to rent it out in previous years, so it's been sitting empty." "Then what about renting the downstairs unit?" "Ha!" The homeowner froze for a moment before nodding. "The downstairs unit is similar to this one. If you want to rent it, that'd be great. I can make that decision. But exactly how many people are planning to live there?" Sujin paused briefly before explaining. "Listen, brother, like I told you, I came to Longshan from out of town for work. The apartment would just be for me, but I have a female friend who might be coming later. I figured I'd help her find a place in advance, to make a good impression. I promise you, each apartment would have just one person. Absolutely no shady business." "Oh, so you're looking for a girlfriend," the landlord chuckled. "Alright, no problem." Sujin grinned sheepishly in thanks, then added awkwardly, "But bro, there's another thing. I just got here, and renting 2 places at once is stretching my budget a bit. My friend's coming in a couple days, so my expenses might run even higher." I'll pay you the first month's rent for both places now, and you can collect the deposit half a month later. We can even put that in the contract. Next time you come by, if the place is trashed or messy, don't bother with the deposit, just kick me right out. How does that sound? The landlord hesitated a moment before patting his shoulder and laughing. You seem like a straightforward kid, and I wouldn't want to stand in the way of young love. Alright, let's do it your way. An hour later, in the quiet rented apartment, Sujin stood alone by the window, chewing bitter, unnamed vegetable leaves, gazing gloomily outside. Before him, the setting sun cast its golden glow, bathing everything in a layer of golden light. In the span of a single day, he had gone from his home to an unfamiliar world, visited a psychiatric hospital, and finally rented 2 apartments, settling in. The tension and helplessness during his busy hours outside were constantly suppressed by the unfamiliar environment and his own rationality. But now, with a safe dwelling and alone, with body and mind at ease, everything feels like a dream, yet terrifyingly real. Sujin leaned slightly forward, pressing his forehead against the glass, letting out a long sigh as he closed his eyes. The bitter taste in his mouth grew stronger, while the suppressed panic and confusion within him began to erupt violently. A job forced upon him, and now preparing for the impending apocalypse. How did I end up time traveling? How did the world end up like this? Why did this have to happen to me of all people? I'm just an ordinary person. I never wanted an experience like this. Sujin clutched his chest, his mind in complete turmoil. Chapter 11: The Doomsday Plan. After a long sigh, Sujin turned around and weakly slumped to the ground, his chest heaving irregularly. Since childhood, he had always considered himself braver than most people and more optimistic towards situations, which was indeed true. Even when he joined the workforce and became an overworked laborer, he had never bowed his back once. But this time he was genuinely terrified, scared out of his wits. Sujin dug his fingers into his hair, overwhelmed with endless regret. I was wrong. I've been wrong from the very beginning. If only I hadn't gone drinking with clients that day, I wouldn't have crossed them. If I hadn't crossed them, I wouldn't have needed to find a new job. And if I hadn't looked for new work, I wouldn't have been forcibly dispatched to this godforsaken place. Is the company there? Can anyone hear me? Sujin swallowed hard as he tentatively spoke, his nervous gaze fixed on empty space. But soon he was disappointed. It was all just him talking to himself. A person's value in the workplace essentially equals their market value minus the cost of switching jobs. Excessive brown-nosing of supervisors and company worship precisely indicates strong job dependency, high switching costs, and a great likelihood of being laid off. If I were really about to be laid off, showing vulnerabilities like car loans, mortgages, and a wife and kids during the critical moment would only make me more susceptible to the company's control, and the compensation I could get would likely shrink. From the day he graduated, Sujin firmly embraced this theory and continuously honed his skills in upward management. In the workplace, he always exuded absolute confidence, earning even clients extra respect. While co-workers in the same company were laid off in waves, he stayed as steady as a mountain. If not for committing a major mistake, Old Lee would never have dared to fire him. But this damn Tiandao Unlimited liability company doesn't even have a damn soul in sight. Finding a manager to negotiate with is downright impossible. He remained seated until sunset. The last ray of light vanished above Sujin's head, plunging the room into darkness. In the gloom, Sujin rubbed his face and let out another heavy sigh. Getting up to switch on the light, after wallowing in self-pity for a while, his expression had softened considerably. Then he resolutely headed for the bathroom. Now it had come to this. The only option was to abandon illusions and prepare for battle. The mission must be completed. The company ignoring him could actually be a good thing, as it likely meant nobody was spying on him. The other party could converse with him through the void. Ever since arriving here, he'd constantly felt countless eyes secretly glancing his way. It got so bad he didn't even dare take a shit. He'd been holding it in all day. He wondered how those male protagonists in web novels, when encountering systems or soulbound elders, managed to handle this kind of situation. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window, falling across Sujin's face. Sujin frowned, his eyelids fluttering as he struggled inwardly for a long moment before finally opening his eyes with a faint glimmer of hope. The unfamiliar bedroom still greeted him upon awakening. Though he'd expected this, disappointment inevitably seeped in. The only consolation was that the leafy greens he'd eaten for dinner hadn't caused any side effects. 6 days remained until doomsday arrived. I slept fully dressed that night, tossing and turning, managing only 2 or 3 hours of fitful sleep. I got up and washed up briefly in the bathroom. Sujin walked to the living room, glanced at the window already covered with 2 sheets of white paper, then turned and sat down at the dining table. Taking out his notebook and a piece of bread, he began eating while making notes. I've already made plans with Fu Qingdai. I'll be living right across from her. Once she's successfully discharged from the hospital, she'll definitely come find me first. I'll observe for 3 days first. If she still hasn't returned by then, I'll have to make another trip to the mental hospital. Right now, the priority isn't with the client. The most pressing matter is preparing for the impending crisis. With 6 days left, there's no question that we need to stockpile large quantities of water, food, and medical supplies. The problem is water. It gets contaminated and is difficult to replenish later. The consumption is high, impossible to compress, and its weight is significantly greater than other supplies. Storing it in containers means immense weight concentrated on small areas. Holding enough water would exert tremendous pressure on floor slabs. If distributed storage is used, it wastes space. This world's construction standards remain unclear, and design specifications don't necessarily reflect actual building practices. Construction standards don't reflect worker quality doesn't reflect material quality, and material quality doesn't account for aging conditions. Given these circumstances, he made a last-minute decision yesterday to rent 2 apartments. An average person's daily drinking water consumption is about 2 liters. A single ton of water could last one person about a year and a half if used sparingly. But calculations can't be that simple. Under high stress, injury, or other special circumstances, water consumption would inevitably increase. We must also consider Fu Qingdai and her parents, or possibly recruiting others to increase our chances of survival. 2 houses, 4 tons of water distributed under load-bearing walls should be a reasonably safe range, with absolutely sufficient margin. That would require 40 of those 100-liter barrels. We could buy larger barrels, then use wooden planks underneath to distribute the weight. We'll also need water purification tablets, plastic wrap to prevent excessive evaporation. Sujin made meticulous notes, then paused his pen before starting to draft a food storage plan. Staple foods must be stockpiled, but purchasing grains requires traveling to distant locations. Additionally, cardboard boxes must be bought for the grain store to pack and deliver at night. Otherwise, being seen stockpiling provisions would raise too many questions. The guard post at the entrance would need prior arrangements. Using moving as an excuse would work best. Beyond staple grains, oils and proteins are also essential. Both vegetable oils in barrels and animal fats would suffice. The best protein option would ideally be protein powder, but currently it's speculated that none is available on the market. Judging by the practical circumstances of this world, the fitness market is practically non-existent. At the very least, he hasn't spotted a single gym while taking taxis. The next best choice would be powdered milk, nutritionally balanced, easily obtainable, compact, and calorie-dense. For other nutritional needs, most would still rely on supplements. After pondering and outlining for over 20 minutes, Sujin continued flipping pages and writing. First, confirm the food and water supply, but weapons are the most crucial. In this world, industry has already developed, so the widespread use of firearms is inevitable. However, obtaining firearms is currently difficult to estimate in terms of feasibility. He had asked Fu Qingdai about this. Ordinary citizens couldn't own guns. Access to firearms is hard to come by, and the legal risks and costs are beyond their means. Counting the money yesterday evening, his 7,000 yuan combined with Fu Qingdai's savings totaled just over 25,000 yuan. Stockpiling supplies might not be enough, and firearms must be abandoned. Even if they were useful, their impact would be minimal. First, without prior practice, bullets would be wasted at an alarming rate, and replenishing them would be extremely difficult. Second, if gunfire attracts zombies, it's better not to use them at all. As things stand, the biggest short-term advantage of a gun is intimidation against the living. Keeping it holstered is more cost-effective than firing it. Having just one on hand is already sufficient. Thus, weapon preparation should shift to cold weapons, with long weapons being optimal. Purchase some steel pipes from hardware stores and modify them for use with blades or axes. It would be even better to acquire bows and arrows, holed up in a safe house. There would be time to practice. Only, Sujin took out a map, searching for the location of a slaughterhouse. If he were still at the age of a reckless gangster, making him chop up live creatures wouldn't frighten him. In fact, he might even feel exhilarated. But having already navigated society's complexities, his reverence for the law grew alongside an increasing awareness of life's fragility and deeper understanding of its value. He feared no street fights, but being forced to slash people, even zombies, would likely send him into panic and terror when the moment came. When that time truly arrives, his gun mustn't waver nor his hands tremble. One moment of distraction could mean instant death. The greatest virtue an adult can possess is never overestimating oneself. Perhaps the most urgent task, besides spending a day familiarizing myself with the surroundings, would be finding an opportunity to visit a slaughterhouse and practice killing live animals to desensitize myself. Chapter 12, The Campus Belle returns home. 5 days remaining until doomsday arrives. Another sunset at 7 in the evening. Sujin returned to his rented apartment with a backpack, now dressed in a locally purchased tank top and loose shorts. It had been a remarkably productive day. He'd spent half the day buried in bookstores, speed reading numerous encyclopedias to deepen his understanding of the world. The remaining half-day was spent scouting locations, studying market prices, drafting cost budgets, and buttering up neighborhood security guards. After crunching the numbers, those funds would barely cover. Course all supplies were calculated with serious overcapacity in mind. Just for meals alone, calculated for 4 people, it'd last several months. If it weren't for needing to buy copious functional supplies, these funds could have stretched over 2 years for food alone. The purchasing power is truly touching. Returning home, I immediately set down my backpack, then pulled out a handbag from it. From the handbag, I took out a notebook and pen, followed by 2 plastic bags. One plastic bag contained rice, while the other held stir-fried sliced meat. Eating some leafy greens last night was fine, so today I boldly ordered a meat dish at a small restaurant outside. The food was decent, and he was pleasantly surprised to find regular rice and chopsticks available at the restaurant. As for these 2 boxes of food on the table, they're leftover takeout meals. Sujin flipped open the notebook with one hand while tearing open the plastic bag with the other. Before he could even open it, a warm sensation spread through his fingers. Staring at the food that still retained its warmth, Sujin froze for a moment. He'd read some novels before, those wish fulfillment stories always featured spatial rings that preserved food indefinitely. But to actually witness such a phenomenon firsthand, with the food still piping hot, felt utterly miraculous. Wasn't this essentially stopping time itself? Time-freezing abilities in novels are so overused in low tier nowadays, they're practically everywhere. The food remained as fresh as when it was first bought, apparently perishables brought from home wouldn't spoil here. After unwrapping the plastic bag, Sujin picked up his chopsticks and scooped a mouthful of rice. His expression shifted slightly after chewing twice before he promptly took another bite of vegetables. It's not that time has stopped. The temperature hasn't changed, but the rice has gone stale, and even the dishes seem to have altered in flavor. So the space inside this bag is actually a thermally insulated environment, yet molecules can still move within it. I wonder if microorganisms and bacteria can survive there. We'd need to conduct a petri dish experiment to find out. Ah, so even elixirs and such stored in spatial rings can expire, huh? How does this space work? Sujin slapped his forehead and laughed at himself mockingly. Why bother racking your brains over that crap? Trying to explain the mystical with science is unscientific in itself. Nothing has been normal since I crossed over. But then I thought again and felt somewhat melancholy, having received a lifelong education in science. What else had I learned? What else could I believe in besides science? Surely not the ancestors, after all. None of us ever had enough to eat. Suppressing these distracting thoughts, Sujin began to eat while organizing his notes. Halfway through the meal, the front door was knocked. Sujin instantly startled, putting down his chopsticks and rushing to the door in quick strides. Looking through the peephole, it was none other than Fu Qingdai. At this moment, she was standing nervously and awkwardly at the door, alone. Sujin swiftly opened the door and roughly pulled Fu Qingdai inside. Suddenly being yanked, Fu Qingdai was startled. Only after clearly seeing Sujin's face did she quickly calm down, exclaiming nervously, "I made it out, cousin." "Great job. When did you get out? Any difficulties?" Sujin asked excitedly. Got home around noon today. My mom just left for work." Fu Qingdai kept her head down, not daring to look at Sujin. "No difficulties at all, but I don't know what got into that nurse. She kept speaking up for me. Oh, and she told me privately that my condition still needs recuperation, and asked you to call her with updates." Sujin nodded repeatedly, leading her to the dining table. "Sit, let's talk sitting down." "Yeah," Fu Qingdai responded softly, perching tentatively on the edge of the chair. "Cousin, what should we do next?" Sujin walked to the kitchen, filled a glass with tap water, and pushed it towards Fu Qingdai. "Sitting down," he said, "I'll handle most of what comes next. Other than that, you'll do exactly as I say. Before I explain anything, we need to establish 3 ironclad rules. You must remember them, understand? Do you know what 3 ironclad rules means?" "I understand." "Go ahead, cousin," Fu Qingdai replied softly. "Excellent. First rule, never act on impulse. Second rule, never withhold even the smallest detail from me. Third rule, any task I assign must be executed flawlessly. Can you handle that?" "Yes." Fu Qingdai finally raised her head to meet Sujin's gaze squarely. "Good. That's the spirit." Sujin gave her a thumbs up. "I can tell you're sharp, and I believe you'll deliver, no doubt about it. Though there are tasks ahead, your core directive is simple. Trust me completely. I sense your hesitation, but let me be clear, don't judge me by my success rate. Measure me by my failures instead, because I have none. It's really true, bro." Fu Qingdai's eyes suddenly lit up, sparkling with hope. "Damn right. It's the Trisolarans who lie. We Namekians always speak the truth. Why are those Trisolarans so wicked?" "Exactly." Watching Fu Qingdai become much more lively, Sujin felt his own heart grow noticeably lighter. Since this mission must be carried out, professionalism needs to follow through. Can't let my own mentality collapse. The client's psychological well-being needs even more protection. "Bro, tell me what to do next," Fu Qingdai asked. Sujin was about to speak when his gaze fell upon the power outlet in the corner. It suddenly occurred to me. I hadn't checked the electricity situation today. Although I brought 2 power banks, getting through these next few days would still be quite challenging. The phone is currently quite useful, and it'll be even more crucial later. The wall socket had 2 holes, and the charger could fit in, but he didn't dare try it for fear of damaging his phone. Now seemed like the perfect time to ask. Let me ask you something first, what's the voltage of these sockets? 220 volts. Do you have a scientist named Volt here? What's the unit for voltage? There's no scientist named Volt. The unit for voltage is named after our physicist, Lee Songshi. So the voltage unit is called. Call him vodka. Fine then. Soo-jin was speechless, marveling at how absurdly powerful the company's translation function was. It truly adapted automatically and even converted cultural references, except of course for his handwritten content that remained illegible to others. But that wasn't important. His phone should charge normally, though he'd test it with a power bank first. The 220V voltage is the same as that commonly used in countries around the world. This shouldn't be a mere coincidence. Adopting this voltage level likely represents a reasonable balance between economic viability and efficiency. This also proves that science never fails, and that his experience and common sense remain entirely applicable. What's wrong, cousin? Fu Qingdai asked curiously. Soo-jin shook his head and pulled out a notebook. Never mind, now tell me about your parents in detail, every single thing without missing anything. This part determines whether we can interact openly and properly. Do it well and I can visit your home freely, making it easier to help your parents. Let's start now. Fu Qingdai nodded, but hesitated just as she was about to begin. Brother, after I finish, can you tell me about Namek? No problem, you go first. An hour later. Brother, I've told you everything I know, Fu Qingdai said, gripping her now empty water glass. Is there anything else? Soo-jin closed the notebook. No more questions. Tomorrow I'll come to your house. You have 2 tasks. What's the mission? Make your mom cook several substantial dishes, then secretly get me 2,000 yuan. Chapter 13, Entering the Fu Residence. 4 days remain until the apocalypse arrives. After a busy day, Soo-jin's 4th-floor apartment was already piled high with supplies of all sizes. In the morning, I was responsible for scouting the location, and in the afternoon, I went shopping at the wholesale market. I bought 10 buckets first, dozens of bags of powdered milk, 20 bags of salt, some vitamin tablets, common medicines, gauze, alcohol, iodine, and I also placed a sizable order for grains and cooking oil at a grocery store 6 kilometers away, paid a deposit, and scheduled delivery for 2 nights later. In addition, he also purchased a large quantity of plastic bags, toilet paper, and several types of portable plastic toilets. The toilet is absolutely the most essential necessity among all the supplies. With the apocalypse approaching, the preciousness of water resources is evident. Even if the sewer systems remain unaffected, it would be too wasteful to use water for flushing toilets. In that case, we'll have to buy some toilet seat covers and use plastic bags instead. What if the zombies rely on their sense of smell? This might even work like a biochemical bomb with unexpected effectiveness. Though a plastic bucket would suffice, considering there's a chance I might not make it, if I can go out with some dignity, it's better to have that dignity. Other than that, following Fu Qingdai's advice, I bought a batch of sanitary pads. Although these are meant for women during their special time, they have multiple uses. At the very least, they can serve as shoe insoles. 2 more days of shopping and we'll have almost everything we need. Soo-jin was mentally calculating as he crossed off the purchased items in his notebook when his stomach suddenly growled. He lifted his gaze toward the door. He had plans to eat at Fu Qingdai's place today. Though he hadn't met her parents yet, he already had a fairly thorough understanding of them. This step was particularly crucial, not to mention whether he and Fu Qingdai could interact smoothly in public. Gaining this couple's trust would surely provide tremendous assistance for future activities. Fu Qingdai's father, Fu Hu, was formerly a military man. Although retired due to injury, his capabilities likely far surpass ordinary people's. Even if he's gotten lax over the years and isn't particularly strong now, some brief training would undoubtedly make him outperform regular folks. As for Fu Qingdai's mother Zhang Wan, a textile factory worker, her sewing skills could also prove quite useful. That counts as a decent skill to have. Tomorrow I plan to purchase a batch of ready-made clothes and sturdy fabrics, then buy some aluminum coils from the hardware store. By sewing fabric pouches and stuffing them with cut metal sheets, you'd have yourself a simple set of armor. This kind of protection is extremely practical and absolutely necessary. I must succeed today. Perhaps Fu Hu might even help me acquire some weapons like bows and arrows. Around 6 p.m., footsteps and conversation echoed through the hallway, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. With a loud clatter, the opposite door swung shut. Soo-jin straightened up and walked toward the mirror to adjust his attire. Judging by the voices, it seemed the Fu Hu couple had returned home together, which happened to be perfect timing. Taking down 2 people at once wasn't particularly difficult. After quickly organizing his things, Soo-jin tucked away his phone, picked up 3 movie discs along with a notebook and pen, then left the room. Standing in front of Fu Qingdai's door, he hesitated for a moment before knocking. Soon the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man with dark complexion and somewhat intimidating features standing before Soo-jin. Seeing a stranger at the door, Fu Hu's eyes filled with confusion. "You are Fu Hu, Su Jin showed a hint of surprise but quickly regained his calm demeanor. Who are you? Do you know me? Is there something you need? Fu Hu opened the door but blocked the entrance, curiously sizing up Su Jin. Su Jin lowered his head with a faint smile before looking up and saying, "Pardon my presumption. I'm your new neighbor who just moved in. My name is Li Haocheng." Li Haocheng? How do you know me? We've never met before, right? Or did old Li across the hall tell you about me? Fu Hu was clearly a straightforward man, his expression already tinged with displeasure. It was rather impolite for a complete stranger to address him so familiarly by his full name right off the bat. Su Jin replied calmly, "Of course I know you. Soldier Fu Hu of Squad 2, Platoon 3, Company 7, Battalion 3, Regiment 571, Division 191 of the 12th Corps. Your company commander is Huang Chongwen, nicknamed Big Gun Huang, and your squad mate Yang Huai." Su Jin recited the other's information like counting treasures, prompting Fu Hu to immediately pull the door shut and stand in the hallway. His eyes brimmed with wariness. "Just who the hell are you?" Su Jin's smile faded as his expression gradually turned grave. Looking straight at the other man, he said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Haocheng, Director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Enforcement Bureau." Nation, what? Fu Hu momentarily couldn't process the information. This strange department was completely unheard of to him. Short for the National Operations Bureau. It's normal you wouldn't know given your previous clearance level. Our department reports directly to the top. Su Jin took out his Xiaomi 6 and started tapping. After a few swipes, Fu Hu's credentials appeared on the screen. Holding up the phone for the other man to see, Su Jin continued, "I have your credentials. As for how I know you, it's quite simple. When the Bureau was screening soldiers for special training, you were on the shortlist. Though I hadn't joined yet at that time, I later reviewed your file. The internal evaluation of you was quite high, so I remember it fairly clearly." You. Fu Hu was momentarily stunned. He truly couldn't determine whether they were real or not. When confronted with an unheard-of department, his first instinct should be to deny its existence. Yet the other party knew his background perfectly and even produced credentials. Now that was strange. The most crucial thing was that device, far too advanced, far too sophisticated. An ordinary person definitely couldn't possess something like that. Fu Hu pondered in his mind. Never mind that for now. First, steady yourself and ask why he's here. It's not like I've provoked any trouble, right? Director Haocheng, Fu Hu tentatively began. "You came to my..." "It's Director Li." "Alright, Director Li, what brings you here?" At these words, Su Jin's stern expression completely melted away as his smile returned. "Old Fu, what a coincidence, we're literally neighbors now. I had an urgent situation come up suddenly. I came over to borrow your TV. Didn't expect to run into you. Mind if I come in?" Please come in. Fu Hu extended his hand in a dazed gesture of invitation. Su Jintai walked into the room with perfect composure. The living room was connected to the dining area, where Fu Qingdai lay sprawled over the table doing her homework in pajamas. Seeing Su Jin arrive, his eyes lit up momentarily before he immediately turned back to feign diligence at his desk. Qingdai, we have a guest, go do your homework in your room," Fu Hu said before turning back with a smile towards Su Jin. "This is my daughter." Fu Qingdai responded unhappily, sprinting back to her room clutching her schoolwork. Right then, Zhang Wan emerged from the kitchen, her hands still wet. Seeing this unfamiliar face Su Jin, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Fu Hu. "And this is the relative of an old comrade in arms. None of your business. You go cook first, I need to have a private word with him." Fu Hu shot Zhang Wan a meaningful look, making her pout before turning back to the kitchen. "Director Li, let's sit and talk." Fu Hu looked at Su Jin and gestured toward the sofa. Chapter 14, The Mysterious Department, Psychological Game. They both settled onto the sofa simultaneously. Zhang Wan brought 2 glasses of water, then immediately retreated into the kitchen to busy herself. After a brief silence between them, Fu Hu ventured, "Director Li, would you mind if I asked you a few questions?" "Of course, though some matters are classified, I'm afraid I can't disclose them." "Naturally. May I ask when this so-called National Operations Bureau was established? And what are its functions?" "The Bureau was founded 30 years ago. Simply put, we're responsible for predicting, intervening in, handling, and covering up major national-level uncertainties. We deal with risks beyond the visible, safeguarding national strategic security." Fu Hu narrowed his eyes. "Earlier you said my rank was too low to know about the Bureau. So why are you telling me all this directly now?" Su Jin smiled, picked up the water glass and glanced sideways at Fu Hu. "It's simple. Soon, the whole nation will know about this department." "Why?" Just as Fu Hu was about to continue questioning, Su Jin took out a disc from his pocket and handed it to him. "Mind helping me play this disc? Don't worry, it's just an ordinary movie. You can watch it too." Fu Hu stared at the disc, pondered briefly, then turned to insert it. Su Jin crossed his legs, pulled out a notebook to rest on the armrest of the sofa, and held a pen at the ready in his other hand. When Fu turned back and saw his posture, he grew puzzled once more. This doesn't concern you, Su Jin waved the pen in his hand. Old Fu, keep asking, I'll share whatever I can. This visit was rather abrupt, but among comrades, I don't want misunderstandings between us. Fu nodded and continued asking, you said you're a director at the State Security Bureau, but you look barely over 20? Such a crucial department, how could someone so young hold such a position? Actually, I'm already in my 30s, just look young for my age. But you're right, even being in my 30s is unusually young for this department and rank. The reason behind it isn't complicated, though people like me are hard to find. The tasks our department handles are exceptionally vital. We need expertise in foreign cultures, fluency in multiple languages, mathematics, physics, computer science, even psychology. Across the entire country, those who meet these requirements can be counted on one hand. I just returned from abroad and rented a place here. This neighborhood used to be where the older generation lived, so I ended up here, didn't expect to become your neighbor. Fu was momentarily at a loss for words. A mysterious stranger, an unheard-of department. Though some evidence had been presented, he absolutely couldn't bring himself to trust this person now. Weirdness, everything was steeped in bizarre peculiarity. Even if the other party's explanation was reasonable, he still couldn't accept the fact that some young punk had risen to the position of director in a major department at such a young age. What else should he ask? Just as Fu was lost in thought, Su Jin spoke up on his own, Old Hu, I know you don't believe me, but take a look at this and you'll understand. With that, he unlocked his Xiaomi 6 phone and tossed it directly at Fu. Fu caught it with lightning reflexes and immediately examined it in his hand. He found this gadget exceptionally peculiar the moment he first laid eyes on it. It was undoubtedly some kind of cutting-edge technology, and now that he had the chance to handle it in person, he couldn't waste the opportunity. What's this thing called? What do the characters inside say? It's actually just a mobile phone, but the system inside has been completely modified by our department into ciphertext that only insiders can decipher, Su Jin said coolly. The technology embedded in this device integrates almost all functions of electronic products on the market. It's a secretly developed product from our overseas department, carrying epoch-making strategic significance. My mission abroad was precisely to obtain the relevant manufacturing data. Fu fiddled with the phone with immense curiosity until it locked itself. He then looked up, squinting at Su Jin. Such crucial information, you're telling me way too much. Su Jin nodded, good. As a former candidate for the State Operations Bureau, your alertness is indeed commendable. Actually, there's no need for secrecy here. I transmitted all production data back home a year ago, and trial production began internally 6 months ago. After our National Intelligence Agency goes public, this device will be officially launched in the domestic market as a civilian product. By then, everyone will be able to afford it, which will surely cause a global stir. Counting now, it's probably less than a month away. For real? Such high-tech will be affordable for everyone? Fu's pupils dilated, his heart racing with excitement. How much would it cost? Around 8 to 10,000. Is that really a price everyone can afford? Interest-free installment plan. Before Fu could react, Su Jin took the initiative. You must still have many doubts in your mind. You're uneasy about my identity and can't understand why someone like me would appear here. To put it bluntly, I secretly returned to the country this time without informing my superiors. Actually, the mission was completed long ago, and next month will mark the end of the secrecy period. Some issues arose in the bureau. The deputy director position became vacant, which should rightfully have been mine. But since I haven't been in Longshan for years, people in the bureau are trying to take advantage. That's why I secretly communicated with my subordinates and temporarily rented this place. Meeting you was an accident. I just wanted to borrow a TV. There's no harm telling you these things, as long as you promise to keep them secret. Fu's eyes remained wary. With so much at stake, is it really appropriate for you to tell me all this? Su Jin fell silent, reclining lazily on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the television. It's entirely appropriate. You're not involved in the game, so it doesn't affect anything. Besides, I couldn't possibly go abroad without keeping a few cards up my sleeve. Once I decrypt and submit the rest of the intel to headquarters, the deputy director position will still be mine. With that, Su Jin raised the notebook in his hand. The text above was identical to what appeared on the phone, completely incomprehensible. Fu fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. This matter was too significant, and it had arrived without warning. Reason reminded him that he shouldn't fully trust this kid's words. This didn't seem like something from within the system at all, yet he couldn't find any flaws to refute. The background is too blurry, and I don't understand anything. The things presented are completely beyond my comprehension. Old Fu. Su Jin stared at the TV without blinking. Meeting by chance means we're fated, and I've already told you so much. Right now, almost all of my people are under surveillance. If you're willing to help me run an errand, I'd be very grateful. Money isn't an issue. In 10 days to half a month, my business here will be over. If you're looking for a job, there's still a position available in our National Affairs Bureau office, starting salary over 10K, you know. Starting salary over 10K? Fuhu's body trembled slightly as he whispered, directorly, I'm afraid, this was your real purpose for moving into my place and saying all these things, wasn't it? Su-jin chuckled lightly, only half right. Moving across from you truly was accidental, but will you help me with this favor? I still want to ask, which country exactly were you on your mission? My whereabouts are top secret, even in the future they won't be disclosed. It's alright, old Fu. If you don't want to help, then don't. I won't disrupt your life. Thank you, Director. Have you eaten yet? Su-jin paused his pen and glanced at Fu-hu. No, I haven't. Then why not stay and have dinner together tonight? Fu-hu asked. Is that alright with you? Convenient. Nothing inconvenient at all. Let me check how the dishes are coming along. After saying this, Fu-hu secretly glanced at Su-jin before getting up and heading towards the kitchen. Seeing Fu-hu enter, he half closed the kitchen door behind him. Jiangwan immediately stopped stirring the wok and leaned in to ask, who is that? Who's that young man? What's he here for? Shoo, keep your voice down. There's something off about that kid. Chapter 15 The Qualities of a Top Agent. What exactly is going on? Jiangwan asked in a hushed voice. Fu-hu frowned, no idea, this guy appeared out of nowhere, claims he's some big shot from the State Affairs Bureau, never even heard of that department, had my ID, knew my service record. I honestly can't tell if he's legit, but he's got this high-tech gear, absolutely cutting-edge stuff, definitely not something civilians could access. Could be telling the truth, but logically shouldn't be possible. Dare not offend him though, what if he actually is government? That'd be trouble. Tisk, oh dear. Jiangwan worried, could this be a scam? Lao Fu, you need to be careful, you're just an ordinary veteran. What big deal could possibly involve you? If he dares ask for money, we'll call the cops. Don't worry, I invited him to stay for dinner. I'll feel him out in a bit. If this is a scam, do you really think some young punk could fool me? Just follow my lead. What kind of situation is this? All the nice food we bought today was to nourish our daughter, she finally has an appetite. And now some outsider shows up for a free meal. Jiangwan fanned herself in annoyance. Stop fussing and hurry up with the cooking. Hey, tell Qingdai to lock the door, she'll eat later. The table was laden with dishes, all cups and goblets ready arrayed. Su-jin picked up the remote control to fast forward through the movie, having already filled 2 full pages with notes. After setting down the last dish, Fu-hu turned his head and asked, directorly, have you finished reviewing those documents? Su-jin paused the TV, closed his notebook, and stood up to approach the dining table with a smile. Excuse me, both of you, I really must apologize for today. Let me introduce you, this is my wife, Jiangwan, and this is, Fu-hu gestured while making introductions. Li Haoqing, director of the National Operations Bureau, Su-jin said with a polite nod toward Jiangwan. Have a seat, please. Fu-hu eagerly nodded in agreement. The three of them sat down, and silence momentarily settled over them. Fu-hu raised his glass toward Su-jin. Directorly, as you said earlier, meeting like this is fate. Let me toast you first. Su-jin raised his hand in polite refusal. Apologies, but I never drink outside of work hours. The Hu couple exchanged a glance, and Jiangwan smiled, saying, that's right, drinking less alcohol is better for your health. Have more dishes then. With that, Jiangwan scooped a portion of vegetables into Su-jin's bowl. Director Li, I overheard your conversation earlier mentioning something about a State Affairs Bureau? How come I've never heard of it before? Could you tell me more? When did our country establish such a department? No problem. Actually, this department was established quite some time ago. Su-jin paused mid-sentence, turning to glance toward Fu Qingdai's bedroom before continuing. You too, is that your daughter in there? Why not invite her out to eat together? No need, no need. That child keeps snacking and never eats proper meals. Don't mind her, Jiangwan said with a tinge of resentment. Director Li, please continue. May I ask what your daughter's name is? Su-jin changed the subject. At these words, Fu-hu and his wife instantly became guarded. Jiangwan secretly poked Fu-hu under the table. Our daughter's name is Fu Qingdai. Why do you ask? Fu-hu replied with deliberate indifference. That child. Su-jin hesitated before continuing. That child, has she encountered something unusual recently? I noticed her mental state doesn't seem entirely healthy. The Fu-hu couple exchanged another glance, this time with a changed look in their eyes. Suddenly remembering something, Fu-hu immediately asked, Director Li, you mentioned you're proficient in psychology. Can you really identify the issue? Su-jin chuckled lightly, of course. When one's skills are profound enough, problems become apparent at a glance. So your precious daughter really has encountered some trouble, hasn't she? Call her out and let me examine her. I won't claim to be better than top specialists, but I'm certainly far superior to those third-rate doctors. Before Fu-hu could respond, Jiangwan had already stood up to fetch Fu Qingdai. Soon, Fu Qingdai also sat at the table, keeping her head down without daring to make a sound. Speak up, greet him, call him Uncle Lee. Jianwan prodded Fu Qingdai's shoulder as she urged. Uncle Lee. Fu Qingdai bit her lower lip hard, quickly stole a glance at Su Jin, then immediately lowered her head again. Director Lee, could you please see what's wrong with this child? Jianwan said anxiously. Lately, she's always been. Jianwan was about to explain the condition when Fu Hu abruptly cut her off with a deep voice. Don't speak, don't distract him. Let Director Lee examine properly. Mastering psychology indeed, let's see exactly how well-versed he is. Whether genuine or fake, one test will reveal the truth. Su Jin slightly lowered his head, pretending to carefully observe Fu Qingdi, then deliberately feigned contemplation for 2 whole minutes. Under the watchful gazes of Fu Hu and his wife, he slowly spoke. This child, judging by her facial features and complexion, is under tremendous stress. I'd even venture to say there might be some suicidal tendencies. Typically at her age, such pressure usually stems from academic burdens. Jianwan immediately shot Fu Hu a look that clearly said, I told you so. Fu Hu gave him a sidelong glance, visibly displeased. This useless woman. 2 sentences in and she's already being led astray. Completely worthless. Has her recent studies shown a decline in math and physics first? Yes, exactly. Her math scores keep getting worse by the day. Jianwan exclaimed in surprise. Director Lee, you could tell just from that? It's perfectly normal, a matter of probability, Su Jin said. Qingdai, lift your head. I need to ask you 2 questions. Fu Qingdai raised her eyes and gave 2 timid nods. What time does your school take its midday break? And when do you eat lunch? Break at 12, I eat at 12:30. And what do you usually have for lunch? Who do you eat with? It's different every day. Su Jin asked over a dozen mundane questions in succession, leaving Fu Hu and his wife utterly bewildered. Fu Hu's brow remained tightly knitted, his gaze never leaving Su Jin. Only after the 20th question was asked did Su Jin finally lift his water cup to take a sip, his smile reappearing. I think the situation is quite clear now. What's wrong, Director Lee? Jianwan hurriedly asked. The first point I already mentioned, it's excessive academic pressure. But the second point is more complicated. She's in a premature romantic relationship. I'm not. Fu Qingdai immediately countered, her small hand gripping her thigh tightly. You were, and that boy wasn't even in your class. I'm guessing he was from the next class over, not academically strong but probably good at sports. You'd been seeing each other for about 2 months before he lost interest and dumped you. Maybe you tried reaching out again, only to be humiliated by him, right? Su Jin stared directly at Fu Qingdai. Hold on. You must hold on. Fu Qingdai's large eyes brimmed with tears as she clung desperately to Jianwan's embrace, her thighs bruised from frantic pinching before she finally collapsed into uncontrollable sobs. Their daughter's sudden emotional breakdown made Fu Hu and his wife exchange another glance, this time charged with entirely different meaning. This is miraculous. Hospitals couldn't detect so many issues, yet with just a couple casual questions, you've pinpointed the root of the problem. Is this the caliber of a top-tier special agent? Ah, I told you so. This kid is just under academic pressure and tangled up in young love. Nothing else whatsoever, yet you insisted on sending our child to a psychiatric hospital. Jianwan became impassioned while confronting Fu Hu, feeling tremendously vindicated. Chapter 16, The Blade Hanging Overhead. Director Lee, how should we regulate this child now? Jianwan patted Fu Qingdai and quickly followed up with the question. Su Jin looked squarely at her. To talk about regulation is actually simple, but before I do, we need to address the root issue. The current state of a child her age isn't just caused by the school, it's also because of the 2 of you. Your behavior just now was actually making her problems worse. Ha! Jianwan hesitated momentarily. Kids these days are just too sensitive. Back in our time, that counts as a sentence too. Su Jin sighed. Vladimir Su once said, there's only one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Humans are creatures who need meaning to survive. The Fu couple listened with rapt attention. She was already losing the will to live after being crushed at school, and coming home only to be misunderstood by you 2 naturally made things worse. It could even lead to severe suicidal tendencies and hallucinations. Now that she hasn't developed hallucinations yet and the situation isn't too dire, you must act quickly, adjust your care and avoid triggering her. She's already hallucinating. Director Lee, what should we do? When can she go back to school? Jianwan paled in shock, and Fu Hu's face drained of color too. Wah-ah! Fu Qingdai wailed like a fire alarm. Can you stop bringing up school? How many times have you unintentionally hurt her already? Su Jin shot Jianwan a glance. Things have gotten this bad, why didn't you intervene sooner? Now that she's hallucinating, there are barely any psychologists in Longshan City who can help her recover. The country's mental health support is still severely lacking. Then, do you have anyone to recommend? Fu Hu swallowed hard and asked. I've just returned to Longshan, so I'm not familiar with the specific situation here. Su Jin shook his head. My teacher would definitely qualify, but unfortunately he passed away last year. Then can you take a look? Jianwan asked directly. Don't talk nonsense. Director Lee isn't a doctor, how could he have time to see patients? Fu scolded, then turned back and added, Director Lee, could you give us some guidance? Tell us what we should do. How to explain? It's not something that can be covered in just a few words. Su Jin sighed, then changed the subject. Look, we live right across from each other anyway. I'm usually out during the day, but my evenings are as free as yours. Your kid can come over to my place at night, or I can come to yours, no need to stand on ceremony since we're neighbors. 2 hours of counseling per day should get her ready to return to school within a week. Have her practice singing and dancing, physical activities like that regularly. It'll make rebuilding her confidence much easier later on. Oh my god, really? Zhang Wan sprang to her feet enthusiastically. Thank you so much, Director Lee. What Director Lee? It's Bureau Chief Lee. Fu Hu also jumped up excitedly, glaring at Zhang Wan before raising his glass. Chief Lee, this toast is for you. I'm a simple man, everything I want to say is in this drink. With these words, he drained his cup in one gulp. Fu Qingdai hung her head low, mortified beyond belief. Don't rush things. There's no need to call Director Lee for another half-month, Su Jin said with a faint smile, turning to look at Fu Qingdai. Besides, shouldn't we respect the wishes of the person involved? Qingdai, would you be willing to spare some time to chat with me tonight? Don't worry, there's no pressure, just a simple conversation. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and nodded. Then it's settled. Su Jin spread his hands, smiling at the couple. I'll come by tomorrow. For now, let's continue chatting about whatever you'd like. The script had long been written, and the target had already fallen into the trap. The subsequent conversation was naturally dominated by Su Jin. Just by casually mentioning his malaria-stricken Mi 6 smartphone, he managed to dazzle the local folk into a daze. What's more, Fu Qingdai would occasionally pose carefully designed questions to help him build his persona like crazy. As for questions he couldn't answer, of course there were some, but his response was always the same line. State secret, no comment. An hour later, with bellies full and drinks aplenty, Su Jin packed his belongings, tucking away the 231 yuan and 50 cents that Fu Qingdai had secretly slipped him, ready to head home. Fu Hu stood at the door, holding it open. His dark face visibly flushed a deep red. A drunken grin stretched across his features, clearly he'd been liberally plied with alcohol during the meal. Director Lee, meeting you today has truly been an honor. If not for you, I'd have thought all those kind words when I left the military were just empty pleasantries. Never imagined my superiors and comrades held me in such high regard. And my daughter too. I really don't know how to thank you enough this time. If there's anything you need help with, just say the word, I'll do whatever's within my power. Su Jin waved his hand. There will be things I'll need your help with later, but nothing major. Don't stress about it. Close the door now. I'm heading back. Wait a moment, Director Lee. Fu Hu raised his voice. Is there something else? Director Lee, Fu Hu hesitated, his tongue feeling a bit tied. About the State Cadre Bureau. After wrestling with it for what felt like ages, he still couldn't bring himself to say the word job. Su Jin suddenly understood and laughed. Old Fu, no need to be polite with me. There's nothing embarrassing about wanting to move up in the world. You're asking if I can help you find employment, right? Fu Hu nodded awkwardly. The connections all line up perfectly, and he's genuinely skilled, a true master. His credentials are impeccable. Though he'd already taken advantage of the man's kindness, this job with a base salary of 10,000, he still wanted it. Old Fu, I won't hide it from you. I do have the capability, but I can't guarantee it 100%. The main issue is I'm not entirely clear what openings the Bureau has available. Here's what, wait for my message. I'll have an answer for you tomorrow, alright? Absolutely perfect. Thank you so much, Director Lee. You should get some rest. Fu Hu expressed his gratitude profusely. Su Jin waved his hand, and the gate slammed shut. Turning around, he walked back to his house, fishing out the keys to unlock the door. From behind the Fu family's door across the hall came the muffled yet jarring sounds of cheerful chatter. It echoed through the empty corridor. The sensor light above flicked off with a click, plunging the hallway into darkness, leaving only Su Jin's increasingly ragged breathing audible. His hand holding the keys suddenly dropped limp. His body swayed before he weakly pressed his forehead against the iron door, letting out a sigh with closed eyes. An emptiness filled his heart. Homesick, when he used to dread going home even for New Year's celebrations. This time the yearning was real, unbearably intense. Spitting out a few heavy breaths, Su Jin wiped the corners of his eyes and unlocked the door to go home. Dark clouds loomed over the city as icy winds howled. He navigated between buildings through the torrential downpour. The streets were already desolate, nothing but walking corpses remained. Decaying remnants of bodies wandered aimlessly through the streets. Su Jin crouched at the street corner, observing the movements ahead while clad in a raincoat. At that very moment, a zombie behind him made a noise and lunged forward suddenly. Su Jin turned his head only to face a gaping, blood-filled maw. Damn it! Eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, Su Jin countered by biting straight into the zombie's face. Grew. Waking from the nightmare, Sujin was drenched in sweat, clutching his throat while gasping for breath like a creature dredged from muddy waters. His throat was so dry it felt like it had been stuffed with razor blades. The bedsheet behind him already bore the silhouette of a sweat-soaked human form. After several deliberate deep breaths, Sujin's heartbeat gradually steadied, and he vigorously rubbed his face. Just a dream, must be from mental exhaustion. He reached to his right, found the notebook, and immediately opened it to check. The grain store would be delivering supplies tonight, but more provisions needed to be purchased during the day. First, he'd practice at the slaughterhouse. Other matters could wait until afternoon. He needed to adapt to the pressure quickly. Desensitization had to come sooner rather than later. He absolutely couldn't crack. If his mind broke, everything would be over. After psyching himself up several times, Sujin raised his head. His bloodshot pupils fixed directly on the calendar across the wall marked with a row of red crosses. Only 3 days remained, until the apocalypse arrives. Chapter 17, Playing the Pig to Eat the Feed. After waking up and washing, Sujin quickly tidied himself up, grabbed an extra set of clothes, and hurried straight to the slaughterhouse with urgent purpose. He'd already inquired about local slaughterhouses from the meat vendors at the vegetable market. There was one located in the suburbs, which from the description seemed rather loosely managed and primarily handled pig-like livestock. Though the mainstream meat animals in this world also resembled pigs in form, their breeds appeared significantly different from those on Earth. Somewhat resembling a wild boar, with small ears and a pointed head, it looks quite aggressive. Would make excellent practice material. As for whether the slaughterhouse would allow it, shouldn't be a problem. At worst, we can just grease some palms. Took a cab to the slaughterhouse in the outskirts. Before he could even get close, the metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils through the wind. Sujin closed his eyes repeatedly, doing mental preparation. It's fine, I've been in countless fights since childhood, big and small, even knife fights twice. This is just a simple killing practice, just seeing some blood, as easy as taking a shower. After taking a deep breath and hesitating for a long while, he resolutely lifted his foot and stepped forward. Walking less than 100 meters, Sujin found himself standing before the entrance of a massive corrugated iron factory building. The factory had no door, only a thick stench of animals mixed with the metallic tang of blood hanging heavily in the air. The concrete floor of the factory was awash with blood, swarming with flies. Dozens of workers in rubber boots bustled about, pushing carts laden with plastic buckets overflowing with bloody entrails. The supervisors must have been absent. The workers cast curious glances at Sujin's clean attire but didn't question his presence. This was clearly the animal disposal area. Judging by the setup, the slaughterhouse must be behind the factory building. After a moment's consideration, Sujin detoured and hurried toward the rear of the facility. Just as expected, the animal slaughter takes place right here, in an open-air sheet metal shed. Several workers are present, some wielding electric prods, others holding long rod tools, working in coordinated slaughter of the livestock, the ground thick with blood and mud. After observing from the shadows for some time, Sujin's gaze fixed on one particular figure. A burly man, roughly 50 years old with tattoos covering his arms. Everyone called him Brother Lu, and from his actions and demeanor, he seemed to be the leader of this group. It appeared that as long as this person could be bribed, the matter would almost certainly be settled. After a moment of deliberation, Sujin walked toward the burly man. At that moment, Brother Lu was directing the others to work, but he immediately stopped speaking and shifted his gaze when a figure appeared beside him. After just one glance at Sujin, his expression immediately tensed up. "Why you? What business do you have here?" Brother Lu spoke up, his voice rough. "Big bro, don't be nervous, I'm not here for an inspection." Sujin carefully formulated his words. "I'm Lin Shuron, this is a bit awkward to say, but since you seem like a straightforward man, I'll be direct. I came to learn butchering skills. I haven't been able to find work, and a friend of my dad's referred me to a pig slaughtering job. Since that person is his old friend, I don't want to embarrass my father, so I wanted to practice somewhere first." "Ah, come to learn butchering, huh?" Brother Lu's expression relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Is this where you learn butchering? Quit your fucking nonsense, get lost." Sujin glanced around, then pulled out a 100 yuan bill. Leaning closer to Brother Lu, he whispered, "I won't learn for free. Just get me a pig to practice on, that's all I need." "You?" Brother Lu's eyes fixed on the cash, his tone softening slightly. "Still can't do it. A complete amateur who's gonna cover your medical bills if you get hurt." Fine. Be careful, and I'll keep an eye on you." Putting away the 200 yuan, Brother Lu led Sujin toward the center of the site. 3 hours later, in the shade on one side of the factory building, the two men faced each other. Sujin was panting heavily, his face flushed a pale red as if smeared with tomato sauce, though he had already changed into a brand new outfit. Opposite him stood Brother Lu, his face deathly pale. Keeping an eye on Sujin's expression, Brother Lu stammered, "Buddy, had enough fun?" Sujin pressed his lips together, suppressing the urge to vomit as he nodded. "I'll come again tomorrow." Again? Brother Lu's voice suddenly rose 2 octaves higher, already cursing inwardly. I was feeling pretty good about earning an extra $200 today, but this seemingly gentle guy turned out to be a complete lunatic. He wasn't here to practice slaughtering pigs, it was more like he was practicing hacking people. Told him to go easy with the stun gun, but he chased the pig around the yard hacking at it, even sliced decorative patterns on the damn pig's rear. Hacking away is one thing, but gutting the pig and then playing with its entrails is another. Hanging intestines and guts around his neck, he made himself sick yet still wouldn't stop. This ain't your ordinary sickness. If we let this kid keep at it, something bad's bound to happen. Don't you dare come back tomorrow, got it? The factory director's here, he won't allow it, Brother Lu warned, his voice sharp at first. Then, after a pause, it softened with alarm. Kid, tell me the truth, are you in some kind of trouble? Did you come here to practice something shady? Take my advice, don't go down that criminal path, no matter what. Hearing this, Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! I pushed myself too hard just now, suppressing my nausea, forcefully conditioning myself to accept the bloodshed. If the other party reports this to the police, big trouble would arise. At this thought, Su Jin's face scrunched up in anguish, his features twisting into an expression of extreme torment. A profound sense of unease and nausea lingered in my heart, accompanied by wave after wave of rising bile. He lowered his head, and the meager remnants in his stomach surged toward his throat. Little Dishwater swallowed hard with all his might. Bro, Su Jin sobbed in despair, tears and snot streaming down his face. Since you brought it up, I won't hide the truth from you. I really didn't come here to practice slaughtering pigs. Little brother, take your time and speak clearly. Just as I suspected, this kid came here to build his nerve for murder. Old Lu's face turned another shade paler. My woman ran off with another man, I swear I'll chop those damned adulterers to pieces. Su Jin cursed through tears. Hey now, don't do anything rash. You're still young, there's plenty more fish in the sea. We absolutely can't let this kid go off the rails, otherwise I'd be held responsible too. Brother Lu comforted him gently. Listen to me, buddy, this ain't worth losing your head over. What man hasn't been cuckolded? Truth be told, I've worn those horns myself. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous comforting, Su Jin's sobs gradually subsided, and she wiped away her tears. In a hoarse voice, he said, Old brother, to tell you the truth, I feel much better after slaughtering that pig and hearing you talk. It's not worth ruining myself over that damned pair. Exactly, that's the way. Brother Lu was so exhilarated he could practically feel tears of joy welling up, his generosity swelling to the point where he wanted to treat the other person to 2 whole pork knuckles. Judging by the tone, he must have vented quite a bit. Nothing serious. Saved 2 lives and got myself out of it, what a righteous deed. At this very moment, Su Jin looked up abruptly and said, could you return that $200 to me? Brother Lu's face instantly stiffened, as if electrocuted by a livestock prod. After a long pause, suppressing the urge to slap someone, he pulled 2 crumpled 100 yuan bills from his pocket and slapped them into Su Jin's hand. Take it, kid, go home and live properly. Don't come back here anymore, brother's genuinely scared of you. Brother, I'm so grateful, your great kindness. Su Jin murmured while his peripheral vision caught a pile of feed bags nearby. When I clearly saw the words written on it, my eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. Without hesitation, he changed the subject and pointed at the pig feed. Can I take 2 more sacks of pig feed? That bastard couple took all my money. Today, I just want to eat pig feed. I must always remember, when I finally make money someday, I'll reclaim all the dignity I've lost. This bastard, he even wanted more. Brother Lu gasped sharply, clutching his chest with an agonized expression. He waved his hand weakly. Take it if you like. Chapter 18, Apocalypse Armaments. In the afternoon, he returned home early to store the pig feed, then spent hours conducting market research and purchasing supplies. It wasn't until dusk that Su Jin returned home, exhausted. After showering and changing clothes, he knocked on Fu Qingdai's door. Fu Hu opened the door and immediately broke into a welcoming smile upon seeing Su Jin, gesturing for him to enter. Director Li, please come in. Have you eaten? Perfect timing, the food's just been served. Su Jin smiled and said, I'm really embarrassed about this, old Fu. After eating and drinking their fill, the two were now seated on the sofa. Su Jin picked his teeth while Zhang Wan brought over 2 cups of hot tea, then immediately returned to the kitchen to continue working. Fu Qingdai had already gone inside first to do her homework. After downing half a cup of hot tea, Su Jin adjusted his posture and looked at Fu Hu. Old Fu, I've asked about that job for you. Fu Hu slightly hunched his back, subtly leaning his head towards Su Jin. After a moment of deliberation, Su Jin cleared his throat lightly and took another sip of tea before saying, this matter is a bit more complicated than I imagined. Hold on, don't get worked up. Su Jin raised his hand to stop Fu Hu's reaction. The complication is from your perspective. For me, it's just a trifling matter. Fu Hu relaxed his body and continued to listen intently. Here's the thing, there is indeed a vacancy at the bureau, but you know how it is, good positions never stay open for long. and our National Cadre Bureau is no exception. Right now, it involves my bid for deputy director, so I can't personally step in to help you directly. So, regarding the job, I'll need your cooperation, though it might cost you a little. In the kitchen, Zhang Wan, who was washing dishes, suddenly pricked up her ears and leaned back slightly. Director Li, just tell me, how do I cooperate? Fu Hu immediately asked. Our State Security Bureau director is named Zhang Zhao, and he has a son. The boy's no longer young, older than your daughter, and he's obsessed with martial arts and weapons. My subordinates are under surveillance, and the director is surrounded by my competitors' people. So I plan to use his son as a breakthrough point, and since your matter is at hand, I'll enlist him to help secure your position in advance. I've met the boy once. I know he's fond of archery, but Director Zhang never dared let him pursue it before. Now that he's grown up and restless, it's the perfect age for swinging swords and drawing bows. Help me prepare 3 sets of high-powered compound bows, 50-pound, 70-pound, and 90-pound draw weights. Equip each with as many arrows as possible, the most penetrative hunting type available. Also get all the accessories, laser sights, rapid-fire releases, whatever archery gadgets you can find. But remember, buy each bow style in different colors, and the arrows too. This is. Fu Hu was startled after hearing this. 3 full sets of bows with arrows, and the most penetrative type. Are we going to war? Besides, even I can't draw a 90-pound bow anymore now. Is this really necessary, Director Li? Tisk, hey! Su Jin tilted his head away and quickly righted it again. Old Fu, don't take this the wrong way, but though you're older than me, you're still far behind in this regard. Of course I wasn't going to give him all this stuff straight away. After you buy them, don't I need to sort through them? You never put much thought into the child normally, nor into finding a job properly. You think gift giving is that simple? Why do you think I asked you to buy different colors and so many of them? It's not like I can personally go buy archery sets myself. You do saturation purchasing, I'll handle the matching afterward. This is all psychological strategy, I'll have you know. Keep the receipts properly, I'll pick what I need and you can return the rest afterwards. Sorted. In the kitchen, Zhang Wan's expression softened as she straightened up. Psychology, learning so much from the director. Fu Hu exclaimed with awe. After taking a sip of tea, Su Jin continued, I've told you about your matter. Now, let's talk about mine. While the connection with the bureau chief's son is solid, and your issue can be easily handled, I haven't been back in the country for too long. The current situation isn't entirely clear to me. I only have about 70% certainty. The remaining 30% will depend on you. Fu Hu's expression gradually turned grave. Though he had served in the military, he was just an ordinary soldier. Now, he was nothing more than a common civilian. Being caught in the whirlwind of power struggles, it's impossible to say I wasn't worried. There's no need to be nervous. Actually, your task is very simple. Whenever I go on overseas missions, I always leave behind 2 trusted subordinates, setting up multiple secret communication channels in advance. You just need to go to the solar power accessory specialty store in Erdeo Bay and buy me a solar panel, battery, controller, and inverter. Once you've made the purchases, my people will know soon enough. They'll understand my intentions and the situation. Leave the rest to me. You can just wait peacefully for your assignment. A solar panel? How much would that cost, Director? Fu Hu had just lifted his teacup when he hurriedly set it down again. After pondering for a moment, Su Jin said, the whole set will be prepared for you when you get there, costing around 14,000 in total. 14,000? Fu Hu's eyes widened. That's way too much, Director. I still need to buy a bow and arrows. My family doesn't have that kind of money. What's the hurry? After you buy those things, keep the receipts yourself. They can be refunded in a couple of days just the same. Those items are meant as signals for those below. Not a single discrepancy is allowed. No more questions about the specifics. Su Jin wrapped his fingers on the table, feeling rather helpless inwardly. This afternoon, I looked into solar energy. The photovoltaic industry in this world isn't well developed, and it's absurdly expensive, outrageously so. But he'd mentioned it beforehand and returns were possible, so he figured Fu Hu wouldn't refuse. Alright then. Just as expected, Fu Hu banged his teacup down and asked bluntly, Director Na, when should I make the purchase? Tomorrow at the latest, no later than the day after. You must buy everything in one go. Get this final hurdle cleared, and we'll both have peace of mind. I understand. I'll take a day off tomorrow to get it all settled for you. Su Jin smiled and reached out to pat the other's arm. No need to be nervous, old Fu. It's all a matter of course. We've pretty much wrapped things up here. I think I'll go check on Qingdai now. Right. Thank you so much, Director Li. Fu Hu quickly stood up and accompanied Su Jin to Fu Qingdai's door. Upon opening the door, they found Fu Qingdai dressed in plain white pajamas, listlessly doodling in her workbook at the desk, her delicate, lotus root-like legs swinging back and forth. Seeing my father appear with Su Jin, I glanced up nervously before immediately lowering my eyes again. Qingdai, pay close attention to Uncle Li's lesson. Take it to heart, you hear? Fu Hu instructed before closing the door behind him. The moment the door shut, Fu Qingdai sprang up lightly and immediately sat on the edge of her bed. Su Jin surveyed the young girl's bedroom, filled with various small dolls, the air carrying a subtle lingering fragrance. He stepped forward and sat on the chair, lowering his voice as he faced Fu Qingdai. "How's the soundproofing in this room?" If you keep it down, they won't hear," Fu Qingdai whispered in response. "The money? How much did you steal today? Hand it over." Su Jin reached out his palm. Fu Qingdai fumbled under the mattress for a while before pulling out a crumpled stack of bills and placing them in his open hand. When Su Jin took a closer look, his expression darkened. Chapter 19. Why are you always staring at my feet? 32 yuan 80 fun? Down to the last decimal, what can we even do with this pittance? Su Jin complained bitterly. It's enough to buy 2 nooses though, one for each of us. Fu Qingdai wore an awkward expression. Cousin, this was all I could scrape together. My mom scolded me when I asked for money. She insists on buying whatever I need herself. What excuse do I have for spending cash when I'm just staying home all day? Cry. Make a scene. Do I really need to teach you such basic things? Su Jin scolded lightly. Besides, you could ask your mother to buy them too. Get something practical. How come someone your age still can't think straight? A hint of embarrassment and irritation flashed across Fu Qingdai's face as she retorted. I told her to buy me food and rice, but she cursed me for being crazy. When I asked for biscuits, she only bought 1 box. What good is 1 box? Anyway, I don't want to steal money anymore. I'm afraid they'll see and send me back to the mental hospital. Qingdai, the money's about to become worthless. Besides, I'm already at your place, what's there to hesitate about? Su Jin clapped her hands in frustration. Do you expect me, an alien, to work a job here? If you don't steal, how am I supposed to provide for you? I came all the way from Orion and even brought a spaceship, and you? Su Jin's enumeration halted mid-sentence as sudden heaviness gripped his heart, his words cutting off abruptly. Fu Qingdai sat at the edge of the bed, her delicate head lowered as large teardrops fell continuously downward. Then she curled her snow-white long legs beneath her, burying her head between them without uttering a sound, only her shoulders trembling incessantly. After holding back for a while, she finally couldn't restrain herself and broke into audible sobs. Outside the door, a pair of shadowy figures pressed their ears against it, eavesdropping. She's crying. Old Fu, sounds like our daughter's crying. Maybe I should slice some fruit and take it in? That's detoxing. Stop lurking here and interfering with the director's treatment. Soon, Fu Qingdai's sobs gradually softened into silence. It's okay, just let it all out. Su Jin whispered comfortingly, try stealing one more time. I believe you can do it. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai lifted her head to look at Su Jin, tear stains still fresh on her face. Big brother, after tonight there's only 2 days left. Is this really the only way? There's truly no other solution? Su Jin's heart wrenched painfully as he slowly shook his head with a tightened expression. My grandparents, my grandma, and my friends, what should I do? Fu Qingdai's face twisted in anguish and helplessness. I knew something bad would happen, but nobody believed me. If only I'd been older, then so many people wouldn't have ignored my warnings. Won't help, Qingdai. Even if you became the world's richest person, your parents would still think they know better. Su Jin tore a tissue from the box and handed it to her. Wipe your nose before you eat it. Stop pretending. The young girl blushed crimson as she took the tissue, roughly scrubbing at her tear-streaked face. If you became an official, then maybe your parents would listen to you. Why? Fu Qingdai's voice trembled slightly. Having money isn't the same as having power. Even if you become an official, your parents will still know who holds the higher rank. The deliberate change of subject eased Fu Qingdai's emotions somewhat. With a slightly hoarse voice, she asked, Cousin, what do we do next? Where do we go? Surely we can't just stay here guarding this place forever? Su Jin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. He had actually thought about what to do after zombies appeared, but there wasn't really a good plan. The best option was probably just to wait it out. The exact nature of the zombies was still unclear. Whether people were being infected by a virus or some other mysterious force was anyone's guess. But zombies were still biological organisms. Without food, they theoretically shouldn't survive very long. Maybe hiding indoors for 10 days or a couple weeks would be enough for the zombies to starve to death. Carrying around a belly full of rotten guts, in this blistering heat there's a good chance they'd explode before starving to death. Though zombies in movies never die, that's ultimately just cinema. If some mysterious force really prevents zombies from dying due to starvation, that wouldn't be such a big problem either. According to Fu Qingdai's journal entries, zombies' physical capabilities aren't much different from humans, and the descriptions even make them seem somewhat sluggish. This kind of waste fog monstrosity can only lord it over in movies. In our industrialized modern society, they're little more than living target practice. Once the state's violent machinery kicks into gear, sweeping aside these fleshy targets would be child's play anyway. Though less developed than Earth, this world industrialized long ago. Based on bookstores and movie references, they've got everything from tanks to artillery to missiles. And then there's the legendary strategic weather weapon comparable to nuclear bombs on Earth but never actually seen, the Frost Dome missile system. Logically speaking, the technology in this world isn't as advanced as Earth's, but perhaps due to differences in natural environment, atmosphere, or elemental composition, they've managed to develop this type of weapon capable of large-scale weather alteration. World history records only one deployment of such weaponry, a single strike that killed 200,000 people and maintained regionally exaggerated low temperatures for nearly a month. Given the comprehensive analysis of current military capabilities in this world, dealing with the zombie crisis should be effortless. The only question is how long we can hold out until rescue arrives. With this in mind, Sujin said, our immediate priority is surviving that rainstorm. We'll deal with subsequent matters later, I already have plans. Xingdai, if you're feeling too tense, rest properly tomorrow. Don't worry about anything. I'll need your help with something on the final day. What request? Sujin took out a pill bottle from his pocket and solemnly said, these are sleeping pills. Grind them into powder beforehand and mix them into your parents' food tonight. Wait until they fall into deep sleep and come out at 11. Then I'll need your help with some safety measures. I understand, cousin. Fu Qingdai nodded earnestly. Sujin broke into a smile and pulled out a phone and headphones from his pocket. I like obedient kids like you. Here, play with this to relax. Curious, Fu Qingdai took the phone and put on the headphones as instructed, soon listening to some alien tunes. The lyrics were gibberish, completely incomprehensible, but the melody was undeniably fresh and novel. As the music in her phone distracted her, Fu Qingdai's expression gradually relaxed. She curled up on the edge of the bed, her delicate arches slightly arched, creating a soft yet alluring curve. Her fair, refined toes unconsciously pressed lightly against the bedsheet, trembling ever so slightly. Minutes later, she absent-mindedly locked her phone screen. Fu Qingdai raised her eyes to glance at Sujin, instantly flushing crimson. She removed her headphones and stammered, brother, why do you keep looking at my feet? To see if you're good at running. Sujin slowly shifted his gaze upward as he casually opened the desk drawer. Ah, stationery. Narrowing her eyes suspiciously, Fu Qingdai kept watching him. Sujin stiffly opened another drawer and was genuinely surprised to see it packed full of assorted candies. Candy? You've really stocked up on this. Ah, I had my mom buy me extra candy. Thought it might come in handy. Sujin lowered his head and casually pulled out a pack of chocolate from the drawer, unwrapping it to give it a sniff. The wrapping says it's chocolate, and it smells like chocolate too. It should be safe to eat. Since arriving in this world, I haven't experienced any food allergies or poisoning. He hasn't had time to buy sugar yet, but replenishing fast carbs is still very necessary. Didn't expect Fu Qingdai to have covered this oversight. That girl's really something. After observing for a moment, Sujin lowered his head and took a small bite from the corner of the chocolate. This had become his habit in this world. Unfamiliar foods must always be tasted in minuscule amounts first. The rich chocolate flavor spread across his tongue, and Sujin nodded in satisfaction. The sweets in your place are quite. Halfway through his sentence, Sujin's eyes suddenly flew wide open. Blood rapidly spread from his chest and abdomen to his neck, visible to the naked eye, until crimson veins crept across the whites of his eyes, turning his entire face scarlet in an instant. Chapter 20, The Eve of Doom. Witnessing such an unnatural phenomenon, Fu Qingdai immediately turned pale with fright and cried out, ugh cough. Before she could cry out, Sujin's trembling hand had already shot up to cover her mouth. But with his terrible condition and uncontrolled movements, one finger went straight down her throat. Fu Qingdai immediately pushed him away, doubling over with dry heaves. When I looked up and saw Sujin waving his hand, I immediately understood and shut my mouth tightly, pulling him down onto the bed. Staggering, Sujin successfully collapsed onto the fragrant bed. Only, his expression was terrifyingly ugly, eyes wide open, veins bulging across his forehead. His entire body twisted and convulsed on the bed like a maggot sprinkled with salt. Poison. It's poison. The chocolate is deadly. Ugh, blah. Sujin was panic-stricken, frantically sticking his fingers down his throat. Fu Qingdai hurriedly grabbed a trash can from the floor, preparing for the worst. After nearly 10 minutes of continuous retching, Sujin lay back on the bed gasping for air as the symptoms receded like the tide. Cousin, are you alright? What happened? Fu Qingdai asked anxiously, her voice trembling with concern. Almost died. Sujin weakly waved his hand as the palpitations gradually subsided. Food poisoning. Since crossing into this world, he'd been meticulously cautious about everything edible. Yet ultimately, he'd still stepped right into the trap. Fortunately, the local chocolate's poisoning effects struck fiercely but faded quickly. After resting a few more minutes and feeling his bodily functions were unimpaired, Sujin pushed himself up. Fu Qingdai quickly asked, Cousin, can't you eat chocolate? Have you had it before? Yeah, I've had it before, but not your local chocolate. Sujin's voice was hoarse as he got up and walked toward the desk to pick up his briefcase. He took out a bar of chocolate bought from his hometown supermarket from the bag. After scraping off some powder, he turned to Fu Qingdai and said, Give me your hand. Fu Qingdai immediately extended her small, fair hand, allowing him to rub the chocolate powder onto the back of it. Ow! A burning sensation erupted on the back of her hand, quickly turning red. Fu Qingdai instantly recoiled, clutching her hand fearfully. Cousin, what are you doing? What is this? Let's do a simple experiment. Wipe it off. Su Jin tossed a pack of wet wipes to the other person. It seems chocolate from either world is highly toxic to the other. Even skin contact alone produces rapid effects. Severe allergic reactions, swelling airways, burning digestive tract, ingesting more than one piece would likely be fatal. After quickly packing up, Su Jin headed towards the door while saying, I'm leaving now. Get some rest, and don't forget to come out the night after tomorrow. Got it. Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously. After exchanging a few brief words with the Fu Hu couple outside, Su Jin swiftly returned home. The moment I got home, I immediately mixed 2 glasses of salt water and gulped them down. He continued forcing himself to vomit until darkness overcame his vision and he finally stopped, utterly drained. Leaning against the bathroom door, he tried to stand up but slipped, tumbling back down in an undignified heap. Wiping away tears brought on by violent retching, Su Jin felt a wave of bitter sorrow. Who would have thought a simple chocolate could nearly kill him? How had he sunk to such a pitiful state? Damn it, this life isn't fit for living. Every day feels like a knife pressed against my neck. But time's running out, no moment for rest yet. After an hour of observation, Su Jin walked downstairs, body and soul utterly exhausted. The scheduled time with the grain store was approaching, and a truckload of food supplies would arrive shortly. After waiting at the residential complex entrance for over 10 minutes, a box truck slowly came into view. Su Jin waved both arms vigorously, guiding the vehicle to the building entrance. The truck stopped, and 2 burly men jumped down from the cab to begin unloading. The rice, flour, and oil were all packed in cardboard boxes, making it impossible to tell what was inside. As he moved the goods, the grain shop employee asked, Boss, I've never seen anyone buy grain like this. Wrapped so tightly and delivered in the dead of night, is there some special reason? Su Jin forced a smile and improvised, no special reason. Our organization does charity work, and our warehouse recently got flooded. This batch is for underprivileged children. The packaging makes it easier to label later. I work daytime, so this is the only time I can handle it. Got it. You're doing tough work. We'll waive the shipping fee this time, consider it our small donation. The 2 grain store employees grew solemn with respect and began moving with increased urgency, continuing for over 10 minutes. Boss, we've unloaded all the goods for you. We're leaving now. Wait a minute. What's wrong, boss? The grocery store employee stopped in his tracks. After hesitating for a moment, Su Jin said, It's nothing serious. I heard there was a pollution leak at the chemical plant in our city, and the contamination is spreading pretty high up. It won't affect us normally, but if it rains, don't let the rainwater touch you at all, and avoid tap water too. It can cause cancer. Oh wow, really? The news never mentioned it. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Thank you, boss. Only 2 days left until the apocalypse arrives. Half asleep through the night, he woke up again with red-rimmed eyes. The exhaustion on Su Jin's face had accumulated to the point of being impossible to conceal. Grabbing the notebook by the bed, without washing his face or brushing his teeth, he got up, packed hastily, and went out directly to shop for supplies. Not until dusk fell and he returned home did his busy figure cease moving. Every gap in the 4th-floor windows was completely sealed with tape, and the curtains were drawn tight. A temporary small awning was erected over the 5th-floor window ledge to prevent rainwater from getting as close as possible. The edges of the windowsill were covered with a thin layer of metal sheet, coated with thick lubricating oil. Anti-theft grills were installed on the 1st and 2nd floors. Zombies might try to climb the walls, but even if they could, it wouldn't matter. Even with sharp claws, they'd inevitably slide right back down if they made it this far. With everything set, Su Jin knocked on the Fu family's door. Fu, who was still the one who opened the door, wearing the same warm smile. Director Lee, are the preparations complete? Su Jin's voice was hoarse, laced with deep exhaustion. He tried to force a smile, but his face was too stiff, he simply couldn't manage it. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Fu Hu licked his lips nervously. All right, director, come in and take a look. Inside the room, the floor was already laid out with 3 compound bows, over 100 arrows, and various colorful accessories. Solar panels, batteries, inverters, and other equipment were also present. Seeing this, Su Jin's tense mood eased slightly as he nodded in approval. Very good. Keep these things here for now. I'll be heading out the day after tomorrow to settle our business properly. Director, has something unexpected happened? Seeing the other party's unusual state, Fu Hu asked cautiously. Su Jin shook his head. It's nothing. I just received news that a comrade died on a mission abroad. I'm afraid I'll have to postpone Qingdai's treatment for 2 days. I'll come back the day after tomorrow. The following night, all supplies had been meticulously inventoried and arranged, and all water barrels were completely filled. Su Jin sat at the dining table, his skin stinging over large areas from vigorous scrubbing during his shower. Yet at this moment, his gaze remained transfixed on the cage atop the table. His eyes couldn't conceal exhaustion, worry, and fear. Though the weather was hot, his hands and feet trembled slightly with an uncontrollable chill. The 20-some mice in the cage kept trying to escape their prison, just as he himself struggled to survive, trapped in this confined world. Am I prepared enough? Will I make it through this? Sujin slowly turned his gaze sideways to the wall clock, where the hands precisely aligned at 11 o'clock. After tonight comes the apocalypse. Chapter 21, Opening the Gates of Hell. Pushing open the door, Fu Qingdai from across the hallway happened to emerge at the same moment. Their eyes met, and both froze momentarily in surprise. Sujin asked, "Are your parents deeply asleep?" Fu Qingdai replied softly. "I doubled the dosage, they're out cold. I've drawn 2 buckets of water and shut off the main valve at home." After speaking, Fu Qingdai lifted her head to look at Sujin, her small face tense, tears welling up in her eyes as she struggled not to cry. Yet her trembling figure was enough to betray the fear in her heart. Sujin forced a smile and reached out to pull her into his embrace. "Don't be afraid, your big brother is here." Gently stroking Fu Qingdai's raven hair, Sujin felt an overwhelming surge of tender pity in his heart. For a little girl to have endured this far, she was already remarkably strong. It was hard to say whether he was saving her or she was saving him. "There's not much time left, let's move." Gently letting go of Fu Qingdai, Sujin pulled out a box. "What is this? What are we doing later?" Fu Qingdai asked. Sujin remained silent, simply opening the box quietly. Inside was a box full of something resembling superglue, with a stack of papers beneath. "Seal the doors. Start from the first floor. Fill every lock's keyhole and latch with glue," Sujin said softly. "If anyone turns, they'll be trapped in their own homes, ensuring our safety." "But, what if they're fine? Won't they be trapped inside with no way out?" Fu Qingdai asked with wide eyes. "Without water, they'll drink rainwater, and what if they starve?" Sujin pulled out a stack of papers from the box. "These are fake community notices I printed about rainwater contamination. We'll slip them under the doors soon. I've also prepared adhesive remover. When the time's right, I can free them. Though helping them means helping ourselves, we can't save everyone. We're already going above and beyond with this much. Whether they die of thirst or hunger depends on their own fate. If this downpour lasts 7 straight days, first-floor residents are definitely beyond saving." Fu Qingdai took a deep breath, forcibly restraining her trembling body before closing her eyes and nodding. "I understand. Let's go." Going straight down to the first floor, Sujin ran outside the building to observe the window. This was not yet the era described as entertainment to death. At most, people would just watch TV or read newspapers. Although 3D games existed, ordinary households simply didn't have the means to play them. Therefore, common citizens tended to rest quite early, with most going to bed around 10 o'clock. Seeing that not a single light was on in the entire building, he proceeded to apply glue and slip notices together with Fu Qingdai. He had conducted experiments with the glue beforehand, and the results were unexpectedly surprising. In terms of smell and properties, there's almost no difference from regular 502 glue, but it's significantly more adhesive than any 502 he's used before. Comparing the development of both worlds, this situation shouldn't have occurred. He couldn't tell whether the materials in this world were simply more substantial, or if the glue manufacturers back in his hometown had been cutting corners. Each floor contained 2 units with opposing entry doors. The 2 worked quickly, sealing shut all the doors of every unit in the building, except for their own residence, the supply storage room, and the Fu family's home. Returning to the 5th floor, Sujin led Fu Qingdai into the apartment. Seeing rows of foam-wrapped elongated objects covering the floor, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what are these?" "The steel pipes are also for sealing the doors. Glue alone isn't reliable enough, they could still force their way in. I've already organized the groups. Later, you'll come with me to take the steel pipes downstairs. We'll erect a steel frame on each floor to brace both apartment doors shut, then fill any gaps between the frame and doors with wooden strips." Sujin picked up the steel pipes and pointed to the wooden strips on the floor. "Take those without foam wrapping, make absolutely no noise, so we don't risk waking anyone and causing an accident. Once everything is in place, I'll seal the building's entrance and shut off the main water valve. After that, all that's left is to wait peacefully." Fu Qingdai nodded silently. After another round of busy work, both opposite apartments on floors 1, 2, 3, and 6 were completely barricaded with makeshift support structures. Glue-sealed, steel-framed door braces. Aside from jumping out windows, there's virtually no chance of breaking through now. Even if corpses reanimate, they just have to rot indoors waiting. The foreseeable future has basically eliminated any possibility of neighborly conflicts. We've even seized control of our neighbors' lifelines. Home. Fu Qingdai sat resting on the chair, watching Sujin busy himself. Sujin crouched on the floor, handing food items or medicines one by one toward the table. These are vitamin tablets, take one daily after returning home. And powdered milk, have a cup in the morning and another at night, Soo-jin chattered on. Take some vegetables from me too. You and your parents should finish perishables like these as soon as possible. The power grid won't collapse immediately, but it probably won't last more than a few days. When you're free, practice with your arms and legs. You must learn to draw a 50-pound bow. Take a few more bottles of glue with you. While your parents are asleep, seal all the windows shut, don't let them open them. You dreamed of the apocalypse, and your parents should be wary when they see this rain. The short-term situation might be safe, but there's no guarantee something unexpected won't happen. I need to observe for a few more days before coming to find you. Fu Qingdai silently gathered and sorted the items on the table. Once everything was in order, Soo-jin sat beside her and said, Qingdai, your parents can't wander around either. After you go home, I'll seal your door shut too. Take the key to my place. Remember, you must tell no one about the supplies stored on the 4th floor, not even your parents. I wasn't going to show you at first, but I'm telling you because you're worthy of my trust, and all those things were prepared for you. Eventually you'll need to learn to survive. For now, don't trust anyone except me. Let's go. Fu Qingdai nodded, picked up the items from the table, and followed behind Soo-jin. Arriving at his own doorstep, he placed the items by the entryway. Suddenly, Fu Qingdai turned around and threw herself directly into Soo-jin's embrace. A muffled cry sounded as tears soaked his chest, the two clinging to each other in silent embrace. 2 a.m. Soo-jin sat astride in the center of the living room, fully dressed and imposing, meticulously polishing his silver gun while occasionally lifting his gaze to look ahead. Directly opposite was the window. The night outside stretched deep and dark, like an abyss. Today is the day the apocalypse descends, yet neither he nor Fu Qingdai knows precisely when the rain will begin to fall. Perhaps tonight, perhaps in daylight. But no matter what, tonight would surely be a sleepless night. The clock's hands ticked away, the sound crisp and audible. The time had reached exactly 3 hours 15 minutes and 42 seconds. At that very moment, a violet rift tore across the horizon. The glint of light reflected straight into Soo-jin's eyes through the silver gun barrel. He jerked upright in realization. Simultaneously, thunderous roars shook the heavens as lightning patterns writhed endlessly through the churning clouds. Soo-jin's pupils contracted violently, every hair standing on end. The world roared violently as torrential rain poured down mercilessly. The apocalypse had arrived. Chapter 22, Global Deluge. The weather forecast had never shown any rain, not even a hint of moisture for the coming days. But this rain truly appeared exactly as Fu Qingdai had dreamed. Soo-jin's throat moved slightly as he shut his eyes, a hidden pain in his heart. This world should have been full of possibilities. The people lived peacefully and contentedly, with simple and honest customs. Perhaps in another decade or so, they might enter the information age and live a life similar to Earth's. But now everything is ruined. When Soo-jin opened his eyes again, he sighed deeply in his heart and continued to mechanically wipe the silver gun with trembling hands. Only this numbing motion could briefly suppress the fear in his heart. The night passed quietly, with the heavy rain persisting throughout. The sun rose as usual, but the world had now been painted a deep shade of gray. Soo-jin, who had sat motionless all night, finally stirred. He dragged his leaden legs to the window and stared outside in disbelief. His lips, sealed shut all night, now parted involuntarily in astonishment. The gray hue wasn't from the sky, it was the rainwater itself. Amid the night's darkness, he could only tell it was heavy rain, but now at dawn, he finally saw the true nature of the downpour. The torrential rain fell like cascading sheets of gray gauze, hitting the ground only to drift like mist across the rippling waters. At this sight, Soo-jin shuddered violently. That's a good thing then. Turning around, he ran outside and banged on Fu Qingdai's door. Qingdai, are you there? Brother, I'm here. Fu Qingdai, who had been curled up on the sofa all night without sleep, immediately leaped toward the door. Leaning against the door anxiously, she asked, Brother, what's wrong? Did you see the rain? I did. What about it? What color is the rain? It's just the usual color. I can't see anything special about it. Is there a problem? Never mind. Be careful, don't let the rain touch you. I'm going back now. Big brother. Separated by the door, Fu Qingdai hesitated, words left unsaid. What is it? Nothing much. You be careful too. Don't stress yourself too much. Soo-jin responded with a grunt, returning to his residence in utter dismay. The rain was gray, noticeably abnormal. Ordinary people wouldn't even think of touching such rain without being warned. This way, the risk of infection turning people into zombies would be greatly reduced, and the authorities would undoubtedly treat it with the highest level of alert. Yet he could see the anomaly in the rain while others remained completely oblivious. This brought no improvement to the situation whatsoever. As for why he alone could see it, the only explanations were either the company's behind-the-scenes influence or that mask's mysterious function. He must have been overthinking things, just getting his hopes up for nothing. Returning indoors, Soo-jin walked to the dining table and stared at the mouse cage placed upon it. The cage of mice had quieted down considerably, now all crouching peacefully inside to rest. The strange weather outside hadn't alarmed the animals either. But this was within his expectations. These animals were prepared for experimental use. If rainwater could infect animals too, it would virtually eliminate any possibility of wilderness survival. Wild animals' nocturnal instincts are far superior to humans. The main purpose is to test the movement performance and survival duration of creatures after zombification. But now isn't the time for testing. Such experiments must wait until my mindset is readjusted and my energy fully restored. At this thought, Sujin revealed a bitter, self-mocking smile. As a liberal arts graduate who went straight into sales after college, I never imagined there'd come a day when I'd need to establish control groups for biological experiments. Looking away, I grabbed the telescope and moved to the window to observe. Despite the heavy rain, nothing could deter these workers from their selfless dedication. Even in our residential compound, people could already be seen braving the downpour in raincoats or under umbrellas. The deep gray raindrops struck people's bodies, eerily merging into their skin before vanishing without a trace. As for the pedestrians who came into contact with that strange rainwater, there appeared to be no immediate unusual effects. Worried, he lowered his binoculars and stood still for a while longer, lost in thought. Sujin opened the window and reached out with a long-handled scoop that had been placed beneath the windowsill beforehand. The thin layer of rainwater clung to the edges before being tapped against the balcony railing, shaking off excess droplets before being brought back inside. The water in the dipper matched the rain, a dull, leaden gray. He transferred it carefully into the kitchen. Only after securing multiple masks and a motorcycle helmet did Sujin dare to turn on the stove and range hood, beginning to heat the rainwater on low flame. In less than a minute, the thin layer of water had already boiled away. The gray substance didn't evaporate with the mist, but instead accumulated at the bottom like smoke. With the slightest movement, the gray mist rippled within the dipper. Staring at the gray mist, Sujin contemplated. This substance defies any possibility of self-identification. One could hardly even call it material. However, current observations show it doesn't rely solely on water as a medium. It's unaffected by high temperatures, can be contained in vessels, and still remain subject to gravitational forces. After pondering for a while, Sujin retreated from the kitchen and fetched another ladle along with 2 empty glass jars. He dipped the ladle to scoop some water, then gently poured it along the inner wall of the ladle containing the gray mist. He breathed a sigh of relief as the gray mist dissolved back into the water. That mist-like state was far too dangerous, it spread far too easily. Keeping it submerged in water felt safer and more controllable. He divided the gray liquid into 2 glass jars, wrapping each tightly with plastic wrap to seal them completely. One jar was placed on the balcony where it could be exposed to direct sunlight, while the other was stored in a shaded spot. After finishing everything, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. After double-checking the safety measures for any oversights, Sujin returned to the bedroom. Lying sideways on the bed, watching the heavy rain outside the window, his thoughts fluctuated. Having stayed awake all night with tense nerves, it was time to get some rest, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle any sudden emergencies. It seems people are cursing both upstairs and downstairs. I wonder how far this rainstorm has spread. Hopefully some unaffected areas will recognize the problem soon and launch rescue operations quickly. Exhausted, Sujin gradually fell asleep with the gun as his pillow. There are 2 radios on the nightstand in the bedroom. One is an ordinary radio, and the other is also an ordinary radio. Except one is preset to FM frequencies, while the other is preset to AM frequencies. At this moment, the radio preset to FM frequencies emits a low-frequency crackling sound of radio waves. This is Zhong Broadcast Station. Sujin abruptly sat up in a drowsy state and grabbed the radio. Gritting through the soreness in his eyes, he began adjusting the tuning knob. After a few simple turns, the radio's audio became clear. According to the latest announcement from the Meteorological Bureau and Global Environmental Monitoring Center, since early this morning, abnormal rainfall of identical intensity has been occurring simultaneously worldwide. Preliminary judgments indicate this precipitation event is extraordinarily widespread, with its duration and precise causes still under research and analysis. The scientific community is jointly conducting an investigation into the cause, but there are no definitive conclusions yet. The public is advised to stay tuned for official authoritative information. To ensure personal safety and maintain social order, the following reminders are issued. When going out, please make sure to carry rain protection gear and properly seal. All subsequent updates will be released simultaneously via broadcast and online platforms as soon as possible. Citizens are urged to remain calm, respond rationally, and refrain from creating, believing, or spreading misinformation. Ugh! Sujin clutched his head as sharp pain pierced through his skull like needles. Could it be global rainfall, with no escape? Chapter 23 New Company Message. Sujin grabbed his phone while enduring a throbbing headache. He'd set an alarm before sleeping, but less than 2 hours had passed according to the time. Sitting on the bed to recover, he gradually came to terms with reality. He immediately stood up and walked toward the living room window, still hearing faint curses from both upstairs and downstairs. Standing by the window and glancing downward, Su-jin felt slightly relieved. Just as he had anticipated, no one had arrived yet. With the entire building block locked down, residents inside would almost inevitably seek help from outside. But the intensity of help requests would certainly not be too high, leaving ample time for preparation. The building had a high proportion of elderly residents, mostly retired, who wouldn't normally choose to go out on such a rainy day anyway. As for those who needed to commute for work, they'd most likely consider taking leave, and locksmiths seeing the downpour would abandon most service calls, let alone firefighters. Additionally, the forged flyer's warning of severely contaminated rainwater would have some effect, even though one phone call to verify would expose their false claims. But such matters, most people would rather believe they're true than risk ignoring them, just like how anyone would react if they inexplicably received a note. If it said "I put a snake in your cup," no sane person would dare drink from that glass again, completely spooked by shadows of a bow mistaken for a snake. Besides, now that broadcasts are reporting news about this bizarre rainstorm, receiving such text messages should help people regain their composure. Even if, worst-case scenario, firefighters actually came to rescue them, it wouldn't be a serious issue anyway. He had a gun in his hand and was fully prepared for violent resistance. Delaying time was absolutely no problem. Inside the residential area, everything was quiet. Su-jin picked up his binoculars and began observing the distant streets. At a glance, he couldn't help but frown. Apart from the occasional passing vehicle, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the street. 2 figures in raincoats, and one carrying an umbrella, suddenly dropped the umbrella to the ground. All 3 were moving far too slowly, unlike normal walking pace in the rain. Zombification. Going by these signs, it's confirmed to be zombification. Su-jin swallowed hard and readjusted his binoculars toward the opposite building. Most households didn't draw their curtains, allowing visibility of people moving about inside. The first 2 homes appeared normal, but the third one was different. In the living room on the 5th floor opposite, a bare-chested, pot-bellied man stood rigidly by the window, his entire body tinged blue with slight swaying movements, utterly devoid of expression or vitality. Upon seeing this, Su-jin retracted his telescope and silently closed the curtains. The corpse mutation had already begun occurring. In less than a few hours, infection had taken place. The tap water had become contaminated. Su-jin's heart pounded anxiously as he turned toward the kitchen. Through another window, he scooped up some of the ashen rain with a dipper. Then he immediately returned to the bathroom and retrieved a crude iron wire cage, its interior divided into 2 compartments. Half of it was a normal cage, while the other half had a specially installed hamster wheel. The cage was specifically prepared for experiments. The zombification phenomenon had begun to emerge, so understanding these creatures in advance to prepare was now an urgent priority. Using tongs, he placed 2 rats separately on either side of the reinforced iron cage. Su-jin took a deep breath, put on thick gloves, picked up a pipette to extract the gray liquid, and dripped equal amounts onto 2 mice. While waiting for the mice to undergo mutations, he took out a toy racing car from his bag and dismantled it. The developmental paths of the 2 worlds were largely convergent, with even toys sharing many similarities. The racing cars only differed in style from those on Earth. Their core technologies were essentially identical. As a child, he had been quite fond of remote control cars, so he knew a thing or two about this stuff. After removing the outer shell and simply connecting it to the linkage of the running wheel in the iron cage, then powering it up, it became an electric hamster treadmill. It was perfect for testing the physical endurance of mutated rats. Half an hour passed, but the rats still showed no reaction at all. Su-jin took up the dropper and administered another tube of gray liquid onto one of the rats. 10 minutes later, the rat doused with double the gray fluid was the first to mutate. Occasional instinctive whisker grooming behaviors had vanished, replaced by bizarre new actions. Though its appearance remained unchanged, the mutated rat displayed an overwhelming desire to attack humans. But after all, it was just a rat. The thick wire cage couldn't be snapped through immediately with pliers. Watching the mutated rat charging relentlessly toward him, Su-jin tensely rose to his feet and backed away, gradually shifting his position toward the other side. Just as expected, the moment he began moving, the direction of the mutated rat's charge adjusted accordingly. Gripping the silver gun tightly, Su-jin kept vigilant watch, preparing for any unexpected developments. The mutated rat clearly showed great interest in living creatures, but there was another rat right beside it. Why was it always staring at him? At this thought, Su-jin took out his phone, set it to recording mode in front of the rat cage, then returned to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, he returned to the living room to check the recording. In the footage, the mutated rat immediately changed its charging direction the moment he disappeared, charging toward the mice in the running wheel. After a quick glance, Su-jin had already drawn preliminary conclusions. They exhibit intense aggression toward living creatures and prioritize attacking larger targets. It appears the mutated rats still rely on vision for movement, though this can't be entirely confirmed. Uncertain whether sound and scent affected it. Just as Su-jin conceived the idea and prepared to experiment, precisely at the moment he was about to act, an abrupt anomaly occurred. Suddenly, within his previously unbroken field of vision, two massive lines of text appeared out of nowhere. New specimen detected, available for collection. The company will provide equivalent compensation upon retrieval. Witnessing this scene, Soo-jin's dilated pupils instantly relaxed, his tension easing considerably. The company still exists. It can still provide assistance. The large characters before him vanished, and everything returned to calm. Company, recycle? How do I recycle? Can you explain in detail? I don't understand. Can someone talk to me? Soo-jin roared. No response. Soo-jin clutched his head, taking deep breaths repeatedly. He should have known better what this goddamn company was like. They wouldn't give him too many hints. But at this critical moment, they're talking about recycling. Logically it should be recyclable, right? They couldn't possibly expect him to deliver it back to the company after completing the mission? But how the hell am I supposed to return it? Where do I send this? The briefcase. A light bulb went off in Soo-jin's mind. He dashed to the sofa in 3 swift steps, grabbing the briefcase with feverish intensity in his eyes. That's it. This thing has some interdimensional storage space. If I put items inside, the company might receive them automatically. Worth a try. Licking his lips and rubbing his hands together excitedly, Soo-jin feverishly reached into the bag twice. He pulled out an extra-long screwdriver with a sharpened tip and stabbed down at the mutated rat. After several stabs, the mutated rat was thoroughly skewered to death. With no time to marvel at the rat's tenacious vitality, he spent another while poking at it with the screwdriver to confirm it was truly dead. Soo-jin carefully lifted it out and tossed it into a plastic bag. After wrapping it with several more layers, he stuffed the plastic bag containing the mutated rat corpse into his briefcase. Chapter 24, First Clues. Confirming the dead rat had completely entered the space within the bag. Before Soo-jin could regain his composure, he was swept away by wild exhilaration the next second. A new prompt appeared before his eyes. Recovery successful. Equivalent items have been exchanged. Damn impressive. While this company's methods were crude and straightforward, their efficiency was undeniably impressive. Soo-jin felt a secret thrill as he hurriedly reached into his bag again. After a quick fumble, he pulled out a small black paper box. Staring at the tiny box in his hand, Soo-jin felt inexplicably tense. Aside from the initial items the company had provided him, this marked his first real interaction with the organization. One was a mask that seemed capable of communicating with the company and providing flawless translations. One was a backpack with its own independent space. There was also a pistol that couldn't be tested for now and didn't require reloading. Such newly emerged items were absolutely no ordinary goods. After taking a deep breath, Soo-jin, brimming with anticipation and a sense of ritual, opened the black box in his hands. The lid opened, and silver light caught his eyes. A perfectly curved, smooth and polished object with avian characteristics. A strangely familiar metal artifact came into view. Soo-jin's raised lips gradually drooped downward. With trembling hands, he reached out and examined the object inside the box. After just a glance, he suddenly lost control in fury, violently slamming the box to the ground. God damn it! Isn't this fucking Gunce? Note, Gunce is kept as transliteration for cultural specificity. Could alternatively be translated as isn't this fucking scrap metal? Soo-jin clenched the butt plug in his hand, trembling with fury. Damn it! Nobody screws with people like this. Nobody humiliates others this way. He was already frantic with anxiety and panic. Did this goddamn Armageddon Incorporated send him a butt plug hoping he'd seal the orifice to prevent leakage when he dies? What the actual fuck? After a torrent of curses, Soo-jin's emotions began to subside. Holding the adult toy, a wave of desolation washed over him. To be stuck with such an unreliable company that couldn't care less whether he lived or died. He never should have gone drinking with that client if only he hadn't entertained them that night. While wallowing in self-pity, Soo-jin suddenly snapped back to attention, his gaze fixed on the ground. Beside the black box he had just dropped, a card had sprung up. Could it be an instruction manual? Could it all have been a misunderstanding? After all, this company transcended the ordinary, there must be some explanation. Seeing this, Soo-jin hurriedly picked it up to examine. Emergency suppository, containing first aid liquid inside. Automatically injects the liquid upon detecting a drop in body temperature. Can be used multiple times until the liquid is depleted. A burning sensation is normal, do not panic if experienced. Special note, if encountering hazardous situations, place it in the correct position beforehand to avoid missing critical opportunities. Do not forcibly open the outer casing. The liquid solution is only effective when administered rectally. Oral ingestion carries extremely high poisoning risks. Fuck, this is a goddamn gun. Soo-jin was furious, slamming the instruction manual violently onto the ground. Who would risk carrying this thing around the world in advance? Even if he were to die, he would never use such a thing to cling to survival. After calming down for about 10 minutes, Soo-jin found a nylon rope and tied the emergency plug to his waist. This definitely wasn't for his own use, considering Qingdai might face danger. He wanted to keep it ready for her at all times. The experiment still needed to be conducted. After calming down, Sujin took out 2 more mice for the infection test. The mouse originally placed in the running wheel had already undergone changes and was now continuously launching suicidal charges toward Sujin. However, trapped inside the wheel compartment, it could only keep running in place endlessly. After crouching to observe for a long while, Sujin picked up his notebook and began recording. The gray component in the rain is 100% the source of mutation, but the speed of infection is strongly correlated with the amount of gray component absorbed. Currently, we can only observe that this component has an extremely high infection rate. With such crude and amateurish experiments, it's absolutely impossible to determine the exact infection probability. Moreover, we're running short on lab mice. Infected mice show significantly reduced mobility, their limbs becoming somewhat mechanical. They don't run fast, yet never tire and feel no pain. After a brief note, Sujin took out the batteries and placed them into the RC car. The motor started, spinning the wheels and setting them into motion. The mutated rat clearly couldn't keep up with the speed and was temporarily sent tumbling inside the cage, yet its aggressive intent remained unmistakable as it struggled to regain its footing. More than 20 minutes later, the batteries ran out of power, and he replaced them with a fresh set to keep going. After running through 5 sets of batteries consecutively, Sujin finally stopped and switched to manual operation. As he turned the wheel cabin, disappointment was evident on Sujin's face. The conclusion was deeply disappointing. The mutant rats showed almost no physical exhaustion, they'd even grown slightly stronger, as if continuously adapting to their bodies. Another hour passed. Having undergone confinement, burning, drowning, piercing experiments, and more, Sujin's mood had completely plummeted to rock bottom. It couldn't be suffocated, drowned, or even burned to charcoal without showing slight movement. The infected creature's survival ability was terrifyingly formidable. Only piercing the torso caused rapid death, even decapitation wouldn't kill it. Due to his lack of understanding of rodent physiology, he never pinpointed the exact vulnerable spot for piercing, though the heart seemed the likely target. The only 2 aspects not yet tested were survival duration and same-species infection capability. But at this moment, Sujin was utterly exhausted both physically and mentally. He picked up the rat cage, placed it inside the glass fish tank he'd bought earlier, secured it with a wooden lid, and went straight to his bedroom. In the darkness, another pre-tuned AM band radio crackled to life. Sujin forced his eyelids open and hurriedly adjusted the radio. FM is mainly used for local broadcasting, with limited coverage and strong entertainment value, while AM, with its long-range transmission and anti-interference capabilities, is often used for national or emergency broadcasts, making it the preferred frequency during disasters. Though this wasn't Earth, the technological development paths were similar. The use of electromagnetic waves was identical across both worlds, and he had done his homework in advance. Now that the radio was crackling to life, it surely meant the authorities had detected the anomaly and issued a nationwide alert. After some simple adjustments, the radio's content began to gradually clear up. Hisses static. This is the latest announcement from the National Disaster Emergency Command Center. All citizens are urged to pay close attention. As of 1 p.m. today, most regions within the country have been affected by an unidentified type of rainfall, with widespread precipitation. This rainfall exhibits potential biohazard characteristics and may cause irreversible effects through skin contact, respiratory systems, and digestive tracts. Multiple locations have now confirmed that sudden mass behavioral disturbances are linked to this type of rainfall, with individuals exhibiting abnormal behaviors. All citizens must immediately comply with the following orders. First, do not come into direct contact with rainwater in any form. Second, use only bottled water or hermetically sealed water sources for drinking and cleaning. Third, immediately seal all windows, doors, ventilation openings, and drainage systems to prevent any external moisture intrusion. These directives take effect immediately upon broadcast. Anyone refusing compliance will be considered a threat to public safety. Further updates will be simultaneously released through broadcast and online channels. After listening to the broadcast, Sujin felt his spirits lift, exhaling a long breath of relief. Great, the machinery of violence is about to be set in motion. It's clear that those above have fully recognized the terrifying severity of the gray rain, given how they didn't even bother with their usual rumor control procedures, a sure sign of how urgent the situation is. Chapter 25, Soundless Detonation. 5 days had already slipped by in the blink of an eye. The rain continued to fall, though its intensity had visibly weakened compared to the first day, so much so that it seemed it might stop at any moment. Sujin stood by the window, his face ashen, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness. 5 days under extreme stress and fragmented sleep had left his mind utterly exhausted. Nearly 20 zombies of unknown origin now loitered downstairs. There was both good and bad news over these 3 days. The gray substance in his collected rain canning jars had dissipated within 5 days. Tests showed the remaining water had lost its infectious properties. Moreover, the significant changes in rainfall patterns no longer matched Fu Qingdai's dreams. This shows the company didn't truly foresee the future completely, but merely predicted this disaster. Much of the content can't be considered precise. Fu Qingdai's dream was simply fabricated and pushed to the past by the company. The current situation appears significantly better than what Fu Qingdai saw in her dream. The disaster's scale of impact is far wider than anticipated, yet its difficulty isn't as high as initially feared. The residential building across the street had already seen several bloody incidents unfold before his very eyes. In one home, zombies appeared, forcing its occupants to jump to their deaths, only to be devoured on the ground below. Another fought back successfully, yet ultimately chose to end their life by hanging themselves. There was even cannibalism. A couple personally gouged out their own son's organs and voraciously chewed on them, too horrifying to witness. The cries from upstairs and downstairs never ceased for a single day. Facing all this, nothing failed to unsettle the mind of every ordinary person. Su Jin's already highly exhausted, tense, and stretched to the limit mental state worsened further. Now their greatest hope was waiting for the rain to stop and the army to arrive and save the day. It won't be long before this disaster takes a turn. Yet what terrified him most was the complete silence since that last radio broadcast, as if the entire nation had fallen mute. No reassurance for the people. This was deeply abnormal. Weighed down by exhaustion and despair, Su Jin turned back toward the bedroom. Anyway, all I can do now is wait. I hope the rain stops soon and the troops come out early. I never want to experience something like this again in my life. Before I knew it, the time had already reached 5 in the afternoon. Under the ash rain's influence, the sky was much gloomier than usual. Occasional zombie roars and door-banging sounds could be heard from outside. On the bed, Su Jin stared blankly at the ceiling, his face devoid of any expression. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. At this moment, the static sounded like celestial music. Su Jin jolted awake and scrambled out of bed, instinctively twisting the radio's volume knob despite it already being turned to maximum. With bated breath and desperate hope, he pressed his ear close to listen. A faintly crackling yet unmistakably panicked voice emerged from the static, laced with despair. Emergency, citizens, national functions ceased, fight for survival, trust no. A scream rang out, then the broadcast abruptly cut off. Su Jin's expectant expression froze on his face. His mind went blank as all sounds between heaven and earth vanished from his ears. Woo woo! An air raid siren suddenly blared like a piercing wail tearing through the sky. Su Jin shuddered from head to toe and dashed toward the living room. My pupils instantly dilated at the sight before me, and my legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Far on the horizon, in the direction of the central city district, more than a dozen unidentified flying objects resembling missiles streaked across the sky from the central district, trailing white plumes like reverse-falling meteors. As the missiles vanished, a clearly visible shockwave erupted powerfully outward. Dark clouds immediately began to spread and expand from the explosion's epicenter like rolling tidal waves. Boom! A deafening roar struck the sky like a hammer smashing through the firmament. The entire building where Su Jin stood seemed to be suspended mid-air, then violently yanked. Windows wailed, glass panes trembled wildly, and for a moment the world seemed to have entered a frozen, crashed state. The apocalypse was no longer gray rain at this moment, but a materialized natural disaster descending with fury. The violent movements of the cloud masses never ceased, accompanied by intense rolling, as lightning began to dance within them. Downbursts formed, pillars of clouds descended like tornadoes, pounding the earth. Wherever the downburst struck, the land froze solid. Su Jin's pupils trembled, his hands clutching the windowsill as he stared into the distance, teeth chattering. The Cold Dome Missile System, large-scale cloud manipulation and utilizing thermal currents for attacks are the hallmark features of this weapon. The ultimate weapon of this nation. Without any warning, it was actually launched at its own capital. Am I going to die? What the hell is happening? Perhaps tomorrow when the rain stops, the military should be deployed, so why is this happening? An overwhelming surge of fear and nausea washed over him. Su Jin quickly covered his mouth and nose, hunched his back, and ran toward the bathroom. But just as he reached the living room, a torrent of acidic vomit splattered onto the floor. Bitter acidity flooded his mouth. Su Jin coughed until tears sprayed from the corners of his eyes, his heart feeling as though reality had crushed it in its fist. Why was a supposedly modernized industrial nation so fragile? The core logic of state machinery is maintaining order. Declaring outright collapse would only trigger total societal breakdown, resource plundering, and military mutiny. No matter how extensive the zombie infection became, they had no justification for announcing national collapse to civilians. Just dealing with the zombie infection, the top command has already imposed a scorched earth lockdown on the capital. For days, there hasn't been even a trace of the military. If such a vast nation can crumble so easily, then what does that make me? Facing twin disasters, all personal plans now seem as fragile as sheets of blank paper in the current situation. Perhaps the top leadership has failed, or maybe their understanding of this infection wasn't thorough enough. But Su Jin has no energy left to analyze these possibilities, completely losing his composure, his mind now in utter chaos. His body stiffened for a long moment before he inexplicably rushed to the bedroom, grabbed one of the radios, and roared angrily, "Don't believe what? Don't believe what? Speak to me." The next second, the radio was smashed to pieces. The apocalypse. Deep down, he'd already come to terms with it. An entity like the company had already passed judgment on this world, no further questioning was necessary. Yet he had clung to the delusion that military rescue would come. A glimmer of hope had always lingered in his heart, but now the entire scheme had collapsed. Before him stretched only dead ends, to perish alone in a foreign land. All that remained was the cruel, blood-soaked reality. The city's core still endured the onslaught of violent winds, while an icy gale had long swept through every street, the sky choked with ominous clouds. Piercing through the howling wind, desperate wails reached Su Jin's ears. Stumbling to the living room window, Su Jin saw figures already standing on the opposite building's window ledge, weeping, screaming, before leaping into the void below. From the adjacent apartment buildings, people were also throwing themselves to their deaths while wailing uncontrollably. The cries seemed like the call of death, as suicidal acts unfolded one after another before Su Jin's eyes. Until a woman holding an infant in swaddling clothes stepped onto the windowsill of the 6th floor opposite, tearfully shaking her head at Su Jin again and again, before leaping down with her child. "No, no, no! Don't jump! Don't jump!" Su Jin was so frantic he started hopping from foot to foot, his eyes wide as he roared. Watching the zombie horde about to devour the mother and child's corpses, he could hesitate no longer. He yanked the window open and raised his gun to fire. Bang! 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 9 shots rang out until only empty clicks of the trigger remained. Su Jin mechanically pulled the trigger, watching helplessly as the mother and child were torn to shreds by the horde of corpses, until only ripples of blood remained drifting across the water. When witnessing others receiving injections, people often instinctively feel a phantom pain, as if the needle has pierced their own skin. Now, sharing this desperate situation with death looming and tragedy unfolding before his eyes, Su Jin experienced for the first time an unprecedented visceral pain from others' suffering. Su Jin's trigger finger finally stilled as his stomach convulsed and a thick metallic taste rose in his throat. He staggered and bent over, retching a few times, but nothing came up. After standing there silently for 2 seconds, he suddenly turned around and flung the pistol onto the ground, where it bounced off and hit the wall. "Where's the company?" Su Jin knelt on the floor, his eyes searching desperately as he howled in anguish at the empty space. "What can I do? I'm just an ordinary person. Why did you choose me? I can't even save my own life. Who am I supposed to save? Why don't you save them yourselves? I came here for a job. What the hell do you want from me?" Su Jin cursed and struck out, venting his terror and rage, his fists battered and bleeding from hammering the ground. But each blow landed weaker than the last. In the end, Su Jin slumped against the wall, burying his face in his hands as uncontrollable sobs racked his body. Only soft sobs and murmurs remained. All hope had been utterly extinguished. Within the residential complex, a succession of suicides continued unabated. The bitter wind howled as weeping voices drifted through the air. Zhang Wan, wake up quickly." In the Fu family bedroom, Fu, who felt dizzy and lightheaded, mustering all his strength to hold Zhang Wan while calling out to her repeatedly. Ever since receiving that text message, both of them had completely lost their composure. Then when the cold sky phenomenon erupted and they witnessed mass suicides, the shock had frightened Zhang Wan into unconsciousness. Fu Qingdai stood at the doorway, her pretty face ghostly pale, her hands gripping the doorframe tightly. She dared not look outside the window, yet even just hearing the sounds was enough to make her legs give way. Fu Hu called out twice before turning around and saying, "Qingdai, hurry and fetch some water." Fu Qingdai quickly complied, turning to scoop a bowl of water from the bucket and rushing back to the bedroom. Seeing her father still performing first aid on her mother, Fu Qingdai felt overwhelming panic and heartache, and was terrified beyond words. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly closed the door. Turning around, I searched the living room until my gaze locked onto a chair. Gritting my teeth, I lifted the chair and smashed it fiercely against the door handle. "Qingdai, what are you doing?" Fu Hu shouted from the bedroom. Ignoring him, Fu Qingdai kept smashing the door, her jaw clenched in determination. A careless swing missed its target, and his fingers crashed against the doorknob with such force that a chunk of flesh was scraped off. Blood gushed from the wound. After several more strikes, the doorknob finally loosened, just as Fu Hu emerged from his room, staring at his daughter with shock and fury. "What are you doing? I want to go out." "You're not allowed to go out now. Stay right here. Can't you see how bad your mom's condition is? And you're still causing trouble." Fu Qingdai lowered her head and nodded. The moment Fu Hu turned around and rushed back to the bedroom in a panic, she immediately pulled open the door handle. The sound of a lock turning, and Fu Qingdai cautiously pulled the door open. As the door cracked open, a thick, pungent smell of smoke already seeped into her nostrils. Creak, creak, creak. The grating sound persisted relentlessly. The electric lights inside flickered. The power grid was unstable, on the verge of collapse. The cold wind continued to howl relentlessly outside the window. Carrying the heart-guiding talisman, Qingdai rounded the hallway partition, poised to speak, but the sight before her struck the words dead in her throat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground was covered in bloodstains. Su Jin sat on the stool, his fists tightly wrapped in bandages, dark crimson seeping through the cloth. The muscular bare torso glistened with sweat, its contours gilded with gold under the flickering lights. Su Jin cast a sidelong glance, causing Fu Qingdai to startle and instinctively cross her arms over her chest. She had never seen such an expression in his eyes before, nothing but hatred and fury, like a beast. Shu, shh. Eyes meeting, Fu Qingdai spoke in a trembling, tear-choked voice, brother, I'm scared. Thud. The lights went out, leaving only the flickering red glow of a cigarette in the darkness. SSSSKKK. The red dot vanished as the grating sound of knife sharpening abruptly ceased. Don't be afraid, I'm right here. Chapter 26. Your daughter is the savior. The blizzard howled all night, and by dawn the rain had stopped. Su Jin awoke from his dream and sat up. The unrestrained indulgence of the previous night granted him an unprecedented depth of sleep, from which he awoke with his spirit remarkably restored. He glanced back at the window, his expression clouded with conflicting emotions. The regime declared its dissolution, the launching of Hanxiang missiles triggered a sudden temperature drop, and the military vanished without a trace. The current situation had deteriorated to the worst possible extreme. There was no room for fantasy anymore, no one to turn to, everything depended solely on himself. The temperature outside was dangerously low, likely close to -50 degrees, while the unheated interior was scarcely warmer. He exhaled sharply, a puff of pale mist forming in the frigid air. Su Jin threw off the quilt and climbed out of bed, bundled in a thick down jacket. Kneeling down, I peered at the mouse cage in the corner of the bed, meticulously wrapped in layers of clothing with foam insulation padding its base. The candle had burned out, yet movement still stirred within the cage. Seeing the mice still alive, I finally allowed myself to relax. The source of infection remained a mystery. If this batch of lab mice had frozen to death, it would have been an enormous waste. Fortunately, they barely managed to survive through the night. Even after layering on multiple sets of clothes and piling on various warming materials, his limbs remained somewhat stiff and cold after a night's sleep. He only had one quilt, and winter clothing was scarce. If it weren't for the several alcohol stoves he lit and the bricks arranged to retain heat, he might have suffered frostbite that night. When Fu Qingdai came last night, he gave her several alcohol stoves too. The Fu family's situation was different from his own. They certainly had plenty of quilts at home, so surviving this night wouldn't be a problem at all. As for the others in the building, they'd likely pull through easily too. Every household had gas cylinders, and there was enough flammable material to go around. Su Jin made a round of inspection in the room. Finding nothing unusual except the completely frozen water bucket, he scooped out a few spoonfuls of lard for breakfast before heading straight out. The door of the Fu residence was knocked upon, and it opened almost immediately. There stood Fu Qingdai's pale, frost-bitten little face, followed by the utterly dejected and crestfallen countenance of Fu Hu. Upon seeing Su Jin, both were immediately taken aback. Director? Let's talk inside. Su Jin raised his hand to stop the conversation and stepped across the threshold as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The interior was in complete disarray, with a pile of ashes from a bonfire at the center of the living room. Judging by the surroundings, they'd clearly dismantled the sofa to use as fuel. This family had evidently spent the entire night in the living room. After surveying the surroundings, Su Jin turned to Fu Hu and got straight to the point. I was the one who sealed your family's door. What? You? Hear me out. Su Jin said solemnly, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Critical Risk Intervention Enforcement Bureau. I know that. Fu Hu stammered nervously. Su Jin shook his head. You may know me as a person, but you don't truly understand what the National Special Affairs Bureau is responsible for. It's different from what I told you earlier. Our department actually specializes in researching supernatural phenomena and unpopular and small-scale division that's marginalized within government agencies. 30 years ago, the nation excavated 2,000-year-old artifacts in the northwest region. Through subsequent research, we identified them as remnants of Maya civilization. I don't know whether they were extraterrestrials or possessed special abilities, but by deciphering the steels left by the Mayans, they accurately predicted the trajectory of future historical developments, including this coming catastrophe. The establishment of our department was specifically for the study of Maya civilization. Fu Qingdai and Fu Hu stood stunned, their expressions frozen in place. Su Jin continued, initially, the nation placed great importance on the discovery of Mayan civilization, but after 30 years of development, our department is practically forgotten. Even within our own ranks, we've split into two factions. Many have long considered it a sinecure. Only I remain different. What on earth are you talking about? I can't understand any of this, Fu Hu exclaimed in shock. Are you alright? My mind is perfectly clear, Su Jin said solemnly. According to prophecies left behind by the Mayans, a savior would foresee this disaster. It was through this clue that I found your daughter. Honestly, I lied to you earlier. I had already communicated with Qing Dai before moving into your home. To put it simply, your daughter is the prophesied savior. I'm absolutely certain. Given the disaster unfolding before your eyes, I think you already know in your heart whether to believe me or not. Wait, hold on a second. Fu Hu held his forehead with an expression of pain. Zombie infection. Just yesterday he learned his country had fallen and his home was destroyed. Now someone suddenly appeared to tell him his daughter was the future savior. This series of events piled up until his brain truly couldn't process all this information. So you're saying you knew this would happen all along? Instead of warning the nation, you came running to pin your hopes on my daughter? Fu Hu's voice carried suppressed anger. Su Jin remained utterly composed. The authorities have known about this all along. Do you really think repeating it would make any difference? You asked why I told you to buy arrows and batteries? You think I want to hide out here, that I don't want to rely on the nation's support? Our department won't even fucking approve my budget. Hearing Su Jin's final shout, Fu Hu was completely frozen in shock. That's true, after all, even the budget isn't getting approved anymore. Do you know what's really happening to our country now? Fu Hu asked with a trembling voice, hope flickering faintly in his eyes. The country can no longer be relied upon. There's only us now. Fu Hu's face darkened instantly. He turned to glance at his daughter again, his heart twisting with pain once more. Su Jin continued, Old Fu, you're a military man and no weapons. You've seen the impact of the Hanqiang missile launch. Do you have any estimate when the temperatures outside might rise again? I don't know. I'm not sure, maybe a week. It's summer now, perhaps less than a week. Fu Hu waved weakly as he spoke. A week, then. Su Jin pondered silently. The Hanqiang missile had bought him a 1-week buffer period. The current freezing temperatures outside were now affecting the zombies, both indoors and outdoors. By conservative estimates, he had 3 days to clear the zombies from the residential area and gather supplies and recruits. Director Lee, please leave. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I want no part in it right now. Fu Hu looked worn out, his spirit broken. My wife is unconscious and still hasn't woken up. I got the text message and heard the broadcasts, but I believe the country won't collapse so easily. I'm waiting for rescue. Old Fu. Su Jin raised his voice sharply. What more are you deluding yourself about? The country can't be relied on. If we could rely on it, we wouldn't have gone this long without even a glimpse of the military. If we could rely on them, why would they be launching missiles into the city? Fine. Even if I concede for argument's sake that the armed forces are still operational, in the current situation, do you think rescue efforts would prioritize you? You're just an ordinary citizen, why would they save you? How long can you keep waiting for rescue? We were lucky this time, the Frost Sky missiles didn't fall on our heads. What if another wave of missile strikes comes? Could you survive that? Chapter 27. I am the nation, I am the army. What the hell else am I supposed to do? What can I even do? Fu Hu roared in desperation. Get out of my house. Whatever this is about, leave my daughter out of it. I don't want to hear another word of your nonsense. Dad. Fu Qingdai tugged desperately at Fu Hu's sleeve, her face etched with panic. Whatever it takes to stay alive, we can make it happen. Su Jin gripped Fu Hu's shoulders with both hands, his eyes wide with desperation. No nation? We'll build our own damn nation. No army? We'll raise our own army. If we can't hide, then we won't fucking hide. We'll fight those undead motherfuckers to the death. This neighborhood is full of people who know each other well. Since your daughter was sent to a mental hospital after dreaming about the apocalypse, surely many people must know about it, right? With just this, we can rally people to join us. Qingdai is everyone's only hope. She could be emperor. She could be the sect leader. I absolutely won't let you destroy her. Fu Hu was instantly stunned, staring blankly at Su Jin. The situation has already deteriorated to this point, and he wants to assemble an army to counterattack? Even planning to use Qingdai for this? Old Fu, I know you're desperate to protect your daughter, but staying with you now is just waiting for death. Su Jin said coldly. I can't stand by and watch you drag her down into the abyss. I developed feelings for Qingdai during our time together, but if you remain stubborn, rather than letting those zombies tear her apart while she follows you, I'll give her a quick end right now. With those words, Su Jin suddenly drew his silver gun and aimed it at Fu Qingdai. There's no time left for deliberation. Decide now, do you want to stay and die, or cooperate with me? Just one word. Fu Qingdai stared at the pitch-black muzzle of the gun and swallowed hard. Then she closed her eyes, pressed her lips together, and thrust her forehead forward. Don't! Fu Hu reached out with trembling hands to stop her, his voice shaking. I agree. I'll do whatever you say. Su Jin took a step back and holstered his silver pistol. Seeing this, Fu Hu quickly pulled his daughter behind him, shielding her protectively while eyeing Su Jin with caution. Su Jin let out a sigh and said, Old Fu, I never intended to harm you or your daughter. We genuinely have no other choice, this is the only path left. You've severely underestimated the danger, so I had to shake you awake and make you face reality. Since you've already agreed, I'll protect your daughter with my life. I hope you'll do the same. I've stockpiled supplies for Qingdai on the 4th floor in advance, and I've already given her the key. Fu Hu turned his gaze to his daughter. Seeing Fu Qingdai nod slightly, her tense expression eased somewhat. Su Jin continued, sister-in-law must be badly frightened? It's hard for her to recover in your room's current state. I've stored some honeycomb briquettes and a coal stove on the 4th floor. Bring over any sheet metal or wooden planks from your room too. We'll need to break the window and fashion a chimney. Take whatever else you need while you're at it. With that, Su Jin settled onto an intact sofa nearby, beckoning Fu Hu with a wave of his hand. Go on. I'll wait here for you. Let's talk again after you return and set up the stove. Don't let sister-in-law freeze. Fu Hu glanced at his unconscious wife, then at his daughter, hesitated for a moment before turning away and taking Fu Qingdai downstairs. About 10 minutes later, Fu Hu returned with his daughter. The first sight that greeted them upon entering stunned them. Jiang Wan still lay on the sofa, but Su Jin now stood before the living room window, inexplicably holding black paint and a brush, coating the window panes. Director, what are you doing? Start by setting up the stove first, Su Jin replied without turning his head. That strange rain didn't just infect humans, it affected animals too. I've experimented with mice, and birds might also be contaminated. Once animals are infected, they develop a strong aggressive instinct towards any uninfected living creatures. Hiding inside the house actually isn't safe. Blacking out the windows, at least reduces some of the risks. Having seen the pile-up provisions throughout the house earlier, and with Fu Qingdai continuously praising Su Jin's virtues to him, at this moment, hearing this analysis, he actually felt a surge of admiration in his heart. Responding with an acknowledgement, Fu Hu began efficiently tidying up the stove, rolling up the sheet metal and securing it with wire, then sealing the seams with aluminum tape. He quickly assembled a makeshift chimney section by section. After breaking the window and replacing it with wooden planks, the heating system with guaranteed safety was finally set up. The windows were painted black, but the glow from the stove filled the room with warmth. Fu Qingdai carried a water kettle to Su Jin's room to break the ice for water. Meanwhile, Su Jin sat across from Fu Hu by the stove. Both men stared into the dancing flames, momentarily lost in silence. Until Fu Hu spoke up, directorly, were you the one who sealed all those doors upstairs and downstairs on the rainy day? Did you also turn off the main water valve? Mum, they won't die of thirst in there, will they? It's been 6 or 7 days already. They probably won't die. Food usually isn't a problem, and there's water in the toilet tanks. Ah, Fu Hu felt slightly relieved, then immediately asked, how did you come to find Qingdai? I heard from a colleague whose child attends the same school as your daughter, so I went looking based on that. Director Lee, is there really no other hope regarding this matter? Has our State Security Bureau taken any action at all? And you said the prophecy involves my daughter, what happens next? Annoyed by Fu Hu's persistent questions, Su Jin took out a cigarette and prepared to take a few puffs. Just as he was about to light it, he glanced back at Jiang Wan, who was still unconscious, and reluctantly stuffed the cigarette away. Lowering his voice, he said, no action. Just a bunch of idle slackers. The prophecy only says there'll be a catastrophic disaster, that the Savior can foresee it in advance, nothing beyond that. But my daughter is just a child. Because of some legendary prophecy, what trouble could she possibly be involved in? Fu Hu's voice rose slightly. Precisely because she's a child, we must act now and share her burden in advance. Su Jin said solemnly, Old Fu, I beg you to stop deluding yourself. Even if the military comes to rescue us, we still need to save ourselves at this stage. These aren't mutually exclusive things. I'll shoulder all responsibility. Qingdai can just be our mascot, she doesn't need to do anything or face any dangers. Fu Hu grunted in acknowledgement and fell silent. Noticing the atmosphere turning cold again, Su Jin asked, Old Fu, do you have any other family? Fu Hu trembled all over, his voice slightly shaking as he replied, there's still my old man, but his phone hasn't been connecting for days now. After saying this, the towering man finally couldn't hold back anymore, tears suddenly streaming down his face like a flood. It wasn't until Fu Qingdai returned with the ice-filled water jug that Fu Hu hastily wiped his face twice, forcing himself to appear composed. Sitting between the two of them, Fu Qingdai glanced left and right. Fu Hu took a deep breath and asked, Director, what should we do next? Next? Su Jin gazed pensively at the stove. Next, of course, we recruit talent and form a team. You're a long-time resident, you must know everyone in this building, right? Draft me a list with backgrounds, and I'll release them one by one. Today is May Day, and Banmian here wishes everyone a happy holiday. Hope you all enjoy your time off. I originally promised extra chapters, but with relatives returning from out of town for the holiday, visiting and gatherings are unavoidable. So, I'll stick to regular updates for now. I'm writing this book with great care, and I'll try to speed up the pace while maintaining quality. Once again, happy holidays to all, thanks for your understanding, brothers. Chapter 28, Talent resides in the talent community. By noon, all the steel pipe frameworks in the hallway had been dismantled. Su-jin walked out of Fu Hu's house once more, this time with a list in hand. The content was naturally information about the personnel in the hallway. Fu Hu was basically familiar with all the residents in this unit, except for a few tenants. After a quick scan of the list, Su-jin already had a rough idea. This residential complex seemed to have a relatively high proportion of elderly people who had worked in the military political system. What they lacked most at the moment was armed force. They needed to strengthen their security capabilities. The resident across the hall on the 4th floor, who occupied the storage room, was formerly a soldier named Wang Song. He was slightly younger than Fu Hu, in his early 40s. Logically speaking, a military man would have strong discipline and combat skills, and a man in his 40s should still possess decent physical strength. Recruiting him first would be the most suitable choice. Gripping the adhesive remover, Su-jin headed straight to the 4th floor and started spraying. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he forcefully knocked on Wang Song's front door. There was a chance the person inside might have turned. Simple sounds could reveal their condition. But even after prolonged knocking, while cries for help began rising from downstairs, Wang Song's home remained eerily silent. After some thought, Su-jin drew the silver pistol. He had already tested this gun last night. All 9 bullets would empty out, then automatically reload 30 minutes later. The company-provided equipment was truly extraordinary, cheap-level overpowered. He aimed the gun at the peephole and fired a shot. The peephole was completely shattered, its fragments scattering into the room. Su-jin took a step back, peering inside through the newly created hole. The floor was already covered in a pool of darkened blood, with 2 corpses lying beneath white sheets. Just as he was about to continue observing, a faint voice came from inside the house. "Who is it? I'm your neighbor. Are you Wang Song? Are you hurt?" Su-jin swiftly moved, stepping onto the stairs and leaning against the doorframe with both hands gripping the gun. "Does it matter if I'm hurt or not? Just leave." Su-jin frowned. The 2 corpses inside the house appeared to have been killed after infection. Judging by the bloodstains, they'd been dead for some time. The other party still possesses rationality. Even if suspected of infection, the current safety level remains quite high. At this thought, Su-jin swung his gun barrel toward the door lock. The silver pistol's firepower was tremendous, and with no need to worry about ricochets, it shattered the locking mechanism in just 2 shots. Gently pulling the door open, Su-jin mimicked the movements from movies as he slowly sidestepped inside, sweeping the gun from side to side. "Wang Song, are you in there? Just who are you? How do you have a gun?" Hearing sounds coming from the bedroom, Su-jin slowed his footsteps and moved closer. Entering the bedroom, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat by the window, seemingly hesitating as if about to jump. Su-jin closed the door behind him and lowered the gun barrel. "Wang Song, calm down. Don't jump yet." Wang Song turned his head from the window, his entire body nearly frozen stiff, his face deathly pale, teeth chattering as he spoke. "You have a gun? You're not my neighbor. Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. Come down immediately, close the window, don't give up hope. We'll talk this through slowly." With bitter despair written across his face, Wang Song said, "What hope is left to speak of? The country is gone. The whole world is raining. Do you think there's any salvation left for this world? Percent. Only with homes can there be a nation. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Come down first and we'll talk." Su-jin kept persuading gently. Home's gone too. You must have seen it all. My mother and my wife turned into monsters. My son's in another city. Probably no hope there either. Wang Song's voice trailed off weakly, choked with sobs. "Just go. Don't bother with me. I have to bother with you. Many people have lost their families like you, me included." Su-jin pressed against the wall, watching the man intently. "Since you won't come down, fine. When your family turned, were you hurt? I can find you some medicine." Wang Song turned trembling, lifting his shirt to reveal a torso swathed in bandages. A bitter smile crossed his face. 3 days ago. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wang Song's bitter smile froze on his face as his corpse tumbled to the ground below. Su-jin sat leaning against the wall, clutching his chest while gasping for breath. I killed someone. It's fine. It was just a zombie." Wait, he hadn't turned yet. But he was going to kill himself anyway, too scared to jump. So I actually helped him. I actually saved him. After comforting himself for a while, Su-jin leaned against the wall to stand up, then fearfully approached to close the window. He then went to the living room, found a mop handle, and used it to lift the shroud covering the corpse. Seeing the wound on the corpse, Su-jin's throat tightened. He poked the mop handle into it and stirred a couple of times. Getting infected by a zombie attack might not be a 100% probability, but now is definitely not the time to test that theory. Wang Song must die. These 2 zombies on the ground must have fought fiercely with Wang Song. Their clothes were torn to shreds. Their necks, chests, and bellies were covered in knife wounds, but the most striking feature was the deep, grievous wound on the chest. This was the lethal injury. Judging from the previous rat experiment, the zombie's weakness truly lies in the heart after all. This trip wasn't completely without gains. Having reflected on this, Sujin took a deep breath and found a quilt in the house. Lifting the corpse through the blanket, he tossed it out through the nearest window. After disposing of both bodies, he returned to the hallway with lingering fear. Picking up the list again, Sujin's gaze locked onto the 6th floor. This experience had been genuinely frightening. He hadn't been careful enough at all. Let's not go for the young and strong ones first. There are 2 old men living on the 6th floor. According to Fuhu's description, they were both researchers back in the day and even served in the military. But judging by their age, they're pushing 70. Even if they turn into zombies, the danger level shouldn't be too high. After all, even after turning, their bone quality would still be what it is. Sunya in apartment 601 is living alone. I'll use this old man for practice first. On the 6th floor, it was the same routine, removing adhesive and knocking. Sujin waited silently with his gun drawn. Before long, a voice came from behind the door. Who are you? Your downstairs neighbor. My door was sealed shut, and from the sounds of it, the people downstairs were blocked too. How did you get out? Are you hurt? Upon hearing this, Sujin raised an eyebrow. The old man in this room was extraordinary, with remarkable awareness. I was the one who sealed the door, but it can be opened now. I'm not hurt, what about you? As soon as the words left his mouth, they were replaced by the sound of a door opening. The door seemed to be pushed from within, slowly swinging open on its own. Sujin took hesitant steps forward, but the moment he glimpsed what lay beyond the door, his entire body froze in terror. Amidst the enveloping darkness, a frail candle flame flickered ominously. Behind the candlelight, a gaunt old man stood aiming a shotgun directly at him. Don't move. Stay right there. Don't shoot. Sujin raised his hands while forcing composure. I mean no harm. I came to rescue you. There are many people still in this building. I just want everyone to gather together for mutual protection. I heard from Fuhu downstairs, you must be the respected elder son, correct? Stick together for warmth? Sunya let out a bitter laugh, his face looking eerily cold in the candlelight. The country is lost. This world is beyond saving. What warmth could sticking together possibly bring now? How do you know it's unsalvageable? Our most urgent task is to organize and fight back against the external threats. If we give up now, enough! Sunya snapped sharply before his voice dropped into suppressed despair. There's no chance left for redemption. That rain infected not just people but animals too. The infected creatures are driven by instinct to attack anything living. All major military districts are basically located in wilderness areas with abundant wildlife, and their nighttime lights stand out conspicuously. On that rainy night, military bases worldwide should have been attacked by infected creatures. Small animals infiltrated indoor spaces where troops couldn't effectively counterattack. Going outside would expose them to the rain, making the situation even worse. The first to be impacted weren't the cities, it was the military. The armed forces might have been wiped out almost immediately. Chapter 29, First Zombie Kill. After listening to Sunya's account, Sujin was profoundly shaken and momentarily fell silent. According to Fuhu's description, the old man used to specialize in the research and development of medical equipment manufacturing, with impressive credentials. But now all the windows in the house have been covered by him, and he's armed with a shotgun. Combined with his speculative analysis, all signs indicate this old man is anything but simple. Grandfather, my name is Li Haocheng, might I sit down to speak? Sunya stared at Sujin, then slowly lowered the muzzle and nodded. Sujin cautiously stepped forward and pulled up a chair to sit across from him. That rain could infect animals, how did you know? And the environment in the house, your analysis of the military. I used to work in military industry, Sunya sighed, running his hand over the hunting rifle. After noticing people acting strangely, I collected some rainwater and tested it on our family dog. The dog went mad, so I put it down. I was afraid birds and beasts might get infected too, that's why I boarded up all the windows. Until yesterday, when the state announced the termination of functions, I finally realized we're completely doomed. We can't count on the military anymore. You understand the inside operations, how can you be sure we can't rely on them at all? Even if the military got infected, they shouldn't have directly declared failure. The city still has the capability to organize armed resistance. Once trust is lost, it becomes much harder to reorganize. Sujin frowned and asked. Sunya pondered, you're right. Just considering the military being widely infected, there's indeed no reason for the state to simply give up. But I suspect there are two possibilities. The first is that insects might also get infected. If insects become infected, human extinction is just a matter of time. The higher-ups wouldn't be able to protect others and would only seek self-preservation. The second possibility is that this rain's effects are far more complex than they appear on the surface. There must be other characteristics. No naturally occurring virus can cross species barriers and mutate this rapidly. This isn't a virus at all, it's a supernatural catastrophe. After speaking, Sunya covered his face and let out a deep sigh. Su-jin remained silent, overwhelmed by profound shock and anxiety. Taking another deep breath and wiping his face, Sunya looked up at Su-jin. I've answered your questions. Now it's your turn to answer mine. Go ahead and ask. You didn't just seal off my apartment when you locked down the residents in advance, did you? I've sealed off the entire building unit. Why? Sunya fixed his gaze intently on Su-jin. A little girl on the 5th floor said the apocalypse is coming. I believe her. Ha! Clearly mentally ill. No wonder you're carrying a gun around your waist, Sunya mocked, then suddenly turned serious, muttering to himself, that child Qingdai. I know about her. I also thought she had mental issues, but now it doesn't seem so simple. How did she know in advance? Do you believe in nature? Su-jin asked quietly, casually slipping the gun into his pocket. Nature? I believe in science, but I also believe nature balances everything. Though this catastrophe has collapsed organizations, there must be a solution, Su-jin said, staring at Sunya. I believe some force will counterbalance this disaster. Qingdai has already demonstrated that. Old man, judging by how you're sitting here with that gun, you don't want to die either, do you? Come with me. Now's the time to form a team when talents are needed most. I have a cage of lab rats. You're a research expert who can help me conduct more reliable experiments. Hearing this, a glimmer of vitality flashed in Sunya's eyes before he scrutinized Su-jin from head to toe. Form a team? Do you even have what it takes? Why would anyone trust you? Because I have a profit on my side, and I'm the director of the National Key Risk Intervention Execution Bureau. Sunya narrowed his eyes. Bullshit. There's no such department in the country. Now there is. Sunny eyed Su-jin suspiciously, then nodded in sudden understanding. Fine. You're right. It can be arranged now. I can help you. Then Sunny abruptly shifted his tone. But you should know I'm almost 70. Not far from the grave anyway. Whether this rotten world lives or dies makes no difference to me anymore. If you want to be leader and have me work for you, you'd better damn well deserve it. If you're just some brainless waste of space, I might as well put a bullet in my head right now, cleaner that way. What do you want then? Sunya pondered for a moment before tossing the hunting rifle directly to Su-jin. It's a shotgun. I've got 30 rounds left. Go clear out those zombies downstairs. The heart seems to be their weak spot. They react to sound, light, and scent. There are plenty of stray cats and dogs in the neighborhood, so stay alert. If you can pull this off, even if you're a lunatic, I'll pledge my life to you. Exactly what I had in mind. Just wait and watch from upstairs. Catching the shotgun, a cold glint flashed in Su-jin's eyes. Picking up the bullets, I walked out while saying, old man, isn't your neighbor also an expert? I sealed their door with adhesive. I'll leave you the solvent. If you can guarantee safety, let them out. If not, wait till I return. It's cold here, go wait at Fuhu's place. I understand. Su-jin nodded, then suddenly paused at the doorway, turning back with an awkward grin at Sunya. How does this gun work? Sunya laughed in exasperation. Christ almighty. And here I thought you were some hotshot. Get back here, I'll show you. 40 minutes later. Su-jin stood in the first-floor hallway, wearing an extra layer of his roughly stitched anti-zombie armor beneath his down jacket. His hands were gloved, and a motorcycle helmet covered his head. A silver pistol and a shotgun were both tied to his waist with ropes, with a machete strapped to his side. After all, he was an amateur. If he dropped his guns in a panic, retrieving them would be troublesome. Better to be over-prepared. In the dimly lit stairwell, Su-jin lowered his head to steady his breathing. Only when his heartbeat had somewhat calmed down did he raise his foot and kick open the unit door. The deafening bangs echoed outside. The zombies, whose bodies had already formed a thin layer of ice from the freezing temperatures, jerked into motion at the sound. The fragile outer shell of ice shattered as the figure staggered toward Su-jin's location. Within moments, a dozen zombies had closed in on the building's entrance. At that instant, a firecracker's explosion echoed from the distance. The zombies that had already gathered at the entrance turned and lumbered toward the source of the firecracker's noise. At the same time, a rapid clanging sound came from the hallway railing. Without further hesitation, Su-jin yanked open the apartment door. Waiting outside were a dozen zombies with their backs turned to him. Bang 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 bang. 9 consecutive shots emptied the magazine. Su-jin slammed the unit door shut and retreated back into the stairwell. Huff. After exhaling a white breath, he turned and ran back up to the 5th floor. Waiting at the top of the stairs was Fu Qingdai, standing with firecrackers in one hand and a wrench in the other, her face beaming with joy. Big brother, did it work? Ah, success. I think I killed about 3. Didn't get a clear look. We'll do a few more rounds later. Su-jin patted Fu Qingdai's head approvingly. Well done. Chapter 30, Night Talks at the Base. They repeated this method several times until most zombies had fallen and the neighborhood returned to quiet. The sun dipped below the horizon as dusk gradually darkened the sky. Zhang Wan was already awake, though she looked listless. The room now also held Sunya and another gaunt-looking old man. The group sat gathered around the hearth warming themselves, where a pot was boiling pickled cabbage over the fire. Braised with lard and sliced ham sausage, the stew looked rich and glossy, its aroma filling every corner of the room. Shaoli, let me introduce you. Sunya patted the old man beside him. Wei did just call him Old Wei. He's an old acquaintance of mine, a former colleague. Old Wei, this is the Shaoli I told you about. Wei De looked up at Su Jin, forcing a weak smile, while Su Jin hurriedly extended his hand for a handshake. Sunya sighed and said, Old Wei, you know all about your sister-in-law's heart condition. Her passing now spared her from greater suffering. You've got to accept it and live on, if not for yourself, then at least for the younger generation. Though we're old bones now, we can still be of some use. Besides, both our lives were essentially saved by Shaoli. Wei De nodded and gently wiped the corners of his eyes. The stew in the pot was still bubbling as Zhang Wan went to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Su Jin turned to Sunya and asked, Old man, does this mean you've agreed to help me? Sunya gave a slight nod. You've got both courage and wits about you. Though you strike me as a bit unhinged, you're not bad. I don't really have any other choice but to help. But I don't get it, why didn't you clear out all the zombies below and left a couple behind? Exactly how many bullets does that pistol of yours have? The pistol ammunition is plentiful. That shotgun of yours is for emergencies, so better save it. As for why I left 2 zombies, I'm planning to use the remaining ones for target practice. There are even bows and arrows in the house, and no shortage of bullets. Seems like you've prepared exceptionally well. Sunya fell into thought after speaking, then added gravely, you've killed quite a few zombies today, but never let your guard down. There's something about them. The zombies are encased in ice on the outside, their ears, noses, and eyes all frozen over, yet they can still react swiftly. Their movement speed is roughly equivalent to an average human's walking pace, Su Jin murmured, which means, once the temperature begins to rise, the zombies' mobility could skyrocket. Quite sharp observation. Seems I don't need to worry about you too much, Sunya added. But the problem isn't just surface frost. With temperatures like this outside and having been drenched in rain, one day and night is enough to freeze all the tissue fluids inside a living organism. Those zombies should essentially be frozen meat by now, so logically speaking, they should have completely lost their mobility. But the strange thing is, they can move. Modern science still can't explain this phenomenon. Sunya paused, then continued, I need you to retrieve 2 zombies tomorrow so I can dissect them for study. There's infection risk involved. Would you dare? Are you sure about this? Su Jin hesitated uncertainly. Though he had the courage to do such things and had prepared considerable protective gear, dissecting a zombie still felt like an overwhelmingly risky endeavor. There was no guaranteeing what consequences might arise from being exposed to the creature's penetrating bodily fluids or potential splatters. Sunya paused momentarily before replying, I'm not certain. This situation already exceeds existing medical knowledge. While I understand medicine, I'm still a step behind true specialists. At best, I can only help expand our understanding of the dangers. I know the risks are great, and you can choose not to do it, but I believe compared to the future costs, these risks are worth taking. I understand. Tomorrow I'll bring back 2 corpses, I'll do the hands-on work while you observe. Su Jin nodded, then added, Old son, I have a cage of rats that still need your experiments. Why don't we start both tasks together tomorrow? Sunya nodded. There's splash danger when extracting ice. I still have half a bottle of rainwater collected earlier in my room perfect for use now. Your rainwater might be useless by now. I'll still have to get you fresh ice. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jin spoke frankly. What do you mean? Sunya's gaze instantly sharpened. How do you know the rainwater is useless now? I can see the source of infection. That substance will dissipate after about 5 days. Gasp. Sunya drew a sharp breath. Everyone in the room turned to look at Su Jin simultaneously. Even the severely depressed Wei De couldn't help raising his head. You have this kind of ability? How did you do it? What form does the infectious material actually take? Su Jin smiled bitterly. Perhaps it's innate talent. Doesn't Qing Dai also have the ability to foresee the future? But my ability is rather useless. The infectious substance appears like gray fog. Without water, it transforms into a misty state and easily disperses. Unfortunately, I can only perceive this substance in its initial form. Once it infects living creatures, I can no longer detect its presence. Well, that's good news. So you've got a bit of special ability too. No wonder you believe Qing Dai, kid. Sunya's face lit up with joy. If it dissipates in 5 days, and now that the rain has stopped, the source of contamination will disappear soon, right? No. Wei De interjected at just the right moment, his voice laden with exhaustion. We still don't know whether it will rain a second time. The source of infection has already shifted from the rain to living creatures. Do those walking corpses show any signs of dying? At these words, a heavy silence fell over the group once more. Su Jin smiled helplessly. Everyone, let go of your illusions. Right now we can only rely on ourselves, prepare for battle, after we eat. That night, the wind outside gradually subsided. The room was utterly silent, the hissing sound of burning honeycomb briquettes distinctly audible. Through the stove's crack seeped faint flickering light, adding a thread of warm yellow to the darkness. Fuhu, Sunya, and the others found their spots, wrapping themselves tightly in blankets and sinking into peaceful sleep. Su-jin curled up in the corner, unable to sleep, staring at the flames flickering in the furnace as he lost himself in thought. Having killed numerous zombies that day, he felt little fear anymore. Instead, there was an indescribable euphoria from the rush of vengeance deep within him. But dissecting them, could I really do it? Should we wait for Grandpa Sun to finish his experiments before recruiting new members, since we don't fully understand the infection's characteristics yet? Or should we start directly? As he pondered this, a small dark shadow scurried past the stove in a crouch, then gently pounced and sprawled beside Su-jin. Qingdai? Su-jin lowered his gaze. Brother, can I sleep next to you? Fu Qingdai asked, wrapped in a blanket with only her small face peeking out. Su-jin reached out and patted the other person's head twice. Feeling his hand coated with grease, he hastily wiped it on Fu Qingdai's blanket. What is it? My mom isn't doing well again today. What should I do? Leaning against Su-jin, Fu Qingdai murmured softly, her voice trembling with barely suppressed tears. Su-jin looked upward and sighed deeply. After all, he's still young. For someone his age to have cooperated in killing zombies and held out this long before showing fear is already remarkable. Don't worry, your mom will nurse you back to health. Things will get safer day by day. Eventually we'll return to living normal lives like before. Fu Qingdai silently wept without uttering a word. Seeing this, Su-jin reached out to embrace Fu Qingdai, letting out a muffled grunt through his nose. But, with all this hair oil, we could stir-fry a whole dish. At least we won't starve with you around. Brother! Fu Qingdai's face instantly flushed crimson as she let out a squeak and pulled the blanket over herself. She bundled her head into a ball and plunged straight into Su-jin's embrace. Chapter 31, Full Army Preparation. The next day, the cold wind rose again. The group got up early and had breakfast. With professionals joining, there's no doubt about the improvement in infected organism research. In the morning, Su-jin collected ice, distributing equal-sized containers with varying amounts of ice before heating them to melt into water. Each container held gray substances of varying concentrations, each meticulously numbered. This task relied entirely on his visual discernment. Based on his naked eye observations of the mist's density, he created grayscale reference cards using pencil on white paper for the two experts' consultation. Later, under Sunya and Weida's guidance, they made minor error adjustments to compensate for deficiencies. The supernatural gray mist, an unobservable substance, had already undergone quantifiable experiments under expert guidance within a short period. By the time the experimental work was completed, it was already noon. The two elderly researchers were still busily observing and working in the makeshift side-room laboratory. Su-jin emerged from the side room, feeling considerably more at ease. The entire Fu family sat in the living room, unsure of what to do next. After sitting idle for several hours, visible agitation had crept onto the faces of Fu Hu and his wife. Su-jin swept a glance over them and instantly understood the situation. Out of consideration for this family, he had refrained from making any arrangements thus far. We need to give this family some tasks to do right now. Whether it's to distract them or provide value to the team, continued inactivity will likely worsen their mental state. Perhaps staying busy is actually better rest. Before Su-jin could speak, Fu Hu had already stood up and asked hesitantly, Director, what should I do? Just you wait. With those words, Su-jin ran up to the fourth floor. After several trips back and forth, numerous items had accumulated in the living room. Various sizes of stones, aluminum foil rolls, and even a sack of pig feed. Catching his breath, Su-jin planted his hands on his hips and declared, Old Fu, these stones, and whatever's in that bag, they're all prepared for you and your daughter. Right now, all you need to do is train indoors to build up your physical strength. Focus on arms, legs, and lung capacity. And archery practice will open both apartments facing each other. Remove the entryway partitions, use quilts as targets. Train hard, you'll need these skills later. Su-jin pointed at the pig feed bag on the floor. Take one scoop of what's inside before and after training. It'll help you build muscle fast and reduce fatigue. Fu Hu scratched his head. Chief, isn't that just pig feed? What pig feed? That's my specially prepared training drink for you guys in advance. I just used pig feed bags because they're convenient for large quantities, Su-jin said without blinking an eye. If you don't know how to train, I can teach you. Though packaged as pig feed, it contained genuinely high-quality stuff inside. Pure whey protein. The current fitness market in this world remained completely underdeveloped, with shockingly low market recognition of whey protein's value. The protein powder consumed by gym buffs was once slop from rural pigsties. Initially discovering whey protein at the slaughterhouse had already filled him with wild joy. Perfect protein, it might even contain precious livestock antibiotics. Moreover, this stuff had given him a wake-up call back at the slaughterhouse. It was easy to think of getting some strong medicine at the pharmacy, but everything was restricted, though veterinary drugs had far fewer regulations. I managed to get antibiotics without much trouble. Though the standards and specifications definitely weren't fit for human use, in the state the world was in now, a few minor impurities hardly mattered. Only, it was a shame I didn't manage to get my hands on any testosterone. If there's testosterone available, give Fu Qingdai 2 shots, her muscles will absolutely explode with insane growth. No need to worry about side effects either. If real danger arises, don't fret about hormones sending Fu Qingdai rocketing to steroid planet, the zombies will send her packing first. After listening to Su Jin's explanation, Fu Hu looked utterly bewildered and hesitated before saying, "Director, training is no problem for me. But my daughter, what could a girl possibly achieve from this? If something happens and she's left weak, not training is what'll leave her weak." Su Jin said sternly. "Old Fu, I won't mince words here, you're just uneducated and old-fashioned in your thinking. We're safe for now." Although Qingdai is a girl and builds muscle slowly, her neural adaptation for muscle recruitment improves quickly. What I just explained to you. After listening, Fu Hu was still completely in the dark, but his expression did turn serious. "Chief, I didn't fully understand, but I know what to do now." "Excellent, that's it." Su Jin turned to look at the somewhat flustered Zhang Wan, softening his voice, "Sister-in-law. I know you're scared, but since I'm here as a government official, regardless of Qingdai's special circumstances, it's also my duty to protect you. I'll guard you until the very end, so put your heart at ease." Tears welled up in Zhang Wan's eyes as she nodded repeatedly. "Compose yourself, as I also have a task for you," Su Jin said, glancing at the supplies on the ground. "You're skilled at needlework. I need you to redesign these clothes and fabrics by sewing pockets onto them and inserting aluminum sheets cut from these rolls into the pockets. They must ensure mobility while providing full body protection without any weak spots. Given your professional skills, this shouldn't be difficult for you." Zhang Wan inspected the ground clothes and nodded. "This isn't difficult. I should be able to manage with some trying." "Excellent. Sister-in-law, this is the most crucial part of our safety measures," Su Jin said with absolute focus, looking at Zhang Wan. "Our lives are in your hands now. Don't worry. I promise I won't make any mistakes." It was late in the afternoon after lunch. After re-equipping and ensuring thorough protection, Su Jin hurried downstairs holding a thin sheet of metal. Today he wasn't planning to search for new survivors within the building. The two specialists were studying infected specimens, and later while daylight remained, they would conduct zombie autopsies. With limited physical and mental energy, he needed to stay in peak condition when recruiting new members to guard against unforeseen dangers. The longer one holds out, the stronger their mind becomes. A little extra delay might be good. Better to avoid hastily forming teams with weak-willed people altogether. Despite these plans, when Su Jin reached the first floor, he still knocked on both apartment doors. Hearing faint footsteps and sounds of impact against the doors, he sighed and walked out of the building. The ground floor apartments have already been completely wiped out. Though the floodwaters hadn't reached here, he saw zombies running over to bang on the windows the next morning. Both ground floor units had their windows opened, clearly everyone inside was gone. Outside the building, Su Jin had already appeared, while people in the surrounding buildings immediately began shouting for help. Ignoring them, Su Jin swiftly drew his gun and tested the range before finishing off the last two remaining zombies. After finding some zombie corpses nearby, I used scrap metal sheets to cover the bodies and dragged them back. Better cover these things in case they suddenly reanimate, this way I can react in time if they spring up unexpectedly. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario I imagined didn't come to pass. I managed to drag two corpses in succession and place them all in Wang Song's house. Chapter 32, In-Depth Investigation of the Zombies. An hour later, Sun Ye paused his experiment and came downstairs. Su Jin stood by the dining table, completely stiff-limbed, tied to the table legs and chairs. Various tools were laid out beside the table. The other corpse was tightly bound and discarded to one side. After scanning it briefly, Sun Ye nodded approvingly. "Not bad, Xiao Li. You're quite meticulous, quite the research material. If not for this situation, I'd have taken you on as my student. Later I'll guide you through the procedure while I document it." "Forget it. I never want to go through something like this again in my life," Su Jin gasped, swallowing hard between words. "By the way, Professor Sun, aren't you in instrumentation? Why are you involved with dissection?" "It's not completely unrelated. I've observed a few dissections before. Let's begin." Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Su Jin declared, "Alright, let's do this. Make the incision slowly, there might be built-up high-pressure gas in the corpse, so watch out for splatter. The weak point is the heart. We'll focus on the internal organs. Start 1 centimeter below both clavicles and cut to the midline of the sternum. Then follow the intersection point down to the pubic symphysis." Su Jin held his breath, gritted his teeth, and began making the incision. The sensation of flesh beneath the blade relentlessly assaulted his mind. Despite the layers of protective gear, the visual horror, the acrid stench, and the fear of infection still churned his stomach, nearly making him vomit. As the blade parted the skin and struggled its way from the clavicle to the sternum, The color drained from Soo-jin's face. It's tougher to cut than I imagined. Has the zombie's skin mutated or something? No, it's that your blade is too dull, the corpse is too cold, and you're too nervous, Sunya said calmly. Ugh, Grandpa-son, tell me something else By the way, Grandpa-son, weren't you in military engineering? How did you end up working in medical equipment? You can probably tell my temper doesn't mix well with the department folks, but when it comes to other work, I excel at that too. Do you know who developed China's first MRI machine? Newton? Who's Newton? You must be scared out of your wits, it's me. Me! The more he cut, the more nauseating it became, layers of skin and fat continuously exposed before his eyes. Soo-jin kept slicing, his voice slightly trembling. Never thought I'd get acquainted with someone of your status. Why do you live in this dump? 20 years ago, ordinary people couldn't even get into this talent residential compound. Sure, it's gone downhill since, but I'm used to it and can't be bothered to move, Sunya replied. Do you know what Old Wei used to do? Elder Wei? Didn't you say he was also in military industry? He wasn't just any military engineer. Back in the day, he was heavily involved in the R&D of the Hanxiang missile system. You could say he's a genuine weapons expert. If we want to establish ourselves firmly in the future, we'll need heavy firepower. Using weapons effectively is a technical skill. He's the only one who can give you comprehensive guidance. Oh my god, this dump is full of hidden talents. As he spoke, the Y-shaped incision on the corpse was already completed. Sunya waved his hand, covering his nose and mouth as he ordered, open it up. Soo-jin pressed his lips together and pried open both sides of the corpse's torso, exposing the skeleton and entrails before their eyes. Split the sternum open with the axe, let's see if his bones have changed. Soo-jin held her breath, picked up the axe, and gestured for Sunya to step back. Damn it! Sunya retreated further, and Soo-jin immediately brought the axe down with force, sending bone fragments flying. Holy shit! Just chop if you're gonna chop, why insult people? Sunya frowned upon hearing this. What kind of goddamn work is this? Killing people was never this disgusting. Fuck. Amidst the stream of curses, as sternum and ribs split open, Soo-jin beneath the helmet already had bloodshot eyes and sweat pouring down his face. Sunya stepped forward, examining the broken bone fragments before turning his gaze to the organs. The bones show no abnormalities. Cut open the organs, just a quick incision, clear enough to see. Which one should I cut? Since we've already cut it open, might as well slice it all. Huff. Alright. Soo-jin picked up the knife and gave it a few vigorous shakes, then suddenly paused midway with a startled expression. Sea urchin? That's fucking shit, stop stirring it, move aside. I don't know if you're scared or just twisted. What are you doing, mincing meat? Even a serial killer wouldn't cut like that. Sunya stepped forward to investigate, casually picking up a spare fruit knife as he went. His fingers began probing his own entrails with detached curiosity. Liver normal, lungs normal, intestines normal, kidneys normal, heart also normal? Sunya wore a puzzled expression as he continued probing deeper with his knife. The heart, having been shot, was already shattered and unrecognizable. After carefully searching through it, Sunya frowned. Come take a look at this black patch. Is it burned or naturally grown on it? My eyes aren't sharp enough to tell. Soo-jin leaned closer, narrowing his eyes for a better look. Lodged within the broken heart was a black speck about half the size of a fingernail. It's grown onto it, like connective tissue. The texture is very hard, almost bone-like. Even a normally diseased heart wouldn't develop this kind of tissue. It seems that gray substance you mentioned primarily affects the heart. At this point, Sunya's expression changed sharply. Dissect that one too. Wait. Soo-jin's face instantly turned grave. No longer afraid of the cold, slimy viscera, he reached directly into the abdominal cavity. When he pulled it out again, a crystal-clear stone as lustrous as jade was pinched between his fingers. What is this? Sunya was visibly shocked. Soo-jin's breathing grew heavy, his eyes blazing with excitement. A zombie crystal? What do you mean, zombie crystal? Sunya hurriedly asked. It's a mutation produced inside zombies. Eating it will give you extraordinary powers. Where did you hear that? That's how it always works in novels. TCH, you've got serious issues, talking about zombie crystals. Sunya made a disgusted face. This damn thing's just a gallstone, isn't it? Impossible, could a gallstone really grow like this? Soo-jin wiped the jade in his hand, treating it like a treasure. Sunya stepped forward and slapped it away, sending the gallstone crashing to the ground where it shattered into pieces. Soo-jin's heart broke right along with it. 2 years ago, I dug out a gallstone much prettier than this. Look, there's still a pile of stones left inside. Enough chatter, hurry up and dissect another corpse. Biting back his sorrow, Soo-jin picked up another corpse and began the dissection anew. With the experience from last time, the dissection process was visibly faster this time. Both went straight for the ultimate target, directing their gaze toward the heart. After making several careful cuts, the same black connective tissue was exposed before their eyes. Only this time, its size had clearly changed, about the size of a thumb. Sunya jabbed with his knife, then moved to another spot. He stabbed several areas before finally slicing open the zombie's arm to examine the deeper muscle tissue. After working for a while, he crouched down to inspect the previous corpse that had been thrown aside. When he stood up again, his expression now carried traces of horror. "What's wrong, old son?" Su-jin tensed up as well. After a moment of silence, Sunya pointed at the second corpse. "This corpse belongs to a skinny man, clearly untrained. The one on the ground is much fatter than him, by all logic should have stronger musculature, but the results show the exact opposite. Though the sample size is small, the only explanation is the size of the mutated heart region, which means the zombies are evolving?" Su-jin felt chills run down his spine. Sunya exhaled a cold breath. "We should have anticipated this earlier. But the necrotic tissue grows in different locations between these two corpses. If the goal is to fully cover the heart, they might be far from their limit." Wait, what the hell is this now? Chapter 33, Same Old Tricks in New Disguise. Sunya extended his blade and gently pried open the heart. Previously preoccupied with examining the front, they had completely overlooked a sharp, angular object protruding slightly from the heart side. As the knife tip flipped it over, what lay hidden behind the heart was suddenly revealed before their eyes. A bright crimson, olive-shaped fleshy orb. The two leaned in for a closer look. Su-jin's heartbeat accelerated abnormally, his pupils constricting. "Is this a lymph node?" "Not lymph." Sunya looked up at Su-jin with shock. "While myocardial tissue does contain lymphatic capillaries, even if diseased they wouldn't grow like this, nor in this location. This thing doesn't belong in the human body. Has your heartbeat quickened? Do you feel unusually hungry too?" "Yes." Su-jin nodded tremulously, meeting Sunya's gaze. You're feeling it too? How did it come to this?" "The feeling keeps getting stronger." Su-jin's expression twisted slightly. "Hunger." The moment he saw the flesh ball in its entirety, an unprecedented surge of intense hunger erupted within him. The grotesque sphere seemed to radiate an irresistible pull, compelling him to devour it. Even amidst a revolting pile of organs, the urge remained uncontrollable. Fortunately, both men had strong wills and still maintained basic rationality. Sunya took a deep breath, gazing intently at the fleshy orb as he murmured to himself. Under extreme starvation, the brain's physiological mechanisms redefine taste buds. Awful, highly nutritious yet foul-smelling becomes the body's primary choice. What was once unpalatable turns delicious. Nutritional value becomes paramount. "Old son, what are you talking about? Are you all right?" Su-jin frantically grabbed Sunya's arm and shook him. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Sunya shook his head slightly, lost in thought. "I'm just wondering, is this thing tempting us, or are our bodies craving it? That makes sense. I feel like eating it would give me some kind of magical power. Can you stop obsessing over that damn novel of yours? Grow up already, acting so childish at your age." With that, Sunya took the knife and sliced off the fleshy orb. Next, it was placed on the counter to prepare for the meatball to be divided. Su-jin reached out to stop him. "Wait, let me do it. I'm wearing thick clothes. If there's highly corrosive liquid inside when we cut it open, that would be trouble." Sunya nodded and gave his position to Su-jin. "Go ahead and cut, but be careful." The sharp blade sliced into the fleshy sphere. Upon contact, it felt like slicing into a tough rubber ball. Pressing harder might cause whatever was inside to gush out all at once. Su-jin flipped the blade and stabbed downward with the tip. A slight press pierced through like pigskin, then he angled the knife and sliced downward. The meatball's base still had some tendons left, not completely severed. The fierce hunger surging from both their bodies began to multiply, tormenting them like days without food. Su-jin gritted his teeth and slowly pried open the meatball with his hands. Sunya's pupils dilated immediately, the contents completely capturing both their gazes. Logically speaking, when the meatball was split in half, its contents should have been divided equally as well. Yet reality proved otherwise. Peeling apart the two layers of fleshy membrane felt more like opening a lychee fruit. At its center lay a perfectly intact, extraordinarily clear and transparent water sphere, no trace of having been severed by the knife, so inconspicuous it could barely be noticed without careful observation. Sunya examined it for a moment, suppressing his discomfort, then raised his eyes to Su-jin and asked, "It looks like a water sphere. Your vision differs from ordinary people's, can you see anything unusual about it?" "Water sphere? It looks colorful to me, very beautiful, like something good." Su-jin's nerves were on edge. Though unclear about the specifics of what Sunya described as a water sphere, the substance within the fleshy orb did indeed appear vividly multicolored to him, with light rolling within the aqueous sphere. It was completely different in form from the gray mist, full of aesthetic appeal and entirely devoid of that ominous feeling. "Pour it into this tray." Sunya flicked the prepared tray on the table. Su-jin nodded. Just as he tilted his hand slightly, a sudden mutation occurred. The highly elastic water droplet first landed on his index finger, then slid down to the webbing between his thumb and forefinger while the glow inside disappeared through his glove. The water droplet dispersed across his hand's webbing, evaporating into nothingness. "What the hell is going on?" The water ball vanished inexplicably, sending shivers down Sunya's spine. Sujin also broke out in goosebumps, staring blankly at Sunya and stammering, It seems I absorbed it. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of heat rushed to his head. With a buzzing in his brain, his vision went dark as he fainted, barely able to hear Sunya's frantic shouts in his fading consciousness. Xiao Li, will the director wake up? It's already dawn. He has a high fever, don't touch him. If he turns into a zombie, we're in trouble. Based on current observations, it doesn't seem like zombification. His eye movements are rapid. Zombies shouldn't dream. He's waking up. Fu-hu, keep your gun ready. In the darkness, Sujin forced his eyes open with difficulty, his vision blurred. He tried to move but found his limbs bound. It took another 2 minutes to fully regain consciousness. Shaking his head, he croaked, What's going on? You can still talk, you're fine. Fu Qingdai's previously melancholic face lit up with joy. Sunya crouched down in front of Sujin and poked his face with a small wooden stick. Xiaoli, are you alright? Water, get me some water to drink, cough cough. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingdai hurried to the kitchen to fetch water. Just as she was about to feed Sujin with a cup, Sunya stopped her abruptly. Don't be so reckless. Use a long spoon to feed him and keep your distance. He. Upon hearing Sujin's low chuckle, everyone in the room felt chills run down their spines. Sunya's face turned utterly serious. What are you laughing about? An old person at home is like a treasure. It's good to be cautious. You little bastard. How dare you joke around at a time like this? You scared the hell out of me. Sunya cursed while taking a long-handled spoon filled with water to feed Sujin. Do you remember what happened? After drinking thirstily, Sujin recalled, I remember absorbing that water sphere. I'd been in a half-dreaming state, feeling currents of energy running wild inside my body. Sunya picked up a pen to take notes, asked several follow-up questions, and examined Sujin's eyelids before finally relaxing. Clear consciousness, seems there's no problem. Should I untie you now? Sujin shook his head. Don't rush yet, let's observe a bit longer. I feel something's off with my body. It feels light, like I might float away. As long as your mind's clear, the rest are minor issues. Untie him for observation, Sunya decisively ordered. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai ignored Fu Hu's attempts to stop her and hurried forward to help untie Sujin's ropes. Brother, are you feeling alright? Fu Qingdai asked with concern. Sujin patted her hand and stood up under everyone's gaze. As soon as he straightened his body, that light, floating sensation suddenly intensified. Sujin glanced at a nearby wall, and an idea struck him. Don't be nervous everyone, there's something unusual about my body, I need to test it. With that, he kicked off and dashed toward the wall, scaling it in just 2 or 3 steps. Twisting his body into a sidestep, he ran horizontally along the wall, nearly parallel to the ground. He kept running until reaching the corner of the room, then, under the stunned gazes of everyone, thudded heavily to the floor. Chapter 34, Twin Forces of Light and Dark, AA in Strength and Speed. Superman. The entire room was dumbstruck as they watched Sujin stand up from the ground. Though he looked quite disheveled, those movements just now were utterly astonishing, straight out of a movie scene. Simple movements, yet the effortless ease, mid-air suspension, speed, and fluidity were far beyond human capabilities. Sujin stood up, crouched slightly, then leaped effortlessly touching the ceiling. Then he stood still, lost in thought. It was impossible not to feel ecstatic about such miraculous changes happening to his body, yet there were also considerable hidden worries in his heart. After all, these were substances absorbed from zombie corpses into a human body. While he currently felt no abnormalities, whether there would be problematic changes later remained unclear. But under the present circumstances, it seemed unnecessary to voice these concealed concerns. Sunya excitedly felt Sujin's body. Superpower. This is a superpower. Did you evolve? Even the usually silent Wade became visibly energized. The tension had been building for many days, especially with Sujin's coma, reaching its peak. Now it seems, this wasn't a bad thing at all, but rather something good. Sujin clenched his fist and slightly swayed his body. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but I don't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, I feel enhanced. As the old saying goes, within 7 steps there must be an antidote. Looking at it now, the zombies are both a crisis and the key to solving the problem. Makes sense, makes sense. Sunya nodded repeatedly, already too flustered to stay calm. Though he had always been able to think rationally, that same rationality kept reminding him that the collapse of the nation most likely proved the existing system incapable of resolving such sudden crises. A hastily assembled, makeshift little team that struggles just to survive. Now a turning point has emerged. A special problem has found a special solution. Perhaps nature truly finds its own balance. This space is too small, I'll test it outside. Wait here, Sujin said before turning to head downstairs. As I went downstairs, I continued to notice the new sensations appearing in my body. I felt my speed and agility had skyrocketed. Just a slight exertion could propel me forward a great distance. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than I began testing it. Standing at the landing on the third floor, Sujin pushed off with one foot and dashed toward the platform below. Before even touching the ground, he kicked against the wall mid-air, pivoted his body, and leaped directly to the second floor. The moment his feet touched down, there wasn't the slightest discomfort. It felt about the same as jumping down a few normal steps. Glancing back at the building, Sujin suppressed his excitement and continued descending. So it's true, these zombies carry treasures within them. The crystal has turned into a fleshy orb, different packaging but same old merchandise. Sujin stopped at the entrance of the first floor unit. After briefly stretching his limbs, he suddenly sensed something amiss in his body. My body suddenly became lighter, softer. When I stepped out of the room earlier, my body felt somewhat heavier, though not noticeably so. But upon reaching the first floor, my body began undergoing striking changes again. During these few minutes, the sole variable had been the light. The interior was darker than the corridor, and the first floor hallway was the darkest of all. Was it due to the lighting, or had the bodily transformation not yet completed? Overthinking was pointless. Sujin pushed open the door and strode out without hesitation. The morning sun rose, bathing everything in golden light. The neighborhood outside was already bathed in morning light. Before Sujin could even step out of the building's entrance, his expression dramatically changed. His previously light body now felt as if filled with lead. That earlier sensation was completely gone. After taking a few steps to test, he simply felt like an ordinary person again. His condition hadn't worsened. The contrast with the previous sensation of lightness was just too stark. Walking to the center of the clearing, Sujin looked up at the building. Several heads were clustered at the window, watching him intently. "How's it going, director?" Fu Hu called out. The sunlight slanted across his face. Sujin squinted against its glare. His body continued growing heavier, though still within tolerable limits. Otherwise, everything seemed normal. Right then, a startled gasp came from upstairs. Fu Qingdai thrust her finger toward the side. "Look out! A cat!" Sujin turned his head urgently to see a wild cat leaping fiercely from the bushes towards him. The distance between man and cat was no more than 2 meters. Without time to think, Sujin swung his leg in a snap kick. His shin landed squarely on the zombie cat's lower body. A muffled explosion. The cat corpse spewed pus, blood, and chunks of internal organs from its mouth and anus, whizzing away like an oversized bamboo copter. A splatter of foul liquids splashed all over Sujin. "Holy shit! Close the damn door!" Sunya shouted over his shoulder before leaning over the balcony railing and yelling, "Stay out there for now, watch from the hallway." Sujin retched violently, spitting frantically. Power. Under the sunlight, his power surges dramatically. But no sooner had he gained superpowers than he was drenched in zombie blood. It's fine. Maybe my situation is special already, perhaps I'm immune to infection now. Retreating back into the stairwell, Sujin crouched in the first floor corner, watching the changes with a ghostly pale face. An hour later, the sound of Fu Qingdai's voice came from above the stairwell. "Bro, are you there? I'm here. Everything's fine for now." During the wait, Sujin had already regained his composure. Apart from the foul stench clinging to him, there were no other abnormalities in his body. "I get it. Are you hungry? Are you cold? Don't worry about me. Report my situation to Elder Sun first." Fu Qingdai did not respond. A minute later, Sunya's voice sounded. "Shaoli, aren't you cold at all?" "It's not cold at all." Sujin looked down at his body. Freshly awakened to supernatural abilities, he'd been too excited to notice he'd come out wearing just a long-sleeved shirt. Neither he nor anyone else had realized it until now. The temperature outside has been gradually warming up, but it's still around -20 to 30 degrees Celsius. Surprisingly, I don't feel cold at all. My physique has clearly changed significantly. It's been an hour. You had quite a bit of blood contact earlier. Normally, according to our observations of the mice, there should be some abnormalities by now. Your case is special. It seems highly likely you're resistant to infection. Tonight you'll wait on the 4th floor for a full day. If there's no issue by tomorrow, you can return. A full day and night should be conclusive regardless. Water, food, and clothes have all been prepared in the room. Thanks. Be sure to maintain your protection. Responding, Sujin stood up. Crouching slightly, he leaped and cleared over a dozen steps in one bound. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Standing shirtless by the window, Sujin gazed upward at the sun. "I only slept 3 hours this night, yet feel unusually energized. It's now confirmed that contact with zombie bodily fluids won't infect me. After a day of experimentation, I've gained preliminary control and understanding of my current abilities. Light exposure proves to be the crucial factor affecting his powers. Speed and strength continuously alternate based on the degree of light. Daytime for brute strength, nighttime for swift movement. The brighter the light, the more comprehensive the enhancement to physical defense and recovery speed, accompanied by explosive bursts of velocity, though at the cost of severe stamina depletion. The dimmer the light, the more uniformly flexibility and speed are amplified, but with only modest gains in raw power and recovery capacity, traded for extended endurance. This ability shift felt too fantastical to grasp. After hours of pondering, he completely gave up on unraveling its logic. Sujin felt the formidable power of his muscles under the sunlight until the door was knocked. Chapter 35, The Terrified Elderly Couple. Coming. Sujin straightened his clothes and opened the door. Before him stood Sunya, his face slightly swollen. Sujin smiled faintly. Old son, it seems I'm truly immune to the infection. Those flesh orbs are absolutely crucial for us. I spent last night testing my abilities, both my strength and speed have improved. Defending myself against zombie attacks will be much easier now. Great, it looks like the situation is going to change dramatically going forward. Surviving might not be as difficult as we imagined, but we still need to stay cautious. Sunya forced a faint smile. Let's monitor your condition a bit longer before deciding anything. Noticing the other's unusual demeanor, Sujin frowned and asked, Old son, did something happen yesterday? Sunya's expression turned awkward. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly admitted, there indeed was a problem. We made a rookie mistake. We lost laboratory mice, 2 of them. They still haven't been found, but I've already moved all personnel to the 6th floor. Is the impact significant? Were they all infected rats? Sujin asked with a grave expression. No, Sunya denied, but then shifted his tone. We've conducted experiments. Organisms aren't infected 100%. It's related to the quantity of rainwater absorbed. The greater the volume, the higher the infection rate. Rats get infected quickly. Some tested fine by us were moved to another cage. It's the rats from this cage that went missing, but there's no possible way rats could have escaped from this cage. We've turned the whole room upside down and still found nothing. The eeriest part is, after the first rat disappeared, we reinforced security and watched in real time. The rats showed no signs of escaping, yet after stepping away for about an hour, we returned to find another one gone. Where's the rat now? Still in the lab on the 5th floor. Old Wei has wrapped himself in extra layers and is watching it without even blinking. Take me there. Sujin rushed out first, leading Sunya back to the 5th floor. Entering the side lab, Wei was sitting on a chair, arms crossed as he observed the rats. The rat cage was woven from thick iron wires, nested inside a glass tank, with its top reinforced by thick wooden boards and stones. Though the setup was crude, this arrangement made escape impossible for the rats from any conceivable angle. Professor Wei, any discoveries? Sujin cut straight to the point. Wei shook his head, sighing helplessly. If the person's there then no problem, but if they're gone, everything disappears. I really can't figure it out. If only we had electricity and a video recorder. I have one. Where are my things? Sujin asked. Sunya's face brightened with relief. Nobody touched your stuff. We moved everything to the 6th floor for you. Alright, wait here for me a moment. 10 minutes later, Sujin returned indoors. He deleted the porn from his phone, plugged in the power bank, set up the camera on the tripod, and adjusted the angle in front of the rat cage. Wei and Sunya stood outside the door, whispering with astonished expressions in their eyes. Look at that equipment. The resolution is incredible. Must be fingerprint recognition. What kind of technology is that? Truly unbelievable. Capacitance? Ultrasound? Impossible, it's too small. But it must be using lithium batteries, given the high power consumption that requires an external power source. I've seen the interface of his device and the shell design. It's definitely civilian-grade equipment. No country has the capability to produce something like this. Could this guy be an alien? Or maybe he's got his hands on alien technology. Could this rain be connected to him? Hiss. Now that you mention it, sometimes he speaks with formal, bookish phrases and comes up with weird metaphors. He really doesn't seem normal. Hold on, stop talking. He's looking this way. What are you two talking about? Sujin asked as he finished fiddling with his phone and walked out of the room. Oh, nothing much? Sunya replied somewhat nervously. Hey, Shaoli, what model is that video recorder of yours anyway? It's foreign-made, a new model. Let's head out first and come back later to observe, Sujin said before continuing. Listen, we're critically short-handed right now, and we've waited long enough. I'm going downstairs to autopsy those corpses and recruit more helpers. You two go rest upstairs for now, just lock the door properly. Even if mice could squeeze in, they wouldn't be able to escape this room anyway. Alright, you go ahead. The 2 old men quickly made way for Sujin. Sujin looked left and right. What's wrong with you two? Sunya forced a pained expression. Well, I owe you an apology, Shaoli. I messed things up. Ah. Sujin shook his head with a smile. Old son, you two are experts. At times like this, we share both joys and sorrows. Small problems are inevitable. As long as no one's hurt, nothing else matters. I'll take my leave now. Sujin stepped out the door, leaving the 2 old men staring at the deserted entrance, swallowing hard in unison. Do you think he's actually an alien? Wei Deli immediately asked. Other than being an alien, I can't think of any other explanation. Though the technology we saw seems understandable, doesn't feel advanced enough for interstellar travel, does it? Why not just ask him outright? Keeping this bottled up is driving me nuts. No, Sunya pressed against Wei-Da's chest, his voice bitter. There's no need for that. We've been around Xiaoli for days now, you can see what kind of person he is. Whatever he does is surely for our good. That rainwater incident probably has nothing to do with him. He doesn't understand any of this. He saved our lives, and everyone in this big house is counting on him. To be honest, these past couple of days he's been missing. I felt worse than when my old wife died. What if we confront him, and he peels back his skin only to reveal a monster underneath? Would you still expect me to carry on living? I don't think that's likely, Wei-Da reasoned. Judging by how he operates his equipment and his general proportions, he seems human. Plus, the markings on them look like hieroglyphs. He might even be of a species close to ours. Not even a smidge off. The way he looks now is the only way I'd accept him anything else, just no. Sunya let out a deep sigh and said wearily, Old Wei, let's just pretend we didn't see this and help him wholeheartedly. None of us can afford any more trouble. Xiaoli is a good person, I have nothing bad to say about him. Wei decided, then abruptly changed the subject. Tell me, you said Qingdai is special. Did Fuhu actually get cuckolded by aliens long ago? Is the child not even his? Tisk, damn it. You're old enough to know better, usually keeping your mouth shut, yet now you're being so damn frisky. Sunya glared upwards and cursed. Who even knows if they're aliens or not? I'm just discussing this with you. Stop discussing. We can't just discuss everything, what if something bad comes of it? Let's go. Day 1 of Self-Discipline. Chapter 36, On the Verge of Collapse, Room 302. Heads peeked out from the 6th floor window, each face twisted in horror. Su Jin weaves between zombie corpses, his blade rising and falling relentlessly. Some were decapitated, others dismembered, and a few even carved into diamond-shaped chunks. Yet every single one ended up with its heart carved out. After watching for a while, Fu Qingdai, supported by Zhang Wan, covered her mouth and retreated. The two old men along with Fu who watched for a while longer before finally withdrawing their heads together and silently closing the window. With Su Jin's sudden appearance, even those in the neighborhood who had frequently cried for help fell silent, their curtains all tightly drawn. The neighborhood was deathly quiet, leaving only the ceaseless sound of chopping bone. He dug out the heart from the final corpse, Su Jin's face filled with despondency. With supernatural abilities at his disposal, he had no fear of infection. This time, he planned to collect flesh bulbs from other zombies, desensitize himself along the way, overcome his fear, and ultimately study their weaknesses and combat strategies. The effort wasn't in vain. During his brief practice, he had already discovered that almost all zombies shared a fatal flaw, something that might save his life in the future. With new analysis and significantly enhanced abilities, his confidence soared immensely. Having dissected 2 corpses already, coupled with current practice sessions, he could likely ensure steady hands without stress-induced tremors when encountering live targets, enabling full combat effectiveness. The only regret was, the flesh orb's drop rate proved exceedingly low. Not a single specimen was found after thoroughly dissecting all available corpses. He came with high hopes but left in disappointment. After changing his clothes, Su Jin hurried back downstairs and went straight to the 2nd floor. He knocked twice briefly and heard a response from inside. Without hesitation, he shot the lock open and entered the room. The person inside was still peering through the peephole when, before they could react, a gun barrel was pressed against their forehead. Recognizing Su Jin's face, the man collapsed to the floor, scrambling backward with trembling pupils as he cried out, "Big bro, don't shoot. I'm Chengdu. We even smoked together before." Su Jin glanced around the room, holstered his gun, and smiled. "Captain Chang, I'm here to rescue you. No need to be afraid." Chengdu, the security team captain of the talent residential community, mainly spent his time patrolling leisurely. I'd previously arranged with him about transporting grain and oil at night, so we did have some interaction. In his early 30s, though his job wasn't demanding, he had strong self-discipline and kept himself in good shape. Though Su Jin didn't seem hostile, Chengdu remained visibly tense, brotherly. What were you doing downstairs just now?" "Those zombies, I was using them to practice and build courage. We'll eventually encounter them again. Do I look like a psycho to you? Get up." "Ah, right. Chengdu came to his senses suddenly, tears streaming down his face as he stood up and tried to rush toward Su Jin. "Bro, you scared me to death. I saw you several times, shouted until my voice went hoarse. Why did it take you so long to save me?" Su Jin raised his gun and gestured backward. "Stay back. I need to confirm first whether you've come into contact with the rain." "Of course not." Chengdu wiped the corners of his eyes. "Someone sealed my door and slipped in a flyer. Then I got a message on my phone. How could I dare touch that filthy rainwater?" "Then what have you been drinking?" "During the first 2 days of rain, I drank beverages. After that, it was toilet water. I even drank lubricating oil when there was absolutely nothing left. Today I drank piss. Woo. Chengdu burst into tears. "Why didn't you come just 1 day earlier?" Su Jin glanced sideways, spotting a half-empty cup of iced black tea on the dining table. His mind eased slightly. Should be fine, this guy has strong survival instincts, considering he even drank piss. But what's with the lubricating oil? Why didn't you ration it more? You shouldn't have pushed yourself this far. Who knew things would turn out like this? I thought someone would come rescue me soon. MHM. Soo-jin nodded. Alright then, we're all gathering upstairs, I'll take you there in a bit. Someone will help you. Do you know what's going on across the hallway? I know Lu Dajie is a widow. We were actually talking while you were cutting up the body earlier. She lives alone but has a water dispenser with 2 spare bottles at home, so she's got supplies. Chengdu finished speaking and licked his dry, chapped lips. 3rd floor, apartment 301 right above me definitely had trouble. I heard noises of a struggle and screaming. Apartment 302 has a new tenant, a female college student. I don't know her situation very well. Comprehensive description with timely delivery of useful information. Chengdu seems relatively reliable so far. That's normal anyway. Most idiots wouldn't have lasted till this point. Soo-jin had already made a simple judgment in his mind. Alright, gather all the useful supplies from home. I'll go rescue Sister Lu across the hall, then we'll all go upstairs together. Inside apartment 302, the fire would burn steadily, making the room so warm that one could even break a sweat wearing thick clothes. Li Fong sat blankly on the bed, her hair disheveled, looking like she was barely clinging to life, breathing out but hardly breathing in. In the corners of the room, 2 sickly-looking boys sat slumped on the floor. Li Fong, really, isn't there any food left? One of the boys asked weakly. Li Fong turned her head mechanically, casting a resentful glance at the boy. Originally, she had invited Chao Changping and Li Kai to work on a group assignment together at her home. We had a heavy drinking session together last night, and the next day we couldn't get out. There were only some snacks at home. These 2 bastards ate half of them. I wouldn't have starved this bad without them. Seeing Li Fong remain silent, Li Kai weakly pressed on. You must have hidden some food. Surely you've hidden something. Otherwise how could you be more energetic than me? Piss off. Li Fong spat out a single word before falling silent. Who the hell are you telling to piss off? If it weren't for your goddamn group assignment, would I be in this mess? Li Kai growled angrily. If you hadn't flushed the toilet, we wouldn't be in this situation. Who told you to flush after taking a shit? You're so fucking selfish. Can't you think about others for once? Enough, stop it. Chao Changping swayed unsteadily as he stood up, peeling off his clothes while staring at Li Fong. If we don't die of thirst, we'll starve. Even if we don't starve, we'll probably die from carbon monoxide poisoning any moment. With monsters outside and that psychopath guarding the door, none of us are getting out alive. We're done for. Swallowing hard, Chao Changping added, Li Fong, go wash your ass. You're out of your mind. Li Fong's eyes filled with terror as she shrank back toward the headboard. Wash your ass. You have water? Li Kai instantly perked up. Chao Chengping's face twisted into a savage expression. Yes, I have water. The day the rain stopped, I collected some, I even drank it myself. No problems at all. No point hiding it now. There's barely any left, too little to matter. Li Fong, get over here and wash up. Where's the water? Where is it? I need a drink. Li Kai crawled forward and grabbed at Chao Chengping's pant leg, only to be kicked away with a light flick of the ankle. Fuck your mom. What good is a fucking glass of water? Chao Chengping's eyes reddened as he glared at Li Fong. I'll ask you one last time, are you washing or not? I won't wash. Have you lost your mind, Chengping? Li Fong's eyes welled up with moisture as she shook her head in tearful retreat. I'm not crazy. We're all gonna die anyway. Before that happens, I'm gonna be a real man for once. Chao Chengping roared. Fine, no washing, huh? No washing, then fucking no washing. My mouth's got no taste right now. Get your hands off, let me take a look. After shouting, Chao Chengping seemed to rally like a dying flare, lunging onto the bed with sudden energy. Li Fong screamed and wrestled with Chao Chengping, their limbs entangled. Chengping, stop this. Didn't you say you treated me like a sister? Please. That's right. I've always treated you as my stepsister. Now let go of me. Li Kai, save me. Didn't you say you liked me? Save me. Hearing this, Li Kai struggled to his feet against the wall, mustering what seemed like a dying man's last surge of strength as he roared. Chao Chengping. What now? We're all about to die, you want to stop me? Chao Chengping pinned down Li Fong, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Li Kai. Li Kai's facial muscles twitched several times before he finally spoke. Add me too. Chapter 37, Moral Corruption, Human Nature Collapsed. A single shot blasted open the lock on door 301. Soo-jin stood motionless, gun in hand, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Before long, the door was pushed open, a completely lifeless face appeared from behind it, only to collapse instantly. 2 consecutive gunshots, 2 zombies inside the room fell to the ground, shot through the heart. Though inexperienced with firearms, he was confident he could accurately hit the heart within 5 meters. After waiting a moment without any reaction, Soo-jin stepped forward and crouched, preparing to extract the heart. Just as he crouched down, a child about 4 feet tall darted out from the side, completely naked. In the dim light, Su Jin's agility was noticeably enhanced. Sensing an attack coming, he instantly leaned back and rolled toward the stairwell. Still in a crouched position, he immediately kicked off with his legs and used his shoulder to ram the door. With a dull thud, the child's head was crushed by the door, eyes popping out. The gun barrel slid silently through the door gap, delivering a final shot to its back. Now the whole family of 3 was accounted for. Su Jin opened the door, staring at the corpses on the ground with a bitter expression. No, I've overlooked something crucial. The meatball is located behind the heart. Every time I shoot the heart, what if the meatball gets destroyed? Wouldn't that be a waste? The zombie's weak spot and its treasure are in the same place. Obtaining the meatball is far too difficult this way. Using a knife would be much safer. But things have come to this point, and there's no turning back now. Su Jin crouched down, cutting open the chests, but unfortunately, none of the 3 zombies showed any traces of the flesh orb. He shook his head helplessly and removed his gloves. Best to save people first. The supplies in this house could be gathered later. Turning to face room 302, Su Jin knocked on the door. After knocking for half a minute and calling out several times, there was still no response. Once again, he shot open the lock. Standing in the hallway for 3 minutes with no movement from inside, Su Jin slowly pushed the door open. The living room was empty. Only upon entering the master bedroom did Su Jin finally lower his gun with a helpless expression. In the room were 3 youths, a woman on the bed with her upper garments disheveled as if torn, wearing only one sock. In the corners of the room, 2 men sat slumped, clad only in undershorts, their faces bearing expressions of utter exhaustion. Judging by their chests, both seemed to have just vomited. The 2 men glanced at him, one curled into a ball where he sat, the other continued staring blankly into space. Su Jin turned his gaze back to the bed. The sheets were covered in streaks of mud. Taking a deep breath, Su Jin wiped his face and asked blankly, "Did the 3 of you take a mud bath in bed?" "Wah!" Li Fong burst into tears. "Just do it. What's the use of all this pointless talk?" Chao Chengping squeezed his eyes shut, his voice shaking with fear. The murderer entered the room. Never thought I'd die without ever becoming a real man. But it wasn't my fault. The stench was so foul I simply couldn't muster any reaction. Su Jin scratched between his eyebrows with his pinky finger, momentarily at a loss for words. Something felt off about this whole situation. The reactions of these 3 people weren't normal either. Even if he misunderstood that he was here to kill, how does this scene make sense? Their reactions are too indifferent. Turning to the woman, Su Jin said coldly, "Hey, what's going on? Explain yourself. Keep crying and I'll shoot you." Li Fong remained silent, only letting out dry sobs. Su Jin grew impatient, his voice turning even harsher. "Answer me, or I'll rape you before killing you." "TCH." Chao Chengping turned his head away disdainfully. Su Jin turned to look at Chao Chengping, a deep frown forming between his brows. Things just got more confusing. Need to sort this out. What the hell is going on? Just as Su Jin was frantically analyzing the situation, Li Fong finally stopped her wailing and turned toward Chao Chengping and Li Kai with a look of pure hatred. Pointing at the 2 men, he spat venomously, "Them. They tried to assault me. Kill them and I'll do whatever you want." "Damn it, did you really do it?" Chao Chengping craned his neck and cursed, "You filthy bitch. Damn woman, you whore. How dare you drink piss behind our backs?" After a string of abuses, Chao Chengping turned his head to look at Su Jin, sneering, "Go ahead, you pair. A bitch deserves a dog, and dogs eat shit. You 2 are a perfect match." Su Jin stood frozen in place, his expression shifting rapidly. He finally understood. Who would have thought something so simple could be made to seem so convoluted? Here he was, coming to rescue someone, only to get inexplicably scolded in the process. At this point, he was beyond complaining. Letting out a sigh with his hands on his hips, he strode toward the nearest figure, Li Kai. Just as he was about to speak up, his eyes caught sight of 2 crumpled tissues on the ground, plunging him back into bewilderment. Stretching his leg to nudge Li Kai, Su Jin said, "So you were in on it too?" Li Kai didn't respond, sitting up straight with the resolve of a dead man, leaning against the wall as if offering his neck for execution. "I ask you, what's with the papers on the ground?" "Humph, the bastard crumpled them himself." "Useless trash," Chao Chengping sneered. "I can't figure it out. Since you've already made your move, couldn't you just hold your breath a bit? Why so pathetic? Do you have some special fetish?" Su Jin craned his neck to ask. Though it was utterly tasteless, pointless, unethical, and the victim was right there. But he truly couldn't resist asking. There was an almost UFO-level fascination to it. Li Kai's gaze trembled toward Li Fong as Chao Chengping's maximally mocking laughter rang in his ears, cutting his heart like a knife. There was no way to hold my breath in that situation, but I was truly reckless back then, plus I didn't want to die with regrets. Looking back now, all I feel is remorse. I can't hurt Li Fong again. After all, she was a woman I once loved. But a man can't lose face even before death. Li Kai turned his head away with an expressionless face and said, "I get motion sick, can't handle first-person games." "Damn grass, you're fucking hilarious." Su Jin laughed angrily, kicking Li Kai to the ground. He then turned and cursed at Chao Changping. You two pieces of trash, in this fucking situation, still have the leisure to spout nonsense, clearly brains aren't your strong suit. Taking 2 steps back, he said in a low voice, I ain't in the mood to listen to your bullshit anymore. Maybe you've got me all wrong, but let me make one thing fucking clear, I'm here to save your asses, not screw you over. At these words, all 3 of them stared at Su Jin in shock. Su Jin continued, originally, I should have helped relocate you to a safe place, but given your previous behavior, I've decided it's best to delay that for now. Later, I'll bring you food and water, so just stay quietly in the room and wait for further instructions. These 3 individuals are truly deplorable, lacking manners, morals, hygiene, and even basic alertness. Rushing them back might negatively impact the existing team. How to handle this still requires discussion with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. One thing's certain, these 3 have no place in the core team. Turning towards the door, Su Jin spoke as he walked, I'm warning you, anyone who dares take 1 step outside that door, I'll hack them to pieces. As soon as the words fell, Chao Changping flashed forward and knelt before Su Jin, pleading pitifully, brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cursed at you just now. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I'll never head west. Do as I say, and you won't suffer. Now get lost. Kicking Chao Changping aside, Su Jin strode straight out the door. Just as I was about to head upstairs, I glanced back at the unlocked front door, changed direction, and went straight to the opposite unit instead. Only after dragging out a sofa to firmly wedge and secure the trio's door did I feel reassured enough to go upstairs. Come to think of it, I forgot to ask whether those 3 had come into contact with rainwater. Better take precautions just to be safe. Chapter 38, Future Strategic Plan. The door was sealed shut again. Inside room 302, Li Feng had stopped crying and now sat limply on the bed to rest. Chao Changping's heart filled with unease, his eyes darting about nervously. Who would have thought that the violent killer from earlier wasn't actually a madman? He'd come to save them. He was going to live after all. But I've also offended the leader of the group. What should I do now? I have no leverage whatsoever. What if he seeks revenge out of personal spite? In these times, even if I were to be killed, no one would bat an eye. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. Chao Changping's face gradually turned pale, his eyes beginning to lose focus. Li Kai by the side had already put on his pants and was walking toward Li Feng with full remorse. Seeing this, Li Feng quickly recoiled. What are you trying to do? I'm telling you, that boss said you can't mess around. If you dare touch me, I'll tell him. Li Kai's Adam's apple bobbed as he hesitated, reaching his hand into his pocket. He pulled out a damp, yellowish-brown hardened sock and offered it to Li Feng. Li Feng, that was just a momentary impulse. Quick, put your socks back on before you catch cold. Li Feng instantly donned a pained expression. Get lost. Li Kai stood frozen in place, the socks dangling awkwardly from his outstretched hand, moving neither forward nor backward. In the end, he just stuffed them back into his pocket and silently returned to his seat. Turning his head, he saw Chao Changping curled up in another corner, trembling uncontrollably. Li Kai weakly gestured toward him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Feng glanced over and said bitterly, now he gets scared. Would serve him right if he died. 6th floor, in Sun Ye's apartment. Jianwan paused her work of sewing makeshift armor as she was cooking in the kitchen. Fu Hu lifted stones with both hands, continuously doing squat exercises. Fu Qingdai, on the other hand, gripped 2 bricks while squatting, but her slender legs began trembling violently after just a few repetitions. They persisted for several more cycles before the workout finally ended. Walking over to the hog feed bag, he picked up the scoop lying on it and dipped it in to take a serving of protein powder. But as the scoop reached his lips, he paused. Turning his head to look at Su Jin, she grimaced and pleaded, Bro, do I really have to eat this? It smells like pig shit. Eat up. Fu Qingdai choked back tears as she wolfed down large mouthfuls of feed, powder puffing out from her lips with each chew. Su Jin sat at the tea table examining notes about rat experiments while the 2 elders across from him sipped hot tea. After taking a sip of tea, Sun Ye said, You've seen the contents. The infection has latency and hysteresis, but with too few samples, it could also be a phenomenon caused by individual differences. Some individuals absorb less of the gray substance and won't become infected. Considering this, I've still arranged for Chengdu and Lu Min to live across from each other, only sealing their doors with strips rather than locking them completely. Although there doesn't seem to be any risk at present, these 2 are different from us, they're not as vigilant about rainwater. You and Fu Hu's family are completely trustworthy, and Old Wei and I go without saying. For safety's sake, it's best to keep the others isolated for observation a while longer. As for those 3 people you mentioned earlier, their willpower is too weak. Plus, their rooms lack supplies. I recommend careful observation, let them air out in their own quarters for an extended period. Alright, Su Jin closed his notebook and said, in another 2 or 3 days, the gray substance outside will probably dissipate on its own, and then the contamination will shift entirely to living organisms. We need to prepare in advance. I plan to use cars to block off the residential area, then gradually organize the people inside. Will that work? Wei De asked. With rising temperatures, the zombies will become more active. Cars alone won't be enough to stop them, and the noise would attract even more zombies. We can't just hole up in the residential area that's just waiting to die. I've considered that, Sujin replied. Most people are still trapped indoors, so the number of zombies on the streets shouldn't be too high. Even if we can't completely stop them, the cars will at least provide some buffer. Sujin continued, right now, we're fighting for time and space. Those flesh orbs have the ability to grant supernatural powers. My plan is to divide into groups, distribute supplies to the survivors in the area, and have them stay indoors for now. Meanwhile, I'll hunt the zombies trapped inside, search for the orbs, and gather more supplies. I believe we should be able to find some survivors. Then we can release the unaffected people indoors, train and organize them. With an organized, structured team and some individuals possessing special abilities, our safety will be greatly enhanced. After that, we can gather firearms, locate a strategically defensible position to establish a stronghold, and conduct citywide rescue operations. What do you two think? Wide nodded in agreement. Sunya waved his hand and said, I agree with the reorganization part. But as for establishing a stronghold within the city, I don't support that. The number of zombies is overwhelming, and firepower would be severely insufficient. Sujin listened intently. I suggest that after the reorganization of the people and the community is complete, we should directly leave the city for the military district. We have ample food, medicine, and fuel, plus with Old Wei and my guidance, we can quickly expand our territory with heavy firepower. Your plan is too slow, the survivors in the city can't wait that long. And from a long-term perspective, the risks only grow greater. Sujin frowned. The military district is very dangerous. You've speculated before that the army might have suffered the first wave of attacks. The zombie density there should be very high. Plus, heading to the outskirts means wildlife numbers would skyrocket and nearly all of them are infected. And what about insects? We still don't know if they're affected. Sunya raised a hand to calm him. Infected creatures aren't afraid of the cold, and up to now, we've seen no signs of insect activity. The probability of insect infection is already very low. Moreover, based on observations of infected specimens, these creatures don't exhibit swarm behavior. Without a target to attack, they simply wander aimlessly. That means the military-infected zombies have likely dispersed after all this time, while infected animals in the wild have had their natural instincts distorted and wouldn't stay near populated areas. Zombies roam across vast territories, generally sparse, making sound transmission difficult. Now consider the city. Any major movement will attract zombies through noise, and zombie noises will stimulate more zombies, creating a high probability of forming a horde. Without heavy firepower support, everything we've built could be wiped out in one assault. Seems too radical, doesn't it? Sujin hesitated. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Sunya's gaze held hidden worry. Old Wei and I are at that age now. We might die just falling downstairs. What would you do if we died? Could you find another weapons expert? Heavy firepower isn't like guns, you can't just pick it up and use it. Sujin lowered his head with a faint smile. Don't worry too much, you two. I'll protect both of you. Sunya shook his head and said solemnly, Shaoli, we deeply admire your character, and I'm genuinely moved. But you can't protect us forever, and you might not even be able to keep us safe at all. Not to mention the distant future, Old Wei has a heart condition. The medicine he has on hand won't even last him a month. They're all imported medications bought through the pharmacy, and now we can't get any more for him. Old Wei. Sujin quickly turned his head to Wei De. What medicine do you need? Why didn't you say anything? We should have planned ahead to get it for you. Wei De waved his hand and laughed. The medicine makes me feel better. Skipping it won't necessarily kill me. No need to take any risks on my account. With that, he slapped his knees and stood up. Alright, it's about time. Let's go see how those rats are doing. Chapter 39, A New Strain of Infection. The three of them headed downstairs one after another, making straight for the fifth-floor laboratory. Pushing open the bedroom door, Sunya and Wei De rushed in first to inspect the mouse cage. Meanwhile, Sujin unplugged his slightly overheated phone from the power bank. While still tapping at the screen, Sunya's voice rang out with a note of horrified fright. Another one's gone. Mouse number 6 has disappeared. The cage is intact, no gaps at all. Sujin frowned and opened the video to view it. Don't worry about that for now, let's watch the recording first. The two old men simultaneously looked at the phone, exchanged a glance, and then turned their attention back to the screen. He switched to fast-forward playback mode. The rat in the cage in the video appeared completely normal until the timeline reached the 35-minute mark. The rat labeled with the number 3 began moving strangely, closely trailing behind another rat. After waiting for 2 minutes, the rodent's mouth opened. Sujin and the others felt their hair stand on end. In the video, mouse number 3's mouth initially opened normally, but both corners of its mouth extended all the way to the middle section of its body. Its bloody maw gaped open, and in one gulp swallowed its own kind. After devouring prey of equal size, mouse number 3's body swelled to twice its original volume. It wasn't until over 10 minutes later that its body returned to normal size. Su-jin set down his phone, his entire body stiffening. Sunya and Wei-de simultaneously turned their gaze toward cage number 3 where the mouse appeared completely normal, sending chills down their spines. Just as Su-jin was about to speak, a series of thunderous knocks erupted violently from downstairs. Faintly, they could still hear someone shouting curses incessantly. The three of them jumped in surprise and looked toward the door. "You two stay here, I'll go check it out." Su-jin swiftly grabbed the handbag beside him and shoved his phone inside. Then he dashed downstairs. In just 2 or 3 steps, he leapt directly from the 5th floor down to the 3rd. Judging by the sound, it came from room 302. Su-jin kicked the sofa aside, pushed the door open with one hand while holding his gun. As the door swung open, the first thing that caught his eye was Li Kai wrestling fiercely with Chao Chengping. Both men froze in place the moment they saw Su-jin appear. Before Su-jin could speak, Chao Chengping slid to his knees before him, pointing at Li Kai and wailing, "Big brother, he's gone mad, he turned into a monster, he killed Li Feng. You're full of shit." Li Kai's eyes nearly burst from their sockets. "You're the one who killed her. You strangled her when I wasn't looking, you're the mad one. I see you now." Before he could finish, Chao Chengping immediately cut him off. "He drank the rainwater. Must have drunk the rainwater and gone insane, big brother. He's faking it, kill him now." Su-jin kicked Chao Chengping to the ground and retreated beyond the doorway, his gaze frigid. "Neither of you move a muscle, stand right where you are." Both men froze silently, not daring to make the slightest movement. "Step back." Trembling with fear, the pair retreated as Su-jin strode past them into the room, pausing to glance through the bedroom doorway. Li Feng lay sprawled across the bed, motionless and unresponsive. A pillow lay beside her body, and at first glance, it looked as though she had been smothered to death. After a brief glance, Su-jin retreated out of the room. At the turn between the 3rd and 4th floors, Wei-de and Sunya crouched low against the railing, peering down in Su-jin's direction. Sunya whispered, "Xiaoli, wasn't this building unit cleared already? Did zombies get in?" "You two can stand there and watch if you like, but stay behind me and don't cross the line," Su-jin said coldly. "3 people went in and 1 died, one of these 2 must be like that rat. Seems we arrived just in time." Wei-de and Sunya exchanged glances before quickly descending several steps to get a clearer view. A completely new type of infection has just been discovered. The infected have undergone certain mutations internally and mentally, developing a natural aggression toward living creatures while being capable of perfectly blending in among their own kind. I never expected human specimens to appear so quickly. This is the perfect time for observation, we must get to the bottom of this. Su-jin gritted his teeth. The muzzle turned toward Chao Chengping. "Start from the beginning, what exactly happened?" Chao Chengping shrank back nervously and stammered, Just now." Li Kai suddenly collapsed to the ground. Su-jin and the other 2 listened carefully to his account while scrutinizing their expressions. After hearing it, the muzzle swung toward Li Kai. "Now it's your turn. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. That was all his own doing. He's the one who smothered Li Feng to death." Li Kai frantically gestured while explaining. When he woke up from unconsciousness, he suddenly went crazy. "I didn't notice and he just charged forward." Both men gave nearly identical accounts, and their expressions showed no signs of deception. Su-jin glanced back at Sunya and Wei-de. The 2 men simultaneously shook their heads, their expressions grave. "Can't tell. The imposter is exceptionally skilled. With this level of disguise and intelligence, there's no reason for him to commit murder in an environment where Su-jin has already seen him. The only plausible explanation is that the killer had just been infected and mutated. His nature had already changed, and in the first moments after awakening from infection, he couldn't control his actions." Su-jin narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze darting back and forth between the 2 of them. Finally, he waved the gun muzzle at them again. "Both of you, strip everything off." "Big brother," Chao Chengping wailed, "it's really not me, is this necessary?" Li Kai began silently removing his clothes. The elders' gazes immediately locked onto Li Kai. Soon both were fully exposed, submitting to Su-jin's scrutinizing eyes scanning their bodies from top to bottom. Normal. Everything appeared completely normal, without the slightest difference from ordinary people. "Turn sideways," Su-jin ordered, tilting the gun barrel. "Big bro, isn't this enough?" Chao Chengping asked tremulously, glancing sideways to see Li Kai already cooperating obediently. "Big bro, are we done yet?" Chao Chengping turned his body. "Turn around." Su-jin continued to bark. After inspecting the backside thoroughly, there were still no issues. Su-jin's forehead was now beaded with sweat. "On your knees, hands behind your back." The 2 men stopped arguing and complied, kneeling with their backs to Su-jin while placing their hands behind them. Chao Chengping kept glancing back at Su-jin. "Don't move. Big bro, please let me go, stop tormenting and humiliating me." Chao Chengping continued pleading in a tearful voice. "I shouldn't have cursed at you earlier, I was wrong." Li Kai gritted his teeth and turned his head to glare at Chao Chengping with tears of murderous intent in his eyes. Su-jin and the 2 old men were carefully observing the pair. A scream rang out from the stairwell. Su Jin turned around nervously, only to find Fu Qingdai standing behind him. Her small hands were tightly covering her face. Qingdai, who told you to come here? Su Jin demanded angrily. I didn't see anything. Fu Qingdai mumbled into her hands. Nobody asked you. What are you doing here? Su Jin roared in fury. Go back. The food's ready. My mom called you all to eat, but I didn't see anyone downstairs. Fu Qingdai was still explaining when hurried, chaotic footsteps came clattering down the stairs. Fu Hu appeared with an anxious face, carrying his bow and arrows, followed closely by Zhang Wan. Zhang Wan was unexpectedly followed out by Chang Du, who was holding a liquor bottle, and the flustered sister Lu. The narrow stairwell was instantly jammed tight. But when everyone looked downstairs, they instantly froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Who told you to come down? And you, Chengdu, weren't you supposed to be quarantined indoors? Do you still want to stay here or not? Su Jin remained silent while Sunya angrily spoke up, glaring at Fu Hu. Fu Hu swallowed hard and said, I heard my daughter scream and panicked. Chengdu kept glancing downstairs and licked his lips before speaking. I also heard the noise and felt something wasn't right, that's why I came running out. Who knew? Cough. This is no time for jokes, one of these two is infected, all of you get back now. Su Jin raised his hand and shouted. Who's infected? Chengdu widened his eyes and asked. They all look perfectly normal to me. Su Jin fixed his gaze on Xiao Changping and raised the muzzle of his gun. I already know who it is, we'll talk about this later. All of you, get back inside your rooms now. Chapter 40, Nighttime Conversation by Candlelight. He shot and killed the two suspects, then Su Jin hurried back to the 6th floor. After glancing at the isolation room where Chang Du and Sister Lu were staying and confirming they had both entered, he returned to the opposite apartment. At this point, who could still care about eating? Several people were already seated, forming a circle as they waited for Su Jin's return. Seeing Su Jin appear, Sunny immediately craned his neck and asked, So, who's the killer after all? They're all murderers, every single one of them, Su Jin said coldly, pulling out his phone and showing it to the group. On the phone screen, Xiao Changping and Li Kai convulsed on the ground like reanimated corpses, clutching their throats. After a few coughs, he was shot dead as soon as the gunfire rang out. Zhang Wan patted her chest, as if still shaken from the fright. Fu Qingdai pursed her lips and shot Su Jin an odd sideways glance. Putting away his phone, Su Jin said, I need to speak with Old Sun and Old Wei privately. The rest of you, go ahead with your tasks, you'll be needed later. Fu Hu, along with his wife and daughter, tactfully withdrew from the scene. Only 3 people remained in the hall. Sunya opened his mouth to ask, but Su Jin spoke first. The one on the left earlier was the real killer, the other wasn't. What's more, the killer's infected mutation isn't rooted in the heart, but in the brain. Based on the rats, this type of infection doesn't just amplify their original temperament, it should also induce some physical changes, maybe even grant unique abilities. But when it comes to sustaining damage, they're completely different from zombies, much closer to ordinary creatures. Decapitation, blood loss, poison, any of these can be lethal. The faces of the 2 elderly men instantly darkened. Sunya said despondently, So, you poisoned them. You had no way of actually telling who was infected. But how did you know the infection was in the head? Su Jin lowered his head, then raised it again, dissected, split open every part from head to toe. Lighting a cigarette, he fished out a bottle of baijiu from his bag. Su Jin emptied the tea bowl, poured in liquor instead, and downed it in one gulp. Immediately, another bowl was filled to the brim. In this unfamiliar world, he had to remain clear-headed at all times. Yet now, for the first time, he chose to drink. Sunya and Wei stayed silent, their gazes laced with pain, simply watching wordlessly as Su Jin drowned his sorrows in liquor and chain-smoked. They were all intelligent people. When they saw the rat's extraordinary mutation, perfectly camouflaged within its species, no further explanation was needed. This was a force nearly impossible to resist. It wasn't about how infectious the adversary was, nor how powerful its mutations could be. Rather, this existence directly shattered the very foundation upon which humanity depended for survival and progress. Trust. Sunya's eyelids drooped, his face etched with bitterness. Now everything became clear. Beyond the possible annihilation of the military, the nation had long since discovered this peculiar strain of mutation. It had even infected the highest echelons of decision-making. The reach of the storm was too vast, compounded by the treachery of human hearts and layers of protectionism. There was almost no time, cost, or capacity to distinguish truth from falsehood. The organization collapsed from top to bottom, severing all chains of trust in an instant. Perhaps there were still those making desperate last-ditch efforts, launching cold dome toward the city. But in this overwhelming tide, all weapons had become futile. The broadcast warned not to trust, it meant not to trust anyone after all. Amidst swirling smoke and mild intoxication, a glimmer of moisture surfaced in Su Jin's eyes. A torrential rain shattered the world into an atomized society, severing all paths for organizations to rise and civilizations to rebuild. The strategy devised one moment is obliterated the next, reduced to empty talk. This despair mirrors the shock he felt when he first witnessed the cataclysm's eruption and the collapse of the state. What truly plunges humanity into doomsday turns out not to be the loss of weapons or survival resources, but ourselves. And yet, he had only just glimpsed hope. Every time a glimmer of hope emerged, it was instantly shattered, like being slowly carved by a dull blade, left to suffer and await death. The most ridiculous part was, he'd been running errands for a company that seemed nearly omniscient and beyond all reason. Yet after offering him minimal assistance, the company vanished like a ghost, leaving him feeling like a discarded pawn. As time dripped away, Sujin remained alone in the living room, surrounded by clusters of liquor bottles at his feet and cigarette butts littering the floor. The outside sky had darkened. Sunya returned with a candle and sat back down opposite Sujin. Seeing him lying on his back, she asked softly, "Giving up? Giving up?" Sujin sat up straight, letting out a drunken chuckle, yet the flames of fury still smoldered in his heart. A decaying, putrid world. A company that toys with him at will. The hardest beginning has been overcome. How could he possibly choose to give up now? He must have revenge. Survive in this world, live on with Fu Qingdai, and then kill that bitch who sent him here. I will never give up again, no matter how difficult. The candlelight danced in Sujin's eyes. This time I fight not only against men, but against heaven itself. I hope those aren't drunken words, Sunya said, looking at Sujin with admiration in his eyes. Of course they're not drunken words, but what about you? Sujin countered. Can you all still hold on? Sunya smiled faintly. You're the leader, the core. If you refuse to give up, we have no right to abandon hope. Given the current situation, the difficulty and risk of expanding our team have reached extremely high levels. Even if we obtain heavy firepower, we can't feel at ease in trusting it to others. But that doesn't mean there's no solution. Today we encountered infected humans, and sample number 3 rat is still preserved. Old Wei and I will conduct further research tomorrow. Go ahead with the research. Whether it's about their traits or mechanisms, we must design a set of solutions. No matter what, we can't fight alone, we'll have to rely on the majority. Sujin sighed wistfully. One possible solution might lie in those flesh balls. You saw the rats yourself, their mutation abilities could be vast. Perhaps destiny will lend us eyes to see through the traitors among us. Exactly, we should still trust nature. Sunya chuckled as he picked up the half-empty bottle on the table and poured himself a bowl. Actually, there's one thing I deeply admire about you. Oh, your adaptability is truly unmatched. It was evident from how quickly you progressed from dissecting corpses to willingly performing mass dissections. Today, unsure of who the real culprit was, you simply killed both living suspects and butchered them alive. Tisk. Sunya took a swig of fiery liquor, hissing through his teeth. An ordinary person could never reach such extremes. If I didn't know you were doing this for everyone's sake, to help us survive, I'd stay far away from someone like you. Are you praising me or insulting me? Sujin tilted his head with a squinting smile. Let's call it praise. Chaos breeds heroes, but you're more of a warlord destined for greatness, I'm certain. Sunya nodded firmly before shifting tone. Though, men like you who achieve power often become tyrants. Tyrant. Sujin scoffed, raising his wine bowl to clink against Sunya's. The strong liquor burned down his throat, his gaze turning calm as still water. You're right, this world desperately needs a tyrant, but it won't be me. Chapter 41, Bound Equipment, New Intelligence Analysis. With a hangover, Sujin woke up with a throbbing headache. Looking outside, it was already noon. Glancing around, he realized he'd fallen asleep at some point and been moved to the side bedroom. Fu Qingdai sat on a small stool by the bed, propping her chin as she studied him. Seeing him get up, she quickly straightened her posture. Sujin propped himself up halfway and turned his head to look at Fu Qingdai. Why aren't you exercising? What are you doing here? Fu Qingdai was about to speak when her face fell at his words. I just finished training. I wanted to see how you were doing. Brother, did something big happen? Were those 2 people from yesterday poisoned with chocolate by you? Sujin took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, there's indeed a bit of a problem, but I can handle it. You mustn't mention this to your parents. I didn't say anything. If you won't let me speak, I definitely wouldn't dare to. Fu Qingdai hesitated. So what exactly is the matter? Can you tell me? You're still young. Big bro's afraid you can't keep secrets, so don't ask anymore. Rubbing his face and feeling somewhat refreshed, Sujin added, but remember, we won't stay hiding in this building waiting to die forever. Sooner or later we'll go out. Don't trust any strangers you meet outside, and stay extremely vigilant if someone around you gets injured. If anyone makes you feel uncomfortable or seems suspicious, kill them immediately. With that, Sujin reached toward the bedside, picked up the silver gun, and handed it over. Keep this gun for self-defense, buddy. Hold on to it tight. Then what will you use? Fu Qingdai didn't reach for it, instead looking at Sujin. Right now I've got superpowers, and I'm not afraid of infection anymore. The gun's not as crucial, Sujin said meaningfully. Besides, I've got another one. I'll find more guns later too. Sujin tossed the silver gun to Fu Qingdai, flung open the window, and pointed outside, saying, fire a shot into the sky. Try how it feels. Fu Qingdai picked up the pistol, aimed outside, and pulled the trigger. Shoot already. What are you hesitating for? I did, but it won't press down. Pull harder. I am pulling. Could it be rusted shut? Fu Qingdai's delicate face flushed crimson, her trigger finger drained of all color. Su Jin frowned, picked up the gun, and fired toward the window. Bang! The gunshot rang out normally. Staring at the pistol in contemplation for a moment, Su Jin concentrated and began searching. Beside the bed, he retrieved the handbag. This was a bag he often carried with him. Everyone knew not to touch it. He must have been too drunk yesterday. Sunya must have placed it here. Opening the handbag and pointing it at Fu Qingdai, Su Jin commanded, reach inside and see what's in there. What do you mean, bro? Fu Qingdai asked without pausing her movements. She reached inside, fumbled around for a moment, then withdrew her hand and looked at Su Jin blankly. There's nothing there. Ah, Su Jin had no choice. Apparently the company had provided him with office equipment that was bound exclusively to him. Others couldn't use it at all. He couldn't complain about the spatial briefcase being unusable by others, but the pistol couldn't even be lent out, which was genuinely troublesome. Though it had unlimited ammo, there was still a time restriction. With ample ammunition, it would actually be less practical than an ordinary firearm. Going through all this trouble just puts limits on how we allocate our already limited firepower. This dumbass company. Taking out a bag of chocolates from his bag and handing it to Fu Qingdai, Su Jin spoke with sincere concern. You can't use equipment from our home planet. I'll find you a weapon later, big bro. For now, just focus on practicing with the bow. Take this bar of chocolate. If you ever feel like someone means you harm, find a chance to make them eat it. But don't you dare get greedy and eat it yourself, and keep your parents safe too. Fu Qingdai turned the chocolate over in her hands before pocketing it and nodding. Got it, big bro. Alright, you're dismissed. Go pour me a glass of water. Fu Qingdai gave a soft acknowledgement and rose from her small stool. The moment she turned around, she collapsed to her knees with a thud. Attempting to stand, she fell to her knees once more with another dull thump. Turning her head slowly, she cast an embarrassed glance at Su Jin before finally getting up unsteadily from the wardrobe, her face flushed crimson. Forget it, go rest. I don't need the water anymore, Su Jin chuckled. I'll get it for you. With stubborn determination, Fu Qingdai answered, her long legs trembling violently as she supported herself against the wall and staggered out of the bedroom. Before long, Su Jin got up and stood by the living room window. The window was wide open, sunlight spilling over his robust and powerfully built muscles. Under the influence of the light force, the exhaustion from the night and the hangover-induced headache rapidly dissipated. Su Jin unconsciously clenched his fist, his mood involuntarily lifting along with it. Right then, Sunya's voice came from behind. Xiao Li. Su Jin turned around. Sunya smiled faintly. You haven't forgotten what we talked about yesterday, have you? I wouldn't dare forget. Alright, come downstairs with me. Lao Wei and I have some new findings to discuss with you. In the shabby laboratory on the 5th floor, the three of them took their seats. Staring at the number 3 mutant rat split in two yet still gnawing at the wire mesh in its cage, Su Jin exclaimed in astonishment, how did it end up like this? We poked it a few times with skewers, and it probably realized it had been exposed. It completely dropped the act and kept trying to attack us, Wei said with a bitter smile. Alright, let's first talk about our findings. Sunya clapped his hands. Old Wei and I barely slept last night, working on this until now. We've managed to uncover some new information. Combined with what you discovered yesterday, these latent mutated creatures are very different from what we imagined. Su Jin listened quietly. Sunya continued, broadly speaking, rain-infected creatures can be divided into two types, zombies and disguised mutants, but they're not on the same side. These disguised mutants aren't infectious, and other zombies will attack them too. Oh, Su Jin's eyes lit up. Don't get too excited. Sunya lowered his right hand slightly. Zombies attack them simply because of their instinct to attack living things, but these disguised mutants show no interest in zombies. They'll only retaliate briefly when attacked. Instead, while maintaining normal biological behaviors, they exhibit a strong killing instinct toward uninfected creatures. Su Jin sighed with disappointment. Could this infection enhance a creature's intelligence? Subject 3 displayed remarkably sophisticated camouflage skills. I think it's possible. I don't see it that way, cut in Weide. Rats were already quite intelligent creatures to begin with. After being infected, if they become aware enough of our threat to disguise themselves, that seems perfectly normal behavior. Yet they still can't control their killing urges, sneaking up to devour other rats when unobserved. This suggests their intelligence level likely hasn't changed at all. How intelligent camouflage mutants truly are likely depends on the intellectual level of their original hosts. Based on these two cases of infection, I believe there are 3 possible outcomes for biological mutation. The first is twisted mentality and violent tendencies, yet they remain physically ordinary humans. The second possibility is developing extraordinary abilities like yourself, though without any noticeable external changes. As for the third, they undergo organic transformation, just like subject 3 here. Without fur covering, you'd see it's already developed significant observable physical mutations. As he spoke, subject 3 kept biting and ramming against the cage with its mouth that now occupied nearly half its body, producing dull thumping sounds. Sunya glanced at it and said, I discussed this with Old Wei last night and we've basically confirmed one thing: no matter how intelligent these mutants that can disguise themselves might be, they've significantly regressed in one aspect of normal human capability. What capability? Su Jin asked. The two elderly men looked up simultaneously. Delayed gratification. Chapter 42. A Glimmer of Hope. Delayed gratification? Su Jin looked puzzled. Exactly. These creatures have an overwhelming thirst for killing. They'll strike the moment an opportunity arises. That victim yesterday instinctively chose to kill the instant their trait was exposed. Sunny smirked, pointing over his shoulder at rat number 3. And this one, realizing concealment was impossible, its attacks haven't ceased since. It tires, needs nourishment, but after resting, it resumes its endless assaults without pause. Xiao Li, do you understand now? Su Jin furrowed his brow tightly, then quickly relaxed. So what you two mean is, we can design a trap to lure them into exposing their bloodthirsty nature, thereby identifying their true identities? Exactly. That's precisely the idea. Sunya slapped his thigh and leaned forward excitedly. We've already worked out the entire plan last night. It should work. There are still quite a few surviving residents in the neighborhood. Shortly after the rain began, announcements and text messages warned people not to touch rainwater or tap water. Normal people generally wouldn't come into contact with it, so the concentration of gray matter in the tap water shouldn't be too high. Since the warnings came early, only some were infected, and those who were infected have a much higher chance of turning into zombies than becoming camouflaged infected. Based on what's happening across buildings, we can further confirm this conclusion. That's our first layer of filtration. Regarding potential disguised infected individuals remaining indoors, they'll realize survivors don't stay inactive in one place but either leave the building or hunt others. Since they aren't contagious, currently living people are most likely healthy. Physical examinations can further screen risks. That's our second filtration layer. They'd also fear zombies attacking them, need supplies to survive, and might choose to stay indoors too, Wei Di added. Absolutely, that possibility can't be denied, Sunya continued. But judging just by the first 2 defensive layers, we've already significantly reduced the risks when recruiting team members. So if we can establish a third protective measure, we should be able to minimize risks enough to confidently assemble teams. Later, we can ensure further safety through division of labor within teams. Keeping people closely coordinated without isolation suppresses disguised infected individuals' impulse to create discord. Even if they're hostile, as long as we maintain control, we can still make use of them. Su Jin pondered and said, the third line of defense you mentioned is about identifying them by provoking their murderous tendencies, right? But how can this be done? It's impossible. We can't exactly lock people up with them for experimentation, can we? Disguised infected are human, not lab rats. They wouldn't be that foolish, would they? You're right. We can't afford the time or the risks of using humans for testing, nor can the tests appear deliberate. There's only one solution: using small animals for the trials. Sunya pointed at the rats. They also have a killing urge toward non-native species. Rat testing fits our needs perfectly. In the name of the state, we'll use delivering food and water as an excuse to place the rats inside. It's best to order them to stay in their bedrooms with seals on the doors. This way, it'll be easy to detect and prevent escapees. Afterward, we'll track the results. With that, the third line of defense will be complete. There are only 2 or 3 normal rats left. Su Jin frowned deeply. And how are we supposed to track them? If a rat gets swallowed, how would I even know where to look? Exactly. Sunya raised his eyebrows, his mood suddenly much gloomier. So, we'll need to acquire a large number of rats. Besides the rats, we'll also need sodium fluorescein using a chromogenic agent to track down whoever killed rats. With this sudden outbreak in freezing weather, where are we supposed to find rats now? Su Jin asked with a grimace. And what about this reagent you mentioned? Where can we get that? Actually, we've already thought it through for you. At Longshan Medical University, there's an underground lab, one of the most advanced in the country, with an emergency independent power supply, constant temperature and humidity. The lab rats inside must still be alive even if food runs short. They'll survive by cannibalizing each other. The lab also has sodium fluorescein and portable UV lights. Once we find those, our tools will be complete. Does a university really have such an advanced lab? Universities are research institutions. Their labs are usually better equipped than hospitals. You must know about Longshan Medical University, right? Of course I know about it. Sunya and Wei Di exchanged glances, then quickly averted their eyes. Wei Di took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his shirt, lowering his head as he murmured absent-mindedly, yeah, Li must know. Why are you two suddenly acting so weird? Su Jin's gaze darted back and forth between them. Ahem, it's nothing. Sunya abruptly changed the subject. Come to think of it, Xiaoli, can you actually use that flesh orb? Can others use it too? What kind of question is that? We talked about this last night. The substance inside the flesh orb is different from the gray mist. I can use it to make changes without getting infected, and chances are you guys can too. What's the matter? Do I have different organs than you? No no no. Sun Yao repeatedly waved his hands and immediately pulled out a notebook from his pocket, handing it over. This is the detailed plan we drafted this morning. Take a look. Su Jin hurriedly took the notebook to review. After reading through, his frown remained unrelieved. Lifting his head, he said, I have no objections to this plan. It might even be described as the best solution at present. But adopting this plan means we must abandon the path of urban development and settle for the military district. Exactly. We can only limit our recruitment to the residential area. The personnel gathered should be enough to form a reinforced company. Any further expansion would jeopardize the entire operation, said Sunya. Actually, you're worried that disguised infected might target the military district too, aren't you? Yes. After all, there are already signs that the higher-ups have been infiltrated. They have brains and are cunning. It's entirely possible they'd set their sights on this. You shouldn't judge mutated creatures by normal human reasoning. I think they'll stick to close-range slaughter. Long-term planning isn't in their nature. And the higher-ups might not be as smart as you think. There are plenty of idiots among them. They just have access to more intel than ordinary people. Su Jin fell silent, closing his notebook. But it's all speculation. Every step carries risks. This is a gamble. Exactly, Wei decide. But what worries us most is you. From here to Longshan Medical University, it's 6 kilometers one way, 12 kilometers round trip, and only Chengdu and Fu who can risk going with you. That's the distance between life and death. Xiaoli, whether we do this or not depends entirely on your decision. If it's really impossible, we'll find another way. Su Jin's gaze shifted to the mutated rat gnawing on wire mesh in its cage, his face revealing undisguised malice as he muttered under his breath. I assume you've considered this but are unwilling to tell me. The fact that new mutated creatures possess cognition likely means continuously evolving zombies could also develop sentience. Perhaps one day, the two might merge. We might even encounter mutated beings capable of controlling entire hordes of the undead. The elderly couple simultaneously bowed their heads, sinking into silence. So what's there to hesitate about? If we fear risks and lay out every possible problem up front, then nothing in this world would ever get done. Su Jin retracted his gaze and flashed a smile. This sliver of hope, we must seize it. Chapter 43, The Assault on Longshan Medical University. The map of Longshan City was spread out on the table. The three of them gathered around the table to discuss. Su Jin pressed both hands on the table, glancing left and right before saying, the matter of disguising as infected creatures is known only to the three of us. For now, it's not convenient to inform the others. Let's briefly discuss it, and then you two can work out the details. I'll handle the coordination with Fu Hu and Chengdu. The two nodded. Su Jin added, before we begin, there's a crucial issue. We need a car to cover such a long distance, but what if we don't have the keys? What kind of question is that? You think Old Wei and I have just been sitting around doing nothing? Who needs a key to start a fire? Alright then. Su Jin smiled. There's just one more thing. I don't know how to drive. You'll need to teach me, but I should pick it up quickly. When he said he couldn't drive, he meant he couldn't drive this world's vehicles, though the basic mechanics were probably more or less the same. But when it comes to life and death situations, even the slightest miscalculation won't do. This is trivial, so let's get straight to the point. Wade picked up a pen and said, Longshan Medical University was established very early and is closer to the city center. When Borealis erupted in the central city back then, the low temperatures there were even more severe than here, and the ice absolutely hasn't melted. The biggest obstacle is, the downbursts brought by Borealis must have destroyed many fragile structures, and it's likely even many pavement tiles were ripped up. So what I said earlier wasn't entirely accurate. The shortest distance from here is 6 kilometers, but the side roads are probably still blocked by frozen debris. That path isn't viable for you, which means you'll have to take the detour along Central Avenue. There'll be far fewer obstacles, but the one-way distance will correspondingly increase by 2 kilometers. Having said this, Wade searched the map for a while before marking out the route. Then he circled another point in the middle section. This is Longshan 3rd High School. You must move quickly when passing through here. The heavy rain has trapped most people indoors, but there might be a large number of zombies roaming outside. Why? Su Jin asked blankly. Wade paused for a moment. That day, a colleague called me, saying his grandson was attending the school festival. The students should all have been on the sports field. What? A school anniversary celebration in this downpour? Su Jin's eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. The opening ceremony has VIP guests, but it's a torrential rain. How can they possibly hold the opening? Has the school completely lost its humanity? Su Jin clapped his hand against his palm in frustration. The podium area is covered, isn't it? No. It's not a big deal. The leaders came by car in the rain, so what if the students got a little wet? Sunya said impatiently. Is this really important? Just listen carefully. Remember, there might be a large-scale zombie outbreak here. Fine, alright. Wei continued sketching the map. About 1 kilometer ahead, I remember the greenery on both sides being very dense, making it easy for flash floods to uproot them and hurl them onto the street. If the road gets severely blocked, you'll need to reroute starting from here. Midway through, Sunya pointed at the map with his finger and interrupted. Turning to Wei, ye old Wei, do you usually buy your heart medication here? Did you pick up the prescription you ordered last time? No need to worry about that. There's no point delaying and adding unnecessary risks midway. Yes, there is. It's convenient anyway. Sujin interjected. Old Wei, where's the pharmacy? What medication do you need? Seeing Sujin's resolute gaze, Wei forced a faint smile. Longxing Pharmacy, it's a pretty big one. You can spot it easily from the street. I've always had my medications specially ordered through them. Each time, you enter through the second floor entrance, and the medicine is kept in the bottom shelf of the first row of cabinets. I'll give you the prescription box later. Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't find it, just leave immediately. Sujin nodded. Let's move on. From here, straight ahead is Longshan Medical University. You'll need to go inside. The place is packed with students. Once someone gets infected, there's no escape route left, so you'll have to be extremely careful. As for this part of the map, Old Sun is the best person to teach you. Sunya chimed in. I helped procure 2 pieces of equipment for Longshan Medical University's laboratory. I've given a few lectures there, so I'm somewhat familiar with the place. I'll draw you a map of the situation inside later, plus provide sodium fluorescent and a portable UV light. I'll write it all down for you in detail later. Besides that, is there anything else you need us to prepare? Staring at the Longshan map, Sujin concentrated in deep thought. The car's noise is already loud enough. With so much debris on the streets, hitting something along the way is almost inevitable. I'm afraid it might trigger a chain reaction among the zombies. But after all, driving gives us options to shake them off. What worries me is that if such an accident really happens, it might draw a large number of zombies back. So what I need is a device that can produce massive noise, like a bomb. Can either of you make a bomb? A bomb. Wei showed a thoughtful expression. Sunya asked, do you still have the shotgun shells I gave you? Here. That simplifies things, Wei responded bluntly. We can take parts from the microwave and washing machine to make timing circuits. Heating wires from resistors are easy too. Combined with gunpowder, we can assemble a simple detonation device, essentially a timed explosive. However, the setup won't be very stable, so we'll need to add more timed detonators to improve reliability. You'll have to put in extra effort when using it. Such crude bombs are practically negligible in terms of lethality in open areas, and given the nature of the zombies, they're unlikely to cause significant casualties. However, they perfectly serve the purpose of simple obstruction and directional distraction. That simple? Sujin's eyes lit up. Can we make guns then? Even crude ones would do. Are you making wishes here? Sunya rolled his eyes. Anything else to add? I've got nothing else for now. Let me mentally rehearse this while I leave the detailed refinement to you too. Since I don't visit that place often, you'd know it better than I do. Cut the crap. Not often? You've never been there at all. The 2 elders silently complained in their hearts. When are you planning to set out? Wei asked. After some thought, Sujin said, I'll make it 5 days from now. 5 days should be enough time to prepare thoroughly. Starting today, I'll lead teams to hunt zombies throughout the entire residential area, tally the number of survivors, and distribute basic supplies. There are quite a lot of zombies remaining in the buildings. I think we might discover more flesh orbs. If Fuhu and Shang Duda use them like I did and gain special abilities, our safety margin would increase significantly. Besides, those trapped in other buildings can't hold out much longer. Even with sufficient food, they won't survive indefinitely without water reserves. No, that's delaying too long, Sunya countered. As temperatures keep rising rapidly, when the ice layers and frozen shells on the zombies completely melt, their mobility will surge. The risks of your operation multiply exponentially. You can complete the mission in just half a day. Making quick round trips is the optimal approach. No, when hunting indoor zombies to obtain flesh spheres, acquiring them first is crucial. Developing new abilities and immunity is vital, Sujin analyzed. Actually, even if the zombies regain mobility due to the thaw, it won't affect us while driving. The main issue is the severe vehicle slippage before the ice melts. The real highest risk lies in indoor combat. If anyone gets injured or killed during indoor operations at Longshan Medical University, whether it's Chengdu, Fuhu, or others, it's a loss I can't afford. There are only a handful of core personnel I can fully trust. No more debate on this matter. There are tactics suited for extreme cold, and warmer weather brings its own advantages. Chapter 44, Full-Scale Mobilization, a New Supernatural Ability. 2 days later, the temperature had warmed to above 10 degrees Celsius, and the gray mist that had lurked in the waters, the prime culprit of the apocalypse, dissipated without a trace. In its place lingered a faint yet unmistakable stench. With no water to flush toilets, the sewer system was largely abandoned. The surviving residents had no choice but to dispose of waste by hurling it from the heights. The plastic bag came crashing down, splattering in a circular pattern. Yet this wasn't always the case. A few gentlemen opted to reduce plastic pollution by sticking their bottoms out to spray directly. Any remaining neighbors downstairs tacitly chose to hurl their packages upward instead. Not to mention the dissected zombies and the corpses of residents who had taken their own lives. The world had turned into one colossal toilet and morgue. One glimpse through the tube reveals the cruelty of the apocalypse. For 2 days, Sujin kept moving between buildings, evading the Strawberry Tower and hunting zombies. The Fu family of 3, along with Changdu and Auntie Lu, followed behind to watch Sujin take action. Firstly, it was to prepare early, helping these ordinary people who had never experienced battle to desensitize and adapt as quickly as possible. Secondly, it was to bring more people to help carry more supplies. After all, many houses no longer had their original owners, and the resources needed to be reallocated. Thirdly, numbering and registering residents who were alive and temporarily showed no issues. Originally, Chengdu and Sister Lu were still in the observation period, but upon closer examination, there wasn't much left to observe anyway. One had an extremely plentiful supply of household resources, while the other was cautious enough to prefer drinking lubricants and urine. Plus, with half a cup still left at home, it was already evidence enough. And since now was a critical time for manpower, they had no choice but to release them early. On the morning of the third day, a gunshot shattered the silence of the neighborhood. Sujin burst through the door to be greeted by an elderly zombie, with another tall figure looming behind it. Fu Qingdai and the others watched warily from the doorway. Sujin drew the extended screwdriver from his waist and plunged it straight into the creature's heart, then swept his leg to send the old man flying. In one fluid motion like a sparrowhawk flipping midair, he landed squarely on the towering zombie's shoulders. As he hovered mid-descent, Fu Qingdai tossed him a fishbowl, which he deftly caught and slammed onto the zombie's head. Scissoring his legs, he pinned both of the zombie's arms in an unbreakable lock. Sujin reached behind his back and pulled out a long strip of cloth, flicking it toward the zombie's arm. With several swift loops, he deftly wrapped the zombie's right fist, then repeated the same maneuver with its left. Leaping off the zombie's shoulders, he executed a few nimble movements to encircle its body, ensuring both cloth-bound fists were securely fastened. Finally, he produced an abnormally thick dog leash and fastened it around the zombie's neck. With a casual wave toward the door, Sujin was ready to go. Fu Qingdai and the others hurried downstairs, with the zombies chasing behind and Sujin keeping them on a leash. When they reached the downstairs, the zombies were tied to the security window. Taking 2 steps forward, Sujin planted her hands on her hips and declared, "Qingdai, today you and your dad won't be doing anything else, just practice archery right here. Before, we used quilts for targets, but today we're officially facing the real thing. No room for carelessness." Fu Qingdai licked her lips, her heart pounding with nerves. Having watched zombie killings a couple of days ago, I could somewhat tolerate the bloody scenes, but now that I'm facing it myself, I can't help but feel my skin crawl. Big bro, what if the security window falls? What if the fish tank breaks? Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. Hand me your bag, Sujin waved at Fu Qingdai. Hearing this, Fu Qingdai quickly took off her backpack and tossed it to Sujin. He took the bag and pulled out a can of foam spray and items scavenged from what appeared to be the home of a hardware store working zombie. Sujin pressed the zombie's head down with one hand, enduring its fists pounding against him, as he injected the foam into the gap of the fish tank. Then, he pulled out a large bottle of glue and poured it over the zombie's head from the top of the fish tank. Finally, he fastened a crude chest mirror onto the zombie's torso. Sujin turned and pointed backward, saying, "First, go closer and observe to get accustomed. We'll practice archery once the glue dries. If the security window falls and you can't outrun him dragging it, not even I can save you then. Old Fu, keep hold of the shotgun, watch your daughter carefully." "Got it, director." With the affirmative response, Sujin waved his hand and led the others back into the building. They continued knocking and searching, moving on to rooms that responded. Zhang Wan and Sister Lu inquired and registered from behind the door. After a brief round of questioning and reassurance, they left the supplies by the door. Sujin, meanwhile, stood guard with his gun at the ready to prevent any unexpected incidents. Like the other residents, the occupants inside opened the door in tears, wanting to step out and talk. However, seeing the gun barrel pointed at them, they had no choice but to take the supplies through the crack and retreat back inside. As before, Zhang Wan called out at the door, "Keep the water bottles, don't throw them away. We'll collect and reuse them next time." The water container was a plastic bottle scavenged from the apartment complex's trash bin. Distributing resources required sealed containers, and truth be told, these were quite scarce at the moment. One household done, onward to the next. This time, no answer came from behind the door, only the sound of zombies pounding against it. Jin simply broke the lock and eliminated the target. 2 zombies were taken down indoors. Jin expressionlessly picked up the knife and began extracting hearts. This process had repeated too many times, leaving him somewhat numb. By now, he had become completely desensitized to bloody incidents. Skillfully splitting open the zombie's chest to rummage for its heart, Jin's hand suddenly paused, his numb face abruptly coming alive with expression. Seeing the fleshy orb pulled out from behind the heart, wild joy immediately surged in his chest. Behind him, Chengdu noticed his stillness and hurried forward to investigate. Seeing him holding a round, fleshy ball in his hand, he immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "Director, this must be the meatball you mentioned." To be honest, he had been incredibly envious of Jin's formidable strength against the zombies these past 2 days. Upon hearing that this extraordinary power came from the meatball and that Jin had even promised to let him use it, his desire had already been burning fiercely for a long time. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, the desire to eat it is even stronger. That's right, this is it. Jin closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. After searching for so long without finding this thing, he had genuinely begun to fear that his luck might run out and he'd only stumble upon one by chance. Now it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. There are still so many households left to investigate. Judging by this drop rate, we'll definitely have the chance to uncover another one within 3 days. With Fuhu and Chengdu possessing special abilities, our chances of successfully raiding Longshan Medical University for supplies will significantly increase. Alright, quit staring and get back to work. After slicing off the fleshy orb, Jin stood up and returned to the task at hand. Night fell, and the city plunged into complete darkness, without a single glimmer of light. A zombie with sealed facial features and fists clenched into balls, resembling a humanoid Doraemon, stood tethered alone beneath the building. The living room on the 6th floor was bustling with activity. A large table, 8 people gathered around. Though there were chairs, no one was sitting. Yi leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on the bloody lump of flesh resting atop a paper towel at the center of the dining table. The 5 candles on the table trembled under the influence of their breaths, casting an eerie crimson glow that painted everyone's faces an unnatural shade of red. Everyone's eyes widened as their mouths parted slightly, strings of drool faintly glistening within, as if engaged in some sinister cult ritual. Huff, director. Chengdu's breathing was ragged. This thing looks like an olive. Does it really have the effect you mentioned? This isn't an ordinary olive. Have you ever seen an olive growing on a heart? Eating it will give you miraculous power. Have some decency. My daughter's right here. Jiangwan flushed with anger, desperately covering Fu Qingdai's eyes and ears. Fu Qingdai clenched her teeth so tightly her fair cheeks bulged like rubber balls. The 2 old men looked at Jin and Chengdu with disdain. Let's begin. Chengdu, you go first. Lifted with the paper, Jin signaled to Chengdu with his eyes. The flesh orb had only been used by him before, so its safety couldn't be guaranteed with absolute certainty. In terms of trustworthiness, Fu Hu ranked higher than Chengdu. He didn't dare let Fu Hu try it first. Cheng hesitated, then finally reached out and picked up the tissue and the fleshy orb. After a moment of internal struggle, he brought it to his lips. The 2 old men's faces wrinkled into chrysanthemum-like expressions of sheer disgust. Ugh, boss, it smells rancid. Pwah, this stinks worse than olives left unwashed for 10 days, foul yet oddly tempting. Can this really be eaten? Did you actually eat it like this back then? Chengdu's face contorted in disgust, yet flickered with anticipation. You're quite eager. Who told you to eat it? Just hold it properly. Jin snapped angrily. Put it down. Stop acting like you've tasted olives before. With a loud thud, Fu Qingdai was forcibly dragged back into the house by Jiangwan. Jin took a deep breath and extended the blade's tip toward the fleshy orb. As the blade plunged in, Jin's pupils dilated. Once again, I saw that mesmerizing rainbow-colored halo, and at the same time, felt my appetite surge violently. The fleshy sphere was completely slit open. Jin flicked it with the tip of his knife, and a water orb containing multicolored iridescence fell onto Chengdu's wrist. The water sphere dissipated, the light swallowed by flesh. The gazes of the others swiftly snapped toward Chengdu's face. How are you feeling? Jin asked urgently. I feel a bit feverish. Before he could finish speaking, Chengdu's legs gave way and he collapsed face-first onto the table. A bit feverish? Sunya turned quickly to Jin. Shaoli, was this how it happened with you back then? Jin shrugged, didn't feel the heat at all. Let's observe first. A night passed, and the sun rose. In the darkness, Chengdu slowly opened his eyes and got the fright of his life the moment he did. 7 large faces were pressed right up against his. Hey, what are you doing? How are you feeling? Any unusual changes? Jin asked gravely. Chengdu sat upright and touched his face. Last night, I felt like I was going to burn up. Now there's this current of heat rushing through my body. Can you control it? Let me try. Everyone please step back. Chengdu stood up excitedly, trembling all over. He truly was undergoing changes, maybe gaining superpowers. This power felt incredibly distinct within his body, as natural as instinct. As everyone retreated, Chengdu raised his hand, his face contorting as if straining hard. With a boom, flames wrapped around both arms. Holy shit! Chengdu screamed in shock. The entire venue fell into stunned silence at the same moment. My god, this is magic. Sunya clutched his chest, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. Wei's expression nearby was pretty much the same. Xiao Li's changes in strength and speed were barely acceptable to him. But now people could burst into flames. What on earth had he been learning all his life? Would it still be useful in the future? Chengdu was still experimenting with his abilities. The flames on his arms vanished, and then he opened his mouth. A massive fireball erupted from within. But the recoil from this move seemed tremendous. With a burst of flame spat out, Chengdu was violently thrown backward. Great fireball jutsu, ha! Su Jin's eye twitched as he hurriedly caught Chengdu. That's incredible, Chengdu. Can you shoot flames from anywhere besides your mouth? Maybe your butt? Can you fly? Even hovering would work. Develop this more and show me. Looking utterly drained, Chengdu glanced around before leaning in to whisper in Su Jin's ear. I think it'll work, Chief, let me show you in private. Chapter 45, Tiger Fu's Special Ability. Another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The work continued just as it had during the previous 2 days, clearing out zombies, surveying residents, distributing supplies. In the meantime, Elder Sun and Wei took a few people aside to hastily learn car hotwiring and driving techniques. The task of hunting zombies had been transferred from Su Jin to Chengdu. With so little time left, throwing Chengdu straight into actual zombie hunting was the best option available. His pyrokinetic abilities were truly formidable. Zombies could only be killed by piercing injuries to the heart. While Chengdu's fire attacks couldn't kill them instantly, they seemed to significantly impair the zombies' mobility. Ordinary flames burning zombies had little immediate effect on their movement capabilities, but the flames ignited by supernatural abilities seemed to have an attack bonus, significantly amplifying the zombies' pain reactions. A finishing blow at that moment could kill with a single strike. So far, 2 methods have been discovered. The first involves entwining flames around the body, even extending them onto weapons for close-quarters combat. The other method is spewing flames directly from the mouth for long-range attacks. Both were quite powerful, but Chengdu's combat endurance compared to Su Jin's was truly hard to describe. However, the fire-breathing ability didn't seem limited to just the mouth. It appeared any vent-like openings on the body could produce flames. Chengdu enthusiastically invited Su Jin to observe a demonstration sparring session, but Su Jin politely declined each time. He was afraid Chengdu might accidentally spray something foul all over him during the demonstration. Another zombie collapsed to the ground. Chengdu sidestepped to make room for those behind him. Su Jin crouched down and swiftly dispatched the zombie. This was the kind of work he handled most efficiently. Though disgusting, to save time it had to remain his responsibility. The zombie's chest cracked open, and Su Jin, with bated breath, parted its heart. Spotting half of a flesh-like sphere beneath the heart, his pupils constricted, and he clenched his fist fiercely. Great! Found it at last. Just before the mission, all 3 finally geared up in full armor. With departure set for the day after tomorrow, Fu Hu now had 1 full day to awaken and adapt to his abilities. After putting away the meatball, Su Jin stood up and turned to the others. Alright, back to work. There aren't many households left, let's finish them all today. By evening, another heretical ritual with all 8 gathered again. This time without further ado, Fu Hu swallowed nervously and directly stretched out his hands to lift the meatball. Su Jin's blade pierced through, causing the fleshy orb to burst apart. Fu Hu immediately fell unconscious, but fortunately, Chengdu caught him from behind and dragged him directly to the sofa to rest. Su Jin waved his hand to dismiss the others, leaving only the 2 elders, Sunya and Wei De. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jin said, we'll set out the day after tomorrow. Is there anything else we need to prepare? Sunya handed over a folded piece of paper and a medicine box. Here's the operation manual and Lao Wei's medicine box, just take a look. While you were out today, Lao Wei and I checked the car and filled up the tank for you. We rigged up 2 simple-timed bombs on the 4th floor, you'll have to move them yourself. Our old bones aren't up for that kind of heavy lifting. Oh, and we strapped the gas tank to the back compartment. We also took care of smashing the rear window glass for you. When needed, just have someone in the back seat toss the bomb. Sunya paused. By the way, Shaoli, I've been meaning to ask, how did you explain this to them? They all seemed completely oblivious to the danger. Su Jin smiled. When discussing serious matters with women, I just say we're taking people to scout nearby for supply points and stock up on medicine. We won't go far. As for old Fu and Chengdu, I told them we're going to the medical university to retrieve some items. It might be risky, but they'll be invaluable in the future. Old Fu didn't say much after all. With his wife and child depending on him, he has to step up. Chengdu's itching to try out his new abilities. Chengdu seems a bit reckless. You'll need to rein him in to avoid accidents, Sunya sighed. These past few days, I've been thinking that keeping everyone in the dark isn't right. None of us here are the type to act rashly, they deserve to be alert too. Once you successfully retrieve those items tomorrow, let's find an opportunity to tell them. They'll need to be prepared, especially since we'll have to divide into multiple groups for the experiments. Worst case scenario, if word gets out after we form the larger team, with 3 powerful ability users among us, we'll still have enough strength to maintain control of the situation. Su-jin nodded, agreeing, I think so too. The more people who develop special abilities, the more stable our foundation will be. Anyway, we can talk more after I return from my mission the day after tomorrow. Remember what we've given you, be extremely careful, be extremely cautious, everyone is counting on you. Don't worry, you all should get some rest too. The sky was just beginning to lighten when Fu-hu rose from the couch in a daze. He wasn't alarmed by the 7 people staring at him, having already gained experience from 2 previous viewings. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, how long was I asleep? What time is it? Never mind the time, quickly test what abilities you have. Hearing this, Fu-hu immediately perked up and sat upright straight away, blinking repeatedly to sense any unusual conditions. After more than 10 seconds, Fu-hu suddenly exclaimed with delight, I really feel it. It's like a current of energy, and I can even control it. Try channeling that energy to specific parts of your body, Chengdu instructed from the side. Su-jin remained silent. Unlike these two, he was in a purely passive state. All his changes were limited to base attributes. Fu-hu stretched out his arms for inspection. The crowd gathered around to examine them. There's no change at all, Chengdu said, puzzled. No, there's a difference. Try touching it. Chengdu reached out and pressed Fu-hu's arm, immediately exclaiming, wow, an iron arm. Seeing this, Su-jin picked up the water glass from the table and tapped it against Fu-hu's arm, producing a crisp clinking sound. Hardened? Fu-hu pondered his bodily state, then reached out and took Su-jin's glass. With just a light squeeze, the cup shattered into fragments. Finding the crushed cup insufficient, he rose and walked to the corner of the room, picking up the rarely used 90-pound compound bow. Like pulling a slingshot, he repeatedly drew the compound bow over a dozen times before finally setting it down and returning to the sofa. A glint of delight flashed in Su-jin's eyes. This bow can't measure his limits, and drawing it feels so effortless. His strength must have increased dramatically. Not just hardened, my strength has grown immensely too. Fu-hu got up and stretched his body, but other than that, I don't feel anything else has changed. Can this hardening ability only be used on your arms? Su-jin asked. Fu-hu shook his head. It can be used all over my body, but covering everything is difficult. The coverage area is limited each time, roughly about the size of both my arms. Oh ho, that's more than enough then. Chengdu licked his lips and said. At these words, the gazes of Su-jin and several other men instantly focused on a particular spot on Fu-hu's body. What a lucky lady. 1. Sister Lu whispered into Zhang Wan's ear. Get lost. After speaking, Zhang Wan pulled her daughter aside with one hand, the corners of her mouth twitching violently between suppressed grins. Chapter 46, Director, put your socks on quickly. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? Fu-hu planted his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. How about this ability of mine? Ah, we're not ordinary folks anymore. Alright, truly impressive. Su-jin cleared his throat, feeling immensely relieved. With this ability, our safety is greatly enhanced. I'll give you a day to practice and test it. We move out tomorrow. At dawn the next day, downstairs in the residential compound, Su-jin and his 2 companions checked each other's equipment. Crude armor, helmets, firearms, arrows, and everything else were fully prepared. The back seat of the car was also piled with over 20 bolas. A bola, to put it simply, is a makeshift tripwire made by tying stones to both ends of a rope. Can be thrown to entangle an enemy's legs. The materials are easy to obtain and prepare, making it highly practical and efficient. For mindless creatures like zombies, once tripped and entangled, their threat is significantly reduced. However, this method is only effective against single targets and proves largely ineffective against groups. Halfway through the inspection, Su-jin looked up. Several women were leaning out the window, looking down. Su-jin waved his hand and shouted, go back inside. Don't disturb us here. Finish whatever work you have at hand, we'll be back in an hour or 2. Be careful. Fu Qingdai cupped her hands like a megaphone, called out, then closed the window. Making sure no one was watching, Su-jin walked to the building's edge and began loading the gas canister bombs into the trunk. Everything prepared, Su-jin turned to Sunya and Weide, who stood nearby helping with the checks. You 2 head upstairs. No one leaves the house until we return. Don't worry, we'll keep watch over this place. You 2 shouldn't delay either. Come back as soon as you can. Sunya finished by pointing at Su-jin's chest. You carry that bag around every day, now sewn into your clothes too. Looks terribly cumbersome. What treasured thing could be inside? A family heirloom. The only thing keeping me grounded. Let's take it slow. The 2 elderly men patted Su-jin's shoulders one after another before turning to go upstairs. Only 3 men remained, staring at each other. After a moment, Fu-hu asked, who's driving? Drive if you're asking. Fine. The 3 entered the vehicle. Fu-hu took the driver's seat, Su-jin the passenger seat. Chengdu sat alone in the back. While Fuhu was lighting a fire, Chengdu's gaze drifted toward Sujin. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled something from his chest and slowly extended it toward Sujin. Feeling something brush past his ear, Sujin shuddered and whipped his head around. What do you think you're doing, Director? Chengdu gave an awkward smile, his eyes darting about. The Hanqiang missile exploded over there, and the ice hasn't fully melted yet, right? I thought it might be cold over there, so I brought you 2 pairs of socks. You should put them on first? Sujin took the socks and opened them. They were white, high-waisted socks. Turning around with a suspicious look, he suddenly scoffed and laughed. I gotta say, Chengdu, you're something else. Worried I'd freeze but didn't bother with pants or a coat? Instead, socks? What the hell kinda logic is that? You've got plenty of clothes and pants. These socks are warm and anti-twist, too, Chengdu said with a flurry of exaggerated eyebrow raises, practically beaming with excitement. Just try them on, boss. Bullshit. Sujin tossed the socks onto the back seat without a second thought, then gave Fu beside him a slap on the shoulder while letting out a derisive snort. Hey, Lao Fu, don't you think he's got a screw loose? Ha! Giving me socks as a gift. The car was on fire. Fu pressed his hands against the steering wheel, his expression grim. After a moment of silence, he murmured, Director, is this mission not as straightforward as it seems? Of course, I'm aware of the dangers, but Old Sun and Old Wei haven't been acting normal these past few days. It's like they're hiding something major from us. If we're all going out risking our lives together, what couldn't possibly be said between us? I didn't notice that at all, Chengdu said in complete bewilderment. Sujin stared ahead in contemplation, finally letting out a helpless bitter laugh. Alright, since you've asked, I'll be straight with you. The infected aren't just limited to zombies, there's another type that blends in perfectly with normal people. These infected could be lurking among ordinary folks. If we want to survive and expand our group, this is our greatest obstacle. I didn't tell you earlier because I feared it would breed suspicion among us. Before we could recruit new members and grow our team, our small group might have fallen apart from mistrust. Rest assured, Professors Sun and Wei have already devised an experimental method to detect these hidden infected individuals among the population. We're just going out to retrieve the materials they need for the tests. This is a life or death mission for all of us. The medical university buildings are bound to be full of zombies. We will inevitably face combat. I don't want any unresolved tensions between you. When we get back, don't say anything to the women at home yet. At least wait until we've properly established our team. If there's a solution, then I understand. Fuhu's face showed relief. I don't understand. Chengdu suddenly reached out and grasped Sujin's shoulder, his expression agitated. Hey, what's with recruiting a team? Why? It's not like we're trying to save the world. Now that we have the ability to protect ourselves, we could easily find a deserted place to live safely. The effects of the gray rain have vanished. We could even farm the land. Why take such risks? Hiding away just means dying either sooner or later. Sujin grabbed Chengdu's wrist, his gaze severe. There are no safe places left in this world, don't you understand? Fine. Even if you could find a place to hide for a lifetime, do you want to live forever in fear, like a pig? Like a dog? There are no other options. We must strike back. We have to strike back. The greater the responsibility, the more people we need to share the burden. We have to rely on the majority, even if it means risking betrayal. In times like these, helping others is helping yourself. Nobody's a fool. Selfishness will either get you killed or make you someone else's sacrifice. Old Sun and Old Wei, 2 elderly men who had lost all their families and were ready to end their own lives. What are they busy with day in and day out? It's all for us. Do you really think we can back down now? Chengdu swallowed hard, withdrew his hand, and nodded. Fu said bitterly, You're right, Director. I still have a wife and child. Qingdai is so young. I don't want her to lose her future. I can't bear the thought of her growing up in a world like this. As he spoke, Fu took off his helmet and pulled out a photograph from inside it. His right hand gently brushed across the photo paper. It was a family portrait of 3. Sujin's face instantly darkened. After examining the photo, Fu turned to Sujin. Director, this mission is dangerous. If anything happens to me, I hope you'll take care of Jiangwan and Qingdai for me. I can tell Qingdai relies on you. Actually, I fully support you. At her age, it's about time. Hey. Chengdu reached out from behind and kept slapping Fu's shoulder, interrupting him. Old Fu, who does forced matchmaking like this? You putting emotional pressure on the director like this? I can't stand people like you. You're out of your damn mind. What's it got to do with you? Fu turned around and shouted. What's it got to do with me? You're sabotaging team cohesion, you know that. Forcing your daughter onto others. Putting the director in a tough spot, you're shameless. Chengdu sneered as he removed his helmet, pulling out a photo from inside. How amusing, trying to show off with just a photo. Let me tell you, I've got one too. I brought mine as well. Sujin's face darkened completely. Director, this is my younger brother. What the hell are you two plotting with those drugs? Trying to fucking kill me? Sujin roared, delivering 2 solid punches, one to each of them. Drive! The engine roared to life as the vehicle slowly pulled out of the residential complex. Chapter 47, The Restaurant. Central Avenue, Ingbin Tavern. The restaurant's rolling shutter was tightly closed, with the only light inside coming through the slits of the blinds. In the restaurant hall, 23 people sat on chairs wearing heavy clothes and wrapped in blankets. Each face was clouded with gloom. They were all nearby residents who had ventured out in search of food and drink, unable to endure the confinement any longer. Who would have thought that zombie on the street was so alert it started chasing the moment I peeked out? Thankfully, zombies aren't particularly fast runners, and with the banquet hall manager holding the door to rescue people, otherwise not one of those 23 would have survived. Hot water's ready, everyone have some tea. Tan Hui, the hotel manager, poured hot water from the kettle into everyone's cups. After a few scattered murmurs of thanks, the hotel lobby fell silent once more. Life felt utterly hopeless. With no sunlight for days on end, though the hotel had ample food and drink, the people's vitality had already been worn down to almost nothing. In the dead silence, a skinny man edged closer to the hulking figure beside him, a mountain of muscle with tattooed sleeves winding up both arms. The frail man spoke in a hollow whisper, "Big brother, I don't think I can go on. I might as well die. Give me a quick one with your piece, would you? Shut your damn trap. You think I got rounds to spare? Go drink rat poison if you're so desperate. We got plenty of that." The tattooed brute spat before adding, "Pathetic fucking worm. When this heat lets up, we're hacking through those rotting fuckers outside. We'll scavenge more guns and bust out of this shithole. Since when do living men piss themselves to death? Nobody's left, brother, just us now." The thin man wiped his eyes. "I can't take it, rat poison'll do, but it ain't right. Before I go, I wanna, have one last go at it." "Wanna mess with someone?" The tattooed arm guy shrunk his neck, eyebrows furrowed. "Who the fuck you wanna mess with? You tryna mess with me?" "Nah, that crazy chick." The skinny guy turned his finger toward another table where a woman was taking care of her mother. "Been watching her for 2 days, she's the only decent looking one here. Boss, there's too many people around. I wanna drag her to the back kitchen. Need you to pin her down, don't think I can handle her alone." "Fucking hell?" The tattooed arm guy's eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Knowing his buddy was a useless, lazy pervert who was mentally cracking, he never expected him to go this insane. He actually thought this way, and even dared to order him around, making him hold things down for this. "Hiss, you fucking idiot, are you out of your goddamn mind? Never seen a woman before? Can't live without one?" The tattooed arm grabbed the skinny guy by the neck, tilting his head as he roared, "Look at the state of things outside. Family, brother's dead, and you're still hung up on what's in your pants. Your fucking head's full of tadpoles, isn't it? Did a donkey fuck your brains out in your last life or what?" After the rant, the tattooed guy stood up and delivered a full-powered slap, sending the skinny one sprawling to the ground. When he looked up, everyone in the hall was staring at him. The tattooed man didn't seem to care and sat down to drink tea by himself. "Scumbag!" The tattooed man's hand holding the teacup suddenly paused as his gaze shot toward a bespectacled man at the opposite table who had just spoken up. He narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Kid, I recall you called Yu Hao, right? Listen, who the hell were you barking at just now?" Yu Hao shot him a sideways glance. "We're all here seeking refuge. Since when do I answer to you? You barged in here guns blazing. Judging by your moves, you must have been a soldier before, huh?" The tattooed man stood up with a menacing expression, cracking his knuckles. "What's it to you whether I served or not? TCH, save your tough guy act for the zombies. Look what those monsters have done to the city. You've eaten the nation's bread, yet I don't see you on the front lines fighting. What's the matter?" The tattooed arm guy smirked angrily, rolling up his sleeves as he circled the table toward glasses. "Don't worry about whether I dare to fight zombies. Let me teach you a lesson first. If I can't take on zombies, at least I can take you on." "What's the matter?" Yu Hao rose to his feet, standing his ground without a trace of fear. "Stop fighting right now." Hotel manager Tan Hui stepped forward decisively, his face flushed with anger. "Look at the commotion you've caused. See how you frightened that mother and daughter, and there are still zombies outside." The crowd turned to look in the direction Tan Hui was pointing. A young woman clutched her trembling elderly mother, her voice cracking with suppressed tears as she kept murmuring reassurances. "It's all right, Mom, it's all right. If we can just make it through this, I'll find those aliens, then we'll be saved." "She's already gone mad, was that my fault?" The tattooed man sneered, crossing his arms. "I'm not crazy." Ding Jiao looked up at the crowd with tears glittering in her eyes. "I beg you to believe me. I've really seen aliens. The Namekians have come to save us, and their spaceship too. Let's find a car and go outside. The aliens are staying in the talented residential district. Living in a damn residential complex, I can't stand it anymore." The tattooed man strode over to Ding Jia, grabbed her by the neck, and shoved her toward the slit in the curtains. "Fine, let's say you've got aliens," he snarled. "Take a good fucking look. Before the aliens came, we were doing just fine. Look what those damned aliens have done to us since they arrived. Wake up. It's not like this. The outsiders did it. The Trisolarans poisoned us." Ding Jia screamed hysterically. She's playing you, man. The skinny guy who'd been slapped to the ground came crawling forward. Try Solarans? Pulling that out of your ass, you're quick with your lies. Flower Arm flung Ding Jia back into her seat, then followed up with a kick that sent the skinny guy tumbling over again. Even goddamn lunatics are trying to survive, yet you're such a worthless piece of shit. Just go die in some deserted corner. Right now, looking at you makes me sick. With that sudden jerk, Ding Jia's thick coat was pulled open, revealing the clothes beneath. The tattooed arm glimpsed from the corner of his eye, and his expression changed. City Mental Hospital. Well damn, I thought you went crazy afterward, turns out you just escaped when the asylum went to shit. Ding Jia's aggrieved tears finally couldn't be held back any longer and streamed down. I ran away to seek help from the Namekians. They didn't call me, so I wore this outfit in case we couldn't recognize each other when we met. Seeing Flower Arm's misunderstanding, Ding Jia quickly pulled open his jacket to reveal all the text on his uniform. No, I'm not a thief. This is my work uniform. So you fucking stole someone's clothes too? Wah! Ding Jia covered her face and wailed. At this moment, she deeply understood the exact same grievance Fu Qingdai had once felt. Just then, Tan Hui came striding over again, blocking the tattooed arm guy as he shouted angrily. Enough is enough. The whole reason I rescued everyone at this critical moment was so we could unite to survive. And you're bullying even a mentally ill woman who's carrying her elderly mother. Are you even human? I'm not mentally ill. Fine, the tattooed arm man said angrily. Tan Hui, you're a good man, I won't argue with you. I know you look down on me, but even us gangsters have our own code of honor. I'm giving you face. But if there's a next time, if certain people provoke me again, don't blame me for not holding back. The tattooed arm man glared at Yu Hao. Yu Hao met his gaze directly, then looked away and said, that old woman fainted, is she alright? Chapter 48, Longxing Pharmacy. Mom! Ding Jia threw herself to her mother's side, hurriedly helping her up to examine her, then looked up urgently. My mom isn't well and needs blood pressure medication. Supervisor Tan, do we have any medicine here? Tan Hui sighed helplessly, this is a restaurant, we don't have that kind of medicine here. What else do you need? I'll try my best to provide whatever else I can. Ding Jia held her mother as she performed a thorough examination, a chill running through her entire body. Medicine, I must get medicine. Muttering to himself, Ding Jia turned to the tattooed man and pleaded, Big brother, can I beg you for a favor? Right across is Longxing Pharmacy, they must have medicine there. If you can help me get it, I'll do anything. The tattooed man turned his head away, pushing Ding Jia aside with a swing of his arm, then silently moved to a distant table and sat down. Someone, please help me, I'm begging you. Ding Jia knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Everyone in the hall kept their heads down, not daring to respond. A few moments later, Ding Jia rose with a sob, wiping her tears as she walked stiffly toward the rolling shutter door. Everyone lifted their heads, their eyes following her movements. Just as he was about to reach the door, tremblingly bending down, Ding Jiagan was grabbed by the arm and yanked back. Turning back, Yu Hao's face came into view. I'll go. You're too slow. Thank you. Ding Jia burst into tears of joy, her knees bending as if to kneel in gratitude. But she was abruptly lifted back up. Yu Hao surveyed their surroundings. I don't know how many more days we'll have to hold out here, he said, but the country has abandoned us. We must save ourselves. The day will come when we leave this place, and we'll surely need all kinds of medicine then. I'm planning to grab enough supplies in one trip this time. The more people we have, the better our chances. Who's willing to come with me? One by one, the group lowered their heads again, only Tan Hui stepped forward. I'll go with you. Good. Yu Hao responded crisply, then moved to the window and parted the curtain to scan the street. It's not that dangerous, just across the street. Grab a few knives and find some long pole weapons for defense. We'll make it quick. Wait a moment, please. Thank you. Thank you. Ding Jia kept expressing gratitude between the two, afraid of showing the slightest neglect. Go take care of your mother first. Write down clearly what medicine she needs, list everything that might be necessary. Tan Hui patted his shoulder and walked toward the back kitchen. Just as he reached the corridor's turning point before entering, the tattooed arm spoke, Tan Hui. Tan Hui stopped and turned around. There are things I shouldn't say, but you saved my life, so I advise you not to wade into this mess. That old woman would have been a burden sooner or later, maybe it's better for her this way if she's gone now. And that woman is insane, would you believe anything a lunatic says? The tattooed arm man looked up, meeting Tan Hui's gaze directly. Don't play the saint in this kind of world, people like you die the fastest. Tan Hui pondered for a moment before breaking into an inexplicable smile. The world will keep rotting anyway. If I happen to die, at least it'll be liberation, dying while still remaining human till the end. Thanks. I warned you. You brought this upon yourself. With those final words, the tattooed arm man fell silent. Several minutes later, the two men finished their preparations. Rolling up the security shutter's floor lock, Tan Hui tossed the keys over his shoulder. Yu Hao wanted to stop him, but his reflexes were half a beat too slow, the keys were already taken. Clenching his fist, Yu Hao shouted, listen up. If the two of us go out and can't get back through this door when we return, I'll lead every single zombie outside right to you. You'd better think carefully about that. Having said that, Yu Hao walked over to Ding Jia and whispered in his ear, the shuttered door makes too much noise. Go to the kitchen, grab 5 metal pans, and take them to the 3rd floor. Toss them one by one toward the back alley behind the restaurant, with a 1-second interval between each throw. As soon as we hear the sound, we'll move immediately. Use the same method to signal us when we come back. Got it? Understood. Ding Jia nodded nervously. Yu Hao forced a bitter smile. At this moment, I can only choose to believe a madman. Everyone else is truly unreliable. Returning to Tan Hui's side, Yu Hao said in a low, grave voice, I've got a rough idea of the situation outside. It's not particularly dangerous. Stick close behind me, and we'll make it through in one go. Got it. 3 minutes later, a dull thud resounded as the iron basin hit the ground behind the restaurant. Several wandering zombies on the street turned toward the sound and converged in unison toward a single direction. Yu Hao, who had been peeking through the gap in the curtains, felt the timing was about right. He crouched down and, together with Tan Hui, lifted the rolling shutter door slightly open. With a roll outward, the street appeared before them. At the same moment, urgent shouts erupted behind them. Close the door, quick! Director, you said those disguised infected are hiding among the crowds, and we're heading to set up camp at the military base. Surely firearms will be issued later. What if? I mean, just in case Elder Sun and Elder Wei's method can't verify with absolute certainty? If those disguised infected get their hands on guns and shoot us in the back, what then? Inside the vehicle, Fu Hu kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his brow furrowed with worry. Su Jin glanced at the devastation outside and said, it's not a big issue. You need to trust the two elders' experiment. Paranoia is the greatest threat to the team right now. Besides, each of us has acquired different abilities. Who knows, maybe there's a supernatural power that doesn't require experiments to detect anomalies in disguised infected. Old Fu, you know as well as I do that Qing Dai is special. I suspect she might develop such an ability. Fu Hu fell silent. He didn't want his daughter getting too involved in these matters. Noticing his unease, Su Jin was about to offer some comfort when Chang Du spoke up from the back. I actually think if there really are moles lurking, distributing guns isn't a huge issue. I've got a plan that could reduce such risks. Oh, Su Jin's eyes lit up. Do tell. Adjust all the guns to have a leftward ballistic deviation. If anyone tries anything shady, their first shots would miss, giving others time to react. Genius. X2-inch. The vehicle continued racing forward at high speed. The scattered zombies on the streets posed little threat given both their sparse numbers and the car's velocity. Yet as they advanced, the originally relaxed atmosphere inside the vehicle completely evaporated. The streets lay in ruins, toppled trees, flying debris, crumbling buildings overrun by zombies amid seas of trash. This apocalyptic scene bore no resemblance to the orderly society of the past. They were worlds apart. Fu Hu and Chengdu, their jaws clenched like stone, grief streaming from their eyes. The wound in his heart was torn open once more, raw and bleeding. The city where he'd spent half his life had changed so drastically in such a short time. The country was gone, his home was gone, the people were gone. Su Jin rested his chin on his fist, staring blankly out the window. He had discussed the Hanqiang missile attack with Sun Yaweida. Only a fraction of the missiles had been deployed within the city. Yet even this had caused such devastating consequences, and their current location wasn't even the primary target zone of the Hanqiang strike. That night, it truly felt like the apocalypse had arrived, both in reality and in sheer spectacle. After another 200 meters, a golden, towering skyscraper that stood out prominently came into view. Su Jin's dull gaze finally showed a change. The Dragon Scale Tower, a landmark skyscraper in Longshan City, would still appear quite impressive even by Earth's standards. The Dragon Scale Tower is incredibly sturdy. At such a height, not a single pane of glass on the top 3 floors is broken. Chengdu exclaimed in amazement. Fu Hu followed up. Originally, Dragon Scale Tower was a commercial building, but the top 3 floors were never for rent or sale. Rumor has it they're reserved for people of high status and money can't buy you a spot there. Director, did you know that? Of course, the glass specifications are clearly different from the rest. Su Jin chuckled. Be careful ahead, we're about a kilometer away from Longxing Pharmacy. Let's get the medicine first. One more chapter, might be a bit late. Chapter 49, Meeting at the Pharmacy. Ha. Inside Longxing Pharmacy, Tan Hui gasped heavily, his chest heaving. After catching his breath, he glanced at Yu Hao beside him. Didn't expect it to be this easy, much simpler than I imagined. Exiting Yingbin restaurant, they'd practically sprinted straight to Longxing Pharmacy with only 2 brief stops behind cover along the way. Aside from the 2 zombies that pursued them as they neared the pharmacy's entrance, the operation had gone remarkably smoothly. Yu Hao's footwork was also remarkably slick, appearing quite professional. Yu Hao took several deep breaths and chuckled bitterly. Don't get too optimistic. Though those things outside have no brains, their vision and hearing are extremely sharp. If there are too many of them, it won't be this easy. Hey, what did you used to do? Your moves are so sharp. I trained in the military before. Keep watch behind me and shine the flashlight to help me see. This house might not be safe. Yu Hao gave brief instructions before leading Tan Hui into the pharmacy. The Longqing pharmacy occupied a large area. Inside, rows upon rows of shelves were filled with various medicines and health products, along with a sizable medical equipment section. The two men advanced cautiously, one after the other. After patrolling the entire floor without finding any traces of human presence, he finally felt relieved. Tan Hui took out a few plastic bags from his pocket and began collecting medicine from the shelves. Yu Hao remained vigilant but couldn't help asking, Tan Hui, do you have a death wish? Tan Hui's hands paused briefly before he continued working. Why would you say that? Among everyone, you seem the healthiest, always helping others left and right. I can see you're kind, but maybe too much so. This feels more like an overcompensating stress response. I don't want to die. I just don't know how to live. A glimmer of moisture welled up at the corners of Tan Hui's eyes, yet his hands never stopped gathering the medicine. They're all dead. I've lost contact with family and friends. Our country is gone. What are we supposed to do now? I really don't know. I can't bear to see more death. I can't survive alone. At this, Tan Hui's tears finally broke free, streaming down his face despite himself. Yu Hao rubbed his temples and said sorrowfully, it'll be alright. The government will come to rescue us. This disaster struck suddenly and on a massive scale, but those walking corpses are nothing against modern armed forces. Many military bases are enclosed and wouldn't be affected by the rain. They'll reclaim the city once they receive news from outside. Longshan will undoubtedly be their top priority. As long as we hold on, there's hope. Tan Hui nodded with a choked sob. The medical supplies needed for the first floor were quickly gathered. The two hurried to the second floor, with Yu Hao leading the way, knife in hand. Just as he stepped onto the final stair of the second floor, Yu Hao's expression changed drastically. He swiftly raised his arm to stop Tan Hui behind him. Don't move. What's wrong? I think I just saw a dark figure dart past. Did you see it? I didn't see anything. Tan Hui immediately grew tense, sweeping the flashlight beam around. Retreat. Forget retrieving it. Fall back immediately. Yu Hao made an instant decision, turning to drag Tan Hui downstairs. Just as they descended 2 steps, both men froze stiff again. A faint crying sound came from upstairs. It's a child, Tan Hui said as he looked at Yu Hao. Yu Hao pondered for a moment before nodding and returning upstairs. Pressed against the wall of the room, he swiftly swept his flashlight across rows of shelves in search. Midway through, he spotted a child crouched over a corpse. Yu Hao ignored it outright and continued inspecting other shelves. Only after checking every possible location and confirming no other living creatures remained besides the child did he finally exhale in relief. Seems it was just this child after all, alone. Let's go take a look. The two stepped forward, finally getting a clear look this time. It was indeed a child, dressed in children's clothes, sobbing over what appeared to be the corpse of a pharmacy worker. No danger here, after all. Zombies couldn't possibly cry. Both men crouched down simultaneously, with Tan Hui reaching out to touch the child. Kid, put. His words had barely left his mouth when a sudden, drastic change occurred. A slender arm pierced Tan Hui's heart in an instant. Before Yu Hao beside him could even react, the tiny figure was already lunging at his neck, baring its teeth. Though small, those teeth were razor-sharp. Ugh, cough. Yu Hao's eyes bulged as blood gushed from his throat. A rapid squelching sound of flesh movement was followed by the crunch of shattering bones. The child's entire face nearly buried itself in Yu Hao's neck, biting through the cervical vertebrae outright. Tan Hui, still clinging to life, watched helplessly as Yu Hao's neck was gnawed away, his head dangling by just a strip of skin at the nape. Until Yu Hao's head slumped against his back, the last glimmer of light in Tan Hui's eyes vanished, and the pharmacy fell back into deathly silence. Inside the Welcome Hotel, Ding Jia peered anxiously through a crack in the window. It had been over 10 minutes, they should have returned with the medicine by now. But there wasn't a single sign of movement. Could something have gone wrong? Ding Jia glanced outside, then turned back to look at his mother, who remained unconscious. Every minute and every second was torture. As he watched, Ding Jia's pupils suddenly dilated. A car came into view and stopped right in front of the pharmacy. 3 fully armed men stepped out of the vehicle, some carrying bows on their backs, others shouldering rifles. The leader turned to speak, and when Ding Jia vaguely saw the man's face, her heart started racing uncontrollably. Almost instinctively, she turned back and yelled, "The aliens are here to save us." The aliens. MMMPH. Stop fucking shouting. You dumb bitch just tossed a basin and drew all the zombies here. The tattooed man stepped forward to cover Ding Jia's mouth. Crazy bitch. Gotta lose it several times a day, huh? MMMPH. Ding Jia strained with all her might to yank the tattooed man's hand away, exclaiming excitedly, "They're right outside. Look if you don't believe me." Flower Arm leaned toward the window and glanced, then shot Ding Jia an annoyed look. "There's nobody there. Don't think you can act up just because you're insane. If you dare spout nonsense again, I swear I'll smack you." Didn't I tell you two to put on your helmets? Why aren't you wearing them? Su-jin said with irritation inside the pharmacy. You're not wearing yours either, Chang-du retorted with a pout. Those things are stuffy and mess with your vision. I can't even spit fire properly. The risk is low right now. Let's just wear them when we get to the hospital, okay? Yeah, chief, don't worry about it. We're not like you, only you need a helmet anyway. Tisk, damn it, you're really pissing me off. Turn on the flashlight. Go straight to the second floor to grab the meds, then get out. Aren't we taking any basic supplies? The neighborhood's been looted clean, more than we could ever use. No point wasting time or space. You two take point. The pair moved ahead. Su-jin was behind, opening the bag in front of his chest with his left hand. With a sweep of his right arm, a row of unidentified medicines clattered into the bag. Before coming out, he had deliberately cleared some space in the bag. Hearing movement from behind, Chang-du and Hu-fu turned their heads simultaneously, casting puzzled looks at Su-jin. I got it. It's fine. Let's go. The three of them hurried toward the second floor, stopping simultaneously halfway up the stairs as they lifted their heads in unison. Is that a child crying? There are survivors. Fu-hu sprinted up the stairs two at a time. Su-jin frowned, then leaped sideways off the wall, vaulting directly to the second floor to block Fu-hu's path. What's the hurry? Let me take a look first. That's a child we're talking about, director. What could possibly be the issue? Shoo, assess the risks first. The three of them pressed against one side of the room, swiftly sweeping flashlights across rows of shelves in their search. The beams of light finally converged at the center, illuminating a child curled up on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Only 3 corpses lay in the room, each surrounded by pools of fresh blood, as if they had just died moments ago. This kid's got some serious luck, running into us like this, Hu-fu exclaimed, turning to Su-jin. Chief, maybe we should take them with us? They'd fit in the trunk, no problem. Su-jin stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the child, one hand resting on the grip of his gun. Chapter 50, The Zombies Are Evolving. After killing the suspicious child, Su-jin turned to look at Fu Huqing and Chang-du. The two men stood frozen in place without uttering a word. After a second or two of delay, they simultaneously turned their stiff necks to stare at Su-jin. The kid was still crying. One shot and it was over. Director, that was a child. Why did you kill him? Fu-hu finally exclaimed in shock. Yeah, why? Chang-du's face turned pale. Su-jin furrowed his brows into deep wrinkles, narrowing his eyes as he leaned closer to the two. I say, what's wrong with you two? Can't you see such an obvious problem? I won't even mention whether the child is a potential infected or not. 3 dead bodies and 1 child. So where are the zombies? Zombies won't move widely without a target or special circumstances. We've checked upstairs and downstairs. Did you see any zombies? Have you both stuffed your brains with wax? Just because it's a child, you want to save it? The two blinked at each other. Cheng-du hesitantly raised his finger, pointing towards the pile of bodies. Then the zombies are right there. One has been stabbed through the heart. The other two, a man and a woman, fought desperately with the zombies until the end, while the child hid. The parents died fighting the zombies, and then he came out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Even if the kid might be infected, as long as nothing's wrong right now, there's no need to shoot them immediately. Ha! Su-jin turned back in confusion. Upon closer inspection, it was true. A corpse with a wound over its heart lay on the ground, its mouth full of blood. Another neck had been bitten through, clearly not a part by the previous corpse. As for the third body lying face down, with long hair, it was unmistakably a woman at first glance. Su-jin scratched his face, sinking into bewilderment. So it turns out I just didn't look carefully enough? Director, this was accidental killing. Cheng-du stammered out. Accidental killing? What accidental killing? There's no such thing. Su-jin's gaze shifted sharply as he looked at the two of them. I don't care if that kid was a zombie or not, he had to die. We don't have the means to identify who's infected and who's faking it. Remember this, no matter the circumstances, if you find anyone alone, kill any living thing on sight. Without waiting for their reactions, Su-jin stepped forward to inspect the scene. When he flipped over the child's corpse, he instantly drew a sharp breath. Both of you, come here. Fu Hucheng immediately ran over upon hearing the shout. Take a look at this, what the hell is this? The two men stared intently, their expressions instantly changing drastically as a wave of belated fear surged through them. The child's mouth was full of sharp teeth, with shreds of flesh and blood stuck between them. Clearly, he was the real cannibal. So this is a disguised infected? The body temperature is wrong, this is a zombie. Su-jin pressed 2 fingers against the zombie's neck, his face pale. Zombies are evolving. They've started growing brains now. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse broke out. At this rate, it's almost certain that disguised infected will merge with the zombies in the near future. I must bring this information back, we need to speed up establishing our foothold. I lowered my head and continued observing. Su-jin separated the 3 corpses. The woman has been dead for a while. These 2 men probably died recently. They came out to get medicine. Must have been part of a group, with elderly members too. Staring at the two male corpses, Sujin reluctantly closed their wide-open eyes. Fell victim to zombies. Men who'd risk lives for their team like this were probably decent folk. We'll see fewer of such people from now on. Fu Hu and Chang Du exchanged uneasy glances. You two better be careful. I'll say it again, once we're outside this compound, shoot any stranger who gets close on sight. After reprimanding them, Sujin still wasn't satisfied and glared upward. TSK. What kind of soldiers were you anyway? Your risk awareness is worse than mine. Well, Fu Hu muttered, how could we compare to you, Director? You've done missions abroad. I only served 2 years before getting medically discharged for a herniated disc during training. You know that story. And what's your excuse? Sujin turned to Chang Du. You shouldn't have any problems, right? Chang Du's face stiffened. I've never fought in a war either. Truth is, I was halfway through military service when I got discharged. Why? No reason. I was sleeping in the middle of the night when they hauled me out of bed. The next morning, they kicked me out. Fu Hu moved closer skeptically. You pulling my leg? Just for sleeping and they kicked you out? That's it. My comrade got kicked out too. Sigh. Guess we must have offended someone with our low emotional intelligence. Chang Du stammered. Enough. No more nonsense. Find the medicine quickly. We're leaving at once. With the medicine in hand, the three of them got back in the car and continued on their way. Sujin pointed ahead with his hand. Just a little further is Longshan High School. There might be a horde of zombies. Watch for obstacles. Let's speed through. Got it. Fu Hu gripped the steering wheel tightly and slammed the accelerator, charging forward. Within less than a kilometer, they had already entered the vicinity of Longshan Middle School. As the scene before them came into view, Sujin and the other two simultaneously felt their scalps crawl with terror. Zombies, far more zombies than they had anticipated. There were about 100 or so zombies stranded on the streets due to the heavy rainstorm. Umbrellas lay scattered all over the ground. Judging by their attire, these zombies didn't look like students at all. When the car appeared, the zombies ahead collectively turned around simultaneously and came charging down the road toward the vehicle. Fu Hu frantically turned the steering wheel, charging toward where the zombies were weakest. In this heavy rain, why are so many people on the street? Are they all parents picking up their kids? Chang Du gripped the car's side handle, his face a mix of shock and rage. God damn it, how can this be happening? Su Jin's face darkened. Hold steady, we can plow straight through. Isn't the sidewalk wide enough? Just run them over. Got it. Fu Hu gritted his teeth and swerved the steering wheel, dodging the zombie horde as the vehicle veered onto the sidewalk. Soon after, the zombie horde had been left dozens of meters behind. Su Jin turned back, carefully noting the distribution patterns of the undead. The zombies moved swiftly, almost reaching a running speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Yet without external stimuli, their movements wouldn't deviate drastically. I'll need to retrace my steps later, so memorizing the zombies' positions now will help plan the route. Through the iron railings of the school on the side, dense clusters of zombies could be seen faintly stirring inside. Look out! Chang Du suddenly shouted in alarm. The front of the vehicle crashed with a thunderous bang. A zombie in a school uniform, clutching a fake flower, was already sprawled across the hood of the car. Judging by its outfit, it must have been a student assigned to greet officials at school before turning into a zombie and wandering out on its own. Holy shit, a welcome zombie! Hit the brakes! Su Jin yelled. Fu Hu slammed on the brakes, flinging the student zombie several meters away. Hurry! Start it up! The vehicle roared back to life, leaving the horde of zombies far behind. Su Jin, still shaken, turned to look at Fu Hu's ashen face. Old Fu, are you even qualified to drive? There were barely any zombies ahead just now and you still managed to hit one? That zombie was still some distance away from me originally. It's not old Fu's fault. That zombie was running way too fast, much quicker than regular ones. Must have been an athlete when it was alive. Chengdu chimed in. How do you know it was an athlete? Su Jin turned to ask. I could tell at a glance. Enough talk, don't distract old Fu now. Chapter 51. Everything goes smoothly. The rest of the journey went smoothly, and the vehicle came to a gradual stop at the gates of Longshan Medical University. The gates were tightly shut. After a quick scan from inside the car, he confirmed there were no zombies nearby. Su Jin exited the vehicle and hurried toward the school entrance. A gunshot shattered the door lock, and the iron gates on both sides were pulled open. After successfully driving onto campus, the vehicle parked on the playground, and the three of them got out. Surveying their surroundings, Su Jin pulled out the map given by Sunya from his chest and said, the situation isn't bad, better than expected. But according to the intel from Old Sun, student activity inside is quite frequent. The interior's pretty dark too. Old Fu, you take point and stay protected. Chang and I will cover you from behind. From the teaching building, it's less than 200 meters to the stairs leading underground. Even though we have guns, it's best to use them sparingly. Gunfire makes too much noise, and I'm afraid it might attract zombies from other floors. Use bows whenever possible. That's all there is to say. Do you have any questions or concerns you'd like to voice? None, they responded in unison. Alright, we'll set off in a bit. Just a little longer, Sujin murmured, tilting his gaze toward the sky. What director are you waiting for? Waiting for the clouds to come. The three of them advanced in single file, cautiously moving toward the teaching building with each step. Approaching the building entrance, Sujin took a deep breath and quickly ducked inside. Facing the main door was a broad staircase. The trio hid beneath the stairway's turn and peered down the right corridor. A dozen zombies stood crookedly in the hallway. This path is the only way leading to the underground laboratory. Director, how do we get past? There's no way without a fight. There'll definitely be commotion no matter what. Maybe we should go upstairs to observe first. Shoo, the more we move, the more unpredictable things become. Sujin placed a finger vertically against his lips while tilting his head to observe the corridor. I'll make the first move this time. You two provide bow support, and use flashlights to distract the zombies if necessary, Sujin said while taking off his shoes. Chang glanced down, confusion flickering in his eyes. 3 layers of socks. The director was actually wearing 3 layers of socks, and there was something like a non-slip rubber pad stuck under the ball of the foot. Sujin suppressed his breathing and gently placed the shoe on the ground. He slowly removed all the small items from his body that might make rustling sounds and handed them to Fu Hu. Chief, what exactly are you trying to do? Fu Hu asked in a hushed voice. I'll circle around. We'll flank these zombies from both sides. Of course, it'd be best if I could handle them all myself. With that, Sujin stepped off with his right foot and leaped upward. Pressing his foot against the wall, he shot straight to the top. Then, like a gecko, he darted around the corner, bouncing between both sides of the hallway as he advanced, until 2 zombies appeared beneath him. Sujin withdrew his feet and dropped down, casually pulling out 2 finely sharpened screwdrivers from his waist and driving them straight through the zombies' hearts with ruthless precision. Thanks to extensive practice in dissecting and hunting zombies, coupled with the speed boost in dim environments, this strike was almost impossible to miss. 2 zombies fell instantly as Sujin vaulted off the wall to return to the rooftop. The sound of the first 2 zombies collapsing had clearly attracted the attention of others. Moving swiftly across the rooftops, Sujin darted straight to the rear of the small zombie horde. Descending again, swiftly executing 2 more zombies in rapid succession. Chengdu crouched in the corner, watching the 3-dimensional movements of that shadowy figure as it relentlessly harvested zombie lives, his face stiff with awe. My god, has Chief always been this powerful? No doubt about it. The Chief is stronger than both of us combined. And this isn't even his peak performance since it's still daylight, Fu Hu murmured softly, yet never taking his eyes off Sujin's silhouette, his drawn bowstring taut and ready. You wouldn't know this, but the Chief only sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day. Every other moment is either spent hunting zombies or honing his skills. He looks quite spirited to me. Basking in the sun during the day seems to quickly restore his energy. I think his maximum power might even surpass mine, though he probably can't take hits as well as I can. In the brief moment of their conversation, a dozen or so zombies had all fallen to the ground. Chengdu and Fu Hu exchanged a glance before stepping out from the corner. Sujin stood still, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The corridor was on the shaded side, and although clouds blocked the sky, the lighting was still fairly decent. This whole maneuver was really quite strenuous. Had it been pitch black night, he probably wouldn't have been this exhausted. Director, that was amazing, Chengdu still whispered, giving a thumbs up. Sujin nodded and said, these ordinary zombies no longer pose a threat to us, it's mainly their sheer numbers that's the problem. Even the strongest fists can't defeat many hands. Don't let your guard down. Our abilities come from the zombies themselves, and who knows if we might encounter zombies with the same powers? With that, Sujin lowered his posture. I scouted ahead, only scattered patrols up front. I'll deal with them. But the situation inside isn't good. Stay crouched when passing windows to avoid detection. Once we reach the end, we're home free. Everything went smoothly, heading straight to the lab entrance. Staring at the tightly shut door, Sujin reached out and gave it an experimental pull. My heart skipped a beat when it wouldn't budge. The steel door before me was clearly high-spec, fitted with a blast-resistant viewing window. According to Elder Sun's instructions, this place had backup power, but by this point there shouldn't be any electricity left at all. This outer door automatically unlocked during power failures. If I can't pull it open now, then there's basically no chance of breaking through the door. What's wrong, Director? I don't know. The door won't open. This shouldn't be happening, Sujin said anxiously, looking up toward the blast-proof window behind him. Inside was complete chaos. After a moment's thought, Sujin knocked on the window. Seconds later, an overjoyed face appeared behind the window. Sujin's expression instantly froze. He turned back to look at Fu Hu and the other man. You two guard the stairwell entrance. Don't let the zombies in. Then Sujin turned back again, mouthing an explanation to the person behind the door. I'm here to save someone. Behind the blast-proof window, 2 more faces soon appeared, 3 people in total, 1 elderly man and 2 students. The 3 hurriedly began working to remove the security lockdown from behind the door. The door was quickly opened, and Sujin hurried inside, swiftly closing it behind him. The three people in the room immediately crowded around, their eyes glistening with excitement to the point of tears. Are you with the military? Did you come specifically to rescue us? What's happening outside? The elderly man fired off questions like a rapid-fire cannon. Su-jin nodded slightly. Let's not rush. How many of you are here? It's just the three of us. Luckily we've lasted this long because there's food and water here, but in another 2 days, we probably won't make it, a student said with a sob. Are the lab rats still alive? Do we still have the sodium fluorescent and portable UV light? Some of our lab rats have already died. Now we only have about 80 left, but we've got all the other supplies. Help me gather everything. Then we leave immediately. The three men hesitated not a moment, bustling about with gleeful efficiency. Within mere minutes, they stood before Su-jin with their belongings in hand. Hand over the items. My teammates are waiting outside, you go first, Su-jin commanded after verifying the supplies, gesturing toward the exit. With hurried thanks, the trio made their way toward the door. The next second, 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bodies fell to the ground. Blood spread across the floor. Su-jin swayed slightly, let out a long sigh with eyes closed, then grabbed his things and slipped out the door. Chapter 52, Danger at 100 meters. Stowing the fluorescent sodium and portable ultraviolet light into his briefcase, Su-jin stepped out of the laboratory carrying the cage. Fu Huqing and Chang Du immediately stepped forward with grave expressions. Chang Du was the first to speak. Director, there were survivors inside. You killed someone? Though the laboratory door was thick, 3 gunshots were still impossible to conceal. Su-jin remained silent for a moment before nodding in admission. At first glance, those 3 people seemed completely normal, and he had already judged the situation to be basically safe. Yet laboratories shouldn't contain large quantities of food, which meant these 3 must have taken refuge here after the disaster occurred. What transpired in between was impossible to verify. They were all medical students. Even if someone had been exposed to the rain and sustained minor injuries, for survival's sake, they would absolutely never choose to admit it. And infection mutations have a delayed effect. Besides, even if there were truly no issues, I simply don't have the means to conduct rescue operations, because there's another major problem. No seats. There were only 3 seats in the car, with the remaining space crammed full of clutter, no extra room to accommodate 3 more people. Of course, they could force their way in, but that would inevitably hinder Chengdu's ability to maneuver in the back seat. Getting an extra car would increase the risk, and putting people on the roof might make all 3 of them scream in fright. With Hu Chengdu by his side, he couldn't afford to add even the slightest risk to their journey home. No salvation, the survival instinct drives the living to do anything without surprise. Such a significant uncontrollable factor must be eliminated in advance. This was the best help he could offer them. At least they would die filled with hope, free from suffering. One of those 3 was injured, so I had no choice but to kill. And like I've told you before, if you see anything living before returning home, eliminate it on sight. If you can't bring yourselves to do it openly, then take them out quietly from behind. Just now was an example. You do exactly as I do, no more of that womanly soft-heartedness. The lives of hundreds in this neighborhood rest on the shoulders of us 3. Let's go. Su-jin finished speaking and glanced down at the little mouse in the cage. The cage was quite large, holding over 80 mice. If moved too vigorously, the rodents' noises might draw the zombies' attention. But there was no choice but to press on. Once out of the teaching building, the mission would be 90% complete. Returning downstairs to the first floor, he retraced his steps. Su-jin's gaze kept flickering toward the mice in the cage. Fortunately, these malnourished rats stayed curled up meekly in quiet clusters. Just as he passed the halfway point, facing the central staircase opposite the main entrance, a series of dull thumps followed by clattering sounds came tumbling down from above. All 3 of them froze in their tracks, their gazes fixed straight ahead, watching helplessly as a guitar-wielding zombie slipped from the upper floor and tumbled down the stairs. The final snap of the crushing guitar produced decibels that clearly agitated the surrounding zombies. Su-jin swiftly turned his head toward the window. The zombies in the adjacent classroom were already moving toward the door, beginning to slam against it. The collision with the door triggered a chain reaction that stirred up the other zombies again. Suddenly, the entire corridor erupted in chaos. Take the window. Su-jin gritted his teeth, smashed the nearby window with his elbow, and leaped out in one swift motion. Behind him, Fu Hu and Chang Du immediately followed, fleeing through the window. The sound of shattering glass grew intense and relentless. Su-jin, leading the pack, stole a glance behind and was shocked by what he saw. Dozens of zombies from the upper floors had smashed through the windows and leaped down to the ground below. Several uniformed figures moved with astonishing speed, their agility clearly beyond the ordinary. At first glance, it was unmistakably an evolved variant of the special zombies. At first glance, the 3 of them might not even be able to outrun these mutated zombies. Holy shit, literal student council zombies? That's way too fast. Cheng Du swore loudly while sprinting, simultaneously pulling out a tripwire from his waist and flinging it backward. But in the frantic rush of the chase, it proved impossible to stop and properly deploy them. All 3 tripwires flew wide without effect. Damn it! Even dead you're fucking disgusting. Su-jin's heart burned with fury. They still had dozens of meters to go, a barely safe margin where they might still be overtaken. Their vehicle needed more time to accelerate, and getting bogged down by zombies during this critical acceleration window would spell disaster. They absolutely had to buy enough space for the car to reach full speed. At this thought, Su-jin decisively tossed the mouse cage in his hand to Chengdu. He yelled at Fu-hu, "Old Fu, move in front of me so I can kick you out." What? Before Fu-hu could react, Su-jin lunged forward with all his strength, tumbling down while bracing himself against the ground with both hands thrown over his shoulders. Core strength engaged, his back arched through the air while his legs coiled like springs ready to unleash. Fu-hu suddenly snapped to attention, leaping up and driving his knees downward toward Su-jin's legs. Both men, renowned for their brute strength, simultaneously exerted force, 4 feet locking in mutual resistance. Fu-hu was violently kicked back, crashing and tumbling across the ground until he slid directly before the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, he flipped his bow into position and fired at the zombies. When buying the bow and arrows, Su-jin reminded him to pick up some small accessories as well. The compound bow even came with a multi-shot attachment, capable of loading 7 arrows at once. After firing all 7 arrows, not a single zombie was killed, but the 2 leading ones were knocked down by the shots. By now, Su-jin had already swiftly gotten up and was running alongside Chengdu. "Chengdu, turn around." Chengdu understood immediately and turned around, only for Su-jin to grab him by the collar and hurl him toward the car. At the same instant, Chengdu's ability activated. The sight before him instantly shattered Su-jin into 1,000 pieces. Although Chengdu was indeed gliding backward at low altitude, the anticipated flame-spewing propulsion acceleration didn't manifest. Instead, with an extremely elegant and flamboyant pose, one leg stretched straight back and the other arched upward, he soared diagonally backward. Just like a martial arts master performing a backward flight in wuxia dramas. "Director, I'll hold them off for you, no big deal." Chengdu continued to glide while tightly clutching the rat cage with one hand and, with the other, still managed to pull out the tripping rope from his waist and fling it at the zombies. This time, facing the zombies head-on, my accuracy improved significantly. With 2 trip ropes, I managed to take down 2 more zombies in one go. Seeing the 2 approaching, Fu-hu swiftly stowed his bow and slipped into the driver's seat. The next moment, Su-jin and Fu-hu simultaneously dove into the car. The engine roared to life, leaving the zombies far behind in their dust. Inside the car, all 3 were panting heavily, their eyes hollow. After catching his breath, Chengdu turned to Su-jin. "Director, wasn't that cool? How cool was that move I just did? I didn't even tell you, I practiced it in secret." "Cool. Would have been cooler if you weren't shooting flames from your nostrils. You even blasted out some boogers." "No way, I cleaned them out before we left." "Maybe you should wipe your chin?" "Holy shit, why's it half dry and half wet? Should have been completely dried by now." "Stop that nonsense, let's see how the rats are doing." Su-jin snatched the cage to check, visibly relaxing when he saw all the mice still alive. This trip was extremely productive. The city's situation is far worse than we anticipated. Su-jin took a sip of water, his expression grim as he continued. "The zombies' evolution speed is beyond imagination. Our encounter rate is alarmingly high. We really can't stay in the city for long. After we get back, we'll speed things up and try to organize the convoy to the military zone within a week. Old Fu, be careful when we pass the campus area on our way back. I think that might be the last obstacle." Chapter 53, A New Breed of Zombies, The Terrifying Student Variants. "What do you mean, Director?" Fu-hu focused on driving. Su-jin said, "When we came earlier, the zombies inside the school had already started moving. I'm worried something unexpected might happen if we bump into the cars outside the school gate. There are many parents picking up their kids, and plenty of parked vehicles along the roadside. That open area is crawling with zombies. Any noise could trigger a full-scale assault from the entire school's horde. If it were just ordinary zombies chasing us, it wouldn't be as concerning. But given the evolved mutants we've encountered so far, with that sheer number in the schoolyard, there would definitely be a few lurking among them. Those special variants pose the greatest hidden threat to us. Don't we have alternate routes?" "Yes, we'll assess the situation when the time comes, but the risks are hard to gauge. Judging by our experience on Central Avenue, narrow alleys are bound to be heavily blocked with debris, making any vehicle movement far from quiet." Su-jin finished speaking inside. "Back then, I discussed with Elder Sun whether we should establish our stronghold in the city or build an outpost with smaller groups in military zones. It was only after discovering potential infected individuals that I ultimately agreed with Elder Sun's plan. But now it seems I was wrong from the very beginning. There are far too many unknowable risks in the city, and we simply couldn't anticipate them. Truly a dilemma that leaves one troubled either way." Fu-hu sighed. The vehicles turned back the way they had come. They were already approaching Longshan High School. All 3 in the car tensed up, their eyes locked intently on the road ahead. Fu-hu involuntarily pursed his lips, gripping the steering wheel tightly with both hands. The situation ahead wasn't great. Just as Soo-jin had predicted, their arrival had drawn out a portion of the zombies from the school grounds. The school gates were now spewing forth a steady stream of welcoming committee zombies, clutching flowers and wearing little hats. They staggered about crookedly, searching for targets. But there's still a way to pass quickly from the side. With the vehicle's speed, it wouldn't be difficult to get through and shake off the zombie horde. The situation looks manageable. Seems we won't need to take side roads. Lao Fu, watch out for jock zombies, don't get caught again. I know, Fu Hu responded, flooring the accelerator. The vehicle accelerated toward the horde of zombies. The welcoming committee at the school gate, spotting an approaching vehicle in the distance, pressed shoulder to shoulder in a dense mass of undead bodies and swarmed forward in unison, waving plastic flowers. The zombies jostled and collided, their collective agitation abruptly escalating to a new intensity. The zombies inside the school suddenly erupted into frenzy, charging en masse toward the campus gates, some even scaling the iron railings and vaulting over the walls. What's going on? Soo-jin's face turned pale with shock. Something's wrong. The sound of vehicles moving alone shouldn't be enough to drive the zombies into such a frenzied state. And we already verified this when we came earlier. Even if the noise from the vehicles increased, the zombies on campus shouldn't be reacting this intensely. I've already missed the turn-off road by a long stretch, and now there's a horde of zombies ahead. Braking to change course won't make it in time. In his panic, Soo-jin was still figuring out a plan when Chang abruptly rolled down the window. Before even sticking his head out, he was already unleashing a torrent of curses. Phew-walk. These zombies were all drawn here by those goddamn welcoming committee zombies. Soo-jin's expression changed instantly as he immediately realized the source of the problem. Welcome, a warm welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. A local folk tune blended with these jubilant shouts reached his ears. In the silent street, it was particularly piercing and clear. Soo-jin's peripheral vision caught sight of several welcoming zombies with loudspeakers strapped to their waists. It must have been the collision of the zombie horde that accidentally turned the loudspeakers on, and they were thoughtfully wrapped in plastic bags, otherwise there was no way they'd still be functioning after all this time. Gripping his gun, Soo-jin's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as fury surged within him. This kind of shit actually exists. What the fucking hell is this? Percent. That bastard who made students hold meetings in the rain. He better not be hurt. Ram through them, Soo-jin commanded, and Fu Hu slammed the accelerator to the floor. The horde's unusually early movement had already sent many spilling onto the sidewalks. Though it would impede the vehicle's progress, thankfully there weren't many, just a few stragglers. The car appeared at full speed, instantly flinging two zombies into the air. There was no time to avoid the scattered debris and trash on the ground. The three inside the car bounced violently with each jolt, their heads knocking against the surfaces with loud thuds. Soo-jin pressed his right hand firmly against the cage, desperately protecting the little rodent inside. Fu Hu's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel. After several breaths, he suddenly roared, "Success! Just ahead!" Before the words could fully leave his lips, a screeching sound pierced the air. The entire vehicle began rapidly skidding, its trajectory twisting erratically. Fortunately, Fu Hu clung stubbornly to the steering wheel, and the car gradually regained stability. A large number of zombies were still chasing the target behind the car. Chengdu asked with a pale face, "What's wrong, Lao Fu? Is there a problem with the car?" Fu Hu's expression turned grim. "Something seems to be stuck in the wheel hub. If we keep driving, the car might get jammed." "Slow down." Soo-jin turned back to observe and ordered in a deep voice. "Don't slow down now, it's too dangerous. Some of those zombies can run fast if they catch up and grab the truck. Slow down when I tell you to slow down." Soo-jin snapped. Fu Hu had no choice but to calm himself down and gradually ease up on the accelerator. The car slowed down, but the zombies were still chasing behind. Given the current situation, catching up to the car seems completely unrealistic. But considering the condition of the vehicle, the rest is hard to say. Fu Hu and Chang were both uneasy, yet dared not oppose Soo-jin's decision. After a short while, Soo-jin gave another order. "Chengdu, go to the back and activate the bomb before tossing it down. Set the timer for 1 minute. Do you still remember how to do it?" "Got it," Chengdu responded, leaning halfway out the rear window to adjust the timer on the gas cylinder. After a quick setup, he secured the timer, then drew the knife at his waist and severed the rope binding the makeshift gas cylinder bomb. Thud, thud, thud. The gas tank bounced toward the zombie horde and was soon engulfed by the undead masses, vanishing from sight. With the bomb securely planted, Soo-jin turned back, narrowing his eyes as he watched through the rearview mirror. What should have been a front line of parent zombies had been overtaken by student zombies scaling the walls, drawn forward by the welcoming undead summons. Although everyone was moving at the speed of a 100-meter dash, the student zombies were noticeably faster than the parent zombies. Both Fu Hu and Chang were so tense that sweat poured from their foreheads. At that moment, a glint flashed in Soo-jin's pupils as he clenched his fist fiercely. "Collapse!" The reversed words spilled from his lips, freezing the zombie horde in their tracks. The creatures tripped and stumbled over each other, instantly toppling like dominoes. The previously fast-moving zombie tide abruptly slowed its advance. In an instant, the imminent danger drastically diminished. Holy shit! Both Fu Hu and Chang Du stood frozen in astonishment. Director, how did you do that? Don't tell me you have another ability. Is this telekinesis? Chang Du asked with bated breath. Fu Hu's stiff face broke into a smile again. Such a powerful ability, as expected of the director. To think you've been hiding such a trump card until now? That's not an ability. The zombie's pants fell down. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Zombie Horde. The zombie's greatest weakness is their pants. After all, not pulling up his pants would result in mobility declining in sync with the degree of their descent. This phenomenon had been noticed by Su Jin while hunting numerous zombies. It was an obvious issue. This feature proved immensely useful for his enhanced abilities, which granted him exceptional agility and speed perfect for nocturnal operations. Back then, Sunya had suggested he act quickly while the weather was still cold. He flatly refused, not just to ensure Fu Hu and Chang Du's safety, but also for this very reason. The zombies' frozen bodies hadn't thawed, making their pants harder to drop. Now that the zombie horde at their rear was composed mainly of students, this vulnerability had become even more pronounced. The student's uniform was already baggy. A couple of quick steps and it'd slide right down to his crotch. With zombies sprinting at their absolute max speed, if they kept running much longer their shoes would probably go flying off. Now his earlier discovery could be said to have been perfectly validated. The vehicle was still moving, but the chassis clearly felt unstable already, not daring to push the speed too high. The current situation makes it impossible to get out and investigate right now. It could be zombie remains or clothing jammed in the wheel hub, or other damage caused by debris on the sidewalk. No matter how you look at it, the current situation isn't good. The vehicle could break down at any moment. Fu Hu drove anxiously and asked, Director, what if the car breaks down? Abandon the car and proceed on foot. We'll take shelter in buildings along the way. Try to run as much as possible to shorten the distance home. If zombie limbs are affecting the car, continuing to drive might just grind the muscles away. Even before Su Jin finished speaking, a thunderous explosion roared behind them. Su Jin and Chang Du simultaneously turned their heads to look. The preset timed bomb had already exploded. The horde of corpses was sent flying, and the zombies that had been chasing the car were immediately drawn toward the enormous sound. Nice! Chang Du exclaimed, excitedly waving his hand. Su Jin also broke into a smile. It seems bringing a sound source to attract the zombies' attention in advance was indeed the right choice. Director, there's a problem! Fu Hu's panicked shout erupted as he instantly slammed the accelerator to the floor. What are you? Su Jin and Chang Du turned their heads simultaneously, only to witness a scene straight out of hell. Perhaps it was due to the tremendous noise from the gas cylinder explosion moments ago. From both residential and commercial buildings on either side, hordes of zombies crashed through windows, shattering glass as they came pouring down like a hailstorm. This quickly triggered a chain reaction, glass flying from all directions as zombies rained down everywhere. Those zombies leaping from upstairs, with no sound source to attract them, immediately fixed their first target on the speeding car. Miscalculation. Those three words exploded in Su Jin's mind with a deafening buzz. Chengdu quickly set the timer on the second bomb. 10 minutes countdown. Chengdu's hands trembled violently as he leaned out, his face deathly pale, to arm the explosive device. Zombies kept leaping from the buildings on both sides, their numbers so dense the sound resembled a glass factory explosion. The outbreak kept spreading, and now zombies were jumping from buildings ahead too. Most zombies plummeted down, their limbs shattered from the impact, yet they still crawled frantically after the car. A few seemed different somehow. They actually leaped from the buildings directly to the center of the street. A horde of corpses converging, a massive zombie tide is beginning to form. From above, zombies continuously emerged along the crisscrossing narrow paths. The lone car seemed to be fleeing the pursuit of a dark cloud. Behind the vehicle, a dozen or so abnormally fast zombies still lingered sporadically. Su Jin clung desperately to the handrail as the vehicle, pushed beyond its limits, began to violently shudder before its speed was forcibly reduced. If this continued, combined with the debris-strewn streets, breaking down was already an inevitability. Even if the vehicle didn't stall, they wouldn't be able to outrun certain abnormally fast zombies, and that was the greatest threat. If they were delayed by those special zombies and the horde closed in, all three of them would be doomed. Fu Hu. Su Jin's eyes scanned the surroundings until they locked onto a shopping mall. Without hesitation, he barked, full speed ahead. Pull over at the mall, you two grab the supplies and make your way back to the compound on foot. If there's no chance to return, then improvise. With that, he pulled out fluorescent sodium and a portable UV light from his chest pocket, passing them to Chang Du in the back seat. But what about you, Chief? Chang Du pressed urgently. While the car's still somewhat functional, I'll draw the zombies away. Once I'm indoors, I'm safe, Sujin snapped, his tone rushed. Don't worry, these things can't outmaneuver me in the dark. If I can hold out till nightfall, I'll make it home. No more questions, stick to the plan. Fuhu stopped talking and rushed straight to the mall without another word. Within half a minute, the vehicle had already pulled up at the mall's entrance. Without wasting a single word, Chengdu and Fuhu dashed straight into the mall, while Sujin swiftly slid into the driver's seat. Glancing back at the horde of zombies behind them, Sujin spun the steering wheel and veered back onto the main road. The blaring of car horns echoed incessantly through the streets. Sujin divided his attention between driving and monitoring the rearview mirror. The zombie horde was right behind him, with special mutated zombies leaping in relentless pursuit. Finding a suitable side road, he'd turn into it and take shelter inside a building. Sujin scanned both sides of the street with his eyes. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he blinked rapidly several times. On the rooftop of a commercial building ahead, four figures seemed to appear, three large and one small, but vanished the instant he blinked. He wasn't sure if he'd seen correctly, but there was no time for excessive thought now. Spotting a relatively clear side road, Sujin sharply turned the steering wheel and swerved in. Flanked by residential complexes on both sides, they hadn't gone more than 100 meters along the side road when the vehicle suddenly lurched to a halt. Squinting at the rearview mirror, Sujin saw three zombies leaping in pursuit, now only 100 meters away. With just a glance, Sujin swiftly pulled a steel pipe from his chest and pressed it against the car horn. He swiftly opened the door, withdrew, and dashed toward the residential building on the left. Inside the welcome restaurant, a deathly silence prevailed. The horde of zombies passed by the restaurant's entrance, leaving everyone inside utterly stunned. Each person covered their mouths tightly, terrified of making the slightest sound. At the dinner table, Ding Jia was already gagged, tightly bound to a chair with ropes, writhing and struggling incessantly. After a long while, the tattooed arm man was the first to rise, cautiously walking to the window to peer outside. At the sight of the street scene, he closed his eyes in anguish. Zombies roamed everywhere. Just a few of them on the streets had already scared people from going out. Now the entire street has turned into hell. From any angle, there's no chance of escape. What the hell? Who the fuck is speeding down the street and honking their horn? That fucking bastard. With a loud thump, everyone in the room jumped in fright, turning their heads toward the source of the sound. Ding Jia had collapsed to the floor, squirming desperately as she inched closer to her mother. After a few struggling wriggles, she finally reached her mother, pressing her face against the other's cheek. A chill ran through Ding Jia's face at the icy contact. Tears immediately streamed down both her cheeks. The tattooed arm man flew into a rage, stepping forward to grip Ding Jia's throat as he growled through clenched teeth. Make another fucking sound and I'll kill you first. Got it? Whoa whoa. Ding Jia kept shaking her head tearfully, her gaze flickering toward her mother. Following her line of sight, the tattooed arm man's eye twitched several times, his heart aching in sympathetic pain. Hey, I'll untie you, but you'd better not make any noise, alright? Chapter 55, Bloodshed at the Restaurant. Ding Jia nodded, and the tattooed man stepped forward to undo the restraints. As soon as the ropes came loose, Ding Jia slapped the tattooed man across the face with a sharp crack. The tattooed arm blurred before his eyes. The tattooed man froze, as did everyone else in the room. Bastard, I saw aliens. If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have died. I'll kill you. Ding Jia lunged forward in a frenzy, biting and clawing at the tattooed man. Someone shut her up now, someone in the room hissed. You've already fucking killed 2 people. I let you go as a favor, and now you're pushing your luck? The tattooed arm man furiously flung Ding Jia aside, lifting his foot to stomp on her face. His foot froze midair before landing. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward the back of the house simultaneously. Earlier, there had been a sound, the distinct shattering of glass. The upstairs window had inexplicably broken. Huabai swallowed hard, his eyes locked onto the staircase. Before long, the sound of footsteps gradually grew clearer, reaching the ears of everyone in the house. At the stairwell, 4 figures emerged from below. 3 women and 1 man. One of the women was strikingly beautiful with pristine attire. The other had plain features yet carried an oddly captivating allure. The man was tall with a fierce appearance and exceptionally broad shoulders. As for the little girl, she appeared to be just an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old child, except that she kept playing with a strangely shaped insect the size of a palm in her hand. Seeing that it wasn't zombies, everyone in the room let out a collective sigh of relief. Yet he couldn't help but feel a strange sensation creeping up on him. These 4 people didn't seem like they'd endured any disaster, dressed in crisp clean clothes with healthy, rosy complexions. The skinny guy crawled across the ground to reach Tattooed Arm's feet, gritting his teeth with tearful excitement. Big bro, we're really done for this time. These 2 chicks are top tier, let's each take one. I can't hold back anymore, I'm dying to have a go, I'm already hard, let's do it fast so we can die right after. Tattooed Arm's face contorted. To say it was shameful, but he had actually gotten an erection. In this kind of situation, his body had inexplicably been taken over by his primal instincts, and it wasn't towards the most beautiful woman either, but rather the plain-looking one beside her. This woman seems to have some kind of magic. Aliens? Where are the aliens? The tall man turned to look at Ding Jia, speaking first. Keep your voice down. What kind of bullshit are you asking? Where the hell did you people come from? The tattooed arm man growled in a low voice. Seeing the man still walking forward, Ding Jia quickly said, I'm telling the truth, there really are aliens. I've seen him before, there was a little girl too. They knew about the apocalypse long ago. They've come to save us, their car just passed by here. The man paused and turned to glance at the three women. The beautiful woman descended the steps, smiling playfully as she asked, Oh, so you know where he is? He should be living in the talented housing complex, but I don't know if he's still there. I'm goddamn talking to you, haven't you heard? The tattooed arm was still speaking when his head exploded violently, brains spraying out in all directions. The man withdrew his fist and shook off the thick, sticky blood clinging to his hand. The sudden brutality left the entire room holding its breath in shock. The next second, screams began erupting through the crowd. The glamorous woman casually flicked her finger through the air, piercing the screaming man's throat. Whoever screams, dies first. The entire crowd fell silent, collapsing weakly to the ground in despair, tears streaming down their faces. This newcomer was no benevolent presence, far more terrifying than zombies. What in the world was happening? Why were our own kind slaughtering each other? The room fell silent again as the three women and one man gathered around Ding Jia. Tell us carefully and thoroughly about that little girl you mentioned, and what's this about aliens? Ding Jia's eyes were wide open, his entire body trembling like a sieve as he stared at the four of them with desperate confusion. Why? If you want to live, speak quickly, the man leaned down with a slight smile, wiping away Ding Jia's tears. I said. Ding Jia shivered as he recounted the entire chain of events. The four of them exchanged glances after hearing this. This sounds quite interesting. Those two might be very nutritious, the little girl mused playfully. That driver just now, I could sense it, his aura is strong and sweet. No amount of ordinary people could compare to him. How about we head to Talent Community right now? I know where it is, about 3 or 4 kilometers away. Too far. I want to clear this area first before going over, the man pondered. That's fine, but if I decide to go ahead first, I won't wait for you. I'm going too. The four of them completely disregarded everyone else present and began discussing among themselves. A few minutes later, the little girl pointed at Ding Jia. We're done questioning. You don't want them anymore, do you? No one spoke among the three. The little girl flashed a smile, reached out, and wrapped her arms around Ding Jia's head. In the next instant, she took a bite. Ding Jia's eyes bulged violently as his skull cracked, until finally, he breathed his last. At the same moment, the ordinary-looking woman sprang into action, charging into the crowd and unleashing carnage in all directions. With each step, blood sprayed and life was extinguished. The beautiful woman bent down to pick up the stiff, skinny man from the ground, her plump, moist red lips gradually drawing closer to his. Trembling, the skinny man wet his pants, but before he could make a sound, a palm pierced his heart and teeth sank into his Adam's apple. The skinny man's corpse fell to the ground. The woman gaped, blood dripping from her mouth. The man grinned, eyes gleaming with admiration as he wrapped his arm around the woman's waist. Soon, corpses littered the hotel lobby, blood seeping into the floors. In the dark stairwell, Sujin gasped for breath as she sprinted upward. I was finally caught up by the two mutated zombies. But luckily, the hallway was dark enough, and they couldn't outrun me. Plus, I had the absolute advantage in agility, managing to turn the tables and take both of them out. Now with the car horn still blaring downstairs, it must have drawn in quite a few zombies. The car might get torn apart soon. First, I'll head to the rooftop to bask in the sun and recharge. By midnight, I should be able to quickly make it back to the Talent Residential District. A faint smile reappeared on Sujin's face. This trip outdoors really had its twists and turns, but looking at it now, the outcome is fairly acceptable. As long as Chengdu's Fuhu doesn't encounter any problems, everything will be just fine. Fuhu and Chengdu shouldn't be anything to worry about, both of them are capable enough, and the remaining path isn't densely packed with zombies. As they reached the 5th floor and were about to head up to the 6th, a sudden abnormality occurred. Sujin's hand had just touched the security door on the side. With a deafening bang, the entire security door was violently flung open as if struck by some tremendous force. The sturdy security door, still attached to its frame, came crashing straight toward Sujin, slamming him right into the opposite security door. Sujin was racked with intense pain, his vision blurring as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Acting on instinct, he shoved aside the security door that had fallen on top of him, drew the gun from his waist, and immediately opened fire. Only in the brief pause between shots did he suddenly catch sight of the creature that had attacked him. A hulking muscular zombie wearing a tank top and workout shorts was gathering momentum to charge straight at him. 2 dark blood blossoms burst open on the zombie's body, having no effect whatsoever on its movement. The zombie's charging attack arrived. Sujin crouched low and launched himself off the security door behind him, sliding between the bodybuilder zombie's legs into the apartment opposite. Chapter 56, Second Evolution, Power Leap. Slipping into the house, Sujin immediately rushed to the window and swiftly drew the curtains. Fortunately, the curtains in the other rooms appeared to be closed as well. With the living room curtain shut, the interior was instantly plunged into near total darkness. In absolute darkness, his speed and agility would reach their peak. Against such zombies, he should theoretically rely on illuminating his powers to deal effective damage. But in this environment, the brightness couldn't be increased much, so rather than struggling with that, it'd be better to switch completely to night mode and maximize speed and flexibility. Leaping onto the rooftop, Sujin gripped the chandelier's pillar and held his breath while observing below. The living room had high ceilings, and the muscular zombie had already turned back from the doorway, spinning continuously as it searched for its target. Sujin's heart tightened instantly. This behavior was extremely abnormal. Ordinary zombies would sway slightly and wander aimlessly without external stimuli after losing their target. They would never display such agile movements. This zombie possessed a strong sense of prey-seeking awareness. His lungs emptied of air. Sujin flicked his right wrist, sending the small object he'd grabbed from the table while closing the curtains flying into the distance. The muscular zombie reacted to the sound and charged toward the bedroom. The moment its back turned toward Sujin, he raised his gun and fired. The bullet struck where the heart should be on its back, but the sound suggested it had hit bone instead. The zombie suddenly turned around, simultaneously wrenching the wooden bedroom door to pieces and hurling the broken handle fiercely toward the chandelier. The chandelier crashed directly to the ground. The moment the zombie gripped the door, Sujin had already let go, swiftly dropping down. Using the sound of the falling chandelier as cover, he rolled sideways to conceal himself behind the sofa. When he landed steadily, the sight before him nearly scared him out of his wits. The zombies were still searching for targets in the darkness, but one hand was already clutching its heart, actively hunting prey, using tools, and even understanding weak point protection. This was by far the most evolved zombie he had ever encountered. The muscular zombie was still searching around. Sujin gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and aimed at its waist. A single shot severed the elastic waistband of the zombie's sweatpants. Holstering his gun, he immediately dashed along the wall, running straight toward the diagonal position. Right at the corner where the walls met, Sujin stretched his legs wide apart and braced himself in the angle of the room. The zombie lunged at the sofa but hit nothing, once again losing its target. Sujin reached out slowly toward the briefcase pressed against his chest, casually pulled out a box of medicine, and threw it onto the ground. The zombies rushed toward the source of the sound, raising their fists to attack the medicine box. Then, one after another, medicine boxes began to fall downward. The zombie lunged left and right, pounding so hard the whole room trembled. By the time the 15th medicine box was dropped, the zombie's massive butt crack was fully exposed before Sujin's eyes. After 3 more medicine boxes plummeted down, the sweatpants on the zombie's legs finally began sliding faster. While attacking the 3rd medicine box, the muscular zombie tripped over its own legs and toppled gracefully to the ground, crushing one of its arms beneath it. The opportunity arose, and Sujin acted without hesitation. Holding his breath, he kicked off the wall and shot toward the zombie like an arrow. At the same time, he drew the screwdriver from his waist and, using the momentum of his falling body, drove it fiercely into the zombie's back. A perfect strike. The muscular zombie lay on the ground, completely motionless. Sujin showed no trace of joy on his face as he knelt on the zombie's back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then his body tilted sideways and slid off, coughing repeatedly. Blood droplets stained his entire face. Sujin raised a hand to cover it, the bitterness in his heart now surpassing even his physical pain. It's too hard, really too hard. He thinks he's capable, but that zombie just now had nearly killed him with a single strike. He wouldn't have lasted a second hit. Unidentifiable disguised infected, rapidly evolving zombies, and hordes of the undead that have nearly overrun the entire world. How can such a war ever be won? Thermal weapons still work, and they work very effectively, but will humanity be able to rebuild industry in the future? Every modern product relies on global collaboration to be manufactured. The endless hordes of zombies have already shattered every production chain. Even if there are existing arsenals to reclaim, what about the raw materials? Rebuilding industry is difficult, and human evolution requires hunting large numbers of creatures stronger than themselves. Chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind for who knows how long. Sujin picked up the silver gun and examined it closely, whispering to himself involuntarily, "Company, I'm working for you after all. Give me some help. No internship is this brutal. Ask not what the company has done for you, ask what you have done for the company." Holy shit! A line of large text suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ignoring the pain, Sujin immediately jerked upright. At that moment, all distracting thoughts vanished from his mind, only a surge of rage blazed straight to his heart. Searching frantically around, Sujin snarled, "You bastards have been here all along, haven't you? Even watching me take a shit? Say something." The landscape before him stretched empty. Sujin blinked, sinking into a daze. This wasn't right. While the corporation's notices would vanish, They never disappeared with just a flicker like that. Moreover, that kind of response just now, the corporation would never reply. He'd often muttered the corporation's name during idle moments too. During his most desperate hours, the corporation hadn't shown the slightest reaction either. The most crucial thing was the tone, ruthless and icy, completely unlike this stylistic departure. Had I lost too much blood just now, desperately wishing for the company's assistance, hallucinating? Hallucinations conjuring up such absurd nonsense, utterly preposterous. As dizziness overwhelmed him, Sujin clutched his head, swaying unsteadily before attempting to steady himself with deep, measured breaths. It might really be an illusion. My physical condition is too poor right now. After this interruption, Sujin was completely free of distracting thoughts and lowered his head to look at the corpse on the ground. He took out a sharp knife from the briefcase, crouched down, and began slicing the back of the muscle zombie piece by piece. With practiced motions, he severed the tendons and pried apart the bones. His heart exposed, Sujin reached out and dug, extracting 2 fleshy orbs. Examining the 2 fleshy orbs dangling from his fingertips, Sujin couldn't help but feel awe. No wonder this muscular zombie was so powerful, it actually grew 2 flesh orbs in one corpse. But these 2 orbs really resemble. With a swipe of his knife, Sujin severed the connecting fascia between the 2 fleshy orbs, lifting one while wrestling inwardly with his dilemma. His current condition was alarmingly poor. Consuming another orb would undoubtedly trigger peculiar transformations. The changes would likely be beneficial, strengthening his abilities. Yet if his body underwent some grotesque mutation, he might cease to be human altogether. And there was also the risk of falling into a coma overnight. No need in my current state. Returning to the residential area would be nearly impossible. Soon, my resolve was set. Sujin pocketed one fleshy orb and gripped the other as he walked toward the window. He flung open the window to reveal the setting sun blazing like fire. Had so much time already passed? Sujin lowered his gaze to the fleshy orb in his palm, then clenched it viciously. The orb ruptured, and searing energy instantly surged through his body. Sujin's eyes widened as he collapsed to his knees, the whites of his eyes rapidly flooding with bloodshot veins. A hoarse panting escaped his throat, the muscles beneath his skin twitching violently like countless entangled worms writhing in frenzy. Every fiber of his flesh burned as though ignited by flames. With a casual tear, Sujin shredded his garments, revealing his chiseled upper torso. Ah! The second transformation was entirely different from the first, clear, intense, without the slightest trace of mental haze. Startled, Sujin's spine suddenly arched with tension. The slanting sunlight cast a ferocious shadow across his coiled back muscles, resembling the snarling visage of some fearsome beast lurking beneath his flesh. GHH. Sujin let out a low growl as he threw a sideways punch, slamming his fist violently into the wall. Tiles shattered and slowly peeled away, leaving only a deep fist imprint on the surface. Chapter 57, Determining the Future Path. On the 6th floor of the talented individual's residential compound, the indoor atmosphere lay heavy and oppressive. Fu Hucheng had already returned, and he had successfully brought back the necessary supplies. But the backbone of their group hadn't come back. Fu Qingdai kept anxiously glancing toward the entrance, her face full of worry. It was now well past midnight, but Sujin still hadn't shown up. It shouldn't be like this, logically speaking. Fu Hu glanced at his daughter a couple of times, slapped his thigh, and stood up. Should I go out and look for the director? He asked abruptly. Are you insane? Sun Yan snapped, his eyes cold with anger. Have you completely lost your mind? Can't you people survive without Shaoli? And going out there? It's pitch black outside, you'd just be serving yourself up on a platter to the zombies. Sit your ass back down. Do you think the director might be dead? Chang mumbled behind his hands. No one in the room dared to answer. At this point, if they still haven't shown up, death can't be far off. But no one wanted to acknowledge such a reality. In the end, it was Sunya who spoke first. Even if he's dead, we still have to keep moving forward. We've retrieved the items now, so let's not waste his efforts. You all should rest early. Conserving our energy is more important than anything right now. Old Sun is right, Wei De chimed in. He and I still need to make some experimental arrangements. The rest of you should get some sleep if there's nothing else. He continued, Shaoli, you don't need to worry too much. He's not an ordinary man, he's different from us. There must be something extraordinary about him. He definitely wouldn't die so easily out there. Who knows? You might wake up tomorrow and see him the moment you open your eyes. Just as the words left his mouth, a knock sounded at the door. The pupils of everyone in the room instantly dilated with excitement, and Fu Qingdai practically leapt up to rush to the door. The moment she opened the door and saw who stood before her, her eyes welled up with tears as she threw herself forward into his arms. Brother! Sujin smiled faintly, gently stroking Fu Qingdai's flowing hair before casting his gaze toward the others. Still awake? Worrying about me? There were complications along the way, but nothing serious. With that, Sujin lifted his hand, holding up a plastic bag. I passed by a fancy cake shop on my way back. They even had vacuum-sealed cakes, so I brought some for you all. Everyone's eyes collectively turned to the plastic bag. Sun Yi's lips curled upward. You brat, still in the mood for cake? Get in here quick. Director, you even took the time to change clothes? Chang-du scanned Su-jin from head to toe with undisguised disbelief. Dressed head to toe in a pure white tracksuit with matching white socks, must have casually swiped them from some clothing store, looking sharp. Alright, let's grab a bite first, relax a bit. The sixth floor was brightly lit by candlelight, with 8 people gathered around the table. Each had a small cake placed before them, everyone devouring the creamy treats until sweetness soaked into their hearts. No one spoke, only occasionally exchanging glances with each other. By the candlelight, eating cake, a fleeting yet rare sense of happiness rippled through the small space. Sunya also ate happily, turning to look at Su-jin, who was observing everyone with a faint smile. Fu Qingdai had almost finished the cake on her plate, so Su-jin casually pushed his untouched cake toward her. Brother, why aren't you eating? Fu Qingdai asked, looking up with cream sticking to the corner of her mouth. Big bro doesn't like eating hydrogenated vegetable oil. Ahem, I'm still hungry too, Chengdu muttered, lowering his head and sniffing slightly. Sunya gave Chengdu a sidelong glance. You actually want to fill up on this stuff? There's noodles in the kitchen, go cook them yourself. Chengdu pouted and kept silent. Su-jin said, now that we're all finished eating, let's clean up. I found another flesh orb, this time I plan to let Qingdai have it first. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started clearing the dishes. Soon, the perfectly round flesh orb was placed in the center of the table. Su-jin gazed at Fu Qingdai, his heart pounding with tension. The client handpicked by the company, or rather, she might very well be the savior. Though he couldn't yet discern anything extraordinary about Fu Qingdai, but he was certain that as long as this fleshy orb was absorbed, her exceptional nature would inevitably be revealed. Fu Qingdai pressed her lips tightly together, but her breathing through her nose had already quickened involuntarily. She reached out to lift the fleshy sphere, but Su-jin swiftly pierced it. Fu Hu, who had been waiting behind, was fully prepared. He caught his daughter as she predictably fainted, then carried her into the bedroom. The rest of the group collectively let out a long sigh of relief. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone who needs rest should go and rest now. I still have some matters to discuss with Elder Sun and Elder Wei. Su-jin waved his hand to dismiss the others. Before long, the living room was cleared, leaving only the 3 of them. Shaoli, you must have some important discovery? Sunya inquired. Is the experimental equipment alright? Do you all understand what happened before I got separated from Fu Hu and the others? Su-jin countered. The experiment is ready to proceed tomorrow, just focus on explaining your part. Got it. Su-jin nodded. After parting ways with Fu Hu and the others, I made 2 strange discoveries. While on the road, I spotted 4 dark figures on a rooftop. At the time, I thought it was just my imagination due to the urgency of the situation. But upon reflection, given my state at that moment, such a hallucination shouldn't have occurred. Is he a survivor? Wei De asked. If they were survivors, then there's nothing more to say, Su-jin said. Those 4 people were standing right on the edge of the rooftop at that moment, with the zombie horde below them. Then they disappeared in the blink of an eye. There's no way they could have jumped. That's definitely not something survivors could do. So I suspect they were likely disguised infected. Those 4 might even have supernatural abilities. Zombies will attack disguised infected too. If they didn't have some courage and means of defense, they wouldn't stand there so brazenly. I think the disguised infected may have formed teams, which suggests they have some level of group coordination. But how high is this coordination? That remains questionable. Sunya frowned deeply. Anything else? I also encountered a zombie who was consciously protecting its heart. The intelligence increase is beyond imagination, they're evolving too fast. Su-jin sighed as he spoke. We must accelerate our actions. Immediately organize people into groups and form vehicle teams to establish ourselves at the military base. Once we've successfully established ourselves in the military district, I believe we shouldn't delay in organizing a heavily armed force. Then by using sound to create zombie hordes and wipe out groups of them, we might be able to build a superpowered army. We can plan the subsequent steps gradually. You two can also share your thoughts if you have any plans. One bad news after another keeps coming from this expedition. It's truly difficult. Sunya sighed deeply, but quickly regained his composure and continued. That's not how I see it. I think we should first rest and reorganize at the military base, then attempt to modify the radio to broadcast. The electromagnetic environment is very clear now, making signals easy to receive. The underwater units and shelter forces should still be safe. We should wait until we've communicated with professional forces before taking action. That won't work. Wei De shook his head. Old son, your plan isn't feasible at all. The suburban military district doesn't have those capabilities. To achieve ideal broadcast range, we'd need to rebuild transmission towers, and we lack expert personnel in that field. If marine life can get infected, their mutation would be the fastest. The underwater units are certainly already wiped out. Staying underwater, the tremendous kinetic energy from propellers would attract endless zombies, and pumpjet propellers would get clogged with shredded corpses. Small ground units aren't worth mentioning either, they lack supplies and wouldn't dare experiment with the flesh spheres. Plus there's a high probability of encountering animal zombies. I think there's little hope there. In fact, the cities are the safest places now. At this point, I fully support Xiaoli's plan. It's the only path we have left. Advanced evolution drives subsequent evolution to achieve group evolution, and then restart industry. Chapter 58, Fu Qingdai's Transformation. Sunya sighed deeply. Honestly, with things having come this far, there's nothing more for me to say. It's just that when I think about how we're all just a bunch of stragglers yet have to perform like special forces, I truly have no confidence in my heart. There's no other way, we'll have to brace ourselves and push forward, Su Jin declared, slamming the table. You two should rest early. Tomorrow, as soon as you wake up, we'll start conducting experiments at each building. At the latest, we'll have everything sorted out within 3 days, and then we'll at least have a team to rely on. From now on, the team is in your hands. I'm going out to hunt zombies. If possible, try to capture a disguised infected. We still need to thoroughly understand its killing motives and behavioral patterns. Sunya and Wei Din nodded simultaneously. Then Sunya added, Xiaoli, all the equipment is ready. We'll start the experiment tomorrow. Since we're bringing those women along for the operation, and we all know their temperaments, as well as their attitudes toward you and the team, I think it's about time we explained the truth behind everything to them. Agreed. I'll brief everyone tomorrow, Su Jin nodded. The two elders nodded in unison, then rose and walked over to the sofa where Fu Qingdai lay sleeping. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation as they gazed at her. The prophet in the apocalypse. I hope she can work another miracle. The next day, dawn broke. Su Jin stood on the balcony, eyes closed, arms outstretched as he bathed in the sunlight. An intense pump surged through every muscle in his body, and subtle movements rippled beneath the fabric of his shirt. Just as he reveled in the euphoria of growing strength, Fu Hu's startled shout came from behind. He's awake! Su Jin quickly turned and crouched beside the sofa. Fu Qingdai slowly awoke, startled to find herself being stared at by a group of people. Daughter, how do you feel? Did you gain any special abilities? Fu Hu anxiously asked. Fu Qingdai ruffled her slightly messy hair, blinking her eyes repeatedly. I can't quite explain it. I don't seem to have that chi sensation you're all talking about. Dad, hand me the bow so I can give it a try. Fu Hu quickly brought 3 bows. Fu Qingdai effortlessly drew the 50-pound bow with ease. Smiles gradually spread across everyone's faces. 70 pounds was still effortlessly achieved. The crowd's smiles grew even brighter. When even 90 pounds was pulled open with a flick of the wrist, Fu Hu finally couldn't help but exclaim, wonderful! This strength has grown remarkably, and it's still not the limit. Fu Qingdai's lips also couldn't help but twitch. At last, I'm not a useless fog anymore. But then, upon second thought, the corners of his lips drooped downward again. Then what was that pig feed I used to eat all about? Su Jin's face stiffened slightly as he stepped forward anxiously, asking, Qingdai, besides strength, is there really nothing else? Strength enhancement is the standard effect after consuming the meatball, it's just a matter of degree. Strength alone isn't very useful. Special abilities are what really matter. And no, I don't feel anything else. Fu Qingdai replied weakly. Seeing the circle of disappointed gazes, realization slowly dawned in her heart. Everyone, even my parents, had pinned their hopes on me, waiting for me to manifest special abilities. But now, it seemed I possessed no powers whatsoever, quite possibly the most useless among all who had ever handled the flesh orb. The joy of having just gained strength completely dissipated. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale as she slowly looked at Su Jin. Brother, am I useless? No, that's not true at all. Su Jin embraced Fu Qingdai gently to comfort her, though the bitterness at the corners of his mouth was impossible to hide. Perhaps you still need to explore your abilities. Right now, your strength already far surpasses ordinary people. Remember, what you can do isn't important, your presence here matters most. Fu Qingdai, sunk in despair, was about to nod when her gaze suddenly shot toward Chengdu. His gaze was fiercely menacing. Chengdu trembled all over, hugging himself in fright and exclaiming, Qingdai, are you alright? Fu Qingdai's expression gradually softened, showing a trace of bewilderment. Just moments ago, she'd felt an eerie chill emanating from Chengdu, but it vanished the instant she looked at him. What happened? Su Jin released Fu Qingdai and asked. It's nothing, I want to be alone for a while. The few people in the room dispersed with lingering disappointment in their hearts. An hour later, everyone had finished breakfast. Su Jin swept his gaze across everyone present before finally standing up and saying, everyone's finished eating, so now there's something I need to officially communicate with all of you. Mainly for our female comrades this time, the others already know. I know you must be privately wondering why old Fu and I went to such great lengths to fetch just a cage of rats after being out all day. In fact, this matter is of utmost importance. Su Jin explained in detail about disguising as infected individuals. The expressions on the faces of the women in the room kept changing, eventually settling into calm. That's the whole story. Old son, old way, and I have already devised a solution. If we can survive this final hurdle, we'll be able to form our own team and establish a new home. I'm telling you this because you're trustworthy, and for your own safety. I demand absolute secrecy. If this information leaks, it will create major obstacles for our future team-building efforts. Su-jin struck the table with his fist, fixing the three women with a piercing gaze. Did all three of you understand clearly? Zhang nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Director. I'll make sure they keep their mouths shut. If any problems arise, you can hold me responsible. Su-jin nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse broke out, Zhang grew increasingly taciturn, yet she still took charge of all the household chores and resource distribution within their home. Of course, Fu Qingdai being her daughter goes without saying, and the ever-inconspicuous sister Lu had long been obedient to her in every way. Excellent. Take a short break. We'll move out immediately. Starting from Building 1, Su-jin led the group toward room 201. According to Zhang notebook, the occupant of 201 was a bachelor. When the door was knocked open, a man in a vest inside the house poked his head out with delighted surprise. Upon seeing Su-jin and the others, he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Can we go out now? Has the government sent people?" Su-jin raised his hand and shoved the man back inside. Get back to the bathroom. The man, uneasy with anxiety, was pushed back into the bathroom and slumped against the sink. Zhang and the others quickly began inspecting the surroundings, eliminating spots where rats could easily hide and avoid detection, while also blocking the squat toilet drain as they went. What are you all trying to do?" the man stammered nervously. Su-jin smiled. "You were right earlier, the state is here to rescue you, but by higher orders, you'll need to remain in a confined space for 1 day for observation. First, to maintain orderly team discipline and test your ability to follow commands and handle psychological stress. Second, we need another day of monitoring since infections have an incubation period. Until we return tomorrow, you're confined to this restroom and cannot go anywhere else. If you need to relieve yourself, use a plastic bag. The sewer drain has been sealed to prevent infected small animals and harmful gases from emerging. There have been prior cases in the neighborhood, so you absolutely must not open it. During the lockdown period, be careful not to come into contact with any snakes, insects, rodents, or ants even if you try to swat them away to avoid the risk of infection and other diseases. We will place an official seal on your door, but we've left you a 1-day supply of water and food. Remember, if the seal is broken, the organization will automatically consider it as you forfeiting your chance at rescue." Chapter 59, The Exposed Infiltrator. Thank you to the nation, I will absolutely obey orders. The man gratefully accepted the water and food Su-jin handed to him. Zhang stealthily placed the small mouse hidden in her sleeve in the corner of the bathroom while the man wasn't paying attention. After taking the key to room 201, the group left and locked the outer door securely. Su-jin handed the key to Zhang with a smile and said, "See, it wasn't that hard, was it? Let's keep doing it this way, just make sure not to mix up the keys. I'll leave the rest for Chengdu and Fu Hu to help you handle. I'm heading out to hunt zombies and try to track down some flesh spheres to boost your abilities. Feeling confident, sister-in-law?" Zhang lowered her head with a faint smile. "Don't worry, Director. It's absolutely correct." As dusk fell, Zhang and the others emerged from the building, exhaustion evident in their every step. The constant back-and-forth fetching of supplies was too time-consuming. There were still 2 buildings left unfinished, but taking a break and working overtime tonight should suffice. Just as the group headed home, Su-jin appeared carrying an enormous backpack. His face was equally exhausted, his white clothes long stained with blood, his entire body filthy beyond recognition. When he happened to run into a few people, Su-jin took off his coat and the rubber gloves on his hands, casually tossing them away. "Perfect timing. I found some nice things while I was out today." As he spoke, Su-jin opened the briefcase hanging at his side, pulling out several handguns and distributing one to each person. Holding the pistol, Chengdu asked dumbfounded, "Director, where did you get this gun?" Su-jin smirked mischievously and jerked his thumb toward the back. "I pulled a job at the station house, 1 gun per person for self-defense. My bag's still loaded with gear. We won't run short on firepower anytime soon. We'll talk details upstairs." Reunited on the 6th floor, Su-jin had changed into fresh clothes and now sat at the dining table. Zhang was giving a full debrief, with occasional additions from Sister Lu. The 2 elders listened quietly. Fu Hu and Chengdu appeared distracted, constantly attempting to channel the power within their bodies. The 2 had essentially accepted their roles as enforcers, abstaining from all intellectual activities. Fu Qingdai was the only person present who seemed listless and in poor condition. At today's pace, we should be able to complete all resident placements by tomorrow morning in terms of speed. However, considering the limited number of lab mice available, we'll need to retrieve the unaffected mice first before continuing distribution for subsequent experiments. After Zhang finished, Sunya took over. The confined space of the restroom leaves almost no room for rats to hide. Based on our previous deductions, the camouflaged infected have a strong bloodlust. They wouldn't last a night in such a private, cramped space without attacking. That means we should be able to weed out some suspects tomorrow. The total number of test subjects was 238. And all those screened out were relocated to the Community Activity Center. It's spacious enough there. We coordinated resources uniformly, arranging everything collectively, sharing accommodations and meals. After brief psychological preparation and training, we dispatched one group to scout the streets for vehicles. Our goal was to secure sufficient cars and fuel reserves as quickly as possible. Su-jin clapped his hands together. Old son, you've put a lot of thought into this. Tomorrow I'll accompany you all in screening and checking. Once this matter is settled, I'll raid a few police stations to secure another batch of firearms. We'll only distribute guns to those we're absolutely certain about. That's all for now. If no one has anything to add, everyone can get some rest. No one had any further objections, and the group dispersed to rest. Only Fu Qingdai hesitated, remaining seated with her head bowed in silence. Su-jin asked, "What's wrong, Qingda? Brother, what should I do? Should I just sit here watching, accompanying you all wherever you go?" At this point, Fu Qingda looked up pleadingly. "Brother, give me something to do." Su-jin sighed lightly and stood up, putting an arm around Fu Qingdai's shoulders to comfort her gently. "Qingdai, it's just that you don't have special abilities. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Being responsible and intelligent is more valuable than anything. There's something very important I'll entrust to you later, something only you can handle." "What is it?" A spark of hope lit up Fu Qingdai's eyes. Su-jin said gravely, "You've prophesied the future. Surely many in the neighborhood know about it since everyone's familiar with one another. After the team is formed, take a shower and change into fresh clothes. From then on, you'll be the savior saintess, the hope everyone clings to. So I'm still just a puppet, not doing anything real at all." Fu Qingdai protested, feeling wronged. "You're wrong. Everything requires faith. A country needs its flag. A company needs its logo. You are the people's faith. How can you call yourself a puppet?" Su-jin comforted endlessly. "Without you, it would be like fighting without a goal, living without purpose. Nothing could be more important. Anyway, I feel like a useless ornament." Fu Qingdai muttered gloomily. As soon as the words left her mouth, Fu Qingdai suddenly turned her head, her gaze piercing towards the corner. Half a head hastily withdrew back into the shadows of the corner. "Isn't that Chengdu?" Su-jin cast a puzzled glance before turning back to ask, "What's wrong?" Fu Qingdai frowned slightly, her heart filled with bewilderment. "Brother, I have this strange feeling. Do you think I might have superpowers, just different from yours?" "Feeling? What superpowers?" Su-jin tensed up instantly. "When Brother Cheng looks at me, I always feel this eerie chill, like something's off, but I can't put my finger on what exactly." "Ah." Su-jin sighed in disappointment, whispering to Fu Qingdai, "Honestly, even I get that creepy vibe when he stares sometimes. That guy's definitely got something wrong with him. Been feeling he's not quite right for ages now. He tossed a pair of socks onto my bedside first thing this morning, acting all weird. Even your dad thinks he's messed up, but he definitely means no harm, otherwise I'd have kicked the bucket long ago." "Oh." Fu Qingdai pouted and started counting on her fingers. "Thought I had superpowers, turns out my mental state wasn't right, everyone could see it." The next day, everyone went out together again, starting the investigation from room 201 in building 1. Entering 201, the seal on the toilet remained perfectly intact. The door opened to reveal the man sitting obediently in the corner. The moment he saw someone enter, he leaped up and exclaimed excitedly, "You're finally here. There's a rat infestation here right in that corner. I haven't slept all night, terrified it might crawl on me." "This isn't a problem, is it?" "Whether it's a problem or not will be determined after inspection." "Show me your hands," Su-jin said, picking up a portable UV light to examine the man's hands, feet, and mouth. There was no fluorescence whatsoever. With a wave of his hand, Su-jin declared, "All right, you're cleared. Take your bedding and report to the community center for further arrangements. Here's your identification tag." After speaking, Su-jin handed over a numbered tag labeled 001. The man was overjoyed, hugging his personal belongings as he took 3 steps forward while glancing back repeatedly before leaving the house. After the first household finished the inspection and handed over the rats, the same procedure was repeated. The second household, the third, the fourth, everything proceeded smoothly until the 25th household. Thank you, you've finally come to save me." A man with an excited face kept thanking Su-jin and the others. Su-jin picked up the ultraviolet light and shone it on the man's mouth, then froze in shock. The light around the man's mouth had smeared into a blur. Clearly, he had eaten a rat. Su-jin's lips downturned as his eyes began to scrutinize the man up and down. Chapter 60, The Gradually Perverted Director. In the blink of an eye, Su-jin struck, breaking the man's limbs and stuffing a light bulb into his mouth. He took the rope, securely bound it, and finally tossed it into the center of the living room. Old Sun and Old Wei exchanged glances as they observed, their expressions a complicated mix. Both joy and worry lay beneath the surface. The joyful realization was that the previously devised plan had worked, and they had captured a live disguised infected. Now they could gain some deeper insights. What worries me is that this thing shows absolutely no abnormalities. If any slip-up occurs during collective screening, it'll be extremely troublesome. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Sujin ordered, "Old Fu, take the others and continue screening. Execute any disguised infected on sight. If there are others in the rooms, kill them all immediately. Anyone sharing quarters with disguised infected will be treated as infected. Chang stays behind. You'll help me protect Elder Sun and Elder Wei while we personally interrogate this infected subject." Great. After quickly delegating tasks, Sujin dragged 4 chairs into a semicircle facing the captive man. Tears shimmered in the man's eyes as he kept whimpering and begging for mercy. A dull crunch sounded. Sujin lifted her foot and brought her heel down sharply, crushing the light bulb in the man's mouth right through his cheek. Gak! Ah! Shards of glass pierced his mouth, sending the man rolling on the ground in pain, spitting blood. "Answer my questions. One wrong word, and I'll kill you." Sujin spoke expressionlessly, his words clipped. The 2 old men in Chang trembled violently in fright. "Why, what did I do wrong?" the man wailed, glass fragments still spraying from his mouth. Bang! A gunshot rang out, shattering the man's ankle and sending his right foot flying off with shards of bone, painting a thick, crimson arc across the ground. Fortunately, the amputation occurred below the rope binding his ankle, which was tied extremely tight. The subsequent bleeding from the severed wound wasn't excessively severe. "I haven't begun questioning yet. No interruptions," Sujin said coldly without raising his eyes. Chengdu and the 2 old men gulped in unison. Sujin raised a finger. "First question, why eat people? Oh, perhaps you haven't eaten anyone yet, so let me rephrase, why do you want to kill people?" "I haven't eaten anyone, and I never thought about killing," the man sobbed hysterically. "Ha, playing tough, are we?" Sujin turned to Chengdu, pointing at the man. "Go strip off his pants and castrate him into 8 pieces. Chengdu froze in momentary panic. Taking one look at Sujin's sinister expression that didn't seem like a joke, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward to yank the man's pants down. At the same moment, a dagger was clattering onto the ground as Sujin tossed it. Humph! Chengdu tremblingly picked up the knife. Staring straight ahead at the small dangling flesh, he gave it 2 tentative jabs. Turning back to Sujin with a forced smile, his voice quivered. "Director, cutting this length into 8 pieces seems a bit difficult. 3 pieces with 2 cuts is the most we can manage. Maybe we should just forget it. First cut vertically, then horizontally. If you can't figure it out, chop it into mincemeat. What the hell are you trying to do?" The man struggled violently and shouted curses. Sunya fixed his gaze on the other's pupils, tilting his head slightly as he whispered to Wade, "Abnormal pupil contraction. He's showing clear fear responses that don't seem feigned. But this pronounced reaction only appearing now suggests his fear threshold is relatively high." Sujin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "That's perfect. I was worried they might be like zombies, lacking any sense of fear. Only now you're scared?" Sujin rose to his full height, looking down at the man. "Would a normal person eat rats alive? We know everything. There's no point pretending anymore. Answer the questions honestly, and we might give you a quick death. Talk, why did you want to kill? Why crave living flesh?" At these words, the man's incessant writhing suddenly stilled. His gaze turned vicious as he glared at Sujin. "Do you need a reason to eat when you're hungry? Do you still consider yourself human?" Wei De interjected. "Human?" The man's eyes darted, his face twisting grotesquely. "Do I look like such a lowly creature to you? Then when did you develop this notion, and why?" Weaver pressed. "How should I know? Now that I'm in your hands, kill me if you want." The man began violently biting through his own tongue mid-sentence. Before the severed tongue could fully detach, still dangling in his mouth, Sujin had already raised his gun and fired. The man's mischief backfired. The egg yolk splattered all over Chengdu's face. "Put! Ugh! Couldn't you have just fired a warning shot? Now I'm covered in this egg-white goop." Chengdu wiped the viscous yolk liquid from his face, both shocked and furious. "My apologies." Sujin raised his hand in remorse before turning to the elders. "Seems he's lost the ability to speak. Do you two still think he's worth further study?" After exchanging whispers, Sunya and Wei shook their heads in unison, their expressions darkening. Fierce in nature with a survival instinct, devoid of fear, driven by a strong urge to kill, yet their twisted mentality defies scientific explanation. They're essentially living zombies who retain human cognitive patterns. I don't think there's any more to ask. I'll take my leave now. Wei covered his mouth as he stood up. Sunya promptly followed suit, patting Sujin's shoulder in passing. "Shaoli, I know you loathe these monsters to the core, but your mental well-being matters too." Sujin turned his head to give Sunya a reassuring glance and said, "Chengdu, escort the 2 elders out. I'll study this a bit longer." The 3 filed out, stopping finally before the sealed security door, pressing their ears against it intently. "Stupid mutt, you think biting your tongue means suicide? No need to rush, now it's just the 2 of us. I'll personally show you how to die." Ugh, ah! Hearing the bone-chilling screams emanating from the room, The three men couldn't help but shudder from head to toe, their scalps crawling with fear. Exchanging uneasy glances, Wade said with difficulty, "I never thought Little Lee could be so vicious. What if he gets carried away one day and decides to do us in two?" "That can't be, there are enough zombies on the street for him to kill." "Hiss, but we really need to pay attention to his mental health issues. Though you gotta admit, with the director like this, it really feels super safe." Chengdu stroked his chin with a sigh. The two old men exchanged glances. Sunya spat on the ground and looked at Chengdu with disdain. "Bah, you're not right in the head either. Stealing Shaoli's socks early this morning, were you short on socks or something? Hey, did you all see that? I was just sending him socks, don't get the wrong idea." That night, the 8 members of the stronghold reunited, with Zhangwan holding a small notebook to deliver her report. A total of 176 people were tested today. Apart from the latent infection case discovered by the director, we found 2 additional cases, both of whom have already been eliminated. The remaining 173 individuals have all been relocated to the Community Activity Center. As for those not yet tested, the screenings will be completed tomorrow as well. Once this matter is concluded, Su Jin continued, as for what comes next, the most important thing is to first organize the personnel and establish mutual supervision. After that, we'll quickly assemble a fleet of vehicles. And Qingdai, the most crucial task will soon fall to you. You'll be responsible for mobilizing and uplifting everyone's morale. Chapter 61 Mass Mobilization Meeting. Mobilization? Fu Qingdai immediately panicked. "Brother, I don't know how to do that." "Then what can you do?" Chengdu interjected with a raised eyebrow. I. Fu Qingdai stuttered awkwardly before finally blurting out, "I can collect class fees." "Chengdu, have you lost your mind? My daughter is just a child." Fu Hu roared in anger. Su Jin's smile faded. "Listen carefully, Qingdai. Tomorrow you don't need to do anything. I just need you to bathe, put on new clothes, stand before the crowd and look down upon everyone. Don't show any fear, don't reveal any expression. Leave the rest to me. There will be other tasks for you afterward, but none will be too difficult. I'll teach you everything myself." Fu Qingdai nodded slowly. Su Jin continued, "Everyone, we've reached a critical juncture in our progress today. This moment determines our future fate, so I expect you to take it seriously. Every task I assign must be completed flawlessly, and any issues you encounter must be reported immediately. Fu Hu and Chengdu, you two go practice your abilities first. Sister-in-law, you take Qingdai and Sister Lu back to organize the files." At his command, the group acknowledged and dispersed to their respective rooms. Sunya and Wei-Du waited with half-lidded eyes for Su Jin to speak. After a moment, Su Jin spoke, "Gentlemen, you've followed the subsequent process more closely than I have. Were there any oversights in this round of investigation?" Sunya shook his head. "None, but Old Wei and I have compiled a list of suspicious individuals. We'll be focusing on monitoring them for you later. Also, we found a stethoscope in a resident's home. I plan to interview everyone individually afterward. Use conversation to test them. A stethoscope can listen to heartbeats, and by observing their pupillary reactions, we can draw more precise conclusions." Wei-Du raised his eyes to look at the slightly disappointed Su Jin. "Shaoli, reaching today's level of progress is already remarkable. We'll do our best to improve the precision of our inspections and eliminate risks wherever possible. Given the circumstances, you shouldn't worry too much, proceed with confidence." "I understand. Thank you both for your efforts, get some rest early." The next day was another half day of busy work, but all personnel had been thoroughly screened with no additional disguised infected individuals detected. All surviving residents still sheltering in their homes throughout the residential compound were gathered at the Community Activity Center, amounting to exactly 235 individuals. The talent community was originally designed as a high-end residential area for social elites. The activity center's specifications were also quite impressive by the standards of its time, that is, by today's measures, the place feels rather outdated and antiquated. But it has one advantage, the space is undeniably ample. All the tables and chairs inside were cleared out and replaced with floor bedding to comfortably accommodate over 200 people. Perhaps the thick layers of ice at the core area of the cold skystrike still hadn't completely melted. Even though the weather had turned warm, occasional cold currents still drifted through the air. With the alternating hot and cold, many feared catching a cold and being mistaken as infected, so they still wore heavy clothing like padded jackets and down coats, while others dressed lightly in thin, cool attire. The activity center was bustling with people at this moment, a chaotic sea of colors stretching as far as the eye could see. Though no one dared to speak loudly, the incessant whisper of hushed conversations never ceased. It had been too long since I last connected with the outside world, living alone in this tiny apartment building. Even setting aside the massive crisis caused by widespread zombie infection, just the loss of water and power, the hopeless prospects for the future, and the oppressive loneliness were enough to trigger severe psychological issues. At this moment, ordinary people facing the apocalypse find themselves caught between military rescues and reunions with old acquaintances. For once, they finally experienced the sensation of breathing and a long-lost sense of security. The time is 3:30 in the afternoon. In the northernmost corner of the Community Activity Center, against the wall, there remains an untouched space not yet overtaken by bedding. Instead, against all expectations, he built a small raised platform. When Su-jin entered the community center with his entourage, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Fu-hu and Chang-du directly guarded the community entrance, locking the main gate. All eyes were fixed on Su-jin. Nearly everyone present had seen Su-jin before, though his exact identity remained unclear. After brief observation during their interactions, almost everyone could tell, this man was undoubtedly the leader of this rescue team. Su-jin ignored everyone and walked directly to the north side, stepping onto the platform. All eyes followed intently. Su-jin glanced downward and picked up the microphone, giving it a couple of taps. Testing, testing? The sound of the microphone reverberated through the hall as Su-jin once again lifted his gaze to the crowd. Though he often spoke during meetings at work, it was usually just briefing his team members or reporting to superiors. This scale was indeed the first time he had organized something of this magnitude. But it wasn't difficult. Focus on emotions rather than substance, and build up by first tearing down. After psyching himself up for a while, Su-jin raised the loudspeaker and spoke sullenly, "Hello, everyone. I imagine about 80 or 90% of you here have already seen me, but you don't truly know who I am. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Haoqing, Director of the National Key Risk Intervention and Execution Bureau. You can abbreviate it as the NKRIEB for short." Everyone in the room looked puzzled, exchanging glances and murmuring questions among themselves. Su-jin coughed lightly before continuing. "I understand that you're unfamiliar with this government department. The State Affairs Bureau is a secret agency directly under top leadership and has never been publicly disclosed. The missions it handles have never been made public either, so only a select few have any knowledge of it." Su-jin stepped aside and gestured toward Sunya and Wei De nearby. "Many in our community should recognize Elder Sun and Elder Wei. These two senior experts once worked briefly for the State Affairs Bureau and can vouch for its existence." "That's correct. We did indeed serve temporarily with the State Affairs Bureau as technical advisors. There's no reason for anyone to doubt this," Sunya said, stepping forward before retreating again. The restless crowd gradually quieted down. Indeed, many people knew Sunya and Wei De. While not every resident in the community was familiar with the two elders, they were absolutely revered figures of great virtue and prestige. Su-jin took a deep breath and said, "Before I proceed to explain the specific work of our department to everyone, there's one thing I must confess. You've all believed we were national rescuers, yet earlier you received messages stating the nation had declared its own demise. This seems quite contradictory. Let me state this clearly now, the nation has indeed perished. This catastrophe struck with extreme suddenness, delivering devastating blows indiscriminately to countries worldwide. The national power you envisioned in your hearts has completely collapsed." The entire room held its breath as over 200 people stared at Su-jin in disbelief, many already feeling a pang of heartbreak. Having endured the fall of their nation and destruction of their homes, only to have someone appear in the name of national salvation, how many sleepless nights had they tossed between hope and confusion? And now, this figure claiming to represent their country was declaring all that hope to be false. Chapter 62, Elegy of the Maya Warriors. But this matter isn't so simple, nor are we passively awaiting death. What we've organized isn't some rushed rescue operation, but a deliberate, purposeful gathering of you all here. This is an entirely new world war, and we still have every chance of victory. Enough! A young man on the scene completely snapped, tears streaming down his face as he stood up and roared, "Liar! You're all liars! It's over, everything's over. Without a country, what can we possibly do? The whole world is crawling with monsters. Tell me, how the hell are we supposed to win against that?" "Let me finish." Su-jin tapped the horn. "Shut the hell up. I don't want to hear another goddamn word from you." Su-jin immediately hardened his expression, glaring at Fu-hu as he pointed at the young man. Flushed with anger, he spat out, "Go on, slap him twice across the face." Fu-hu strode boldly into the crowd. The onlookers wanted to rise and stop him, but seeing his fierce demeanor, no one dared to step forward. Fu-hu glared furiously at the young man, then struck him with two resounding slaps, left and right, before roaring in anger, "If you don't want to win, then get lost." The young man was slapped until stars danced before his eyes, then tossed aside by Fu-hu like discarded trash. The eruption of violence left the entire room frozen in fearful silence. Su-jin's voice turned icy as he declared, "What I'm about to say concerns everyone here, including myself, and the very fate of humanity. This is no exaggerated joke. If there truly was no hope, I wouldn't have gone through such lengths to rescue you all." Returning to the main point, the nation has fallen, but not completely. This brings us to the National Special Affairs Bureau where I work. The Bureau was established precisely to handle matters beyond scientific explanation and potential threats. We have been established for over 30 years, continuously searching for relics around the world and deciphering the mysteries of the occult. Through years of national accumulation, we once unearthed a crucial ancient civilization, the Mayan civilization. The ancient Mayan civilization was extraordinarily advanced. Their astronomical calendar from thousands of years ago was on par with our current level of development. Most importantly, the demise of the Mayan civilization followed the same process as what we're facing now. The entire room widened their eyes, a sense of suffocation rising in their hearts. The Mayan civilization and ancient culture also suffered such a catastrophe? If someone said such things in peaceful times, others would just scoff and dismiss them as a fraud. But after experiencing mysterious disasters that destroyed nations, seeing living people turn into monsters, Mayan civilization sounds completely plausible. You must be wondering, since Mayan civilization has already perished, what does it have to do with our survival? Sujin said with a grave expression, raising his voice, although the Mayans perished, the world didn't fall into the hands of those zombies, and we certainly couldn't be descendants of zombies. This clearly shows that the Mayans brought hope to future generations and won that war, though we still don't understand why Mayan civilization was ultimately lost afterwards. And we've excavated Mayan artifacts containing intact devices, managing to extract and decode their contents. Sujin raised aloft his Mi 6 phone with dramatic emphasis. Though compact in size, this device resembles a supercomputer by our standards. According to National Security Agency research, its technological framework is entirely different from ours. Named after its excavation site, we now refer to it as Zonai technology. This device preserves a crucial audio recording left by Mayans before their demise. With their civilization long gone, I believe it's appropriate to reveal this recording publicly today. Please listen carefully. The few people who shared the room with Sujin every day were utterly stunned. Especially Sunya and Wei De, who were whispering to each other. Is Maya the name of his country, or a planet? And that Zonai thing? I dunno, I can't tell which part of his story is real, but there's definitely no doubt he's an alien. Sujin fiddled anxiously with his phone, his heart pounding with impatience. Though much of the fabricated content seemed useless, weaving in convoluted and obscure details could yield significant effects amidst the current climate of public unease. More importantly, it was all laying the groundwork to authenticate Fu Qingdai's prophesied identity as the savior, enhancing its credibility. But damn it, why was finding a suitable audio clip so frustratingly difficult right now? The music doesn't fit right, videos with background music won't do. Just grab any random talking video, it doesn't matter anyway since no one in this world can understand what's playing from the phone. But he'd forgotten that during his earlier cleanup, he'd deleted all the proper movies from his phone along with the unwanted clips. Frowning, Sujin had a sudden brainstorm. Douyin cache. There are still video caches in Douyin. I opened TikTok and fiddled around for a bit, instantly locking onto the perfect video. Over 200 people holding their breath, all blinking expectantly, waited for Sujin to reveal the ancient mysterious documents. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Sujin picked up his phone and aimed it at the loudspeaker. Please listen carefully to this audio recording. It contains crucial information left by the Mayan people before their deaths. Though the language may be unfamiliar, the emotions transcend barriers. I'll provide a detailed interpretation for everyone shortly. After a brief wait, a recording of peculiar language played in everyone's ears. Folks, nothing you can imagine is beyond what old Ba, can do. Though not the same time, it's the same restroom. I'm gonna tackle eating crap once again. Give it up for me. Ugh. Blarg. The recording ended. Sujin observed the crowd's reaction, his face flushed as he clenched his teeth and slowly closed his eyes with great difficulty. The entire crowd shared the same sorrow, wiping away tears collectively. Although none of them could understand the contents of the recording, nearly everyone felt as if they intuitively grasped its meaning. The scene has been perfectly recreated based on the emotions captured in the recording. The owner of this recording must have been preparing for a life-or-death battle against the zombies, and after leaving behind his final words, he was still pumping himself up with a rallying cry. But it was clear that the desperate struggle had failed, perhaps his throat had even been torn out. So brutal. Sujin put down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, "We've finished listening to the recording. I believe everyone can empathize emotionally by now. But your understanding is still insufficient." This Maya warrior sacrificed himself to protect a figure of utmost importance to the Maya people. Based on extensive cross-referencing with other Maya records, we confirmed a decade ago that the protected individual was none other than the prophesied child and savior of the Maya people. This very person stands as the central figure destined to bring an end to the entire cataclysm. Our National Affairs Bureau had already formulated an apocalypse contingency plan based on the above information a full decade in advance. However, due to the rapid advancements in scientific development in recent years, the government didn't pay it much attention. But that doesn't mean our bureau has been idle. Over these 10 years, we've made extensive preparations for the plan, and now we're just waiting to activate it. The apocalypse is upon us, and and the prophesied child, the savior spoken of by the Maya, has already appeared in our world. In fact, many of you here have likely seen or even know her. Chapter 63 The perfectly concluded mobilization meeting. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room immediately exchanged glances. Some wore expressions of confusion, sudden realization dawning on their faces, while others couldn't contain their excitement and cried out on the spot. I know, isn't that old Fu's daughter? She kept telling everyone the apocalypse was coming, and they ended up sending her to the mental hospital. I've heard it too, she even told me personally. The hall instantly erupted in an uproar. Seeing that the initial effect had been achieved, Sujin felt somewhat more at ease. He tapped his phone a couple of times, then raised his megaphone and shouted, "Everyone, quiet please. Everyone, quiet." After a few consecutive commands, the room returned to a state of silence. Many previously dejected faces now regained their glow. Sujin smiled and was about to pick up the loudspeaker when a crisp ringtone sounded from his hand. Hundreds of gazes instantly focused on the phone. Sujin remained composed, answering the call as his voice echoed through the loudspeaker for all to hear. Please confirm identity. Agent 9527, Li Haocheng. Director Li, the War Preparedness Command Center has notified us that the Dawn 0-foot Doomsday Protocol has been activated. You are required to reorganize your troops within 3 days, fully armed with live ammunition, and proceed to the first military base in the northern suburbs for assembly at the earliest opportunity. Branch forces have already begun clearance operations and will join after completion. Acknowledge receipt by repeating orders, over. Sujin raised his eyes to scan the group and held his phone closer to the loudspeaker. Please inform the command center that while initial personnel organization is complete, current conditions are dire. The civilians are in poor physical condition, and we lack sufficient equipment. It will be impossible to reach the northern base within 3 days. I will continue providing updates to the center, over. The voice on the phone hesitated for a moment before finally giving a response. Received, over. After playing the pre-recorded simulated call from Chengdu, the people below began swallowing hard one after another, their bodies trembling slightly. A phone call? How could there still be a working phone line? And the military has already launched large-scale purging operations. The country truly has doomsday contingency plans, and actions are already underway. Sujin raised his phone calmly and said, "You've all just heard the content, I won't waste time repeating it. As for why my phone still works, it's actually quite simple. The Mayans' communication devices don't rely on signal towers but operate through point-to-point transmission. There's another such device in the country's possession. Now, back to the main topic. Many of you present have already guessed who the savior mentioned in the Mayan legacy is, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This person is within our very community." Sujin pointed toward the entrance gate. Fu Hu and Chengdu exchanged glances, then pushed open the large gate. Fu Qingdai walked in calmly from behind the gate, dressed in a white dress with light makeup on her face. Among a crowd of people who hadn't tended to their appearance for a long time, Fu Qingdai's ethereal beauty radiated brilliance, her fluttering skirt accompanied by a faint fragrance that filled the room, making her momentarily resemble a celestial being. More than 200 pairs of eyes fixed intently, brimming with tears. A savior, there truly exists a savior, and with such extraordinary bearing. Fu Qingdai's gaze met Sujin's, entirely oblivious to the others present. She strode straight toward the high platform. Sujin smiled faintly and extended his hand towards Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's heartbeat inexplicably quickened before she smiled gently and took Sujin's hand, stepping onto the high platform. "TCH, getting married over here?" Chengdu muttered under his breath. "Could you shut up? Don't let anyone hear you." Fu Hu cursed in a low voice. "I swear to God, do you have some problem with my daughter? Try anything funny again and I'll strangle you myself." "Whoa, I wouldn't dare." On the high platform, Sujin stood side by side with Fu Qingdai. Sujin turned his head and said, "Let me introduce her to everyone. This is Fu Qingdai, the savior discovered and confirmed by the National Security Agency, who demonstrated her abilities even before the apocalypse. Both I and the nation firmly believe she will help us, help our country, overcome this disaster. And I can tell you with certainty that she once again predicted the future after the apocalypse." Under the intense gazes of the crowd, Fu Qingdai felt her throat tighten. Finally gathering her courage, she parted her rosy lips slightly to speak. "I have already seen the future. This disaster will eventually pass, and our nation will be rebuilt. But everything still depends on our collective efforts." Clap, clap, clap. Sujin led the applause. The core team members on the 6th floor began clapping in unison. With someone taking the lead, the entire room immediately erupted into thunderous applause. Some of the more emotional individuals couldn't contain their excitement and began cheering. The activity center had transformed into a roaring sea of applause. Sujin, flushed with excitement, simply tossed the megaphone aside. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "I know everyone is thrilled, but if we only have the prophecy discovered by Qingdai, it still lacks persuasiveness. The miracles surrounding her have already begun to manifest. We've gained extraordinary abilities beyond reason under her guidance. This is a crisis, but with every danger comes opportunity. Next, we'll demonstrate to everyone the new transformations brought by the Savior. Chengdu, Su Jin called out, and Chengdu immediately excitedly ran onto the stage. Extending his arms, he activated his extraordinary ability. Intense flames erupted along his arms, dazzling the entire venue with an extremely powerful visual impact. The crowd gasped in amazement, erupting once again into a whole new climax. At this moment, the fear in people's hearts had nearly vanished. The path of evolution has begun, Su Jin declared with urgent fervor. Under Qingdai's guidance, each of us may eventually possess such extraordinary abilities. We will no longer be ordinary. With the support of military firepower, our chances of victory will multiply, and every one of you will survive, becoming heroes of the new world. Now tell me, do you have the confidence to win this war? Yes, 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 the crowd roared, arms thrusting in unison. Can you protect Qingdai or not? We can, we can, we can. Can we win this war or not? Su Jin roared passionately. Win, win, win. The mobilization has reached its climax, and the activity center is practically being lifted by the roar of cheers. Su Jin took 2 steps back, watching Fu Qingdai's retreating figure while keeping an eye on the crowd below. Unlike others caught up in the collective fervor, Fu Hu and his companions had tears in their eyes as they looked at him. Seeing this, the hot tears Su Jin had been holding back finally spilled from his eyes. Not just a successful mobilization, but also too much shared empathy. He had been suppressing for too long, having witnessed too many deaths. This rotting, stinking world fills people with disgust from the depths of their hearts. Now this rare glimmer of hope is like a ray of light in the darkness. Even if it was born from lies, the slim possibility of survival remains. I would rather die clinging to hope than be defeated by despair once more. Even if it's a moth flying into the flame, I'm willing with all my heart. As the clamor gradually subsided with time, Su Jin escorted Fu Qingdai off the stage, wiping away the tear stains on his face with his hand. He then addressed the crowd in a solemn voice. From this moment onward, we will reorganize our ranks. Each of you must conduct yourselves according to the standards of professional soldiers. Everyone is to report their specialties. We'll use this information to reform teams and schedule activities. Anyone who disobeys orders will be immediately expelled from the group. Everyone is expected to cooperate with our work and organize the vehicle convoy as soon as possible to head to the military district. Chapter 64, Lethal Ambush Before Dawn. A jade-like delicate hand released its grip from the dried, withered neck of the corpse. With a dull thud, the lifeless body hit the ground. Jiang Yu lowered her gaze to glance at her blood-stained lapel. She let out a sound of disgust, tearing off the bloodied portion and revealing a glimpse of fair skin beneath. TSK, when will you ever get over this cleanliness obsession of yours? A mocking voice came from the side. Funny how you never minded getting dirty rolling around in blood with men. Jiang Yu turned her head to see a little girl leaning against the shop entrance. Squinting her eyes she asked, Ding Ling, finished with your work? What do you want with me? Of course, Ding Ling casually responded, turning to approach Jiang Yu with a smile on her face. Need to discuss something with you. What request? Recently, we've only been investigating ordinary people, nothing interesting. That man driving on the street that day, the one the nurse claimed was an alien. And that girl who can predict the future, I just can't stop thinking about them. So, I wanted to talk to you about checking them out together. You and me? Jiang Yu let out a coquettish laugh. What happens to Liang Cui and Gao Tianfan then? We're a team, after all. Team? Ha! Everyone just happened to gather by coincidence. When did we ever qualify as a team? If real treasure showed up, would you really hold back? Ding Ling advanced step by step. Despite having the stature of a child, her oppressive aura was overwhelming. Especially the freakish worm about the length of a forearm squirming incessantly on her arm. If we truly are a team, then why did you scout the talent neighborhood beforehand? Don't bother lying, you can't fool me. Ding Ling finished her sentence by casually hefting the grotesque worm in her hand. Are you stalking me? Jiang Yu's delicate face instantly darkened. If I didn't follow you, wouldn't you have hogged all the good stuff for yourself? Ding Ling stood her ground impressed. But what I don't understand is why you came back empty-handed after scouting the situation instead of making your move? If I'm not mistaken, it must have been too tricky for you to handle alone. But with me here, it's a different story. Can't we two manage to handle just one man? At this point, Jiang Yu stopped holding back and sneered. If it were just that one man, do you really think I'd have come back with nothing? He's no ordinary man, he's already gathered quite a following, over 200 people. And among them, there should be 2 others with special abilities as well. 200 people? And no others like us? Ding Ling asked curiously. With that many, there ought to be some, right? Jiang Yu shook her head slowly. None spotted, and I didn't sense any. I didn't dare get too close, and my observation time was limited. That's great. Ding Ling beamed, clapping her hands together. Well, they can have some now. Since you can't handle this tough nut alone anyway, why don't we team up? Let's infiltrate together and claim this prize. No need to tell old Gao about this, if he joins we'll only get scraps. And that slut Liang Chui? Don't even mention her. You've been itching to deal with her too, haven't you? Gao Tianfang is far away, probably won't be back for a day or two. That bitch Liang Chui isn't around either. How about we move together, just the two of us? With your status and abilities, plus me, dismantling this group for a feast won't be a problem. Might even gain us some serious power. Zhang Yu lowered his gaze in contemplation, then raised his head and said, the man goes to me. The girl who can prophesy is mine too. You can have all the rest. Why? Ding Ling's eyebrows shot up, displeasure instantly coloring her expression. Because I have status. You couldn't get in there alone. The two stood in confrontation until Ding Ling finally relented with a derisive laugh. Oh wow, what a special privilege being a celebrity gets you. Fine then, but don't blame me if I strike first when you prove incompetent. Less talk then. No time to waste, we leave now. Wait, Ding Ling stopped the other person, looking them up and down. You're way too clean. You'd better disguise yourself a bit to avoid getting spotted. If something goes wrong, I won't bail you out, and don't you dare drag me into it either. The activity center at the Talent's residential compound was bustling with people, the indoor space a hive of busy activity. 2 days had already passed since they'd been divided into groups and begun arranging their operations. The smallest unit operated in teams of 5, working in batches. Each member submitted daily reports for mutual reference and oversight of everyone's actions. Maximize suppression of potential disguised infected individuals within the team. No issues have occurred so far, and operations are progressing very rapidly. A portion of the team has now been dispatched to search vehicles in the residential area's periphery. In just 1 day, over 20 relatively well-equipped cars and several large freight trucks have gathered outside the residential compound. Fuel was siphoned from other low-quality vehicles as a backup reserve. Inside the activity center, work continued on reorganizing supplies, modifying equipment, and sewing clothes. Su Jin wasn't idle either. After several high-intensity raids on police stations, he'd secured a sizable arsenal. They still didn't dare distribute these weapons to the team yet, but had already devised a relatively safe usage plan. Wait until the convoy is about to depart before distributing the firearms. Install crude gun restraints on each vehicle to ensure the muzzles can only fire outward. This way, both firepower and safety are guaranteed. Additionally, during preparations for arming, they also acquired a flesh orb. However, this flesh orb was temporarily preserved and placed inside his dimensional briefcase. Originally, they intended to give it to Elder Sun and Elder Wei first, but both refused outright. The reason was simple. At their age, the effects might be unstable, and even if their strength improved, it would likely be less than that of younger individuals. As for Zhang Wan and Sister Lu, they weren't skilled in combat and weren't suited for the battlefield, making the use of the flesh orb poorly cost-effective. This opportunity would be of greater value if left to others. After discussions with Elder Sun and Elder Wei, it was ultimately decided to keep it. Once sufficient observation has been conducted, select a strong and reliable young person to operate it. As for Fu Qingdai's work, it was simple yet busy. Only one task, serving daily meals to everyone at the activity center. Dressed in fresh clothes daily, she moved amidst the crowd with an aura of fragrance, inspiring hope in others with just a soft-spoken smile. After 2 days, no one could dismiss her as just an ordinary girl anymore. Now, Su Jin sat by the high platform in the hall, bending over to polish weapons needed for battle. Occasionally glancing up at the lively scene before him, his heart swelled with renewed vigor. Just a few days ago, it was still a small team of only 8 people, but now it has grown into a large team of over 200. Discipline was strict, everything was orderly, the whole place brimmed with vitality. Though the living conditions remained as harsh as ever, yet that old-world vigor, that thriving competition of all things, still lingered vividly before our eyes. Ensure the client's safe passage through the initial apocalypse. The mission concludes once the client gains independent survival capabilities in the post-apocalyptic world. Once we successfully reach the military zone and establish camp, perhaps my mission will be considered complete. If this doesn't count as mission completion, then surely they don't expect me to single-handedly conquer the apocalypse before it's over? This thought gave Su Jin renewed motivation. At the same moment, 3 team members entered from outside the activity center. They halted directly in front of Su Jin and snapped a sharp salute. Reporting, Director. During our neighborhood patrol, we discovered 2 female survivors, a child and an adult. Awaiting further instructions. Chapter 65, The Stunning Celebrity. Found 2 women? Su Jin paused in sharpening his blade. He turned his head toward Chengdu, who was also honing his weapon nearby. Chengdu blinked and said, I already gave the orders, Director. Told them not to bring in outsiders. Having said that, he glared at the 3 team members who delivered the news. What's wrong with you 3? Didn't I make it clear that all strangers should be driven away immediately? One of the team members stammered, it's Captain Chang, but these 2 are a bit special. What's so special about them? Su Jin frowned immediately. The little girl isn't that special, but the older one, she's Jiangyu. The teammate waggled his eyebrows meaningfully. Though she looks different from on TV, we double-checked, it's definitely her. Jiangyu? Who's Jiangyu? Su Jin turned to Chengdu. Chengdu was initially startled by the question, then looked utterly bewildered. Director, you don't know Jiangyu? That famous pop star. She's huge, the dream girl of countless men. Though if you ask me, her singing is just a so-so. She basically got famous by her looks, no real talent. Probably slept her way to the top. Su Jin pondered briefly before standing up with sudden determination. Let's go take a look. Leading Chengdu, he followed the 3 team members toward the entrance. Jiang Yu held Ding Ling in his arms, the two of them ragged and disheveled, embracing each other with bowed heads on the steps. Beside them, the 2 accompanying team members gazed at them with a mix of excitement and pity, offering words of comfort. Raise your heads, Su Jin said. Jiang Yu immediately looked up at the command. This glance made Su Jin's heart skip a beat. Even with her face smeared with dirt and looking utterly disheveled, her unparalleled beauty still shone through. Her looks were truly extraordinary, far surpassing those of an unpracticed girl like Fu Qingdai. She was leagues above those earthly minor celebrities who rose to fame solely through beauty filters and connections. Combined with that widow-like demeanor, to be honest, it really tickled his apricot fetish. But in this crisis, he wasn't in the mood for women, nor did he dare to mess with them. Who knows if he might catch some alien genital warts. These 2 were far too suspicious. How had they made it here through all that danger outside? Are you Jiangyu, the singing star? Su Jin asked. Jiangyu nodded bitterly. Brother, my sister and I accidentally fled here. Could you take us in? We can work, just a bowl of rice would be enough. Su Jin studied them intently. Seeing no response, Jiangyu immediately knelt down, pulling Ding Ling beside her as she wept. Brother, please have mercy on us. We don't eat much and won't cause any trouble for you. Director, this is too pitiful, let's just take them in. It won't make much difference with 2 more mouths to feed. The 2 team members guarding Jiangyu chimed in. Su Jin erupted in fury. Do you 2 still want to stay in this unit? Get back to your posts. Remember this, you are soldiers now. Without my orders, no one is to act on their own, much less interfere with decisions. One more slip-up, and you're expelled from the team. The 2 members immediately turned pale, saluted, and hastily returned to their guard posts. The other 3 team members swallowed hard and straightened their backs. Su Jin took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on Ding Ling. What's your name? Ding Ling, the girl replied timidly. She's Jiang, you're Ding, are you 2 sisters? It's not blood-related. Observing Ding Ling coldly, an ominous feeling rose in Su Jin's chest. That day when street racing, he saw 3 large and 1 small shadowy figure. That small one felt like a child. With zombies roaming rampant, 2 women unexpectedly ran into the Talent residential area, and there was a child too. Could it really be such a coincidence? Whether it's a coincidence or not, eliminating these 2 women outright would be the best option. But directly killing them poses some complications. This woman is a celebrity. If people below notice, the news might spread. Without a reasonable justification, morale could become unstable. Besides, we still have test subjects to conduct controlled safety evaluations on these 2 individuals. Su Jin looked at Jiangyu, his gaze unconsciously softening as it landed on her face, then drifting downward to rest on her chest. Chengdu glanced sideways at Su Jin, then at Jiangyu, his eyelids twitching twice as his teeth began to itch with irritation. Damn it, one little charm user was annoying enough. Now here comes this big-breasted airhead, and a former celebrity to boot. Wouldn't the director be completely spellbound by her? Right now he has no time for women. We must keep this team united in the future. No, I refuse. Everything must be considered from the broader perspective. At this thought, Chengdu immediately pointed at his teammates and said sternly, no outsiders can be recruited now. Who knows if they're carrying some infectious disease? Military orders are absolute. Drive these 2 women out immediately. Su Jin glanced at Chengdu in surprise, suddenly feeling great admiration for him. Chengdu had always given off the impression of being somewhat unreliable, but who knew he could be so cautious at such a critical moment? Not bad, truly impressive performance. It seems I've underestimated him all this time. Big brother. Jiangyu burst into tears on the spot, clutching Ding Ling beside her as she pleaded desperately, at least take in my younger sister. I beg you to show mercy, even if it's just keeping her like a stray cat or dog. No hurry, first tell me how you got here, Su Jin inquired. Explain everything carefully, which street you came from, what happened along the way, recount every detail clearly. We came from Wushan Road. Jiangyu recounted everything methodically while Ding Ling kept wiping tears by her side. After listening to the account, Su Jin nodded slightly. He had memorized all the nearby road maps with extreme precision. This was a matter of life and death. From River Rain's description just now, everything sounded perfectly plausible. Even the details about family members dying or meeting misfortune were seamlessly added. Overall, there aren't any issues. How many days since you've eaten? Su Jin asked again. 5 days without food. We had a little, but very little. Didn't dare drink water either, only drank from bottles we found outside. Jiangyu sobbed while wiping her tears, looking utterly pitiful. Big brother, could we please beg you for just a little food first? Jiangyu pleaded. Su-jin glanced back into the house, where dinner was currently being served, the aroma of food drifting through the doorway. Jiangyu and Dingling kept swallowing their saliva. Seeing Su-jin hesitate, Chengdu stepped forward with a grim expression and said, Director, what are you still considering? These two seem unreliable to me, filthy as hell. Keeping them around would only be a burden, useless for any work. Just kick them out. He then leaned in close to Su-jin and whispered, Director, you mustn't touch women like these. Let me tell you, these artsy types are a complete mess. Who knows how many people they've slept with? Probably riddled with STDs. Touch them, and your dick will rot off. I swear, I'm not lying. Wait. Su-jin stopped her, his eyes moving up and down as he scanned Jiangyu's alluring figure. With a wave of his hand, he then commanded, Go, cook 2 bowls of minced meat noodles and take this mother and child outside the door, let them watch me eat. Chapter 66, Interrogating the Starlet. A small table was set up at the entrance. Su-jin sat waiting on the side, tilting his head to watch Fu Qingdai bustling about inside the house, serving meals. Before long, Chengdu placed 3 bowls of noodles on the small table. He shot a disdainful glance at the sisters still waiting at the door. After arranging the bowls, Chengdu said eagerly, Director, I cooked these noodles myself and added canned beef. Try them and see how you like it. Su-jin nodded, picked up his chopsticks, and began devouring the noodles. Chengdu sat happily opposite him and also started eating. Between bites, Su-jin occasionally turned his head to observe the 2 sisters. The sisters watched him eagerly, their throats continuously bobbing with swallowed anticipation. But it seemed that not only had he gone without food for a long time, but he hadn't drunk much water either. His lips were dry and chapped, he probably didn't have much saliva left to secrete. After slurping down 2 huge bowls of noodles, Su-jin let out a long sigh of relief. What bliss! Eating noodles with meat in these times is already quite a blessing, though it's not exactly delicious. Besides, his appetite has grown considerably compared to before. 2 bowls of noodles barely satisfy him halfway. The entire residential area doesn't have much food or water left in storage, but it should still be enough to last these couple of days. After all, they won't be staying much longer. Once they make final preparations, they should be ready to set off. Turning his head to glance at the 2 sisters bowing their heads in hunger, Chengdu exclaimed in admiration, Director, you eat so quickly. No wonder you're so capable. Su-jin curled his lips and reached out with his chopsticks to pluck a strand of noodles from Chengdu's bowl. With a splat, he flung it in front of the sisters like tossing scraps to a dog. Noodles from heaven! Jiangyu hurriedly dropped to the ground, picking up the chopsticks of noodles with trembling hands to feed Dingling. Such profound sisterly love, Su-jin remarked with a raised eyebrow. Stop putting on an act. Chief, let me tell you, this actress is the fucking best at acting. Chengdu said disdainfully. Chengdu, I never realized before how truly cruel-hearted you are. Throwing out this criticism, Su-jin stood up and walked toward the sisters. Director, I'm not being heartless, I'm considering the bigger picture. Chengdu hurriedly caught up. Standing side by side before the sisters, sizing up Jiangyu, Su-jin pointed to a nearby ornamental tree and commanded, Chengdu, take the younger one into the woods, tie her up tight and guard her closely. Not a single step away. I'll personally interrogate the elder one. Wah! Chengdu's gaze bounced nervously between Jiangyu and Su-jin. Director, that's hardly necessary, why not let me handle the interrogation? Let me tell you, I've got a special talent with women. Chengdu, never go easy on them. Shut up. Do you even understand what you're interrogating? Just do as you're told. Su-jin shot him a sidelong glance, then crooked a finger at Jiangyu. Get up. You're coming with me. With that, he led Jiangyu toward the residential building. Watching Su-jin's retreating figure, Chengdu stomped his foot in frustration. Damn, is the director really falling for it? That woman has reputation and looks beyond reproach. Who knows if the director might have developed some improper ideas. No. That can't be right. The director isn't that kind of person. It should be fine. But if it's that kind of interrogation, wouldn't the director end up being completely manipulated from now on? Big brother. Chengdu was engaged in intense mental debate when Dingling raised her head and spoke pitifully. Her big, gleaming eyes seemed to be sending electric waves. Chengdu looked down, the muscles in his cheeks twitching. Snap! Like lightning, he struck with a loud slap across Dingling's face, then immediately grabbed her by her little braid. Damned brat, not a single one of you makes life easy for me, come here with me. Holy shit. Dingling covered her swollen right cheek with one hand, gritting her teeth as Chengdu led her away. Damn it, this isn't going like we planned. Why is she so tough to deal with? Just endure this for now. Once I've infiltrated them properly, I'll kill that bastard. Inside the abandoned apartment building, Jiangyu walked in front while Su-jin followed behind. After surveying the interior, Su-jin eventually led the woman into the bedroom and closed the door. Jiangyu sat on the bed, fretfully covering her chest with one hand. Su Jin leaned against the wall, eyeing her with a smirk. Big brother. Jiangyu spoke tremulously, her voice tinged with sobs. What exactly do you want to do? Su Jin smiled faintly, walked to the bedside, and stroked Jiangyu's beautiful hair with one hand while letting out a sigh. In these chaotic times, how could delicate women like you two sisters survive well? Jiangyu trembled violently. Su Jin's large hand trailed down from the top of her head, gliding over her cheek, jawline, and then continued downward. A woman always needs a man to rely on, don't you think so? As he spoke, Su Jin's hand had already reached for his collar. Jiangyu shrank back abruptly, clutching her chest in fear. Big brother, please don't do this. Su Jin withdrew his hand, looking at Jiangyu with a half-smile. You're in the entertainment industry too, surely you understand what I mean? You have to understand, I'm supporting such a large family with limited resources. Even adding 2 more mouths to feed would be a heavy burden. We're a team, and adding someone affects everyone else. If you want to join, you've got to contribute something, right? Su Jin paused, letting out a mocking laugh. Besides, you brought your useless little sister along, that just makes things even more troublesome. I want to help solve your problem, but you've got to show me some sincerity. And, I assume you wouldn't want your little sister starving on the streets, would you? Jiangyu closed her eyes in despair. Can I wash up first? We don't have enough water to waste, and I don't have time to wait. Take it off. Su Jin folded his arms, his eyes flickering with nervous excitement. After hesitating for a long while, Jiangyu gritted her teeth and began unbuttoning her blouse. As her garments slipped off one by one, Su Jin's breathing grew ragged, her pupils constricting sharply. Perfect, absolutely perfect. These weren't ordinary red beans, they were practically the red beans from Wang Wei's poetry. In his past life he'd never even touched a celebrity woman, and now he'd landed a top-tier star in one go. Jiangyu was still trembling with his eyes tightly shut, waiting, while Su Jin had already taken off the briefcase hanging from his chest and placed it on the ground. After rummaging through it briefly, he pulled out a box of oil-coated plastic items. Near the tree, Chengdu crouched on the ground, his gaze fixed on the residential building's entrance where Su Jin had vanished. Behind him was Ding Ling, who'd been trussed up like a dumpling with thick ropes and tied to the tree. The scorching sun beat down as Chengdu kept waving his hands, beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead. Chengdu licked his lips, his emotions growing increasingly agitated. It's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? What the hell kind of interrogation takes this much fucking time? Could it really have happened like that? Jiangyu is a professional. Wouldn't she just suck the soul right out of the director? After some deliberation, Chengdu slapped his knees and stood up abruptly. Sweeping his gaze around, Chengdu spotted a squad on patrol in the neighborhood and immediately gestured to summon them over. You lot, keep a death grip on this little girl, she's dangerous, seriously problematic. If any of you dare take so much as half a step away, you're immediately off the team. Yes, the 5 team members saluted in unison, swiftly surrounding Ding Ling. Chengdu nodded firmly and strode resolutely toward the residential building. No, I've got to take a look. For the sake of the bigger picture, the director absolutely cannot be put at risk. Chapter 67, The Hypocritical Department Head, Fu Qingdai's Supernatural Ability. He jogged all the way to the building. Chengdu nervously entered the stairwell. Finding the security door on the first floor wide open, he tiptoed inside. The moment his foot crossed the threshold and the entryway came into view, Chengdu's entire body stiffened, rooted to the spot as if struck by lightning. An extremely distinct moaning sound was emanating from inside the house. How could? Chengdu's face turned ashen. He blinked hard and continued forward with rigid steps. The sound was crystal clear, coming unmistakably from the direction of the master bedroom. Within just 10 paces, Cheng was already pressed close against the side of the master bedroom door. The sounds inside grew louder in his ears, now mixed with a hint of sobbing. He swallowed hard and glanced upward with a tilted head. The master bedroom door still had a small window with a fabric curtain hanging over it, but half of the curtain had fallen away, so by leaning toward the window, one could clearly see inside the room. Chengdu kept adjusting his breathing. Just one look. It couldn't be what he thought, probably some other reason entirely. I shouldn't jump to conclusions so easily. After all, the director wasn't the type of lecher who'd lose his senses at the sight of a woman, and I'd never noticed this tendency in him before. How could he suddenly become so wild? Could it be that the director was far more cunning than I realized? His conflicting thoughts wrestled again as Chengdu pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking his head toward the window. Inside the room, Jiangyu lay on the bed with tightly closed eyes, while Su Jin, his face contorted, moved vigorously with sweat glistening on his bare, tense muscles. A bath towel was casually tossed by the bedside. What else could they possibly be doing? The two had long embarked on their shared pursuit of life's ultimate harmony. Cheng Duxin was shot in the chest, his face drained of blood, his lips trembling slightly. He slumped back against the wall and slid down weakly, eventually staggering out of the apartment building like a soul condemned. Under the blazing sun, Chengdu stopped in his tracks, standing frozen despite the heat while an icy chill spread through his body. After holding back for a moment, he finally couldn't restrain himself, covering his face with both hands. I never expected the director to be that kind of person. All my sincerity toward him was utterly wasted on a dog. An animal, absolutely fucking animal. Just wiped me down with a damn loofah and went straight for it, no regard for basic hygiene at all. After serving the last meal and facing a shower of gratitude, Fu Qingdai responded with a gentle smile. Picking up a small notebook, she made a checkmark on it. Turning to Fu Hu, who had been accompanying her all along, she said, "Dad, there are still 5 people who haven't collected their meals." They must still be out on patrol duty and haven't returned yet," Fu Hu replied absent-mindedly before adding, "Let's step outside for a bit. The smell in here is too strong, perfect chance to get some fresh air." Fu Qingdai nodded and followed Fu Hu out. "Dad, there are too many people crammed in here. With the weather getting hotter, won't we risk catching other diseases?" "Absolutely. Keeping people piled up like this will cause problems sooner or later. But the director said it's only for a day or 2 at most. We've got all the vehicles ready now, we'll be setting off very soon." Father and daughter stood at the doorway, breathing in the fresh air. The stench in the crowded hall of over 200 unwashed people eating, drinking, and relieving themselves was unimaginable. This was especially unbearable for Fu Qingdai, who now needed to bathe frequently under these conditions. Fu Hu shielded his eyes with his hand as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze suddenly focusing on 5 figures not far away. "Hey, what are you guys doing? Had your meal yet?" he shouted loudly at them. "Report to Captain Fu. Captain Chengdu has ordered us to guard a child. He claims this individual is extremely dangerous and must be kept under tight surveillance." The team member's voice rang out in the distance. Fu Hu scrutinized the child tightly bound to the tree, his expression revealing faint surprise. It wasn't surprising that the child was tied up after all. It could have been a disguised infected individual. He was curious about how such a big kid had ended up in the residential area. "Dad, let me bring them the food," said Qingdai. Fu Hu nodded. "Go get the food, but stay behind me and don't approach." I don't know if the director is aware of that boy's situation, being restrained so tightly. Maybe Chengdu discovered some issues. Soon after, Qingdai prepared 5 portions of food and water, following Fu Hu as they approached the small tree. When the 5 team members saw Qingdai coming with their food, their expressions, previously strained from the heat, instantly brightened, smiles immediately flooding their faces. He unconsciously straightened his back and gratefully accepted the food and water. Fu Hu stood with arms akimbo, sizing up Dingling, then asked the 5 team members, "What's the deal with this kid? Do you understand the situation?" One team member replied, reporting to Captain Fu, "We don't know the details. Captain Chengdu just instructed us to watch her. But this child seems to have weak health for quite some time, and with the sun outside, I think keeping her tied up like this might lead to trouble." Fu Hu observed carefully. Dingling's lips were chapped, her eyelids heavy, essentially at death's door. Sensing Fu Hu's approach, Dingling slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, "Uncle." "Then he must be tied up. Chengdu's orders are the director's orders. And when the director gives an order, you carry it out unconditionally." Fu Hu straightened up and declared solemnly, "Remember this, the only reason you've earned the organization's trust is because you've passed inspection and observation. Right now, even an outsider could be carrying the virus. Viruses have incubation periods. If even one of us gets infected, everyone could be at risk. Listen to me, I've been through this. Take my words to heart." That being said, the kid is truly pitiful, but once the director verifies she's no problem, we'll definitely save her. But if she can't pull through, well, there's nothing we can do. That's just her fate. Sigh. Sometimes departing isn't necessarily a bad thing. These days living is more painful than dying, especially for a child. Makes sense. Captain Fu makes perfect sense. The 5 squad members exchanged glances and nodded. God damn it. What's wrong with these people? Have they no compassion at all? Dingling's eyes gradually turned bloodshot from the whites as she hung her head low, inwardly cursing non-stop. No, these bastards are too disgusting. If they keep restraining me like this, I won't be able to stop myself from taking action. Just as she was thinking this, a delicate fragrance drifted to her nose. Dingling sniffed forcefully twice before slowly lifting her gaze past Fu Hu's figure to look at Fu Qingdai behind him, her eyes flashing with a trace of greed. This girl, hiss. Her scent is unusual, quite peculiar. She seems delicious. She looks absolutely tasty. And her identity is extraordinary, yet she appears so easy to handle. Fu Qingdai was hiding behind Fu Hu, secretly observing Dingling. Just as Dingling looked up and their eyes met, Fu Qingdai froze abruptly. Goosebumps erupted all over her body, and every hair stood on end. The light of the surrounding world seemed to fade away in that instant, devoured by an icy, malevolent killing intent. Under such overwhelming influence, Ling Ding's lovely and innocent face appeared distorted and ferocious in his vision. This was no ordinary sensation, it had already begun taking concrete form. Definitely not something an average person could experience. Fu Qingdai trembled uncontrollably, her joy mixed with profound terror. Even the slowest wit would have realized something was wrong at this moment. She truly possessed an ability, it turned out to be perception. The ominous feeling Chengdu had given her hadn't been an illusion. Though unsure why Chengdu also bore ill will toward him, the aura radiating from this girl was entirely different, completely disproportionate in magnitude. She wanted her dead. This girl was a disguised infected. Chapter 68, The Pitiful Dingling. Little sister, I'm hungry. Dingling weakly raised her head to look at Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai forced a strained smile. Fu Hu patted his daughter's shoulder and whispered, Qingdai, the director will handle this matter. Let's go. Pursing her lips, Fu Qingdai shook her head, her brows furrowed with anxiety. No, this disguised infected is too dangerous, deliberately infiltrating from the outside. And who knows what supernatural abilities it might have, though cousin's whereabouts remain unknown. The longer we delay, the worse it gets. Fu Qingdai's breaths grew rapid as she thought, her mind continuously recalling Su Jin. If anyone made her feel uncomfortable, she'd kill them. I've killed zombies before, but I've never killed a person. She looks just like a normal human. Can I really do this? It wouldn't be right to make Dad do the deed either. There are still 5 people present now, and many more in the activity center behind us. Direct action might cause complications. Fu Qingdai bit her lower lip tightly, lost in deep thought. At this moment, Dingling weakly begged again, Big sister, save me, I want some water. She's still pretending. Fu Qingdai secretly clenched her fist as a sudden inspiration flashed through her mind. Her small hand reached into the pocket of her dress and pulled out a handkerchief-wrapped chocolate bar. Su Jin's gifts were things she always carried with her. Breaking off a piece of the slightly softened chocolate through a handkerchief, she handed it to a team member, saying, Give her a piece of this chocolate. You're on a mission outside, your hands aren't clean, so use the handkerchief to hold it. This alien chocolate was highly toxic. Any contact with skin would trigger a severe allergic reaction, as she had already witnessed firsthand. The team member hurriedly took the handkerchief and lifted the chocolate to feed it to Dingling. Thank you, sis. Dingling's eyes curved into crescent moons as she took a bite. The smooth, melting chunk of chocolate slid straight down his throat. Gah! Ugh! Cough! The moment the chocolate entered her belly, in barely 2 seconds, Dingling's eyes bulged violently as if a burning coal had slid straight from her throat into her stomach before exploding. The excruciating pain sent his entire body into uncontrollable convulsions. The sudden transformation shocked everyone present. What's wrong with you? Speak! One of the team members shouted in alarm. She's infected. As Fu Qingdai spoke, her right hand swiftly swept along her skirt hem, drawing the pistol holstered against her fair thigh, and fired a shot straight at Dingling's forehead. The gunshot erupted, hitting dead center between the brows. Dingling's head snapped violently backward, smashing against the tree trunk as stars exploded before her eyes from the impact. This sudden turn of events left everyone shocked on the spot, including Fu Qingdai, who was terrified beyond measure. The bullets jammed. The bullet was actually lodged in her forehead, glittering as it reflected the sunlight. And she's still alive? Bang! 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 Fu Qingdai shut her eyes tightly as the entire magazine was emptied. Several bloody holes erupted across the target's torso, gushing unceasing crimson. Organs racked with excruciating pain as vitality drained rapidly. Dingling's bloodshot eyes widened, lips trembling as she stared at Fu Qingdai in disbelief. She poisoned me on purpose? What the fuck did I do wrong? Where did it all go wrong? Gah! Fuck, you, cough. Before she could finish speaking, Dingling coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her head lolled to the side as she died. The few people present watched Dingling's life fade away, then simultaneously turned their heads toward Fu Qingdai. Fu Qingdai's face turned deathly pale as she secretly swallowed hard, then composed her expression once more. She turned to the 5 team members. She's infected. Some incubation periods are extremely covert and hard to detect, but they can't escape my notice. From now on, whenever a stranger appears, remember to tie them up and bring them to me immediately. I'll conduct proper inspections before deciding how to handle them. Understood? Beyond admiration, the 5 team members now felt an additional layer of gratitude toward her. So impressive. Truly worthy of being the savior, the child of prophecy. He easily detected that the other person was already infected. I'd been observing for so long without noticing anything, yet the moment she appeared, the anomaly was immediately exposed. Moreover, she acted swiftly and decisively. Had it not been for her, I might have been in real trouble. You all head back now. Leave the corpse here as is. If the people inside heard gunshots, tell them not to panic and maintain order. At Fu Qingdai's command, the 5 team members saluted and returned to the hall. Seeing the 5 enter the activity center, Fu Qingdai's legs gave way as she collapsed trembling into Fu Hu's arms. Dad, I killed someone. Holding his daughter, Fu Hu also felt a surge of dread. After calming her with repeated reassurances, he asked, Qingdai, how did you know she was infected? I can see. Fu Qingdai snapped out of her daze, lifting her head to stare straight at her father, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. This is my ability. We no longer have to worry about failing to spot the infected. The moment they show malice, I can sense it. Our current team is completely clean, otherwise, I would have detected something by now. I have this ability. My heavens, you actually have such a gift. Fu Hu murmured as he held his daughter, his heart swelling with both joy and solemn weight. A daughter with such abilities would undoubtedly become the central pillar for everyone. She was no longer a manufactured saint, but would truly become the hope in the eyes of all. But she's still a child. Such responsibility is too heavy, and too dangerous. We must inform brother immediately. After a long silence, Fu Qingdai composed herself, pushed Fu Hu away and looked up to ask, "Where is he now?" "I don't know, let's search around." Fu Hu sighed, feeling a pang of disappointment in his heart. Always calling him big brother this and big brother that, yet trembling like a leaf right after killing someone. Your father is standing right here, and you're already busy looking for your brother again. Fu Qingdai glanced at Ding Ling's corpse and couldn't help but nervously take 2 steps back. He pulled out the fresh magazine from his leg and reloaded before tucking the gun back in. "Dad, let's go. Hurry." There were gunshots. Something must have gone wrong at the center. Inside the residential complex, Sunya broke into a quick jog, while Wei De panted heavily behind him, struggling to keep up. Just as he reached the main road of the residential area, Sunya suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away, someone was crouching on the ground. Moving closer for a look, Sunya reached out and patted the person twice, urgently asking, "Chengdu, what's happened? Why are you crying?" She cheated. Chengdu muttered hollowly. "What the hell are you talking about? Who cheated?" Sunya roared. "Explain yourself clearly." Chengdu raised his head, his face twisted in distress. "Director, it's the director." Some damn hussy came along and turned his head. "Now they've gone inside together. I told you we should have kicked her out. Our team's falling apart, morale shot, this group's impossible to manage now, damn it all." "Stop your damned wailing," Sunya bellowed, eyes blazing with fury. "Are you fucking drunk or what? Is he that kind of man? Does he even have the mood for that now? And what the hell does his womanizing have to do with you? You're carrying on like a grieving widow, you lunatic. Tell me, what was that gunshot about just now?" "What gunshot? I didn't hear anything," Chengdu replied in bewilderment. "Forget it, absolutely nothing accomplished." Sunya fumed. "Where's Shaoli? Where the hell is he? I already told you, he went inside with that woman." "No way, you're not pulling my leg?" Sunya was stunned, turning to look at Wei De. Wei De, too, found it utterly bizarre and hard to believe. Chengdu looked at both elders, rose with sorrow in his voice, and said, "I saw it with my own eyes, clear as day. Just the two of them, alone. I can't believe he'd stoop so low. Clearly, I arrived first." "What the hell are you talking about? Where is he? Take us there, now." Chapter 69, Rain Zhang's Tragic Death. Seeing Sunya's fury, Chengdu didn't dare delay and hastily led the way. If Su Jin was one pillar of the entire team, then Sunya was undoubtedly another. Despite his age and fiery temper, his knowledge and capability for action were first-rate. Chengdu ran ahead, while the 2 old men shouted after him to slow down. Midway through the sprint, a voice called out from behind the 3, "Old son." The 3 halted simultaneously and turned to see Fu Hu and Fu Qingdai running toward them. The 5 regrouped, and Fu Hu got straight to the point. "Where's the director? We have important news to report." "What important news? Was it the gunshots earlier?" Sunya immediately pressed. Fu Hu nodded gravely. "Exactly. We discovered a disguised infected, but they've already been eliminated." Qingdai's ability has manifested. She can sense the malice of disguised infected. "What?" Sunya and the others were instantly ecstatic, their eager gazes making Fu Qingdai shrink back nervously. "Oh heavens, my god, if the younger woman's got issues, the older one must be messed up too." Chengdu suddenly slapped his thigh and wailed, "The director's getting frisky with zombies, this is completely screwed up now." Fu Hu's expression changed dramatically as he turned to Chengdu. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Without responding, Chengdu spun around and bolted madly toward the residential building. Sunya exchanged a glance with Wei De, instantly realizing something was terribly wrong. The brief moment of joy vanished in an instant. Fu Hu chased relentlessly after Chengdu, leaving only Fu Qingdai standing dumbstruck in the sunlight. Chengdu and Fu Hu were the first to enter the residential building. "It's in the bedroom. I'm going to kill that bitch." Chengdu made to charge in, but was yanked back by Fu Hu. "Are you insane? If it's really a disguised infected, and the director's caught off guard, you'll get him killed with your impulsiveness." Fu Hu dragged Chengdu back into the hallway. "The director's no ordinary man, he's more alert than any of us. I still can't make sense of what's happening. Quick, tell me everything clearly." Chengdu kept nervously glancing toward the inner room before gritting his teeth and saying, "2 women came to the neighborhood, one older, one younger. The director took a liking to the older one, dragged her into his room, and now he's doing her." "Bullshit. How could the director be that kind of person? The bigger one was Jiang Yu." "What? It really was Jiang Yu? Then indeed. But the director absolutely true. I saw it all. and I've never gutted a fish that brutally. Both of them were completely naked too, Chengdu said bitterly. I never thought he'd be that kind of man. What are you two doing? Where's Xiaoli? As Sunya spoke, he and Wei De were already panting heavily in the hallway. The director is inside, he's with the disguised infected. I was afraid barging in might startle her. Fu Hu turned and asked, what should we do, old son? What else can we do? Hurry up and watch closely. Get your guns out and shoot immediately once you've got a clear shot. Sunya pulled out his gun and headed towards the room. As he approached the bedroom door and saw the small window, he crouched slightly, gesturing behind him for the others to stay quiet. Faint noises could still be heard inside the house as Sunya nervously peered out the window. At the sight before him, a wave of violent nausea surged through him, nearly making him vomit on the spot. The entire bedroom was practically painted in blood, with splatters covering every corner. On the bed lay the curvaceous corpse of a woman, though the entire upper half of her back had been hollowed out. The spine and shoulder blades were exposed, ghastly white. By the bedside, piles of minced flesh accumulated, along with several exfoliating towels and fingers completely soaked in blood. Sunya's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Had that woman been literally scrubbed to death? Su Jin, drenched in blood, knelt naked on the bed and turned the female corpse face up. The female corpse had a knife embedded in her throat, her chest already split open. Su Jin plunged both hands deep into the chest and abdominal cavity of the corpse, grunting as he forcefully ripped out the entire set of internal organs, guts and viscera spilling onto the bed. Surveying the scattered organs covering the bed, Su Jin pulled out the knife from the corpse and began sifting through them, examining each piece. Retching sounds asterisk. Seeing this, Sunya bent over and vomited violently, emptying his stomach of everything he'd eaten at noon. The others rushed forward to look through the small window. Wei De followed suit, vomiting his guts out. Fu Hu and Chang both turned deathly pale, utterly at a loss. Is this what you called getting busy? Fu Hu growled in a low voice. I don't know. When I watched they were definitely getting busy. How did it turn out like this? Chengdu felt waves of chills running down his spine. Who's there? Su Jin inside the room suddenly turned his head, leapt off the bed and yanked the bedroom door open. Only when he saw four familiar faces squatting by the doorway did his expression soften slightly. What are you all doing here? Sunya turned pale, not daring to meet Su Jin's gaze, and waved his hand with difficulty. Let's talk outside. You should clean up first, then we'll talk outside. Chengdu, why are you here? Where's that little girl? Su Jin's gaze suddenly shifted to Chengdu, his tone urgent. Go! Kill that little bastard, she's a disguised infected. Director, don't worry, it's already done, ugh. Fu Hu suppressed his discomfort. We'll explain later. We'll wait for you outside. You should put some clothes on first. Hearing that the little girl was dead, Su Jin let out a relieved sigh, glanced down, and turned back into the house. Outside the building, the four men crouched on the ground, simultaneously falling into silence. Chengdu idly scraped the ground with a stick he'd picked up. Fu Hu hugged his knees, staring at the gravel on the ground. After a long silence, Sunya said in a low voice, Xiaoli is terrifying. We really need to keep an eye on him. He's under too much pressure normally. How did he end up like this? In a few more days, I swear he'll turn into a zombie. Honestly, he's scarier than a zombie. Wei De looked miserable, glancing at Fu Hu. Tell Qing Dai to stay away from him. She shouldn't stick around him so much. I'm afraid something bad might happen. Fu Hu nodded slowly. But surely Dean has his reasons for doing this, right? Shouldn't we hear his explanation before jumping to conclusions? Chengdu muttered. Coincidentally, Fu Qingdai came jogging over. Fu Hu quickly rose upon seeing her. Qingdai, go back to the center and wait for us first. What's actually wrong with Dad? Fu Qingdai asked anxiously, tilting her head toward the stairwell entrance with visible unease. Is it because brother is still? No. Your brother already killed the infected. It's too gory inside, you shouldn't see it. Listen to your dad and go back now. Oh, I see. Fu Qingdai's eyes lit up again. I can't go back yet. I still have to give brother the good news. Who needs you to deliver the good news? Children shouldn't interrupt when adults are talking. Or do my words mean nothing now? Fu Hu bellowed angrily. Hurry up and get back home. Faced with her father's wrath, Fu Qingdai couldn't help but feel intimidated. After stealing one last longing glance toward the stairwell, she reluctantly departed, turning back 3 times with every step she took. Before long, Su Jin emerged from the building, dressed in clean and tidy attire. His face had been hastily wiped clean, though everything below his neck remained flushed red. At the sight of him, the four immediately rose and crowded around. Chapter 70, The Great Director, Sacrificing for Humanity. Sunya was about to speak immediately. Su Jin raised his hand to stop him and looked at Chengdu. That little girl is definitely dead, right? Fu Hu interjected. She's definitely dead. I saw it with my own eyes, took 7 bullets. Su Jin felt slightly curious but suppressed it, continuing, we'll discuss this matter later. I've made a major discovery. Grandpa's son, I mentioned before that I saw 4 people on a rooftop in the streets, suspected disguised infected. Do you remember that? Sunya nodded. Su-jin said, I've interrogated this woman, she's one of them, and that little girl is another from the group of 4. We've been targeted from the start, and there are still 2 more unaccounted for. How did you get that out of her? Sunya asked, his eyes widening. Su-jin felt utterly helpless. What other interrogation methods were there? They had to peel her flesh layer by layer with a bath scrubbing cloth until the pain became unbearable and she confessed. Of course she was tortured until she couldn't endure it anymore and confessed. I examined her corpse. This woman possessed extraordinarily strong muscles and even some kind of special ability. As he spoke, Su-jin took out a plastic bag from his pocket. Opening the plastic bag revealed several severed fingers inside. Take one out for display. With a gentle press of the fingertip, the tip seemed to have a small, skin-like cover that was directly pressed down, revealing a hollow structure. Her fingers have already mutated, with tubular structures. I suspect she may be able to launch air currents or bodily fluids from her fingers for long-range attacks. Besides, I found a withered flesh ball on her heart. A special mutation or ability disguised as an infected might have absorbed the self-contained flesh ball it produced. Su-jin continued analyzing. There are 4 of them after us. Since these 4 could band together, the remaining 2 must also possess some special abilities. They're not united among themselves. These 2 women came out hunting early, which strongly suggests they're quite wary of the other 2. That likely means the other 2 are more powerful than these women. Did you find out what abilities those other 2 who haven't appeared might have? Sunya asked. Su-jin shook his head. She died right after confessing. Didn't last until the next question. Director, did you already realize she was a disguised infected? Chengdu suddenly chimed in. Recalling the bloody loofah scrubber from earlier, it suddenly struck him that something wasn't right. A dry scrub wouldn't have that effect. Now it made sense. That wasn't an exfoliating towel, it was an instrument of torture for scraping flesh. Correct. Su-jin nodded. When we were eating noodles, I could already roughly confirm this woman was a disguised infected. How did you spot it? I didn't notice anything at all, Chengdu exclaimed in surprise. Did you strip them naked and confirm by seeing their dirt was just a disguise? Not like that, Su-jin shook his head. That woman was extremely thin even after undressing. Her body remained dirty with a foul odor. If that was acting, I couldn't find any flaw in it. But they overlooked one critical detail. Going 5 days without food or water, coupled with high-pressure exertion, they showed appropriate hunger when we ate noodles too. Yet normal women's breasts would sag. Every woman at our center has some degree of sagging. Unless they're exceptionally small, breasts don't maintain perky firmness. That alone made me recognize her as unnatural at first glance. Later, when stripped for verification, I was 100% certain. What if they're fake? Chengdu asked doubtfully. I've heard these wealthy people get high-end cosmetic procedures. Nowadays, even breasts can be fake, using something called silicone, right? We can't rule that out entirely, which is why I took the risk to personally verify through repeated inspections. Definitely not silicone. All 4 of them were left speechless. After pondering for a moment, Chengdu made a strange face and questioned, I get it now. So you already knew all along. Then why did you still do that? How do you explain yourself? Other than wanting a woman, I can't think of any other explanation. You're spying on me? What exactly did I do? Su-jin frowned. Chengdu hesitated for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist extending 2 fingers and making a hooking motion in the air. Kobe, Fuhu and the other 2 were speechless, repeatedly shooting sidelong glances at Chengdu with their eyes. I dug it out. Su-jin let out a frustrated laugh before turning serious again as he looked at Sunya and Weida. Gentlemen, this is another major discovery I intentionally pursued. I've found that when disguised infected individuals have desires, it could lead to a concerning possibility. They might be able to reproduce through mating. Here's the bodily fluid I collected from the infected. Professor Sun, please take it for research. Watching Su-jin pull a bag of cloudy, viscous liquid from his pocket, Sunya took a deep breath and swatted it away with his hand. Silicone testing, Kobe procedures, fluid extraction, torture sessions, limb severing, dissections, this whole series of actions hardly seem like something humans should be capable of doing. Shaoli, your discovery is undeniably significant, and I admit it's quite useful, but right now, I'm more concerned about you. Aren't you being a bit too reckless? Is this some kind of post-evolution side effect? Aren't you afraid of picking up a special infection? Getting some nasty disease wouldn't be good either. Facing a room full of skeptical gazes, Su-jin felt a bitter ache in his heart. Who was he to deny how disgusting and perverse it all seemed? But there was no other way. Knowing your enemy was the only path to victory. When your enemy is vicious, you must become even more vicious and stronger than them to have a chance of surviving and protecting others. In the face of an apocalyptic genocide, no matter how bitter or difficult, one must endure, even if it means forsaking one's own humanity. Don't worry, I'll only act when fully prepared mentally and materially. Su-jin finished speaking and pulled out a pack of small balloons from his pocket. I wore protection before digging in. The four of them collectively fell speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. To break the awkward silence, Sujin coughed and said seriously, "A small sacrifice is nothing. Infiltrating the enemy's lair is for everyone's sake, for the fate of humanity." Truly remarkable, Director Lee. Wei Di applauded without expression, without hesitation. No, that's not right. Chengdu, lost in thought, shook his head repeatedly as he scrutinized Sujin. Then how do you explain getting completely naked? It's simple. After confirming and examining the target, I was going to proceed with the torture dissection, which would inevitably spray blood. Sujin shrugged. I can't be changing clothes every day, can I? Keeping them ready in the wardrobe prevents bloodstains. Besides, it's been a while since I last took a bath. This would be a good opportunity to wash up as well. A bath. Shadows simultaneously fell over the faces of Chengdu and the other three. He's finally gone insane. Can't he see it himself? Everyone, you're now fully aware of my situation. What exactly happened on your end? Sujin asked the group. What did that child expose that made you kill him? Fuhu immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Sujin. Director, I've discovered my daughter's special ability. She can sense the malice in others. Chapter 71, Sujin under the noonday sun. What? Sujin's heart skipped a beat as he excitedly leaned closer to Fuhu. Is this true or not? It's true. Of course it's true. Fuhu's voice grew fervent. At first I couldn't believe it either. That child was personally shot dead by Qingdai. She immediately recognized it was a disguised infected. And Qingdai said our current team is completely clean now, with no one harboring hostility toward her. We can distribute weapons with confidence. This is too good, just too good. Sujin lowered his head distractedly, murmuring to himself. Days passed, yet bad news always outnumbered the good. Though our understanding of disguised infectees and zombies can't yet be called comprehensive, each fresh encounter brings deeper layers of despair. At last a stable, promising team and future. The dawn has finally appeared. Hope truly lies with Qingdai. The company clearly had good reason to choose her after all. Sujin suddenly raised his head. The remaining two disguised infected could appear at any moment, and we know nothing about their abilities. There's danger lurking in the shadows, especially when Qingdai's safety cannot afford even the slightest mistake. Though our preparations aren't completely sufficient, they should serve us well enough. I've decided not to wait any longer. Tonight we'll load all the supplies onto the trucks, and at first light tomorrow, we set off for the military district immediately. Does anyone have objections? No problem. Good. First let's check on Qingdai and that little girl. Then we'll make arrangements right away. The group returned to the small tree near the community activity center. Fu Qingdai was also called out from the center. Looking at Fu Qingdai, Sujin was all smiles. Qingdai, you really have the ability now? Fu Qingdai nodded vigorously, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Brother, I really sensed it, and it was so obvious I could clearly confirm it was malice. When I saw her, even her facial features seemed to change. TSK, I remember you told me before that something was off with Duqing, but I didn't pay much attention at the time. That was... Sujin's gaze flickered toward Chengdu. The others followed his gaze with their own eyes. Chengdu instantly shrank back, saying, Hey, don't look at me like that. Qingdai must have just mastered her ability and isn't familiar with it yet, so there was a misjudgment. Qingdai, take another look. Look carefully. Is there something wrong with me? Fu Qingdai gazed at Chengdu and shook her head. No issues, and even regarding what I sensed earlier, I didn't feel any danger either. Maybe it really was just a mistake. You, Sujin pointed at Chengdu, you'd better stay away from Qingdai from now on. If I notice anything suspicious, don't blame me for being harsh. Chengdu said with a pained expression, Director, your words hurt me. Just moments ago I was concerned about you, and you. I genuinely have no problems. I also think you're clean, that's why I'm keeping this under observation. With anyone else, I would have shot them dead long ago. Chengdu's face fell into complete despair, sinking into self-isolation. After speaking, Sujin approached Dingling. Taking out a small knife and probing towards her arm, he said simultaneously, I plan to make a simple incision to examine her muscle strength. If any of you can't handle it, you may leave first. While we might not fully understand the capabilities of these two disguised infected who appeared with ulterior motives, observing their muscle strength would still be of significant value. The little girl's physique was clearly abnormally robust, with a skull capable of stopping bullets far beyond what an ordinary person could contend with. This alone made her no one to trifle with. Seeing Sujin preparing to make a direct incision, Fu Qingdai immediately covered her face, peeking through the narrow gaps between her fingers. The moment Sujin's blade cut into Ding Ling's upper arm, Fu Qingdai's pupils instantly constricted. That sinister chill sensation emerged once more, emanating unmistakably from Ding Ling herself. Yet it was significantly weaker than what he'd felt the first time. Without the slightest hesitation, Fu Qingdai cried out in alarm, Careful, she. Before she could finish speaking, Sujin's right hand had already shifted stance, his blade shattered cervical vertebrae as it pierced straight through Dingling's throat. His left palm shot forth like a blade, plunging into the bullet hole in the abdomen to seize the spine firmly. With a sickening crack, he wrenched it clean out. Simultaneously, his right leg launched an attack, a savage knee strike that shattered the hip bone with brutal force. Ding Ling's body convulsed violently as all three skeletal sections, upper, middle, and lower, were destroyed. A catastrophic cascade of blood gushed beneath her before she finally expired. In less than a second, Sujin's ruthless and lightning-fast combo instantly subdued everyone. Countless incredulous gazes converged upon him. What kind of reaction speed and raw power was this? Fu Hu was particularly astonished, raising his eyes toward the blazing sun overhead. How tough that little girl's bones were, he had seen with his own eyes, yet such sturdy bones could be shattered by the director's knee in a single strike. Now, with the sun at its brightest, is this the director's ultimate state? With the opponent slain, Sujin turned his gaze back towards Fu Qingdai. What's going on? Fu Qingdai closed her eyes and took several deep breaths before speaking. I don't understand either. I fired 7 bullets, she should be dead. I couldn't sense any malice from her. But when you stabbed her with the knife just now, that feeling came rushing back. Probably because she didn't die and just passed out instead. Perhaps. Your abilities' limits still require extensive verification before they can be stably mastered. Later, I'll find you a zombie to test it on. If the zombie doesn't work, then I'll figure out a way to capture a live infected for you. Sujin finished speaking, his gaze sweeping over each person in turn. That wasn't entirely a bad thing just now, at least it taught us a lesson. These infected with special abilities don't follow normal logic. To be safe from now on, remember to finish them off after they lose mobility, stab the heart, cut off the head, and then confirm they're dead. Write this down and include it in the operations manual for future team members. The rule of confirming kills must be strictly followed. It's not over yet. Sunya suddenly cried out, Shaoli, her arm. Sujin turned abruptly, locking onto Ding Ling's forearm. The originally smooth and normal left arm suddenly split open, revealing a flesh-colored grotesque worm as long as a forearm. The strange insect moved with incredible speed. By the time everyone regained their senses, it had already landed on the ground, its 8 limbs flickering like phantoms as it swiftly scurried into the darkness. Sujin decisively drew his gun and fired, but all 5 shots missed as the bizarre creature had already fled far away. Old Sun, Old Wei, take Qingdai back to the center immediately and seal all doors, windows, and gaps. Old Fu and Chang, follow me. Rage burning in his chest, Sujin sprinted in pursuit while still managing to bark orders. Just when they'd finally gotten some good news. Things never go smoothly, do they? Problems keep cropping up one after another, it's utterly relentless. These infected creatures can even survive after dividing. Who knows what's going on with that worm? If that insect was just something grown from the infected, the problem wouldn't be too dire. But if it retains the original host's consciousness, then we're in serious trouble. All 3 raised their guns simultaneously and opened fire as they chased the monstrous worm, sprinting a full 100 meters without pause. The insect moved with serpentine agility through the shadows, its flesh-colored skin subtly shifting under the dappled light filtering through the leaves. 10 meters further, it vanished completely from the ground in the blink of an eye. Sujin halted, fury burning between his brows. Gone, lost track. That damned insect must have had some kind of adaptive camouflage, there's no other way it could have given me the slip. Director, what should we do? Fu Hu asked urgently. Return to the center immediately and inform Old Sun and Old Wei, seal all door and window gaps tightly, don't let anyone touch the walls, and spread flour across every inch of the floor. If there's any abnormal movement, tell Old Sun to open fire with his shotgun at once. Fu Hu turned and sprinted toward the activity center. Chengdu, come with. Sujin's words cut off abruptly as his gaze shifted from the ground to the rooftop. Chengdu followed his gaze. A bewitching silhouette stood at the edge of the rooftop, her skirt fluttering as she stood defiantly against the wind in the sunlight. Sujin's facial muscles twitched, his expression twisting into something ferocious. Another one? Provoking me? Looking to die. Chapter 72. The director gets thoroughly restrained. Another damn nuisance showed up. Chengdu's gaze turned frosty as he remained on high alert, eyes locked on the target. Through gritted teeth, he murmured, Director, what's the plan? Sujin was about to respond, but then he instinctively narrowed his eyes as the graceful figure from upstairs suddenly toppled downward. Judging by her movements, the woman seemed astonishingly light, her posture utterly unlike someone jumping to her death. A second later, the woman adjusted her form mid-air, her toes lightly tapping against the iron-framed flower bed extending from the 5th floor. With a nimble flip, she directly descended to the 3rd floor this time. Stepping off the 3rd floor wall, he plummeted straight toward the ground. Seeing the figure vanish from sight, Sujin dashed dozens of meters before bending his legs and leaping forward. His thigh muscles bulged as he stomped against the ground, erupting with monstrous strength. With a muffled bang, a small shockwave spread outward, shattering floor tiles into flying fragments. Under Chengdu's astonished gaze, Sujin leaped up, his right hand swinging through the air before he landed heavily on the platform atop the 2nd floor of the Community Activity Center. My god, the director is this powerful? Chengdu was dazed for a moment before hastily running toward the activity center. On the rooftop platform, Su-jin glanced down. The woman from the rooftop earlier hadn't disappeared. Instead, she was now speeding rapidly toward him as well. In mere seconds, she had already leapt from the trees in the residential complex and landed gracefully on the platform. Standing at the edge, separated from Su-jin by just over 20 meters, the woman gazed at him with an amused smile. Su-jin narrowed his eyes, watching her intently. This woman had an ordinary appearance, but her demeanor was extraordinarily relaxed, definitely not the expression a normal person should have. Even if she were an evolved superhuman from the outside world, it would still be impossible for her to exhibit such an emotion. Undoubtedly a disguised infected. While I also possessed the ability to jump from the 6th floor to the first using gradual deceleration, I could never achieve such effortless grace as she displayed. Judging by the sense of power, the opponent is far inferior to me. Perhaps their strength lies in speed and agility. Using a gun would be best against her, but the silver gun has run out of bullets and can't be fired again anytime soon. All the firearms seized from the police station were handed over to Old Sun for firepower allocation, leaving me without any spare guns on me. This is tricky. Getting close and restraining her is probably the best option. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Su-jin had already made his judgment. There are 4 of you, and 3 have come. Where's the last one? Su-jin probed. The woman's eyes curved into a smile. Oh, you know quite a bit. The stench of blood on you is strong. You must have killed those 2 useless guys, right? So you are indeed together, all respawning on the rooftop. Ha, that woman isn't dead yet, she mentioned you to me. Su-jin tightened his right hand imperceptibly, crushing the small piece of stone brick that had splashed up during his leap. Just as the woman was intently listening to the speech, he flung the crushed stones directly toward her. The dense hail of fragments erupted like shotgun pellets, exploding toward the woman's face. At the same moment, Su-jin's legs propelled him forward in a simultaneous charge. Without a word, the other side launched their attack. The woman was startled and began to retreat as Su-jin's right hand moved. Unfortunately, the swarm of stones flew too fast, and her movement was misaligned. A dense cluster of rocks struck her body. Her garments tore apart, leaving bloody craters where they hit. She let out a piercing scream as a stone pierced her right eye, blinding it instantly. However, propelled by the force of the stone strike, the woman's retreat accelerated slightly. Half her body had already cleared the 2nd floor platform, tilting backward. But just as she prepared to flee downward, Su-jin arrived with fierce determination. He crouched low and seized her slender ankle in an iron grip. He flung her backward with tremendous force, slamming her heavily onto the concrete floor with a loud bang that sent her bouncing back up. The woman coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, spattering her own face scarlet. When his eyes opened, Su-jin's right hand gripping his calf didn't loosen one bit. Instead, he forcefully twisted the woman into a full split. Meanwhile, his other hand was not idle. A deadly fist already hurtled toward her face with lethal intent. In the woman's terrified pupils, the man's bursting muscles had already torn through his forearm sleeve. At the life-or-death moment, the woman's potential erupted as she forcefully tilted her head aside. She narrowly avoided the fatal blow, but blood sprayed from her temple as one ear was smashed into pulp. Seeing the woman dodge, Su-jin tensed his right arm, preparing to swing again with full force. Right at this moment, a fragrant breeze seemed to ripple through the woman's entire body, and Su-jin's expression grew momentarily dazed, his right hand unconsciously loosening its grip. The flaw exposed, the woman seized the opportunity immediately, bending her knees to deliver a vicious kick towards Su-jin. He slid backward several meters, re-establishing the distance between them. The woman had just steadied herself on her feet when a slimy mass smacked onto her face, instantly blotting out her vision. Su-jin returns once more, wreathed in murderous intent. But he had barely taken a few steps when another wave of fragrant breeze swept by, leaving him standing dumbfounded right where he was. The woman retreated frantically with her eyes closed, wiping the substance off her face as she went. When I saw what was in my hand, I nearly shattered my teeth from gritting them so hard. My one remaining eye twitched violently, and hatred swelled within me like never before. An ear. That was my own ear, which that bastard had picked up and then smacked right back into my face. Not even 2 sentences into our first encounter, and already I'd lost an eye, an ear, suffered extensive fractures on my back, and now my crotch was strained. Was this beast a wolf in its past life? 2 mistakes in a row made Su-jin's nerves tense as he stared at his opponent, no longer daring to charge forward recklessly. His prediction was wrong. This woman's ability was definitely not just about speed and movement. It probably affected the mind. If he could maintain full power without being influenced, killing her would be effortless. But now that his opponent was prepared, combined with her ability to disrupt his mind, even a single mistake could cost him his life. Under the scorching sun, although his abilities achieved full all-round enhancement, it was still based on strengthening fundamental human physique. Getting hit at a vital spot could still kill him instantly. After all, this wasn't a video game, and he didn't possess any particularly bizarre mutation abilities. His body still had the same fatal weak points as any ordinary human. The two stood locked in a standoff. The woman laughed bitterly. Fine, fine. You're ruthless enough. I originally planned to escape, but now I see there's no need. Remember my name, Liang Chui. From now on, you'll be my dog. Su Jin gazed at her coldly. Liang Chui had been beaten like a dog by him, yet she still dared to spout such arrogant words. Whatever she was relying on must be extraordinary. Ha, you must be wondering what tricks I have up my sleeve. Well, I'll tell you, it's actually quite simple. Any man would fall at my feet, especially one like you. You'll understand soon enough. Liang Chui maintained her distance as she circled him. A faint, intoxicating fragrance drifted through the air. I see, so it's an effect triggered by scent, is it? Su Jin calmly pulled out a pair of socks that hadn't been washed in over 10 days from the briefcase tucked under his arm. He tore them into 2 strips and stuffed them into his nostrils. Liang Chui was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. You, what a pervert. So naive. Su Jin had no patience to listen any longer and was about to step forward to deal a ruthless blow, but his footsteps halted once again. Liang Chui's face gradually transformed before my eyes, sending a wave of heart-fluttering sensation radiating from my chest. Su Jin's lips trembled slightly as the murderous intent in his heart gradually dissipated, his muscles relaxing along with it. Looking down, I realized the part that should have been slack suddenly wasn't anymore. Chapter 73, Reinforcements arrive. The director makes a temporary exit. Director. The door to the rooftop passage hut was flung open abruptly as Chang Du barged in. The entire confrontation scene between the two came into view. The woman was covered in wounds, clearly no match for the director. Following Chang Du came Fu Hu. After Fu Hu were Fu Qingdai, Zheng Wan, Sister Lu, along with Old Sun and Old Wei. Chang Du immediately stepped forward to stand beside Su Jin. Fu Hu then closed the door to the passage hut, pausing before shutting it completely to warn them, "Don't get involved, it's dangerous here. Go back downstairs and keep watch." With that said, he also ran to Su Jin's side. Ho ho, I thought another country bumpkin had arrived, turns out it's just a disabled ugly bastard. Chang Du spat out a mouthful of saliva, instantly launching into vulgar insults without any manners. But when he looked down, his gaze froze, then slowly lifted to meet Su Jin's flushed face. His heart ached as he cried out in utter shock, "Director, no way. How the hell could you take a liking to this kind of trash? Or did Jian Yu just get you all fired up earlier? Your reaction is way too delayed for that. What's with the sock now?" As he spoke, Cheng Du reached out and yanked the sock from Su Jin's nostrils. "No more nonsense. Don't move. Watch out for that woman." Fu Hu extended his arm to block Cheng Du and Su Jin, his gaze fixed on Liang Chui. "Director, what's happened to you?" Hit by her ability. "Don't make eye contact." Su Jin struggled to speak, embroiled in a battle for control of his own mind. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to attack her. Mind control, not sure how it works, could be scent, visual, anyone might fall victim. What kind of fragrance are you talking about? Luring men in? Cheng Du froze for a moment before looking at Liang Chui with disdain. But damn, the more I look at this bitch, the more disgusted I feel. I got it, Director, are you okay? Fu Hu asked. Why is Cheng Du unharmed? Did he bring a gun? Kill him. Shit, forget about me. Su Jin growled through gritted teeth, bending low as he sprinted into the distance. We're done for. The director's condition seems serious. We're no match for him, we need to be careful. Fu Hu whispered. That woman hasn't made a move yet. She's definitely plotting something. My pistol's out of bullets, I forgot to reload. What about yours? We didn't make it in time either, Chengdu replied in a low voice. But looks like the director got the drop on her and left her seriously injured. She's still bleeding. Surely we can't lose to a one-eyed cripple now. As they spoke, Liang Chui maintained her distance while frowning at the two of them. These newcomers' capabilities were unknown, but that wasn't the main issue. Within the scope of her ability, why weren't they being affected? The one they call the director is already done for. Leaving now would be such a waste. After being messed up this badly, it'll be hard to find another chance for revenge later. Let's observe a bit longer. If it really doesn't work out, retreat is the only option. Attack! Chang roared and charged forward ahead of the others. Flames erupted across his body as Tiger Fu followed suit, hardening both his heart and fists. Watching the two charge forward, Liang Chui snorted with disdain and moved to meet them head-on. Pathetic. Just look at their speed, already far inferior to that man. Even injured, I'm still above these two. Split up. Seeing the enemy taking the initiative to attack, Fu Hu let out a low cry as the two split up to prepare a pincer move. Liang Chui stepped right into it, her slender arm striking directly at Fu Hu. Dodging the iron fist, she landed a palm strike square on his chest. Fu Hu grunted but only swayed slightly before continuing to throw punches at Liang Chui. On the other side, Cheng Du also initiated his attack. His flaming arm unleashed a hook punch, trailing nearly 10 inches of floating flames. This strike came unexpectedly, the fire singeing off Liang Chui's bangs in an instant. Pfft, smells like burnt pig hair. Ugly sow. Chengdu taunted loudly while pressing his relentless assault. Fu Hu missed both attacks, growing impatient in his heart. The woman was too fast for him to achieve any meaningful results. Rather than this, it would be better to let Chengdu take the main offensive. With these thoughts, Fu Hu completely abandoned the idea of injuring Liang Chui and instead focused on containment. Liang Chui kept blocking, occasionally retaliating, observing the two attackers with growing irritation. These two must have trained together in coordination. She had initially thought they'd be easy to take down, but now it seemed they were more troublesome than anticipated. The older man appeared to have simple strength enhancement with some defensive capabilities, nothing particularly special about him. But that pyrokinetic guy could shoot flames from both nostrils, his head and body swaying left and right, making him extremely difficult to deal with when combined with that old man's assistance. And he might have other tricks up his sleeve. Why haven't those other two fallen for it yet? Generally speaking, each man's resistance to this ability varies. The stronger and more robust a man is, the faster he succumbs. These two look perfectly normal. So why haven't they shown any reaction yet? Especially that younger one, his foul mouth keeps spewing trash. After nearly half a minute of continuous struggle, Chengdu seized the moment and opened his mouth to deliver a fatal blow. Just as the flames in his chest were about to erupt, Liang Chui struck like lightning, delivering a palm strike to Chengdu's chin. The flames that were moments away from being unleashed were instantly forced back in. Liang Chui let out a cold snort through clenched teeth. Ha! I knew it! Is this all you two have got? With these words, Liang Chui swiftly turned and sprinted in the direction where Su Jin had disappeared. Carrying injuries, she couldn't overpower both opponents quickly. Prolonging the battle would spell serious trouble. That formidable department head was already compromised and unusually important at that. Throwing him into the mix was the perfect way to disrupt her two opponents' coordination. Seeing Liang Chui break away and dash in the direction Su Jin had vanished, Fu Wucheng instantly understood what was happening and was simultaneously shocked. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately gave chase. But Liang Chui was a step faster than both of them. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Chengdu let out a roar. With a whoosh, flames erupted from his rear, bursting through his pants as he nitro-boosted forward, instantly overtaking Liang Chui by a full body length. What? Turning her head to see Chengdu inexplicably half a body length ahead of her, Liang Chui's face drained of color in shock. The next instant, Chengdu's hook punch was already heading straight for her face. Liang Chui raised her arm to block, but the flames instantly burned through her sleeve, searing a patch of scorched skin on her fair flesh. Where do you think you're going? Fu Hu roared with wide eyes as he closed in immediately, once again cutting off Liang Chui's escape route. The three men were instantly locked in battle again. After a dozen breaths, Chengdu finally couldn't hold back and roared, "Director, are you done yet? Where are you?" Fu Hu's heart tightened as he quickly realized the problem. Chengdu's ability was remarkably versatile, but equally draining. He's been continuously setting fires throughout the battle and likely won't last much longer. If the director could join the fight now, even just a little assistance would be enough to defeat this woman. He holds the key to victory. As Chengdu shouted Su Jin, all three of them couldn't help but start glancing around searching for Su Jin's figure. After several more rounds of combat, as the three moved, Su Jin's figure finally emerged before their eyes. In the shadows beside the rooftop passage shack, Su Jin was hunched over, his face filled with urgency as he busied himself with something. The three gaped at him in astonishment, their faces twisted in disbelief. He was milking a pipe. Chapter 74, The Rooftop Trio's Battle Against the Succubus. Come out, come out. Su Jin's eyes blazed with fury as his arms moved like whirlwinds. With his mind brimming with lustful thoughts, climax should have come easily. Yet now, under the glaring midday sun with his fully enhanced physique, no matter how frantically he accelerated, release remained frustratingly out of reach. Hiding in the shadows might theoretically help a bit, but currently, it appears to have no effect at all. Sensing the trio flanking him, Su Jin grew frantic. He immediately lowered his head to shield his vulnerable spots and yelled, "Drive that woman away from me. Get lost. One more glance and I'll be completely ruined." Chengdu and Fu Hu swiftly switched positions, shielding Su Jin with their bodies. At this moment, fear finally erupted in Liang Chui's eyes. No! With such a fierce battle going on, how dare he pull off that kind of stunt? He knew his own abilities well, but particular effect was heavily dependent on the target's physiological state changes. If he actually managed to execute it, controlling him afterward would be extremely difficult. When that happened, death would be absolutely inevitable. "You two good-for-nothings, get out of my way!" Liang Chui screamed, disregarding her injuries as she desperately tried to push through to take Su Jin's life. Yet the two men before her had already shifted tactics. Fu Wu took the lead in offense, standing like an iron tower to block her path. In the sky, the position of the sun shifted. While continuously pumping air for pressure, Su Jin looked up at the sky. Pulling up his pants, he followed the shadow's movement before finally leaning against the iron gate of the passageway. Damn it, get the hell out here now, or I'll fucking chop you up. Soo-jin's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, sweat pouring down his face in desperation. Another 100 cycles had passed. Soo-jin gasped for breath, violently shaking his head as if trying to fling off Liang Chui's increasingly alluring image and the overwhelming emotional influence she exerted. Reaching into the chest bag and pulling out the phone. Soo-jin gasping heavily, operating the screen with one hand. Unlocking, opening the hidden folder, launching Thunder. Damn it, where's my movie? Staring at the empty download list on Thunderbolt, Soo-jin was so furious he nearly shed little pearls of rage. Panting heavily, he steadied himself and began scrolling through his phone screen again. It's fine, nothing can stop me. I still have my pictures, and my novels. In the hallway of the cabin, Zhang Wan, leading the other women, along with Sister Lu, Sunya, and Wei De, were anxiously waiting. Did you hear any movement? My hearing isn't good, Sunya asked with a worried expression. I heard it. The noise seemed to grow louder just now. Someone must be approaching. Fu Qingdai frowned and said, there were no gunshots, they don't have guns. Maybe we should send one over, Wei De murmured in a low voice. The moment the words left his mouth, 2 loud bangs echoed from the iron door. They're fighting right at the entrance. If we go in now at such close range, we'll just become a burden. Sunya immediately vetoed the idea. Hold on a little longer. I'm almost done. Soo-jin's frantic voice carried through the iron door into the hallway. Fu Qingdai's eyes instantly lit up as a plan formed in her mind. If my brother is at the door, then my dad and brother Chang must be at another spot. Get the gun. Sunya quickly handed over the shotgun within reach. Fu Qingdai took the shotgun and shouted through the door, brother, I'm bringing you a gun. What? Soo-jin jerked his head up, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He hurriedly turned on the audiobook narration of the novel, stuffed it into his pocket, and freed one arm to push against the door. Qingdai, don't come in, we're in the middle of a battle here. Did you hear what he said? Sunya urgently asked. I didn't catch that. Sounded like Brother Chang was breathing fire just now. His voice drowned everything out, Fu Qingdai said, pursing her lips. But I heard it clearly. My dad was shouting something. Those two were further away from us fighting their opponents, but brother's right at the door. He should be alone. Then there's nothing to discuss. Just push the door open, toss him the gun, and let's get out of here immediately. Fu Qingdai nodded and reached to push the door. After 2 unsuccessful shoves, she turned back to look at Sunya. Sun Yai grew impatient. What are you looking at me for? This old door is rusted shut, use some force. Let's bust it open together. With a loud clang, the door behind them smashed open. Holy shit. Soo-jin stumbled violently, his whole body shuddering as he dropped to his knees, gun still in hand. Turning his head slowly, bloodshot eyes looked back as the phone continued playing the audiobook. Tonight, let your hair hang straight down like a waterfall reaching your waist, wearing a fitted mini dress. All 5 men stared dumbfounded, their gazes shifting from the cleavage to his face. Soo-jin's lips trembled uncontrollably as overwhelming shame and fury flooded him, instantly overriding all other emotions. The next second, he roared in outrage. What the fuck do you all think you're doing? Trying to get me killed? I said we're at war here, who the hell let you people in? Fu Qingdai flushed crimson with embarrassment, dropping the spray gun as if it had burned her fingers. Bro, catch. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the weapon was snatched away by Zhang Wan. The group scrambled back into the corridor in disarray, slamming the metal door shut with a loud bang. Soo-jin gritted his teeth and stood up, straightening his clothes, veins bulging across his face in fury. He shook his head a few more times before raising his glare, eyes gleaming with menace, toward Liang Chui. After all that commotion just now, he suddenly felt much more clear-headed. When it came down to it, this ability wasn't absolute mind control, he'd fallen for it because his own self-control was lacking. I'll probably fall for it again soon, gotta finish this quick. Thinking this, Soo-jin picked up the shotgun from the ground and rushed toward Liang Chui. You two, get out of the way now. Soo-jin's shout pierced Fu Hu and Chengdu's ears like celestial music. Liang Chui's terrified gaze fell upon Soo-jin as he approached with a gun, prompting her to immediately close the distance with Fu Hu to engage in close combat. The other fire-breathing one was already running low on firepower. Being slow and bulky, he made perfect cover against gunfire. Liang Chui taunted Soo-jin with a sneer, you're ruthless. First time I've been bested by a man, I admit defeat this time, but I'll take at least one of you with me to the grave. Go ahead, shoot. Let's see if you've got good aim. Fu Hu roared furiously, boss, don't waste thoughts on this bitch. Fire away, I'll stake my life against hers. Let's see whose body's tougher. In the hallway, the 5 of them exchanged uneasy glances. Still reeling from what had just happened, Zhang Wan instantly paled upon hearing Fu Hu's roar. Sister Lu quickly stepped forward to console her. 1. You found yourself a responsible and brave man. Old Fu is tough as nails, he'll definitely be fine. Ha ha ha. Who the hell are you trying to act tough for? Liang Chui sneered mockingly. I've seen through you now, no wonder my ability didn't work on you. You're just a damn coward. And what's more, a fucking queer. Who the hell checks out others getting off in a life or death situation? What? Chengdu, you. Director, I really didn't. Chengdu shouted in defense. While locked in combat, Liang Chui kept sneering at Su Jin. I've seen plenty of men, this guy's definitely crushing on you. But you should thank me today. Even if his orientation's special, my ability will affect him eventually. It's just a matter of time. Shoot now, you still have a chance to kill me. Wait any longer and you won't get another opportunity. That fool who likes men will help me kill you. Ha ha ha. 1. It's alright. Men all go through this when they reach a certain age. Truth be told, that thing isn't all that interesting either. Sister Lu continued comforting her. Sister Lu, please stop. Zhang Wan muffled through her hands covering her face. Su Jin's forehead beaded with sweat as he hesitated with the gun in hand. The shotgun's spread was too wide. Not only was it uncertain whether Fu Hu's hardening ability could react in time, but the area he could harden was also insufficient. The probability of accidental injury is extremely high if firing now, and this woman is deliberately tempting me to shoot. She might be confident in using Fu Hu as a human shield. I still don't dare approach her. My condition has improved somewhat, but the effects haven't fully worn off. Her ability must radiate outward from her core. The closer you get to her, the stronger its influence. But even without getting closer, if this drags on, I'll slip back into my previous state. What should I do? Just as Su Jin was caught in a dilemma, Chengdu suddenly panicked and said, Director, I smell a fragrance. Ha, soon enough. Liang Chui continued to pester Fu Hu while her words bewildered Su Jin. You still won't shoot? If you don't do it now, it'll be too late. Su Jin swiftly turned his gaze to Chengdu, only to see the other already dazed, completely out of the fight. A chill ran down my spine, leaving me no room for hesitation as I let out a deafening roar. Chengdu, don't be fooled by that bitch, I'll sleep with you too. At the sound of the roar, Chengdu turned his head, his eyes clearing instantly. Su Jin was holding the gun, somehow now standing with his arms akimbo, stripped down to nothing but his underwear and socks. Liang Chui's eyes widened in disbelief. I thought you were so powerful. Is this all you've got? Give up. You can't beat me when it comes to looks, Su Jin declared while swiftly unloading the shotgun shells and fiercely hurling them toward Liang Chui's face. Qing Dai, it's alright. The director had no choice, he definitely doesn't like men, Sister Lu comforted in a kind tone. The two old men watched the three women's performance with expressionless faces. Fu Qingdai's face flickered through a series of expressions before she finally gritted her teeth, turned her head away, and ran downstairs. Chapter 75, Perilous Heights, a snowy rooftop duel. Accompanied by Su Jin's forceful throw, the shotgun pellets shot toward Liang Chui. But alas, Liang Chui had witnessed every move of the preparatory bomb-defusing actions clearly, having long since grown wary in anticipation. Su Jin had already dodged in anticipation when he struck, quickly taking cover behind Fu Hu. Having missed the first strike, it became increasingly difficult for Su Jin to repeat the same tactic. Chengdu, who had been momentarily distracted, snapped back to attention and rejoined Fu Hu and Liang Chui in the fray. The battle situation descended into a stalemate once more, and Su Jin's brow furrowed deeply as his vision began to blur slightly. Liang Chui's charms once again rippled through his heart. Ha! Su Jin gasped for breath, no longer caring about the bulging lumps on his body as he frantically pinched his thigh. Difficult. Extremely difficult. This particular type of opponent, though far weaker in strength, perfectly countered him in actual combat. Fu Huqing must not die. Is there really no other way besides castrating myself? Caught in unbearable agony over whether to castrate myself or not, the rooftop access door was violently shoved open once more. Zhang Wan's shouts came through clearly. Qing Dai, are you out of your mind? Stop making trouble. Su Jin broke out in a cold sweat and immediately turned around. Fu Qingdai was seen charging straight ahead with her head lowered, clutching two bulging plastic bags in her hands. At a distance of about 10 meters, it started spinning in place like a tiny top before advancing forward. Su Jin immediately panicked and shouted, Qingdai, what are you doing here? Go back, quickly. Fu Qingdai remained silent, continuing to spin forward. The little top spun rapidly, reaching Su Jin's side in the blink of an eye. Just as Su Jin was about to stop her, Fu Qingdai cried out loudly, Dad, Brother Chang, get out of the way. As the words fell, Fu Qingdi flung the two bulging plastic bags in her hands like shot puts, hurling them at breakneck speed toward Liang Chui. After rotating for acceleration, the heavy bags gained such momentum that their velocity nearly matched Su Jin's bullet throw. Fu Hu and Chengdu, hearing Fu Qingdi's shout, instinctively chose to retreat and dodge. Liang Chui glanced at the incoming objects. Seeing they were merely plastic bags filled with items, she snorted coldly and continued grappling with Fu Hu. When the plastic bags came flying, he instantly punched through two of them with a single strike. With a splattering sound, enormous amounts of thick substance and liquid exploded from the plastic bags. A torrential downpour of feces and urine came crashing down. It drenched Liang Chui and Fu Hu from head to face, and splattered all over Chengdu's pants. The trio stood frozen in shock simultaneously. Su Jin was instantly overcome with ecstasy, gazing at Fu Qingdai in astonishment. That was the team member from the center, carrying a plastic bag for feces. She actually had such quick wit. Brilliant. Liang Chui is definitely caught off guard now. Even if she were a succubus with formidable powers and shameless nature, she couldn't possibly lust after a pile of shit. Nicely done. Su Jin roared excitedly, throwing punches as he lunged at Liang Chui, determined to beat her until blood mingled with urine. Serves you right. That's what you get for acting slutty. Fu Qingdai viciously vented her anger, standing rooted as she muttered curses under her breath before immediately turning to dash back down the corridor. After a brief hesitation, Fu Hu was the first among the three to regain his bearings. Fist swung through the stew-thick air towards Liang Chui. Liang Chui raised her arms in defense, splattering soup and gravy. Their slippery limbs tangled and slid past each other. Fu Hu, whose blows had kept missing before, finally managed, boosted by everyone's collective mess, to land a sliding punch on Liang Chui's chin. In slow motion, Fu Hu's retracted fist stretched gooey strands through the air. Corn kernels burst, brownish cabbage leaves flew, and curry splashed in every direction. Liang Chui's face twisted into extreme distortion, her petite cherry lips gaping wide open, only to snap shut the moment reason returned to her. Her face was draped with tattered strands. The violent motion sent everything flying straight into her mouth. Even as an infected creature, she still retained nearly all human habits. After all, not even zombies eat shit. Under extreme physical nausea and the threat of death, Liang Chui's alertness was off the charts. In the dim yellow light, she caught sight of Su Jin's figure at a glance. Without daring any delay, Liang Chui slapped Golden Shower to repel Fu Hu, then spun her head to spray feces and push back Chengdu. At the same time, she furiously scraped the ground, splashing up a spray of yellow filth that splattered messily toward Su Jin. I never expected the opponent to be so cunning and vicious. A tidal wave of filth came crashing toward me, and it was too late to break. Su Jin's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he raised his arms to shield his face first, leaving the rest of his body drenched. To make matters worse, having stepped on the fecal mess, his footing became unsteady, sending him lurching forward uncontrollably. In that split second, amidst the foul stench and bloody gusts of wind, Liang Chui's formidable performance, despite his dirty tactics, directly turning disadvantage into advantage, he forced three top fighters to retreat in one move, carving out a path to survival from desperate straits. In the brief moment the three paused, Liang Chui's hate-filled single eye locked onto Fu Qingdai with a deep glance before he unleashed his full power and leapt toward the downstairs. Kicking off the activity center's outer wall, he flew toward the distance, his figure dripping trails of blood as he disappeared beyond the neighborhood. When Su Jin steadied himself and lowered his arms, his eyes were already bloodshot, the muscles on his face twitching wildly. Gazing in the direction where Liang Chui had vanished, he erupted with tremendous force, chasing after the faint traces along the roadside as he leaped away. The few people in the stairwell stood dumbstruck, gaping at the scene before them. Watching her man turn into a dung monster, Zhang Wan grabbed Fu Qingdai by the ear and yelled, "You little brat, what the hell were you meddling for? Look what you've done to your father and the others. Can't you see your brother's gone mad with rage?" Fu Qingdai turned pale and kept shrinking his head. "Mom, I was wrong. I didn't expect it would turn out like this." "Sheesh, it's fine. The kid meant well, just messed up the execution. A little wash will fix it. Hurry up and fetch some water." Sister Lu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Over 10 minutes later, Su Jin returned to the rooftop platform of the central building, exuding heavy gloom and shedding flakes all over his body. The others had already gone back downstairs, while Fu Hu and Chengdu were still waiting on the rooftop, their clothes nearly dried into stiff crusts. Seeing Su Jin return, the two immediately turned their gaze toward him. Su Jin shook his head and hissed through gritted teeth, "That bitch got away, damn it." "Sigh, there's nothing we could do against such a vicious opponent this time," Fu Hu said helplessly. Sister Lu went to fetch water, she'll be back up soon. Before long, Sister Lu came upstairs with 3 wash basins tucked under her arm, a plastic bag of towels, and a large bucket of water. She unpacked and arranged the 3 basins, filling each to the brim with water. Eyeing the 3 disheveled men, Sister Lu gulped and took a few steps back, saying, "Hurry up and clean yourselves. There isn't much water, but it should be enough to wipe down. There's plenty of perfume though, so feel free to spray more." "That director." Sister Lu hesitated, her words trailing off. Su Jin said gloomily, "Sister Lu, we're all family here. Just say what you need to say." "Well then, I'll get straight to the point." Sister Lu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Director, you're only wearing underpants, and I think even those could use a good scrub." Su Jin felt both angry and flustered. "Sister Lu, could you please say less? Would you mind getting us some clothes? I'd really appreciate it." "Ah, yes." Auntie Lu gave an awkward smile before turning and scurrying downstairs. Only 3 people remained on the platform. Their faces expressionless, they picked up basins of water and dispersed to find cleaning spots. Soo-jin glanced at the clothes and pants he'd previously shed on the ground along with his briefcase, feeling marginally reassured. Thankfully he'd come prepared, his briefcase still contained several colas. If water ran out, he could always use soda instead. Cola is unbeatable for cleaning toilets, guaranteed to get them spotless. And there are enough clothes to change into. Carrying the wash basin, he arrived at the small house's passageway. Soo-jin peeked around to make sure no one was watching, then placed the basin on the ground like a thief. Stripping completely naked, he sprawled over the basin and frantically began doing one-handed push-ups. Thanks to the brothers for providing inspiration for this chapter. Chapter 76 The Thrice Disgraced Trio. Half an hour later. Public Exposure, Impotent Ram, and Contact List, 3 masters of their craft, sat side by side on the rooftop's edge. The trio gazed despondently into the distance, their spirits utterly broken. After a long silence, Fu, who sitting in the middle, spoke woodenly first. Chengdu, how come you don't smell at all with just one basin of water? I roasted myself with fire to sterilize. What about you, director? Why do you still have some fragrance? I washed thoroughly, Soo-jin answered expressionlessly. Why am I the only one who stinks? After struggling with his thoughts for a long time, Chengdu cautiously poked his head out to look at Soo-jin and tentatively asked, Director, what you mentioned earlier? Get lost, Soo-jin roared. Just fucking perish. Let's all die together. Chengdu pulled his head back in fright and didn't dare make another sound. Fu sighed, Chengdu, when did you catch this condition? Why haven't you gone to the hospital to get checked? Since I was a kid. Is that fucking an illness? So ignorant, isn't that perfectly normal? Soo-jin said helplessly, going to the hospital? They'll diagnose perfectly healthy people with problems. Director, you understand me? Chengdu's eyes lit up with hope. Get lost. Soo-jin cursed again, then turned to look at Fu. Old Fu, how'd you catch this condition when you're just over 40? Didn't you go see a doctor? Hey, don't you have that hardening ability? Even superpowers can't cure this? Need something solid to harden first. Can't harden thin air, Fu replied darkly. Why not lie on the parallel bars and wait for it to hang down before hardening? I'm supposed to strip naked outside to find parallel bars, then walk home? That damn hardening's only about 1/3 complete. Director, can you just stop asking? Fu paused, then flushed with anger as realization struck. My body's plenty tough with no issues, just been in poor condition these past few years. Some recuperation will fix it. Then how about swapping your wife for Jiangyu? Jiangyu would absolutely work. Wait, no, with the 3 of us in this state today, what difference does limp or not even make? That makes sense. Soo-jin scratched his chin, and the 3 of them fell into silence again. After a long while, Soo-jin let out a deep sigh and said, Alright, let's get down to business. The situation is too dangerous right now. We don't know how many disguised infected are still lurking in the city. We were targeted by 4 of them, 2 are dead, 1 injured, and 1 got away. That woman probably won't show up again anytime soon. But I'm afraid she'll seek reinforcements from the remaining one. You two, spread the word, load all supplies onto the trucks immediately and prepare to move out. We're leaving at first light tomorrow. Director, the giant fleshy worm still hasn't been found. It's risky for our people to move around outside. Soo-jin pressed his hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by a splitting headache. After the fight, I forgot there's still that fleshy worm, and no one knows where it crawled off to. In that case, Zhangwan has 2 lists. Assign the menial tasks to those without useful skills. The capable ones should stay indoors to guard. After Soo-jin finished speaking, neither Fu nor Hu Chang responded. Silence hung heavy in the air. I know this is cruel, I don't want to do it either, but sometimes it's necessary. Soo-jin also lowered his head, overwhelmed by bitterness. The world has become what it is now. We have to make tough choices. Talking about equality and peace won't work when our enemies won't give us the chance. We must survive and ensure as many people survive as possible. Let's get moving. I won't be going in there just yet. You guys handle things inside. I'll get some fresh air out here and keep an eye on things from the command post. Soo-jin slapped his knee and stood up, hopping down to the first floor. The immediate crisis was averted, and as the sky was still bright, the mobilization quickly began. Over 70 individuals were selected and collectively left the center to move goods outdoors. All the remaining people gathered in the center of the hall, with a thin layer of flour dusted anew around the crowd. Under Soo-jin's direction, the external procedures proceeded in an orderly fashion. The central space was inherently limited, with the vast majority of supplies stored on the first floor of the nearest residential building. Thus, moving them turned out to be quite convenient. The sun hadn't yet set, and most of the work was nearly complete. Seeing only some finishing touches remained, Soo-jin returned to the activity center. Standing by the door crack and peering through the glass, he was immediately met with Fu Qingdai's apologetic gaze. Soo-jin waved his hand with a smile, then shifted his gaze to Fu, pointing upward. Fu Hu understood tacitly and stood up to head upstairs. Standing on the rooftop, Fu Hu spoke to Su Jin, who had walked to the side. Everything's fine here. Those boarding the vehicles and the vehicle numbers have already been assigned. We'll take the remaining supplies with us in one go before departing. Director, there's another issue you should know about. That woman who arrived earlier, her abilities are stronger than we imagined. Her range of influence is vast, and she can even pass through walls. While we were on the rooftop, all the men downstairs were affected. Fortunately, the distance and walls likely mitigated the severity. Things got chaotic for a while downstairs, but Elder Sun has already calmed the situation. Old Wei said the current situation defies analysis, and suggested wearing an iron basin on the head. It might provide some defense. A succubus ex-professor combo, huh? Su Jin muttered with a headache, then raised his voice. Understood. Stay vigilant. The two elders are the most professional, will prepare everything according to their suggestions. There's something else. As Su Jin spoke, a sudden scream erupted from the center of the hall. Fu Hu and Su Jin both paled simultaneously, rushing toward the hall from different directions. Yanking the door open, Su Jin immediately felt his heart clench, pupils contracting. In the midst of the crowd, Wei De wore an expression of extreme anguish, as if caught in a fierce internal struggle, while Sunya supported his body with panic written across his face. What happened? Su Jin strode forward as the crowd automatically parted for him. Sunya clenched his teeth and said, "Take him to a private room first." Su Jin immediately picked up Wei De and carried him towards his temporary private office on the second floor. Fu Qingdai and several other close associates quickly followed, with only Zhang Wan remaining behind to maintain order. Upon entering the room, besides a simple desk and chair, there was only a mattress. Gently placing Wei De on the mattress, Su Jin hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened?" "The worm," Sunya said in shock, still unsettled. "That worm appeared and burrowed into Lao Wei's body. How is that possible? The room was covered with flour. There should have been enough distance for you to react. That worm must have gotten in at some point before it fell from the ceiling and landed below," Sunya said bitterly. "It didn't hit Lao Wei directly at first, but when someone accidentally bumped into him, I saw the worm crawl into his chest with my own eyes." "Qingdai." Su Jin turned to Fu Qingdai. "Didn't you sense anything at the time?" Fu Qingdai replied with a grim expression. "I sensed it, but only when the insect attacked. It was incredibly fast and barely detectable. By the time I realized, it was already too late." Without another word, Su Jin ripped open Wei De's shirt. As the fabric tore away, a bloodied hole the size of half a fist was revealed on his chest. His entire upper body was already covered with blood-red web-like patterns. Seeing this, Su Jin was beside himself with anxiety. This situation was far beyond what current medical capabilities could handle, especially considering Elder Wei's advanced age. "Elder Wei, how are you feeling?" "It hurts." Wei De wept uncontrollably from the pain, clutching Sunya's sleeve with trembling hands while compulsively pointing in one direction. "Ugh, what does he mean?" Su Jin asked urgently. "I know, I understand." Sunya grasped Wei De's hand, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Su Jin. Old Wei feared something might happen to him, so he left notes in advance. He wrote down all the operating methods for those weapons in his notebook. It's at his home. White fell silent, his trembling grip on Sunya's sleeve slackening without a word. Chapter 77, Namekians never tell the truth. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone in the room. Su Jin's entire body tensed with bitterness in his heart. His own efforts still weren't thorough enough. Too slow, too weak. If he had been more careful back then, this loophole wouldn't have occurred. Old Wei was absolutely crucial, the undisputed hero of the team, and even in such a situation he was still thinking about solving problems. "We can't just give up like this." As Wei De's groans grew increasingly faint, Su Jin suddenly widened his eyes and moved swiftly, rummaging through the briefcase. In the time it took to breathe, a fleshy orb already rested in his hand. He stuffed the fleshy orb into Wei De's hand, then took out a small knife and pierced it directly. Soon after the radiant light merged into Wei De's palm, he immediately fell into a deep slumber. Sunya urgently protested, "What are you doing? How could this thing possibly work on him right now? That monstrous worm is still inside him. What if something unexpected happens? What else can we do? We'll try to cure a dead horse as if it were alive. It's the only way we've got," Su Jin said solemnly. Sunya's lips moved, but in the end, he lowered his eyes helplessly and muttered, "What I mean is, you shouldn't waste resources like this on him. Success isn't guaranteed, and he'll only slow down our progress. The two of us don't have much time left anyway. No point dragging you young ones down." He left notes, but who knows if any of us can understand them. He needs to teach us in person. Su Jin sighed. "I know what you're getting at, but hearts aren't made of stone. I can't stay rational about everything. If it were a stranger, I might let it go. But Elder Wei has been with me from the start. I won't stand by and watch him die. And the same goes for you." Sunya also sighed. "No need to guard against insects now. You all go out first. We'll still need hands below. Send someone to fetch Old Wei's notes. I'll call you immediately if he wakes or needs anything." Time flew by as dusk fell. All personnel arrangements were completed, and firearms had been distributed to a group of reliable individuals according to the daily reports. All supplies were loaded onto vehicles, awaiting departure at dawn. In the room next to Wei's where supplies were originally stored, Sujin had simply laid out a makeshift bed on the floor. By the candlelight, he examined the notes Wei had left behind. The door quietly opened a crack. Fu Qingdan slipped inside, swiftly shutting the door behind her before lying down beside Sujin. Setting aside the notes, Sujin turned to look at Fu Qingdan and managed a faint smile. Why come to me instead of staying with your parents? Fu Qingdai leaned lightly against Sujin's shoulder, staying silent for a long while before finally speaking. Will Gramps Wei be alright? Yes, Sujin replied succinctly. You must have faith, he will recover, and he will be even better than before. Should any trouble arise, we can handle it for him. Fu Qingdai wiped away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Brother, I'm sorry about today. I didn't mean to. Sujin smiled faintly and reached out to stroke Fu Qingdai's silky hair. Today you quite literally saved my life. Everything else is trivial by comparison. You made no mistakes at all. You did perfectly. Every word I say comes from the heart. Fu Qingdai's delicate nostrils fluttered slightly. Today I killed someone. I knew she was infected, but she looked just like an ordinary child. Her voice began to crack as she spoke. Sujin gazed intently, patting her back twice. You must do this. Mercy has no place with enemies. Qingdai, your status is extraordinary. You can't burst into tears at every setback. How can you bear the banner if you're always weeping? Fu Qingdai raised her head, her sparkling eyes fixed on Sujin as she spoke slowly. If you weren't here, I wouldn't be crying. Eyes locked, Sujin said gravely. What if one day I'm gone forever? Where can you go? Fu Qingdai still stared stubbornly at him, yet her fingers clutched the hem of his clothes tighter. You said the spaceship crashed. Maybe someone will come for me, or maybe I'll die. What will you do then? Sujin retorted. Fu Qingdai was about to answer when Sujin pressed a finger to her lips. Brother does care for you, but you must endure and become the team's pillar. Sometimes you wield mercy, sometimes you discard it. Managing people isn't difficult. Bind the clever with shared interests. Never tell the truth to fools. You must hypnotize them like a religion. Make them believe whatever you order is righteous. Sujin spoke with measured calm. The rest is simple. Keep the competent close, shun the petty, and promote your own. There will always be those struggling within the team. If useful, toss them meat to cultivate as loyalists. If useless, blame their hunger on laziness. Make them internalize the failure, driving them to grind harder for you. Remember these words well. They may prove vital later, though incomplete. Sujin lowered his head, their gazes locking once more. The girl's shimmering gaze remained fixed without wavering an inch. Continuing to look down, Sujin reached out to brush aside the long leg that had somehow draped itself across him. And most importantly, you can't have any improper thoughts about me. I'm an alien. This is seven-dimensional love. I don't. Fu Qingdi retorted angrily, lowering her head as her clenched fists trembled, her knuckles turning white against her clothes. The moment Fu Qingdai lowered her head, Sujin clenched his fingers tightly, then immediately smiled again. Your brother here has experience, and you might not believe what I'm about to say. A refined and confident workplace elite like me, graceful, polite, and mild-mannered, always makes young girls feel at ease, warm and comfortable. As for male classmates your age, awkward-looking, financially struggling, impulsive and unruly, their words and actions unreliable, they're far worse compared to me. Your brother here is like opium, though he may bring you comfort. For the sake of your future happiness, you must quit him forever. You shameless bastard. Fu Qingdai rammed her forehead straight into Sujin's ribs. After the banter, Sujin's smile gradually faded as he gazed at the ceiling and murmured, to be honest, bro has a lot of girlfriends. Fu Qingdai quickly looked up, staring intently at Sujin. I'm not lying to you. On Namek, we practice polygamy. I've got a whole building full of women. The moment I walk in, they line up in batches to see me. If bro doesn't fancy any that day, I just swap for another batch. Sometimes I go through several batches before picking one. Bro only spends time with one at a time, and when friends visit, I even pick a few girlfriends to keep them company. Fu Qingdai's face turned pale. Pressing her lips together, she scrutinized Sujin's expression for any sign of deception. Is that true? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten we Namekians never lie? After saying this, Sujin couldn't bear to meet her gaze any longer. He immediately pushed Qingdai Fu away. You should sleep first. I'm going to check on old Wei's situation. Qingdai Fu stood frozen like a wooden statue as she watched Sujin leave. After a long while, her willow-thin eyebrows shot up in anger. She clenched her delicate fists and hammered them against the wall with all her might. Liar! Namekians never lie. There's not a shred of truth in his words. Chapter 78. Are you an alien? Entering the room where Sun Yawei and Weld were, Sujin gently closed the door behind him and stepped forward. Wei De remained in a deep coma, as Sujin whispered, Dr. Sun, how are things? Any changes? Sun Ya shook his head and sighed softly, based on previous mutation timelines, it should still be some time before he possibly regains consciousness. The absence of unusual symptoms now is actually a good sign. I've checked his heartbeat and pulse, they're relatively normal. Most likely, the parasite inside him has fallen asleep along with him, but that's precisely the problem. If the fleshy mass somehow strengthened that grotesque worm, Old Wei might completely lose any chance at survival. Then let's wait a little longer. Dawn is still a while away. Su Jin finished his sentence and settled onto the edge of the mattress. Looking at the untouched meal on the floor, he turned to Sunya. Old son, please eat. If you collapse too, I really won't be able to bear it. Though he had no appetite whatsoever, since Su Jin had spoken, Sunya didn't refuse. Picking up the rice bowl, he began eating in small bites. Halfway through the meal, Sunya paused and said quietly, Shaoli, there are some things I didn't want to bring up, but I'm afraid one day I might end up like Old Wei, so I'll just ask you directly. What request? Their eyes met, and Sunny said slowly, word by word, are you an alien? Su Jin froze for a moment, forcing out a strained smile. Old son, you're acting rather strange. Why would you ask something like that? Your way of speaking is quite unique, perhaps even you haven't noticed it yourself. When talking to me, you speak with the Longshan accent, but during our investigation, we interacted with many residents in the building. Some of them speak dialects, and your accent starts slipping into those regional tones. And sometimes you slip into these formal, written phrases, and even ordinary things you explain in the strangest way. It's like there's a universal translator inside you. Su Jin's expression froze. He had never imagined Sunya could be so perceptive. What's more, no one had ever mentioned this to him before, and he himself would never have noticed. The company's translation was truly. Su Jin hadn't yet regained his composure when Sunya continued, I didn't start suspecting you from here, but when I saw your communication device. Judging by its appearance, based on our observations, that device should be civilian equipment. Moreover, the icons inside were highly entertainment-oriented, which further confirmed our judgment. Both Old Wei and I have handled cutting-edge technology that hasn't even hit the market yet. The device in your hands simply couldn't be mass-produced in this world, nor does this world even possess the capability to manufacture it. If you're not an alien or haven't come into contact with extraterrestrial technology, there's absolutely no explanation for these things. Old Wei and I had our doubts long ago, but watching how busy you've been, we never dared to bring it up. Now, can you give me an answer? After a long silence, until the sweat slightly moistened Su Jin's palm, he finally spoke, you guessed right, I am indeed an alien. We are not from the same planet, but our species should be the same. Receiving the affirmative answer, Sunya's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Then I know what you want to ask. I don't know how I came to this world, and upon arrival, I became fluent in your language. Just consider it a cosmic accident. The technological level of my world isn't much more advanced than here. Perhaps in another 20 years of development, this world could become exactly like my homeland. I haven't the slightest clue about this world's catastrophe. I'm trapped here just trying to survive, to help you all survive, that's all. Then why did you come into contact with Fu Qingdai? Sunya pressed further. Call it a kind of resonance. I can perceive the essence of the gray rain, and she can foresee the future. Perhaps higher dimensional civilizations wanted to save this world, so they brought me here. Su Jin lowered his head, his heart heavy with bitterness. If there really are civilizations that want to help us, why don't they take action themselves? Sunya sighed with deep melancholy. Who knows, maybe I misunderstood. They might not have good intentions. Perhaps I fell into an alien's trap. If aliens went to such lengths to trap you, then your past identity must have been extraordinary, huh? I was just a salesman, had a decent life with some hope, but, Su Jin closed his eyes helplessly. Never mind. Noticing Su Jin's low spirits, Sunya shifted the topic. Then tell me what your world was like, alright? Alright. Su Jin smiled, then took out his phone and began to narrate slowly. I won't bother with ancient history, primitive fights weren't so different from this anyway, so let me tell you something more recent. Who knew what tomorrow would bring? Maybe he'd be dead by then, maybe the two elders before him wouldn't be there either. Secrets, identities, all of it had long ceased to matter when stacked against survival. Sunya listened quietly, his expression shifting between blank stares, admiration, and regret. Just as he was about to ask a question, an unexpected voice chimed in. Sounds like the future development is pretty promising, but not necessarily happier. With rapid progress comes greater desires. Master Wei. Su Jin was startled and immediately lowered his head to look at Wei De. Wei De had woken up at some point, yet he remained lying in bed, perfectly still. Only now he was smiling as he stared at Li. Shaoli, you really are an alien. Old Wei, stop talking nonsense. How are you feeling? Sunya hurriedly began checking his condition. The dense red blood web on Wei De's chest still remained, seemingly unchanged on the surface. Wei De let out a breath and looked up at the ceiling. I don't know. The pain is gone now, but that worm definitely isn't dead. It's still inside me. Whether it's asleep or something else, I can't tell, I can't even sense where it is. If it wakes up, I probably won't survive anyway. So what about your ability? Can you still move? Su-jin asked. Wei-de blinked. I don't know what abilities I have. I don't feel any chi sensation like you mentioned. Currently I can't move at all. My body seems to be recovering strength, yet at the same time it feels like it's being drained away. That's why I'm like this. Shouldn't we get going? Just take me along. My notes aren't finished yet. I'll dictate them and you find someone to transcribe. Su-jin exchanged a glance with Sunya. Old son, you have deep medical knowledge. Is there any way to solve this situation? Sunya pondered before speaking. When parasites invade the body, especially that large, normally just removing them would work. But without a sterile environment, even exploratory surgery might wake the worms inside. Then there'd truly be no saving them. Life and death are fated. Don't force things on my account. I didn't have much time left anyway. Wei-de spoke up. Find someone to continue transcribing the notes for me. You've got that notebook, right? Read it out loud, and I'll keep telling the story. Sunya completely ignored Wei-de's words and suddenly looked up at Su-jin. There's a way to save him, and it's highly feasible.